I dwell in seclusion at Dashikan village in the northern borderlands of Lanzhou on the Jojo continent. This village stands amidst snowy white wilderness, yet here alone spring lingers year-round. The falling snowflakes seem guided by some mystical force, drifting sideways to settle only around the outskirts of the settlement. Standing at the eastern edge of the village, I watch with tender affection as two children play boisterously in the courtyard, my hands clasped behind my back. Towering in stature with sharp sword-like brows and star-bright eyes, I stand draped in white robes with hands behind my back like an immortal sage. I turn my gaze to the distant sky, boundless longing flooding my heart. Aru, where are you? It's been 3 years, are you doing well? I can no longer suppress my cultivation, the divine tribulation is coming. Once I overcome it and ascend to martial godhood, I should be able to find you. I just don't know how long the divine tribulation will take. If it's too prolonged, those two little troublemakers probably won't stay put at home, they'll sneak out and cause havoc. You know, I've trained them to be exceptionally strong. You'd be utterly amazed if you saw them now. At this thought, a faint smile appeared on my face. As a peak martial emperor, one must survive the divine tribulation to achieve martial god status. The success rate is vanishingly small. Failure often means death or crippling injury, yet I harbor no fear of failing. Originally, I had crossed over from Blue Star. My body regressed to a 16-year-old's form. By chance, I obtained a mysterious blood pearl. Upon fusing with it, I inherited the legacy of the primordial god. I've always had a reclusive nature, so I lived in seclusion cultivating in this great stone village. Possibly due to innate talent or the blood pearl's influence, within just 3 years I reached the pinnacle of martial emperor cultivation. Just as I was preparing to find a secluded place to undergo the divine tribulation and ascend to martial godhood, I encountered Aru. She was severely wounded and being hunted when I saved her. We gradually grew attracted to each other, and married a year later. When I turned 21, Aru gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, then vanished without a trace, leaving only a letter behind. The letter warned me not to search for her as it would endanger her life. She begged me to raise the children well and filled pages with apologies that broke my heart. I could already sense the divine tribulation approaching, but with 2 newborns just entering this world, how could I rest assured? Eventually, I found the divine transfer technique within our ancestral legacy. This technique required exhausting one's own cultivation and bathing in rare heavenly treasures to cleanse meridians and marrow while enhancing innate talents. The one who dissipates their cultivation can rebuild it anew without damaging their foundation, yet this technique was dubbed by our ancestors as the most worthless of divine arts. Because its activation demands at least a martial saint's cultivation, a realm that typically requires centuries or even millennia to achieve, who in their right mind would willingly scatter a lifetime's worth of cultivation to refine another's bones and veins, only to spend another millennium rebuilding their own strength? Moreover, a martial saint who has lived this long would likely have scant lifespan remaining after dissipating their cultivation, leaving no time for rebuilding it. But I'm different. I reached the peak of martial emperor cultivation in just 3 years, and having no taste for strife, I hold little attachment to this level of power. If forsaking all my cultivation means gaining a few more years with my children, why hesitate? I traversed the northern wastes to gather countless rare treasures for medicinal baths, transferring my peak martial emperor cultivation to both children to cleanse their marrow and reshape their meridians. Already gifted with extraordinary talent, the twins underwent this marrow-cleansing transformation and directly evolved into innate saint bodies, enabling them to cultivate unimpeded all the way to martial sainthood without encountering bottlenecks. Such a constitution is exceedingly rare, even among the 10 great holy lands. While caring for the children, I resumed cultivation unexpectedly. My progress was even faster this time, reaching the peak martial emperor realm again in just 1 year. At that time, the twins were merely 1 year old. Though they could already walk steadily, I still couldn't rest easy. Thus I traversed all the perilous lands of the Great Xia Empire, gathering more and better heavenly treasures. For the second time, I dispersed my cultivation base to perform marrow cleansing and meridian washing for both children. This time, their constitutions transformed once more, becoming innate divine bodies capable of cultivating directly to martial god realm without obstacles, not even requiring them to undergo divine tribulations. This constitution has only appeared in 2 or 3 people across the entire 9 provinces. I can't help but feel somewhat envious myself. I spent another year cultivating again, reaching the peak martial emperor realm for the 3rd time, then proceeded to perform tendon clearing and marrow washing for the twins once more. This time, not only did I gather numerous heavenly treasures and rare materials, but I also forced out the blood pearls from within my own body to aid in their purification. By the end of it, the blood pearls had shrunk by half. The twins' constitutions underwent yet another metamorphosis, the likes of which I'd never even heard of before. Their blood turned golden, and dense divine patterns grew within their bones. The sisters' divine patterns contained terrifying sword intent, while the brothers' divine patterns housed terrifying blade intent. Moreover, their physical bodies possessed boundless divine strength and were extraordinarily fast. With just their bodily defenses, they could withstand a full-force strike from a martial emperor not wielding an imperial weapon. I was stunned, yet also somewhat proud. This was all my masterpiece. However, ever since the divine patterns emerged, all the true chi the two children cultivated within their bodies was completely devoured by these patterns. Fortunately, they could harness the power hidden within their divine patterns, a far more advanced energy than ordinary chi, with terrifying destructive potential. I call it divine pattern energy. Over the next year, based on the characteristics of their divine patterns, I selected the strongest sword and saber techniques from our ancestral god's legacy to teach them. The legacy didn't specify names for these sword and saber techniques. They merely ranked first in the ancestral god's respective sword and saber technique rankings, so I named them the Supreme Sword Art and Supreme Saber Art. At the same time, I gifted my daughter the Heaven-Severing Sword, the first imperial weapon I reforged during my cultivation rebirth. Over the course of a year, the siblings made astonishing progress. Unfortunately, all the true chi they cultivated was devoured by the divine markings and converted into divine marking power, leaving them seemingly devoid of any cultivation. Meanwhile, I once again reached the pinnacle of martial emperor realm. This time, I specifically forged an emperor artifact for my son, the heaven-shattering blade. But the legacy divine technique can only be used at most 3 times. Any more would completely cripple me. Though I dislike conflict, having nurtured these 2 exceptional children, how could I disgrace them by becoming a useless wreck? Thus, this time I didn't dissipate my cultivation. I must find a secluded, safe place to prepare for my divine tribulation. The divine tribulation's power is too immense. Undergoing it nearby would destroy everything. I just don't know how long this tribulation will take. If it drags on, I'm afraid these 2 children won't stay put. Still, I don't worry about them being bullied. Though they appear to have no cultivation base, their strength is already unmatched. Even if they encountered a peak martial saint joining forces, they wouldn't flinch. On top of that, with all the treasures I prepared for them over the years, they could practically roam the 9 provinces unimpeded as long as those secluded martial emperors don't intervene. The only issue is they're still too young to discern right from wrong. Their innocence makes them easy prey for manipulation, which is why I've never let them venture out. At the same time, in the imperial study of the Middle Continent's capital, Empress Long Euro secretly summoned her younger sister Long Yufei and said, "Yufei, aside from resolving the issues in Lan province, I'm appointing you as its governor for another private matter I'd like your help with." "What private matter?" Long Yufei asked in confusion. A trace of sweetness and longing flashed in Long Euro's eyes as she finally spoke after a long pause. "After you've settled in Lan province, visit Dashikan village and its northern borders. See how he and the children are doing." "Him? Children?" Long Yufei froze momentarily before realization dawned, exclaiming in surprise, "You and he already have children together?" A flicker of happiness appeared on Long Euro's face. "When Father Emperor passed away and Master summoned me back to inherit the throne, I knew returning to the palace would be fraught with mortal danger. That's why I left without saying goodbye. Though I have now become the Empress, the various regions still refuse to submit to the imperial court, and those imperial uncles are eagerly watching for any weakness. If they were to learn I have children, they would never let them live. That's why I've kept it hidden until now. By my reckoning, they're already 3 years old. My poor children. It's all my fault." As she spoke, 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. She wiped them away and turned to Long Yufei, saying, "Just go and see them for me, don't disturb their lives, and never reveal my true identity to them. Just knowing they're safe and well is enough for me. The life in Dashu village may be harsh, it's far better than living in constant fear within the palace walls." "Good, but my true self needs to go into seclusion, so I can only send a clone." Long Yufei nodded. She couldn't understand the feelings between her sister and that ordinary man, but she would definitely accomplish whatever her sister entrusted her to do. That day, I waved my hand and called out, "Xaner, Shiner." The 2 children cheerfully ran over. Whoosh, 2 flashes of light streaked past, and they appeared in my arms. Fortunately, I'm a peak martial emperor. Any ordinary person would have been smashed to pieces by that impact. The 2 children rubbed their smooth, tender cheeks against mine, left and right, their childish yet affectionate voices sounding almost simultaneously in my ears. "Daddy, I'm really enjoying this feeling." Grinning so widely it feels like my mouth might split to my ears. After a long pause, I finally speak up. "Father needs to leave for a while." At that moment, the daughter suddenly asked, "Father, are we going to the imperial capital to save Mother now?" Today I embark on the path to undergo my divine tribulation. Before setting off, my elder sister Chu Xan, clad in crimson robes with cherry red lips, porcelain white teeth, and her hair tied in a ponytail, cupped my face with her snowy little hands and firmly turned it toward her. Her large, round eyes brimmed with anticipation. Younger brother Chu Chen was dressed in white, his hair tied into 2 adorable buns, his chubby cheeks radiating pure delight. He too tugged my head toward him with his plump little hands, eyes shining with longing as he said, "Daddy, I want to go save Mom too." Every day, the siblings used to ask where their mother was, and I could only lie, telling them she was imprisoned in the imperial capital. Ever since then, they'd ask daily when we'd go rescue her. Shaking my head, I told them, I'm not going to save Mom, I'll be back very soon. It's dangerous outside the village. You have no cultivation yet, so don't leave the village. Village Chief Grandpa will take care of you, be good and wait at home for me to return. Shuchen pouted, turning his face away as he muttered, Daddy gets to go out and have fun all by himself again, without taking us. Stinky Daddy, I won't talk to you anymore. I pinched his chubby little cheek gently and said, Daddy will be back soon, and I'll bring you lots of delicious food and fun toys then. How does that sound? But Shuchen was stubborn, crossing his arms as he insisted, I don't want that. I want to go with Daddy. At this moment, Shuxian extended her snow-white little hand and gave Shuchen's head a tap, scolding him with utter seriousness, Little brother, why aren't you being obedient? Father must have important matters to attend to when he goes out. Stop clinging to him. Rubbing his head, Shuchen wore a pitiful expression but didn't dare talk back. Sometimes I feel my authority as a father isn't even as strong as that of little Xuxian. But I usually don't show a stern face to the children. If I ever did darken my expression, neither of them would dare utter a word. I threatened them sternly, alright, stay home and behave while I'm gone. If you dare sneak out, I'll spank your bottoms till they bloom when I return. Xuxian waved her little hands impatiently. We know, Daddy, just go already. My eye twitched. Why did I get the feeling this little rascal couldn't wait for me to leave? Xuxian seemed to realize her tone was off, because she immediately put on a pitiful face with tears welling up in her eyes. Woo-woo, Daddy, you must come back early, okay? We'll miss you. That's more like it, I thought with satisfaction as I nodded and patted both their heads. After offering a few comforting words, I turned to embark on my journey to transcend the divine tribulation. The siblings walked me all the way to the village entrance, warming my heart with their gesture. Sadly, once I stepped beyond the range of the protective formation I'd set up around the village, I could no longer hear any sounds from within, otherwise, their conversation might have angered me to death. Inside the formation, Shuchen rubbed the spot on his head where his sister had hit him and grumbled, Sister, why did you stop me? If I'd cried for a while longer, Father might have softened and taken us with him. Xuxian rolled her eyes at him and said, Don't be silly, when has that move of yours ever worked? After Dad leaves, we'll sneak out ourselves. Shuchen hesitated and said, Huh? Isn't that bad? Xuxian said excitedly, What's so bad about it? If Dad won't take us to rescue Mom, we'll go ourselves. Do you remember those stories Dad told us, Yang Jian splitting the Peach Mountain to save his mother, and Xinshang splitting Manhwa to save his mother? This time, Sister and I will split open the imperial capital to rescue Mother. Upon hearing this, Shuchen clapped his hands with joy, his little face trembling with excitement. But immediately afterward, he furrowed his brows and said, But Father forbids us from going out. He says we have no cultivation and it would be very dangerous outside. Xuxian wagged her index finger and analyzed like a little adult. Grandpa Village Chief said cultivators are divided into warrior, martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial ancestor, martial venerable, martial saint, martial monarch, and martial deity. Grandpa Village Chief also said ordinary people can consider themselves lucky just to reach martial master. Within a radius of several thousand miles, apart from him, there's only one martial king. Grandpa Village Chief is a martial king too, but he can't beat us and calls us little monsters. So even though we don't have cultivation, we're still really strong. Father just said that to scare us and stop us from going out. Shuchen thought about it and nodded. Xuxian raised her left hand, shaking the red ring on her finger. We also have the treasures Father gave us. Even if we can't win, we can bombard them with talismans. We've got enough talismans to flatten dozens of mountains that should last us for days. And even if the talismans don't work, we can still summon Father's spirit avatar. Shuchen glanced at the white ring on his own left index finger. These 2 rings were given by me to them. Unless their cultivation surpasses mine, they cannot be destroyed. The ring was filled with charms, elixirs, formation stones, and all kinds of treasures I had forged. Even the clothes they wore were divine defensive artifacts, but most importantly, it contained 2 summoning tokens capable of calling forth my spiritual avatar 9 times each. My avatar possessed strength comparable to an early-stage martial emperor. For their safety, I've truly exhausted all my efforts. Shuchen said, Sister is right. Then he urged excitedly, Then let's hurry and go. Don't worry, wait until Daddy goes further away, Xuxian said. I turned back to see the 2 children standing at the village entrance watching me, my heart swelling with emotion and reluctance. I nearly turned back right then. The thought of needing to overcome the divine tribulation to find a ruse steeled my resolve. With a heavy heart, I tore through the void and vanished. The moment I left, the 2 adorable children cheered, Yay, Daddy's gone, let's go too. Xuxian said, Wait, let's leave a note for Grandpa Village Chief before we go, just tell him we're going to find Mommy, so he won't worry. Shuchen volunteered to write it, but Xuxian glanced at his handwriting and pushed him aside in disgust. Daddy always told you to practice your calligraphy, but you never listened. Look at this mess. Who could read it? Are these mystical talismans? Chu Chen chuckled foolishly. Pleased with her calligraphy, Chu Xian pressed the inked note onto the table with a paperweight before sneakily pulling her brother out of the village hand in hand. Outside the village, the little girl formed hand seals and cried out sharply, "Skycleaver sword, emerge!" A circular energy array materialized behind her as a crimson longsword appeared, radiating terrifying sword intent. Chu Chen likewise summoned an inky black heaven-piercer blade with his hand seals, its domineering saber aura trembling the air. The siblings leaped onto their respective weapons and commanded in unison, "Fly!" Two shooting stars vanished between heaven and earth. Soaring through thin air, Chu Chen asked, "Big sis, didn't father say the imperial capital's in central continent?" Chu Xian said, "Right, Daddy also said our Dash village is in Lanzhou, and Zhangzhou is south of Lanzhou, so that should be south of Dash village too." Chu Chen then asked, "Sister, do you know which direction is south?" Chu Xian suddenly stopped midair, causing Chu Chen to nearly crash into her. He complained, "Sister, why did you stop all of a sudden? I almost hit you." Ignoring him, Chu Xian pointed her finger in various directions, her brows furrowed in obvious confusion. She clearly didn't know where south was either. Chu Chen suggested, "Sister, maybe we should go back and ask Grandpa Village Chief?" Chu Xian flicked him on the head and rolled her eyes, saying, "You dummy, we finally managed to sneak out. If we go back now, do you think Grandpa Village Chief would let us leave again?" Although the village chief couldn't beat her, she didn't dare to fight him, because even though I usually have a good temper, if she dared to hit anyone in the village, I would really give her a beating. As my sister Chu Xian and I were flying, I rubbed my little head and asked her, "Then what should we do?" My sister waved her hand dismissively and said, "Whatever, let's go first. We'll find someone to ask and figure it out." So we continued flying forward. After who knows how long, I finally spotted a group of ant-like figures moving on the ground below. The elder sister cheered, "There are people down there, let's go ask." As she spoke, she formed hand seals, and the heaven-slashing sword descended through the clouds, diving downward. I quickly followed, shouting, "Sister, wait for me." We plummeted like shooting stars, halting mid-air to gaze at the ground, where we saw a pack of azure wolves, each 10 feet tall, encircling and attacking a group of women. The azure wolves spat wind blades, obliterating all trees in their path with terrifying destructive power. Yet the women's footwork and swordplay were remarkably refined, allowing them to dodge attacks while simultaneously mounting counterstrikes. It's just a shame there were too many green wolves, densely packed as if they could never be killed off. My eyes gleamed as I stared at the pack of green wolves, exhilarated. I turned to my sister and said, "Sis, wow, so many big dogs, how long would it take to roast them all?" Apart from practicing saber techniques, my greatest hobby was roasting meat. Anything that wasn't human, I wanted to roast it. My sister's eyes sparkled as well. She licked her lips with her little tongue, gulping wildly. Aside from sword practice, her greatest joy was eating the meat I roasted. She couldn't resist her greed any longer and leapt straight off the heaven-slaying sword. The sword transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into her body. Daddy had warned her not to use that sword for fighting unless absolutely necessary. Evil people might snatch it away. With a deafening boom, the ground trembled and dust billowed into the air. The sudden commotion startled both the group of women and the green wolves, making them all turn their heads toward the source. Unfortunately, they only saw the green wolves and nothing unusual. The next moment, mournful howls of wolves rang out before a towering green wolf, 10 feet tall, soared through the air, hurtling straight toward the women. The women, thinking they were under siege by the wolves, hastily shielded a woman wearing a bamboo hat in their midst. With a thud, the gray wolf crashed to the ground, struggled a few times, and then fell still. The women froze in confusion, barely comprehending what had happened when corpses of gray wolves began flying toward them at an even faster pace, leaving them utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the wolves surrounding them were also stunned, failing to seize the opportunity to attack. At that moment, one of the women gulped and spoke in a trembling voice, "Lord Governor, could it be that an even more powerful demon beast is coming?" At these words, everyone tensed up once more. Stronger than the blue wolves? That would mean 5th rank, or even 6th rank demonic beasts? Each blue wolf here was a 4th rank demonic beast comparable to a martial emperor, which they could barely withstand. But if 5th rank beasts comparable to martial ancestors appeared, or worse, 6th rank beasts akin to martial venerables, they would surely be annihilated. The provincial governor frowned slightly, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, if the mastermind behind this can command even 5th rank demonic beasts, just how terrifying is their power? Will I even make it safely to the seat of Lan province's governance? At that moment, a flute note sounded, its origin untraceable. The previously dazed blue wolves' eyes flashed with red light as they turned to attack the group of women again, this time with even greater frenzy. The women resisted desperately, but there were too many blue wolves, and the encirclement kept tightening, leaving them with less and less space to maneuver. With a thunderous boom, I descended from the sky, landing before the women. The ground shook violently, sending several nearby blue wolves flying from the impact. When the dust settled and the women saw it was me, they were stunned. Someone exclaimed, "A child? He looks no more than 3 years old. Did he fall from the sky? Is that a giant pot he's holding? And that strange rack?" They couldn't believe a toddler could cause such a commotion. What astonished them even more was how I held a pot larger than 3 of me with one hand, while clutching a strange blackened rack in the other. When the governor saw me, an inexplicable sense of familiarity rose in his heart, and a trace of bewilderment surfaced in his eyes. I tossed the large pot and grill in front of the women and said, "Aunties, help me take care of the pot and the grill." Then I charged straight into the bewildered pack of green wolves. The provincial governor was startled and shouted, "Be careful, these green wolves are 4th-tier demonic beasts." But before she could finish speaking, I leaped onto one of the wolves, brandishing my chubby little fist, and punched it squarely on the head. With a loud crack, the wolf howled and collapsed, twitched twice, and then lay still. Everyone was stunned. That was a 4th-tier demon beast, comparable to a martial emperor, yet I had killed it with a single punch. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, I leapt into the air again, landing amidst the pack of wolves. One by one, the wolves were sent flying, twitching a few times after hitting the ground before dying. In another direction, my sister was putting on the exact same show. By then, the women had gotten a clear look. She was an exquisitely beautiful 3-year-old girl, similarly swinging her snow-white little fists, taking down one wolf with each punch. Even the wind blades and other attacks unleashed by the wolves were shattered by her punches. The wolves that had been relentlessly pursuing the women mere moments ago now lay dead, their corpses piled high like mountains. The crucial point was, these women couldn't sense even the slightest fluctuation of true chi coming from me or my sister, meaning we'd relied purely on our physical strength and defense. The women swallowed hard, their faces filled with shock. Then, the flute music sounded again, this time with an even more frenzied tempo. Simultaneously, the formerly clear sky began to darken. As unnatural clouds blotted out the sun, the entire area plunged into complete darkness. I clambered onto the carcass of a blue-furred wolf, lifting my chubby-cheeked face skyward and asking my sister in confusion, "Big sis, did night fall?" My sister was also puzzled, blinking her large eyes as she stared into the dark sky. Suddenly, a crimson moon rose within that black expanse. After the blood moon appeared, a faint crimson light pierced the darkness, allowing everyone to glimpse their surroundings. The gray wolves threw back their heads and howled, their auras growing increasingly frenzied. The voice of the prefect rang out, laced with a trace of horror. "The blood moon rises, wolves howl at the moon. Blood wolf of the 10,000 Beasts sect?" I asked curiously, since I was standing close by. "Is he really that powerful?" The state governor didn't respond to me, but instead shouted anxiously, "Quick, stop them from blood transformation." He then swung his long sword, attacking the nearby wolf pack. Sword energy shot through the air, only to be blocked by a red protective barrier. The female sword cultivators guarding her also launched attacks, but all were blocked by that same barrier. One woman said gravely, "This barrier's defense is too strong, we can't break through at all." At this moment, the blue-gray fur of those wolves gradually turned crimson. Once these cyan wolves fully transformed into true blood wolves, their strength would advance by an entire tier. A 5th-tier demonic beast would be equivalent to a martial ancestor realm expert. With at least 20 of those densely packed cyan wolves remaining, that meant facing 20 martial ancestor-level opponents, certain death for them. Hearing their words, I curiously examined the crimson barrier before me, swinging my chubby little fist to deliver a punch. With a crisp cracking sound, web-like fissures spread across the red barrier before it shattered into pieces like broken glass. I muttered softly, "This defense isn't much to speak of." The state lord and his companions were all dumbfounded. Just then, my sister's childish voice chimed in, "Little brother, don't just stand there foolishly. You go start the fire, I'll do the killing." I'm practically drooling with anticipation. I nodded obediently and walked over to the group of women. From my ring, I produced a conical cooking stove, placed the large pot on top, then took out a bundle of dry firewood and threw it into the stove. Fetching some flint, I sparked flames to ignite the kindling. As the fire roared to life, I took out a small vial, uncorked it, and poured fragrant oil into the pot. The aroma was mouth-watering. The governor and others stared dumbfounded. I actually kept these things in my spatial ring. My skilled movements clearly showed this wasn't my first time doing this. Meanwhile, white smoke curled from the pot as the rich aroma of oil grew even stronger, making the governor and others unconsciously inhale deeply. With a flick of my small hand, I tossed a handful of seasonings into the pot, then retrieved a spatula from my ring and began stir-frying. Since the stove was a bit too tall for me, I had to float midair to complete the stir-frying motions. After stir-frying for a while, I took out a small bottle and poured its contents into the pan. A stream of clear water with a peculiar fragrance gushed forth. I'm Chu Feng, but in this story, the perspective is Chu Chen's. That bottle, about the size of my small hand, seemed to have infinite space inside. I poured out enough to fill most of the pan, yet it hadn't emptied. "Ready!" I clapped my hands, descending from midair, and tossed out a large basin, shouting, "Sis, catch some fresh big dog blood." "Got it!" My sister Chu Xian leaped up, caught the basin, and with a small knife appearing in her other hand, she flashed in front of a green wolf, stabbing the knife into its throat. Blood immediately spurted out like a fountain. "So much blood," my sister exclaimed excitedly, catching it all in a large basin, leaving the provincial governor and his entourage utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, I approached the corpse of a cyan wolf. Drawing a small knife, I expertly skinned and gutted the beast, washing it with water from a small vial. Then wielding a large cleaver, I chopped the wolf into chunks, tossing the bones into a simmering pot. Within moments, the massive cyan wolf had been completely processed. In large, I moved before the grill, forming hand seals and uttering a low command. Instantly, the modest-sized grill expanded to over 30 feet long and 10 feet wide. With a thud, I deposited all the prepared wolf meat onto the enlarged grill. Producing stacks of specialized skewers from my spatial ring, I turned to the governor's group and asked, "Could you ladies help with the skewering?" The women finally snapped out of their daze, their faces filled with disbelief. Seriously, with so many blood-mutated green wolves surrounding us, is this really the time to be preparing food? And he even wants their help? Little brother, those green wolves after blood mutation are fifth-tier demonic beasts, comparable to martial ancestors. The governor reminded them again, then realized that a 3-year-old like me might not understand how powerful a martial ancestor truly is. After thinking for a moment, she added, "They're probably about 10, maybe even 20 times stronger than these green wolves right now." Martial ancestor? I counted on my chubby little fingers. Martial king, martial emperor, martial ancestor. 2 levels above martial king. That is pretty strong. Should we go hunt the demonic beasts first then? The prefect suggested. "It's fine, we'll skewer the meat while sister handles the beasts." I waved my chubby little hand and turned to call out, "Sister, the auntie said they'll become really strong soon, we'd better hurry and kill them." "All right," sister responded, then formed a sword seal with her fingers. Countless sword energy surged from her body, enveloping the entire battlefield. The sound of slicing flesh echoed continuously as one blood-mutated blue wolf after another fell dead until only 2 remained standing in mere moments. The state governor and others were dumbfounded. Turns out Big Sister had been toying with them all along. Aru! At that moment, the remaining 2 green wolves turned completely blood-red, having completed their blood metamorphosis, their aura skyrocketing violently. "Oh no, they've finished their blood metamorphosis," someone exclaimed in alarm, their voice trembling. Though martial ancestor and martial emperor realms were separated by just one boundary, the difference in their power was like that between heaven and earth. A single martial sect master could easily handle all of them, let alone 2 5th-level demonic beasts with strength comparable to a martial sect master. After the blood transformation was complete, one blood wolf lunged at the elder sister, while the other charged toward the governor. "Protect the governor," the women shouted in unison, rushing to stand in front of the governor without hesitation, even knowing it would mean certain death. Just then, I appeared before them, swinging my chubby little hand and slapping the incoming blood wolf with all my might. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, accompanied by the clear cracking of bones. The blood wolf let out a mournful howl as it was sent flying over a dozen meters away. It smashed through several trees before finally crashing to the ground, rolling a few times before lying motionless. "Auntie, the 5th-tier demonic beast you mentioned isn't all that impressive," I said, my face full of confusion. I truly thought a 5th-tier beast would be formidable, so I even went out of my way to put more strength into it. But honestly, it wasn't nearly as strong as the auntie made it out to be. The provincial governor and the others were collectively stunned, speechless for a long while. "Now I can finally grill the meat in peace," I clapped my chubby little hands together, my face breaking into a delighted smile. "Little brother, didn't you say they'd become super strong? Made me kill them all in one go, didn't even collect much big dog blood." My elder sister appeared before me in an instant, holding a large basin, her pretty little brows furrowed as she spoke angrily. The provincial governor and others turned to look, only to see the blood wolf that had pounced toward the elder sister already cleaved in 2, their hearts growing increasingly astonished. Just where did these 3-year-old twins come from? Each one's strength was terrifying beyond measure. Only one female guard frowned, her expression revealing a hint of unease, but everyone's attention was now focused on my sister and me, so no one noticed her. I scratched my head, my chubby little face slightly embarrassed. "I don't know either. That pretty Annie said they'd turn into martial ancestors, and since martial ancestors are 2 levels above martial kings, I figured they'd be super strong. How was I supposed to know martial ancestors would be so weak? They died from one slap." The corners of the state lord's mouth twitched as he exchanged silent glances with the others. This conversation was utterly devastating to their pride. To change the subject, the state governor asked, "Are you planning to barbecue?" "All right, never mind how terrifying it was, barbecuing is priority." I suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly moving to the grill area to skewer the meat. Turning my head, I called out to the governor and the others, "Aunties, lend me a hand too, aren't you hungry after such a long fight?" "Sure." The state governor glanced deep into the woods. The blood wolf's spirit beasts were all dead, so it must have fled by now. Then, she beckoned the other women to help skewer the meat. Meanwhile, my sister set down the large basin and went to prepare the remaining green wolves, tendons pulled, hide skinned, and guts cleaned, a process she handled with practiced ease. It's hard to imagine how 2 3-year-olds like us managed to learn all this. I sprinkled something into the large basin, and immediately the wolf blood inside began to coagulate rapidly. Picking up a small knife again, I cut the wolf blood into small cubes and tossed them into the already boiling pot. Then taking out a brush and some roasting spices, I started working on the already skewered meat. After fiddling around for a while, he finally took out a large pile of charcoal from his spatial ring and placed it in the empty nest beneath the grill, lighting it with a flint. "Time to roast the big dog," I cheered, floating up until I was just slightly higher than the grill, ready to showcase my exceptional barbecue skills. The governor couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, who taught you all this?" "Daddy," I replied without looking up. "This grill, the big pot, the charcoal, and all the seasonings, everything was crafted for me by Daddy. My dad makes delicious barbecue. My barbecued meat is tasty too." Someone couldn't help but ask, "Since you're both so powerful, doesn't your father help forge formidable weapons for you and just makes these trinkets instead?" "We do have weapons." I glanced back at her before continuing to grill the meat, "but Dad said we can't take them out unless it's truly life or death, or bad people might steal them." Life or death? Would that count as a critical moment? The crowd silently pondered, recalling how we fought. It seemed ordinary situations indeed rarely required weapons. "Little brothers, what level are you at now?" someone else asked. "Father said we haven't cultivated any powers yet." At this point, I turned to look at the girls around me, glanced from side to side, and secretly whispered, "Shoo, don't tell Father, okay? Father says we're too weak, and the outside world is dangerous. He doesn't let us come out." We sneaked away secretly, chubby little cheeks and a nervous expression, utterly adorable. All the women couldn't resist the urge to pinch my plump little face, but the moment they remembered I could slap a 5th-ranked demonic beast to death with one hand, they shivered involuntarily. "If you anger me and get a slap on your own head, your skull will split open, and you'll be dead as a doornail." "Little brother, my name is Long Yufei." "What's your name, and where are you from?" the governor asked curiously. "My name is..." I was about to answer truthfully when my sister, who had just finished dealing with a green wolf, overheard and quickly said, "My brother's name is Ikearu, and I'm Eiichiro. We're from the barbecue village. Dad always said that children must learn to conceal themselves outside and should never reveal their real names to strangers." "Ai Kaoro? Ai Chiro? Kaoro village?" The women froze for a moment, barely suppressing their laughter. Even if they wanted to conceal their identities, they should have chosen a somewhat normal name. Even fools could tell this was fake. Long Yufei teased, "Then what's your father's name?" The elder sister paused, thought for a moment, and replied, "Daddy's name is Aichi Kaoro." Put. This time, Long Yufei and the others couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. These two children were simply too adorable. As I roasted the meat, I leaned close to my sister's ear and asked, "Sis, is it because the name you chose wasn't nice? Why did they laugh? Should we change it then?" My sister stole a glance at the governor and the others, whispering cautiously, "Forget it." I shook my head, the flesh on my little face swaying with the motion. After a long while, the meat was finally roasted and its aroma filled the air. My sister rushed over excitedly, unable to wait as she grabbed a piece of leg meat and started eating. Though it was so hot she kept fanning her mouth, her delicate little face was full of bliss. "Little brother, your barbecue skills are getting better, almost halfway as good as father's now." While eating, elder sister kept praising. "Damn right," I grinned widely. Long Yufei and the others kept swallowing their saliva as the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Though they'd tasted nearly every delicacy the world could offer, this particular grilled meat's fragrance was unlike anything they'd ever encountered, irresistibly intoxicating. But since I didn't invite them to join, they couldn't very well help themselves. Luckily, I remembered them and handed each a skewer, grinning as I said, "Aunties, try these, they're delicious." "Thank you," they exclaimed, taking a small bite before their eyes instantly lit up. It was unbelievably tasty. Soon, they abandoned all pretense of decorum and began devouring the meat with gusto. Watching them enjoy it so much, my chubby little face broke into a delighted smile. I love grilling meat even more than eating it. Nothing satisfies me more than seeing people eagerly finish every bit I've cooked. I took out a few small bowls and went to the big pot to scoop up a bowl of soup, which still had wolf blood pudding inside. I took a small sip and squinted my eyes in satisfaction. Long Yufei and the others managed only 2 bowls of soup and a few pieces of roasted meat before they couldn't eat anymore. What shocked them was that my sister Chu Xian and I were still eating heartily. From processing to roasting, the entire pack of 20 to 30 cyan wolves was completely devoured, taking a full 2 hours to finish. Long Yufei and the others stood there with their mouths agape, staring at us in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how our small bellies could hold 20 or 30 green wolves. They were probably wondering if we were some kind of beastly shapeshifters. Little did they know, whatever my sister and I ate would be converted into energy and absorbed by our divine markings. Not just 20 or 30 green wolves, we could easily devour dozens more without a problem. Chapter 6. Was that terrifying sword intent released by this little girl? It's been so long since we've eaten this heartily, I said, lying on the ground with my sister after our feast, rubbing our flat little bellies in sheer satisfaction. It's so nice outside. We get to eat so many demon beasts right after coming out. Daddy used to bring back just one demon beast each time before. How stingy. I squinted my eyes slightly, my little tongue still licking my greasy lips, wishing there were more. They're too adorable, I just want to hug them, a female guard said, looking at my sisters and my tiny arms and legs, her heart completely melted. Long Yufei looked at us and asked, "Where are you two siblings planning to go?" Oh no, we almost forgot the main task. We suddenly remembered our purpose and hastily sat up. Auntie, is this the south? I asked, looking up. The south? Long Yufei was momentarily confused. When talking about directions, you need at least a reference point. My sister's delicate little face was also full of confusion. Grandpa the village chief said the imperial capital is south of our village, but we didn't know where south was, so we flew and ended up here. You're going to the imperial capital? What for? Long Yufei asked with evident surprise. We're going to save mother. I nodded vigorously, the baby fat on my little face jiggling, my tone and gaze deadly serious. Save mother? Is your mother in the imperial capital? Long Yufei's expression turned odd, as if she'd forgotten something important. Daddy said mother is imprisoned in the imperial capital. We're going to learn from Yang Jian saving his mother and Xinxiang saving his mother. We'll go to the imperial capital to save ours. My elder sister waved her tiny fists with unshakable determination. Seeing how earnest we were, everyone's hearts melted. A female guard laughed and asked, "So how do you plan to save her?" Split the imperial capital in half. I held up my chubby little hand like a blade and made chopping motions left and right, my expression deadly serious, but the gesture was so adorable it sent Long Yufei and the others into fits of laughter. Split the imperial capital? Even the martial emperor couldn't manage that. Stop laughing, we're completely serious, my sister huffed, planting her hands on her hips. I nodded emphatically, causing my twin buns and chubby cheeks to jiggle. To us, rescuing mother was a sacred mission. How could they possibly laugh at that? All right, we won't laugh anymore. Long Yufei restrained her smile and said, "This is the northern border of Lanzhou. I don't know where you two came from. The imperial capital lies in the central province. To journey from Lan province to the center, one must traverse several provinces, with vast provincial seas separating each. The state sea is vast, and those unfamiliar with it can easily lose their way. Even if they don't get lost, for cultivators below the martial saint level, flying to the imperial capital would take at least a decade." How long is 10 years? My sister and I asked curiously, as we had no real concept of time. Long Yufei was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to explain. After thinking for a while, she said, for example, with roasted blue wolf meat like today's, you'd probably need to eat several 100,000 servings before. My sister and I immediately drooped our heads, feeling dejected. Though we didn't know exactly how much several 100,000 was, it sure sounded like a lot. If we had to eat that much roasted meat before reaching the imperial capital, who knew how long that would take? However, if we had special flying treasures, we could go much faster. Besides, there are teleportation arrays between provinces, using those would be even quicker. Long Yufei added, "That's great. Where's the teleportation array?" Hearing this, both of us got excited again and eagerly pressed for details. Teleportation arrays are usually located in the prefectural city. It's still quite a distance from here. Wait until my master arrives, and we'll take you there together, Long Yufei replied with a smile. For some reason, my sister and I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this beautiful aunt. At times, we even wanted to call her mother, but we knew she wasn't our mother. Our real mother was still imprisoned in the imperial capital, waiting for us to rescue her. "Sis, someone's coming." My expression sharpened as I assumed a fighting stance, stronger than the blue wolf. Divine patterns flickered faintly across my sister's body as a razor-sharp sword intent surged skyward. Long Yufei and the others stared at us in shock, probably realizing we'd been holding back earlier. Especially my sister, the sword aura radiating from her was making them genuinely fearful. "Don't be alarmed, it's my master." Seeing the sword intent around my sister intensifying, Long Yufei hurriedly explained, "It's Auntie's master." The elder sister relaxed, the sword intent around her dissipating. Seeing me still in a combat stance, she lightly patted my little head and said in a grown-up manner, "Didn't you hear Auntie say? That's her master, a good person." Oh, I rubbed my little head and giggled, my adorable appearance making the women's eyes sparkle. Before long, a white-haired elderly woman flew over at incredible speed. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." The female guard stepped forward to salute. "Master." Long Yufei also approached and bowed gracefully. The old woman ignored them, looking around as she called out in a deep voice, "Which esteemed expert is present? Since you've arrived, please show yourself." That fleeting sword intent from earlier was nothing an ordinary cultivator could possess. Judging by the sword intent alone, it surpassed even her own strength. Her expression turned grave, the long sword in her hand trembling slightly as she prepared to strike at any moment. "Granny, my sister isn't tall, she's right here," I said innocently, raising my sister's hand. "Stinky little brother, how am I not tall? I'm taller than you." Big sister wasn't having it, standing on her tiptoes to prove her height against mine. In her mind, older sisters simply had to be taller than their younger brothers, otherwise, wouldn't she be the little sister? That's why she'd always been so fixated on height. "Master." Long Yufei lightly tugged at the white-haired elder's sleeve, pointing at the sister and saying, "That sword intent from earlier, it came from her." The white-haired elder stared blankly at the sisters still squabbling over height, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 7 Chuxian, I have detox pills to cure grandma's snake poison. The white-haired old woman examined Chuxian, her aged eyes filled with disbelief. This little girl had no traces of true chi fluctuation, nor could she sense even a wisp of sword chi. How could she possibly possess such terrifying sword intent? That sword aura had actually made even her feel pressured. It must be that my disciple misjudged. Such terrifying sword intent could never appear on a 3-year-old girl. The white-haired old woman cast another glance at Chuxian, who was currently bickering endlessly with her younger brother Chuchen over their height difference, and felt even more certain of her conclusion. She turned to Long Yufei and asked, "That old beast who obstructed me mentioned sending his outstanding disciple Blood Wolf to hunt you down. But judging by the current situation, it seems that old beast was deliberately trying to unsettle my mind." As she finished speaking, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her aura diminishing significantly. "Master, you're injured?" Long Yufei was shocked and quickly stepped forward to support the white-haired old woman. The female guards also rushed over, their faces filled with concern. "No matter." The white-haired old woman waved her hand dismissively and forced a faint smile. Originally, she had been evenly matched against that old bastard from the beast sect, but when she heard that Blood Wolf had come to hunt down her disciples, her mind was thrown into turmoil, and she fell victim to a sneak attack. She took advantage of her opponent's attack to make her escape, swiftly catching up with Long Yufei and the others. The moment she arrived, she sensed that terrifying sword intent and had no choice but to desperately suppress her injuries lest the enemy notice her weakness. Now, she could hold back no longer. "Get out of here, now!" The white-haired old woman waved her hand and summoned a flying boat model, which expanded swiftly with the wind, transforming into a vessel over 30 feet long in moments. She beckoned everyone to board the flying boat. "Eat meat, take meat, you two come up too," Long Yufei called to Chuxian and Chu Chen. "Eat meat, take meat? What ridiculous names are these?" "Okay, Auntie." The two adorable toddlers nodded and leaped effortlessly, landing steadily on the flying boat. The white-haired old woman gave them a surprised glance. At just 3 years old, they could jump several meters high using only their physical strength. They were born with divine power. She wondered about their bone structure though. If their bones proved exceptional, she might consider taking them as disciples to nurture carefully. They would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. But now wasn't the time to ponder such matters. As her true chi surged, the flying boat transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant. Shortly after the flying vessel disappeared, a green-haired elder materialized out of thin air, frowning slightly at the sea of bones scattered across the ground. "Sect Master." At that very moment, a figure tore through the air from the depths of the dense forest, thudding to his knees, a young man around 20 years old, now wailing like a child. "Sect Master, you must avenge my Blood Wolf." "What's going on?" the green-haired elder asked in a sullen voice. The man gritted his teeth, his face full of fear as he said, "All my blood wolves were killed, and if it were just killing alone, that would be one thing. But those kids, they skinned them alive, sliced them into pieces, and roasted them to eat. Those two little demons are just downright savage." "Little demons?" The green-haired elder frowned again. "To slaughter all your blood wolves, their strength must be formidable. Did you recognize which faction's prodigies they were? Could they be Central Continent's elites who came with that newcomer, Long Yue? No idea where they came from. They looked no older than 3, but their strength was terrifying, 1 punch per blood wolf, utterly brutal." At this, the man's entire body trembled. Fortunately, he had hidden far enough away and hadn't been discovered, otherwise, his frail frame probably couldn't have withstood a single punch from those two little terrors. He couldn't be sure whether, after killing him, those brats might just roast and eat him too. After 30 years of life, having witnessed countless prodigies and demons, he had never seen such savage little monsters before. Truly horrifying. 3 years old? The green-haired elder was dumbfounded and turned to the man, his voice grave. "Blood Fawn, do you realize what you're saying? Even without blood transformation, your Blood Fawn wolves are 4th-tier demonic beasts, comparable to martial emperors. Even the most heaven-defying genius couldn't possibly possess the cultivation of a martial emperor at 3 years old. Leader, I swear it's the truth. They were truly around 3 years old," the man declared with conviction. Moreover, even the 2 Blood Fawn wolves that successfully underwent blood transformation in the end were slapped to death by those 2 little brats with a single strike. Fifth-tier demonic beasts comparable to martial ancestors after blood transformation, killed by a single slap from 2 3-year-olds? Are you treating me like some 3-year-old child? The green-haired elder thought the man was deceiving him. How utterly ridiculous. A green venomous snake slithered out from his chest, coiled around the man, and fixed its massive head directly before him, its tongue flickering ominously. Lord Sect Master, I swear every word I said was true. I wouldn't dare deceive you. The man trembled in terror, his face pale as he prostrated himself on the ground. The green-haired elder was about to speak when he suddenly reached into the air and grasped it. In his hand appeared a small bird formed entirely of spirit energy, its beak opening and closing as if whispering, yet no sound escaped. But upon hearing this, the green-haired elder's face revealed a flicker of shock and murderous intent. Lowering his gaze to the man, he said, I shall temporarily believe your words. Though failure warrants death, in light of your past contributions to the sect, I spare your life today. Within 7 days, you must gather the beast companions anew. 7 days hence, you and Black Tiger shall compete in the grand tournament of Lan Province. Yes, Sect Master. The man hastily complied. The green-haired elder soared into the heavens, giving chase toward the direction where the flying vessel had vanished. The energy-formed bird not only provided him with the direction for the flying vessel's course but also mentioned those 2 3-year-old children. With such remarkable talent, if captured and nurtured, they would undoubtedly make the beast sovereign sect renowned across the 9 provinces in the future. As for that old woman, poisoned by his serpent venom, she would be no match for him. The man slumped to the ground, gasping heavily as he savored the relief of surviving the ordeal. At the same time, aboard the flying vessel, the white-haired old woman was sitting cross-legged to heal her injuries when she suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Master, have you been poisoned? Long Yufei was greatly startled, her face filled with anxiety. No matter. The white-haired old woman feigned composure and waved her hand dismissively, but inwardly she let out a faint sigh. The venom had already spread throughout his body via the bloodstream, permeating his internal organs, making it incredibly difficult to suppress. This time, he feared he might truly die here in Lan Province. It's good that you're alright. Long Yufei, thinking everything was truly fine, finally let out a sigh of relief. The old woman is dying. But right at that moment, a childish voice laced with milky tones rang out. What? Long Yufei turned to look, only to see Chu Xian staring at the white-haired old woman with an expression of absolute certainty. Exactly, the poison has reached the internal organs. He's truly on the verge of death. Chu Chen also nodded his little head vigorously, his twin peach-shaped buns and chubby cheeks shaking continuously. The white-haired old woman shuddered, never expecting the poison within her body to be instantly detected by these 2 3-year-old toddlers. Master, are they telling the truth? Long Yufei turned to the white-haired elderly woman, her face filled with concern as she asked. The white-haired elderly woman let out a sigh and said, They're right. The venom from that old beast snake is truly potent. Fair, I'm afraid I may no longer be able to protect you in the future. No, it can't be true. Long Yufei kept shaking her head as tears streamed down her face. Auntie, don't cry. With me and little brother here, Granny won't die. Chu Xian patted her small chest and declared with solemn conviction. That's right, we can cure Granny's poison. Chu Chen also nodded repeatedly in agreement. AI Cairo, can you two really save my master? Long Yufei seemed to have grabbed a lifeline, gripping Chu Xian and Chu Chen's shoulders with both hands as she asked with hopeful anticipation. Fair, forget it. The white-haired old woman shook her head. How could 2 3-year-old children possibly cure a martial saint-level poison? Auntie, let Grandma take this detox pill. No matter what kind of poison it is, it can be cured. Chu Xian took out a small jade vial from his spatial ring and handed it to Long Yufei. Long Yufei hastily accepted the vial, poured out a white medicinal pill, and offered it to the white-haired old woman, saying, Master, take this quickly. She had no time to wonder whether the detoxification pill would work or not. It was the only option available at the moment. The white-haired old woman looked at Long Yufei's anxious expression and sighed softly. She took the pill obediently, though she held no hope in her heart. Yet, she couldn't bear to refuse her disciple's earnest plea. Ha! Suddenly, the white-haired crone froze, her face showing astonishment. Chapter 8, Chu Chen says I have a truth-telling talisman. This detox pill. The white-haired old woman cast a stunned glance at Chu Xian and Chu Chen, but had no time to speak before swiftly circulating her cultivation technique to guide the medicinal power of the detoxifying pill, dispersing it through her bloodstream. Wherever the medicinal energy reached, the clinging serpent venom, as if meeting its natural nemesis, dissipated without a trace. Moments later, she opened her eyes in delight and exclaimed, The serpent venom in my body has truly been neutralized. Perfect. Overjoyed, Long Yufei picked up Chu Xian and planted a kiss on the little girl's delicate cheek. Ichiru, you're truly my lucky star, she said warmly. Chu Xian wiped the saliva from her face with a disgusted expression. Auntie, don't spit on my face, she said. Beside her, Chu Chen secretly felt relieved. glad that the auntie hadn't spit on his face. Ha ha ha. Long Yufei and the others burst into laughter at the adorable expressions of the two little cuties. Eat meat. Did you refine this detox pill yourself? Seeing her master sit cross-legged again to regulate his breathing, Long Yufei was in high spirits. Holding Chu Xian with curiosity, she asked. No, my daddy made it. Chu Xian blinked her big round eyes and said with a giggle, I have lots and lots more. If auntie ever gets poisoned, I'll help detox you too. Long Yufei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Silently repeating children's words carry no harm twice in her mind, she patted Chu Xian's little head and said, Thank you for the antidote pill, Ai Chiro. You've been a great help. No need to thank me, auntie. Daddy said saving one life is better than being a fifth-level butcher. Chu Xian waved her snow-white little hand, wearing an expression that said, Don't mention it. Fifth-level butcher? Long Yufei and the others wore utterly bewildered expressions. Sis, it's a level 7 butcher. Chu Chen tugged on Chu Xian's ponytail and whispered a reminder. A level 7 butcher? Chu Xian tilted her little head to the side, looking puzzled. It must be. Level 7 is far more formidable than level 5. Chu Chen said with absolute certainty. Fair point, let's go with a level 7 butcher then. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. Level 7 butcher? It's the 7-story pagoda, isn't it? A female guard couldn't help but laugh. The brother and sister pair were simply too adorable. At this moment, the white-haired woman finished regulating her breathing and clasped her hands toward Chu Xian. Many thanks for the antidote, young friend. Should you ever have any requests in the future, this old woman will do her utmost to fulfill them. No need for formalities, Granny. Daddy always says helping the elderly, weak, sick and disabled is a virtue, Chu Xian said with innocent sincerity. The old woman's lips twitched slightly, never expecting that she, a martial saint, would one day be classified among the weak and infirm. However, she didn't argue with a 3-year-old girl. Instead, she asked curiously, this detoxifying pill can neutralize snake venom at the martial saint level, it must be a holy grade elixir. Could your father be an alchemy saint from the alchemy sect? An alchemy saint? Refiners of that caliber would be honored as esteemed guests wherever they went. Who would have thought these two children's father had such an extraordinary background? No, my daddy has always lived in the village, Chu Xian shook her head. Other than this time, he's never left our home. She didn't know about Chu Feng's journey across the 9 provinces to perform their bone marrow cleansing ritual. Besides, they had been too young at the time to retain clear memories. Not from the Dan sect? Then was he a wandering alchemy sage? A rogue cultivator managing to become a saint alchemist? Now that's some terrifying talent. The elderly woman took a profound look at the twin siblings. Not only were these two monstrously talented themselves, but they also had a father whose talents were equally monstrous, and a saint alchemist to boot. These were people you befriended, not offended. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. She had more pressing matters to attend to. Rising to her feet, she swept her gaze across the female guards and declared, to avoid detection from Lan Province's forces, we didn't use teleportation arrays. Instead, several martial emperor elders opened a portal to send us to the border of Lan Province. This operation was supposed to be covert. The Lan Province forces couldn't possibly have known about it. Therefore, I have reason to suspect there's a traitor among you. Her words struck like thunder. The female guards all paled simultaneously, kneeling on the flying vessel's deck as they urgently protested, May the pavilion master be just. We are disciples of Heaven's Sword Pavilion, sworn through generations to protect the imperial family. How could we dare commit treason? Long Yufei's face darkened. In truth, he had long suspected this possibility, he simply hadn't wanted to believe it. The Sky Sword Pavilion was solely responsible for protecting the imperial family. If even the Sky Sword Pavilion had been infiltrated by factions with ill intentions, the empire would truly be in danger. I also don't wish to believe it, she said, but for Long Yufei's safety, there are things this old woman simply must do. After a moment's hesitation, the elderly woman declared in a solemn voice, I shall perform soul-searching on you all. Traitors will be torn limb from limb, their families exterminated down to the last relative. Those proven loyal, your clans shall receive the full support of the Sky Sword Pavilion. The expressions of the female guards instantly changed upon hearing this. Once the soul-searching technique is unleashed, they would all be reduced to mindless fools. Even Long Yufei's countenance paled as she said, Master, how can you harm these loyal souls just for the sake of uncovering one traitor? My disciple, we have no time to slowly weed out the traitor. If I'm not mistaken, she has already revealed our whereabouts. That old scourge from the 10,000 Beast sect may soon be upon us. Were it just him alone, it would be manageable, but if more martial sovereigns and martial venerables join the pursuit, escape will become impossible. The old woman sighed softly and explained. Long Yufei pondered for a moment before saying, why not let them pilot the flying vessel while my master and I take another route? The elderly woman shook her head and said, her method of transmitting information is so subtle that even I couldn't detect it. No one can guarantee she hasn't left some kind of imprint on you. Long Yufei was momentarily at a loss for words. Auntie, is this soul-searching technique really that powerful? Chu Xian tugged at Long Yufei's sleeve, tilting her little head up and asking curiously. Long Yufei explained, soul search technique, as the name suggests, allows one to search through another person's soul memories. But this technique has a flaw: the person subjected to it will become an idiot. What's an idiot? Shu Chen asked in confusion. An idiot is someone who keeps sleeping and never wakes up, Long Yufei explained. That's so pitiful. Shu Xian and Shu Chen immediately showed expressions of sympathy, their gazes carrying a trace of fear as they looked at the old woman. Just imagining themselves being subjected to this so-called soul-searching technique and never being able to eat roasted meat again, that was truly terrifying. For the sake of the state governor, we are willing to undergo the soul-searching technique, the female guards declared one after another. All right, the old woman sighed faintly. If possible, she would have preferred not to use the soul-searching technique. If only we had the truth-sealing talisman from the talisman sect, we could make them speak the truth themselves, Long Yufei murmured with reluctance, closing her eyes regretfully. Unfortunately, the talisman sect wasn't located in Lan province. Speak the truth? Shu Chen's eyes lit up as he raised his chubby little hand and said, I have a truth-telling talisman. Ai Kaoru, you actually possess a truth revelation talisman? Upon hearing this, Long Yufei immediately asked with urgency. The elderly woman who had been preparing to perform soul-searching magic also halted her movements, turning to look at Shu Chen. Truth-telling talisman? I don't know what that is, but my charm can really make people tell the truth. As he spoke, Shu Chen took out a stack of talismans and boasted, Dad made these specially for us because he was afraid someone might try to deceive us. Chapter 9, Auntie, don't set your sights on my dad. It really is a truth-telling talisman. Your father knows how to craft talismans too? Long Yufei was somewhat surprised. Generally speaking, to become a sacred alchemist, one must devote all their time to pill refining, leaving no room to excessively study talisman crafting techniques. Of course, Daddy knows lots of things. Shu Chen nodded his little head, causing his twin buns and chubby cheeks to jiggle along with the motion. Daddy is the most amazing person in the world. Shu Xian also nodded vigorously in agreement, her pair of large, round black eyes brimming with admiration. Long Yufei couldn't help but smile silently, though she understood perfectly, after all, in the hearts of children, fathers will always be the mightiest. The truth talisman wasn't considered particularly high-ranking among spells, so her surprise was merely fleeting. Excellent! With these truth talismans, we won't need to use the soul-searching technique anymore. The elderly woman's weathered face broke into a smile. After all, these were all disciples of her heavenly sword pavilion, and quite talented ones at that. Unless absolutely necessary, she naturally had no desire to turn these disciples into idiots. Young friend, might you be willing to sell these truth talismans to this old woman? She looked at Shu Chen, trying to make her smile appear more benevolent. Shu Chen held the truth talisman out to the old woman and said nonchalantly, Take it if you need it, Granny. I have plenty more. Thank you, young friend. The old woman smiled as she accepted the talisman, then turned to the female guards and instructed, Each of you, take one and apply it. Yes, Pavilion Master. The female guards also breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward one by one to receive the truth-defying talisman, affixing it to their bodies. Only one woman, after receiving the talisman, rolled her eyes craftily. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she leaped up in an attempt to flee the flying vessel. Bang! However, a protective barrier suddenly lit up around the ship. The guard crashed headfirst into the shield and was sent tumbling back. The old woman's face darkened as she said, I never expected it to be you. Oomph! The female guards let out a cold snort, circulating her true energy as she prepared to self-destruct. The old woman's expression changed. This guard possessed martial emperor-level strength. If she self-destructed aboard this flying vessel, the entire ship would be lost. Just then, Shu Chen produced 2 talismans and flung them out, instantly attaching themselves to the female guard. Her bloated body visibly withered at an astonishing speed, returning to its original state. Simultaneously, chains erupted from another talisman, instantly binding the female guard in solid restraints. Locking Yuan talisman? Restraint talisman? The old woman exclaimed in surprise. These 2 talismans were far more advanced than the truth-telling talisman, capable of sealing a cultivator's inner chi and preventing its circulation. You little bastard! The traitor glared at Shu Chen, her beautiful face filled with resentment. Now her body was immobilized, her true chi sealed, she couldn't move, couldn't self-destruct, completely at their mercy. Slap! A small figure suddenly appeared before the female guard and slapped her across the face, sending her spinning multiple rounds across the airship's deck. Put! After stopping, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth. Bad woman, don't you dare insult my little brother. Shu Xian planted her small hands on her hips, glaring furiously at the traitor. If not for her reluctance to kill, that single slap would have taken the traitor's head clean off. Woo woo! The traitor tried to speak, but her swollen cheeks and missing teeth made her words utterly unintelligible. What terrifying speed! The old woman was filled with shock. She hadn't even noticed how the little girl appeared before the traitor. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of chi throughout the entire process, clearly indicating this was pure physical speed. Having cultivated for nearly 1,000 years, she had never seen anyone achieve such a horrifying level of speed through pure physical means alone. To sustain such terrifying speed purely through the flesh, her body's resilience must have reached an equally frightening realm. And if that were true, the sheer physical strength behind it would undoubtedly be monstrous as well. Could it be that blood wolf spirit beasts were actually killed by these 2 3-year-old toddlers? The old woman recalled Long Yufei's earlier words, and this thought surfaced in her mind. Little friends, would you hand her over to me? Under normal circumstances, she would have simply seized the traitor for punishment. But facing this strange pair of siblings, Chu Xian and Chu Chen, she refrained from acting rashly. These 2 little ones must be befriended, never offended. All right, Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded. Though immensely powerful, neither had ever taken a life before, leaving them genuinely unsure how to handle such a situation. Thank you. The elderly woman clasped her fists and approached the traitor, her voice icy. Were it not for the young master's truth talisman, you'd have nearly caused the deaths of our heavenly sword pavilion disciples. Ouch! The traitor's eyes burned with venom as she made muffled cries through gagged lips, her desperate words lost to all who heard. The old woman lifted her hand and grasped the traitor's head, unleashing her soul-searching art. In an instant, waves of memories surged into her mind. At first, the traitor struggled violently, but gradually, his eyes grew dull and lifeless. A moment later, the old woman withdrew her palm, hauled the traitor up, and flung him from the flying vessel. With a flick of her wrist, a storm of sword chi tore through the air, shredding the betrayer to pieces. Fortunately, Long Yufei swiftly covered Chu Xian and Chu Chen's eyes, shielding them from the gruesome sight. When things quieted down, Chu Xian pried open Long Yufei's fingers to peek through a crack. Seeing no frightening scene, she quickly pushed Long Yufei's hand away and pouted, "I'm very brave, you know." "Me too." Beside them, Chu Chen also pushed Long Yufei's hand away, wearing an expression that said, "I'm amazing." Yes, you're both the bravest." Long Yufei was amused by their adorable antics, and even the pain of betrayal faded somewhat. Of course, Chu Xian and Chu Chen both raised their little heads arrogantly, like proud little roosters. Long Yufei smiled faintly, increasingly convinced that these 2 little ones were her lucky stars. Had she not encountered the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen on this journey, she likely wouldn't have escaped danger alive. She truly couldn't fathom what kind of existence could have nurtured such 2 little monsters. Suddenly, she recalled Chu Chen's big cooking pot and barbecue grill, and couldn't help but ask, "Ichiro, I remember your barbecue grill and such were also forged by your father, right? Your father knows artifact crafting too?" "Of course, my father is incredibly skilled at artifact forging too." Chu Chen nodded emphatically. Long Yufei sighed in admiration. "Alchemy, talisman crafting, artifact forging, your father is truly remarkable. Across all 9 continents, he'd be considered an extraordinary existence." "Exactly. My father is the greatest." Chu Chen nodded repeatedly. Chu Xian on the side suddenly looked at Long Yufei with a wary expression and said, "Auntie, you're very pretty, but don't get any ideas about my dad. We already have a mother." Thunk! The female guards burst into laughter, doubling over until tears streamed from their eyes. Even the old woman couldn't help but crack a slight smile. "You little rascal, so young yet so sharp-witted." Long Yufei rubbed Chu Xian's little head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 10 That green snake looks delicious. Chu Xian swatted away Long Yufei's hand and said angrily, "I'm serious. You're not allowed to laugh. Auntie, if you dare make a move on my daddy, I'll spank you until your bottom blooms." Her face was stern, her childish voice carrying a fierce tone as she waved her tiny fists threateningly. "Damn right, I'll beat you too." Chu Chen finally realized what was happening and waved his chubby little hands, putting on his best fierce expression as he bared his teeth. Unfortunately, one of the adorable twins was exquisitely refined while the other was unbearably cute. No matter how fiercely they tried to scowl, they only ended up looking utterly endearing, completely devoid of any intimidating effect. All right, I understand. I won't scheme against your father." Long Yufei chuckled cheerfully as she ruffled the 2 adorable children's heads, growing increasingly fond of them. To be so protective of their mother at such a young age, their mother must be truly blessed. Her sister's figure surfaced in her mind, and she sighed inwardly, "I wonder how sister's twins are doing now." "Alas, finally caught up with you." At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw a green-haired old man standing atop a giant triangular-headed green snake, approaching at an astonishing speed. "That old beast has arrived." The elderly woman's eyes flashed with sword intent, but she soon clutched her chest as if enduring excruciating pain. "Master, pavilion leader." Long Yufei and her female guards were shocked. The poison had clearly been neutralized. Why had this happened so suddenly? Chu Xian looked at the old woman, then at the green-haired elder rapidly approaching in the distance. Her large eyes blinked as if she'd suddenly understood something. She rushed to the old woman's side, wailing, "Wah, Granny, don't die. Bad people are coming. What will we do if you die?" Chu Chen was slightly slower to react, but his performance was even more exaggerated than his sister's. Rolling and scrambling like a little meatball, he tumbled to the old woman's side and burst into loud, dramatic sobs. Seeing the two adorable children weeping so pitifully, the female guards instantly feared something terrible had happened to the old woman and grew frantic with worry. Suddenly enlightened, Long Yufei shouted, "Form the formation! We fight!" Filled with hatred, the female guards surged forward at her command, shielding the old woman behind them. Hands forming sword seals, they summoned blades from within their bodies, weaving them into an array to block the green-haired elder's advance. "Old sword slave," came the mocking retort, "it seems the poison has reached your lungs, death can't be far now." The green-haired old man sneered and struck out with a palm from a distance, sending forth a massive green palm imprint. "Disband the formation," Long Yufei suddenly shouted. The female guards were momentarily stunned, but they still withdrew their sword formation. At that very moment, a streak of sword light pierced through the air. The green-haired elder was startled. At this moment, the green palm seal had just formed, leaving him no time to switch to a more powerful martial technique. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and strike downward with the green palm seal while quickly weaving hand seals to prepare an even stronger technique. The sword light pierced through the green palm seal without losing momentum and instantly appeared before the green-haired elder. By then, the elder's new technique was not yet ready. In his haste, he summoned the defensive green armor from within his body but had no time to channel his true chi to fully activate the armor's defensive capabilities. Put! The sword gleam shattered the armor, piercing through the green-haired elder's shoulder as emerald blood gushed forth. "Damn it! You've cured the poison?" The green-haired elder retreated violently, glancing at the wound on his shoulder before glaring grimly at the old woman slowly rising into the air from the flying vessel, his face dark with shock and fury. "Ha! Last time you tricked me, this time I'm paying you back. Now we're even." The old woman threw back her head and laughed heartily to the skies. "Impossible. Unless a pill saint arrives in person, my serpent poison absolutely cannot be cured." The green-haired elder's face was filled with disbelief. "No, even if a pill saint came personally, they couldn't analyze the toxins in my serpent poison and concoct an antidote this quickly." Hearing the green-haired elder's words, the old woman and Long Yufei finally realized they had still underestimated those two adorable toddlers' antidote pills and their father's alchemy skills. The old woman said coldly, "Nothing is impossible, you old beast. Today is the day you die." With that, she formed sword seals with both hands, summoning thousands of sword energies that soared into the air behind her. Then, with a flick of her finger, the sword energy shot toward the green-haired elder like a torrential rain. "You've merely wounded me a little. Have you forgotten that a beast tamer's strength depends on their pets? Attacking me was a mistake, you should have attacked my pets instead." The green-haired elder snorted. The enormous green serpent beneath him coiled around his body, shielding him completely in an instant. "Giant serpent protection!" The green-haired elder roared, channeling his verdant jinchi into the greenery as an emerald light barrier materialized over the vegetation. Countless sword energies clattered against the luminous shield like rain on tiles, unable to breach its defense. While Long Yufei and others nervously watched the duel between two martial saints, in a quiet corner of the airship, siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen were whispering to each other. "Little brother, that big green snake looks delicious. I've never eaten snake before." Chu Xian licked her lips with her little tongue. Her appetite was whetted again. "Sister, I've never roasted snake either. Daddy never brought any snakes home before." Chu Chen's big eyes blinked excitedly, clearly showing great interest in roasting the snake. "But that snake's covered in disgusting green poison. Too gross, I don't want to dirty my hands." Chu Xian muttered softly while pulling out a stack of talismans from her spatial ring. "For dealing with venomous snakes, lightning and fire should be most effective, right?" "No way, no way." Chu Chen vigorously shook his head, his chubby cheeks wobbling intensely. "Lightning and fire would char the tender meat, making it taste terrible." "You're right." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian hastily put away the pile of lightning and fire talismans and instead pulled out another stack, saying, "Then how about freezing talismans?" "No way, no way." Chu Chen shook his head again. "Once frozen, the meat won't taste as good." "Fair enough." Chu Xian put away the frost seal talisman and frowned in thought for a moment. Then she pulled out a stack of talismans and said, "How about the soul annihilation talisman? That should do the trick." "Perfect. Even if the soul gets shattered, the meat's quality won't be affected." Chu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. He nodded repeatedly while rummaging through his spatial ring. Soon, he produced a stack of soul annihilation talismans and eagerly declared, "Sister, I'm ready. Let's flank him from behind." With a flick of Chu Xian's small hand, the two toddlers transformed into streaks of light and vanished in an instant. What are those two little ones up to?" The elderly woman maintaining the sword chi assault on the green-haired old man naturally noticed the sudden appearance of the two toddlers behind him. A trace of puzzlement flashed in her eyes, yet her expression remained utterly unchanged, revealing no clues to the old man. "Crush them!" At that moment, Chu Xian's milky voice rang out. "Sure thing." Chu Chen responded in an adorable, childish tone, and immediately afterward, the two adorable toddlers began wildly waving their little hands, bombarding the green serpent with talismans as if they were free. Chapter 11. An adult's breakdown happens in an instant. Upon hearing the sound, the green-haired elder turned around and was utterly terrified by the overwhelming wave of talismans flying toward him. However, when the talisman landed on the green serpent's shimmering barrier, it made no sound whatsoever. The green-haired elder froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. I knew it. How could there be so many high-grade talismans? They're nothing but empty shells after all. The elderly woman in the distance, along with Long Yufei and others who were drawn by the commotion, were equally stunned. Initially witnessing such an extravagant display from the two adorable toddlers, they had expected earth-shaking results only to find there was absolutely no reaction at all. Could these possibly be low-level talismans crafted by those two adorable toddlers? But at that moment, the emerald serpent suddenly let out a shrill shriek, its body thrashing violently as if suffering some horrific assault. What's going on? The green-haired elder's expression changed dramatically as he desperately tried to soothe the serpent while maintaining his chi transmission. Soon the serpent appeared somewhat relieved, its struggles diminishing in intensity. Just as the old man breathed a sigh of relief, Xuexian's milky voice rang out again. Again! As soon as the words fell, another overwhelming barrage of talismans came crashing down. The green-haired old man's lip twitched slightly. Where the hell did this little brat come from? Is your family in the talisman selling business? Do you even know how much a single talisman costs? Aren't your parents stopping you from wasting talismans like this? While he was momentarily stunned, the talismans landed on the green light barrier. Still there was no sound, but the green serpent emitted an even more agonizing hiss than before. Damn it, a soul-attacking talisman? Is this a god-slaying talisman? The green-haired elder was utterly shocked. The god-slaying talisman could only be forged by a talisman sage. Each one was incomparably precious and exorbitantly priced. Yet these two brats were tossing them around like scrap paper, and judging by the way things were going, they seemed to have an endless supply. Ha, still alive? At this moment, Xuexian's milky voice rang out again. Sis, this big snake's soul seems pretty tough. Zhu Chen's voice followed suit. No worries, a few more hits and I bet we can smash it to death, Xuexian said nonchalantly before pulling out another stack of soul-extinguishing talismans and hurling them down fiercely. We must crush it today. Zhu Chen also nodded fiercely, unleashing another stack of god-slaying talismans. Listening to the adorable twins' conversation, the old woman and Long Yufei's group all wore expressions of speechless exasperation. Even with their power and status, obtaining a single god-slaying talisman would require considerable effort. Yet these two little rascals were casually tossing out piles of them. How wonderful it is to have a powerful father. Damn it, whose little brat is this? The green-haired elder cursed the two brats and their parents to high heaven in his heart, but this time, he didn't dare let those talismans land on his emerald serpent unhindered. Just as he was about to let the green serpent go, the hag swiftly recited another sword incantation, unleashing a cascade of countless sword energies that forced the old man to freeze in caution. In that brief span of time, an overwhelming deluge of divine obliteration talismans came raining down once more. The emerald serpent let out a despairing, agonized hiss as its green reptilian eyes gradually dulled into vacant stillness, its serpentine body collapsing bonelessly to the ground. Damn it! The green-haired elder's eyes were bloodshot. The spirit beast that had accompanied him for many years had just had its soul forcefully obliterated by two brats using talismans. That was a 7th-rank demon beast, comparable to a martial saint. What an ignoble way to perish. Damn brats, I swear I'll tear you to pieces. The green-haired elder shouted furiously, pushing his hands upward to release emerald hugenshi that condensed into a green barrier before him, straining to withstand the sword energy attacks. Xuexian paid no attention to the green-haired elder, instead turning to Chuchen saying, Little brother, catch the big snake quickly, don't let it fall and get smashed. It won't taste good if it breaks. Got it, sis. Chuchen responded and transformed into a streak of light, chasing after the falling green serpent. As he closed in on the serpent, a whip appeared in his hand. With a swift flick, it coiled around the snake's triangular head, arresting its fall. Then, he hauled the massive serpent aboard the flying vessel. Though the serpent stretched over a dozen zhang in length, and the flying vessel appeared merely a zhang long from the outside, its interior space far exceeded external appearances. Accommodating the serpent posed no challenge at all. Ikaeru, you're not seriously thinking of eating this snake, are you? Long Yufei asked in astonishment. Of course, we've never eaten snake meat before. Chu Chen nodded, his eyes shimmering with intense anticipation. Long Yufei and the others stared at the emerald green giant snake, turning slightly sick at the thought of eating such a creature, and could only shift their gazes skyward. Eat? The green-haired old man desperately defending against the crone's sword energy in midair spat out a mouthful of green blood upon hearing this. Not content with just killing his beloved beast, these two little devils actually wanted to eat it too? Absolutely savage. Distracted, his chi supply faltered, causing the green energy barrier to flicker unsteadily. Terrified, he hastily steadied his mind and reinforced the barrier. You old beast, you're absolutely right, most of your power comes from your tamed beasts. Now without them, how do you intend to fight this old woman? Seeing the old man still stubbornly resisting, the crone let out a cold laugh. Her sword technique abruptly shifted as countless sword energies coalesced into a massive 30-meter blade. With a sweep of her finger, the enormous sword came crashing down towards the green-haired old man's head. A thunderous explosion erupted. Though the energy barrier wasn't instantly shattered, the impact forced the old man to vomit several mouthfuls of blood, clear evidence he'd sustained grievous injuries. The two adorable children paid no attention to the ongoing battle. Standing on the airship, they used a peculiar liquid to cleanse the green serpent's venom thoroughly before proceeding to deb one and skin it. Despite their young age, their techniques were remarkably skilled and swift, efficiently processing the giant serpent in no time. Soon after, Chu Xian took charge of cutting the serpent into segments while Chu Chen handled lighting the fire for roasting. Each clearly assigned their roles with perfect synergy. The enticing aroma of grilled meat soon wafted through the air. Long Yufei and the female guards couldn't help but sniff the air. It was incredibly fragrant. So fragrant. The trembling old woman and elderly man also involuntarily twitched their noses. However, when the green-haired elder saw the scene on the airship, his eyes turned crimson with rage, his emotions instantly collapsing. "You two little brats, I'll kill you!" The green-haired elder roared in fury, completely disregarding the storm of sword energy, and charged straight toward the airship. Chu Xian was startled by him and swiftly took out a talisman, tossing it forth. Instantly, it transformed into a radiant barrier enveloping the airship. Boom! The green-haired elder crashed headfirst into the barrier and was flung backward by the impact. Yet, in no time, he soared back, attacking the barrier like a madman. "Sister, he seems to have gone mad." While roasting meat, Chu Chen spoke, his eyes carrying a trace of bewilderment, as if he couldn't comprehend how someone who was fine just moments ago could suddenly lose their mind. Chu Xian clasped her tiny hands behind her back and sighed softly, shaking her head knowingly. "An adult's breakdown happens in an instant," she mused. Thud! Long Yufei and the female guards burst into laughter, their mirth so intense that tears streamed from their eyes. It was obvious their father must have done this in front of the children before, and now the little girl was imitating him. Her childish voice, paired with that overly solemn tone and comical movements, was utterly adorable. Chapter 12, Want some? Freshly grilled. Ah! Hearing this, the green-haired elder grew even more frenzied. Paying no heed to his bleeding wounds, he attacked the light barrier with intensified madness. Poor thing! Chu Chen cast a pitiful glance at the green-haired elder, picking up a piece of roasted snake meat as he asked, "Want some? Fresh off the fire." Thunk! The green-haired elder spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and plummeted from the sky. Already severely wounded, his rage now surged through him so violently that he lost his breath entirely, collapsing into unconsciousness. Gone? Seems she didn't want to eat after all. Chu Chen shook his head and turned to Long Yufei, asking, "Auntie, would you like some? I'm already full, so I'll pass." Long Yufei waved her hand with a smile. Though the aroma was enticing, she couldn't quite overcome the mental barrier of eating snake. Chu Chen glanced at the other female guards. Before he could even speak, they all waved their hands and shook their heads in unison, nearly chorusing, "We're full, no more for us." What a pity! With lips slightly pouted, Chu Chen handed the snake meat to Chu Xian, saying, "Here, sis, eat it quickly before it gets cold." Yeah, Chu Xian didn't stand on ceremony. Taking the snake meat, she opened her little mouth and took a bite. Her big round eyes immediately squinted with delight as her head nodded vigorously. "Wow, so delicious. I told you this big snake would taste amazing." "Humph, Daddy always forbids us from eating snake meat, so mean. Is it really that tasty? Might this old woman have a taste?" The elderly woman landed on the flying boat, her face breaking into a kind and benevolent smile. "Sure, Granny, here you go." Chu Chen picked up a piece of freshly roasted snake meat and handed it to the old woman, then continued grilling. The old woman took a bite, and her eyes instantly lit up. The roasted meat was indeed exceptionally delicious. "Master, how's that guy doing?" Long Yufei leaned closer and asked in a low voice. "Dead," the old woman said indifferently. The moment the green-haired old man landed, she had already unleashed countless sword energies, riddling his body with holes so thoroughly dead he couldn't die any deader. Perfect. A smile blossomed across Long Yufei's face. The green-haired old man had been one of the foremost obstacles to his arrival at the prefecture capital. Naturally, he could only rest easy with him dead. The old woman gazed at Chu Chen, who was intently roasting the meat, and Chu Xian, who was earnestly enjoying the roasted meat, whispering to herself, "These siblings must get along well, it will be to our benefit in the future." This time, without the help of the siblings, she would have had no chance of killing that old beast from the 10,000 Beast sect. At best, she could have barely held her ground. Long Yufei nodded. The siblings were not only powerful but also possessed an abundance of treasures. Just who could have nurtured such terrifying children? She couldn't help but sink into deep thought. Compared to these two children, she actually valued more the formidable father behind them who provided everything for them. If she could bring their father into the imperial faction, her elder sister's situation wouldn't be so difficult. Let's go. Who knows which old fogey is waiting for us up ahead? While gnawing on roasted meat, the old woman channeled her chi and piloted the flying vessel away. A trace of solemnity also surfaced on Long Yufei's expression. Since those people didn't want her to reach the provincial capital to take office, they surely hadn't only hired the sect master of the 10,000 Beast sect as a martial saint. The road ahead still wouldn't be easy to traverse. "Grandmother, want more to eat?" Shu Chen asked in his childish voice. "I've lived this long and never tasted barbecue this delicious before," the old woman said with a smile, her words not meant to flatter the adorable twins but spoken straight from the heart. However, when she turned to look at the two adorable children, she froze in shock. Half the snake meat on the grill had already vanished. "Grandma, here you go." Chu Xian picked up a piece of roasted snake meat and handed it to the elderly woman, licking her own greasy little fingers afterwards. "You've already eaten half of it?" The old woman held the snake meat, asking in disbelief. "That's right." Chu Xian nodded her little head and returned to her seat, focused on eating the meat. With her greasy little mouth, she took a bite, exhaling hot breaths between chews, and within moments took another bite. A full foot-long segment of snake meat was polished off in just a few mouthfuls. Her speed at devouring the meat left even the old woman in the dust. She just couldn't figure out how that tiny belly managed to hold so much snake meat. Long Yufei laughed. "Master, these two little ones have quite the appetite. They've already polished off dozens of blood wolves between them." The old woman was stunned. Dozens of blood wolves devoured? She'd struggled to finish even one blood wolf herself. How did these two little ones accomplish such a feat? She shook her head, turned away and continued eating the roasted meat while intensifying her effort to power the flying vessel. Previously, she had been injured and didn't dare to exert full power. But now that the formidable enemy was dealt with and the snake venom was neutralized, the flying vessel's speed increased more than tenfold under her full propulsion. Long Yufei glanced at the old woman, then at the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen, a hint of doubt flickering in her eyes. Could snake meat really be that delicious? Should she try some? Chu Xian seemed to notice Long Yufei's yearning and picked up a piece of roasted meat, saying, "Auntie, have some. It's really tasty, and this big snake contains even more energy than those big dogs." Long Yufei's eyes lit up. That's right. This was a 7th-ranked demon beast, so its flesh must contain considerable energy. Whether demon beasts or savage beasts, their meat always contains some measure of energy. Consuming the flesh of powerful demon and savage beasts is beneficial for cultivators. Of course, the energy contained within a demon beast's body can't compare to that of a savage beast dedicated to physical cultivation. Still, a 7th-ranked demon beast carries no small amount of energy. Thinking this, Long Yufei hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to give it a try. He sniffed it first, no strange odor. After taking a bite, he paused for a brief moment, then began devouring it ravenously. Seeing the governor indulging in the feast, the female guards also joined the barbecue, gathering one after another. Wow, snake meat is actually really delicious. Once he started eating, he couldn't stop. The Tyrant Sword sect has long awaited the arrival of the province lord. At that moment, a booming voice resounded from ahead, carrying terrifying sword intent within it, as if it could rend everything to shreds. Everyone looked up and saw a burly man standing midair with his hands clasped behind his back. Qin Feng, the Grand Elder of the Tyrant Sword sect. The old woman's eyes narrowed when she saw the newcomer, and the flying boat came to a halt. Although both were martial saints, the one before her now was stronger than that old beast from before. Chu Xian and her younger brother Chu Chen leaned against the railing of the flying boat, standing on tiptoes to gaze at the man. "No roast meat this time." Chu Chen scratched his head. "No meat to eat this time," Chu Xian pouted. The adorable toddler's milky voices brimmed with unabashed disappointment. "So it's Vice Pavilion Master Long from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion." The man didn't even notice Chu Xian and Chu Chen, merely glancing at the old woman with indifferent composure, clearly not regarding her as worthy of attention. The elderly woman said sternly, "In the past, the former patriarch of the dominant sword sect and the former pavilion master of my Heavenly Sword Pavilion cultivated and discussed swordsmanship together, sharing a deep bond." "What? Does your dominant sword sect also dare to obstruct the state lord? Do you know the identity of the new state lord?" Qing Feng replied calmly, "Of course I know." The old woman snapped sharply, "Since you know, how dare you still stand in the way? Are you not afraid of your sect being annihilated?" Qing Feng smiled faintly and said, "Pavilion Master Long, I have already been expelled from the dominant sword sect and am no longer its grand elder. My actions are my own. Moreover, with the 9 provinces' imperial family preoccupied with their own troubles, do they still have the strength to spare for our Lan province?" Chapter 13, I was only second best in my village, did I ever brag about it? "So you're determined to kill the governor today?" the old woman asked gravely. No. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. "I'm not here to kill the governor. I just need to stop her from going to the capital, at least for a month. As long as the governor obediently stays here for a month, I promise not to harm her. After that month, I won't stand in her way to the capital." "A month? What exactly are you all planning?" The old woman furrowed her brow slightly. Qin Feng shook his head again. "That I wouldn't know. My duty is merely to stop you. Deputy Pavilion Master Long, though equally a martial saint, you are no match for me. Don't force my hand." How would you know if we haven't fought? The old woman snorted coldly, her hands swiftly forming sword seals as countless sword energies reappeared, blanketing the sky in their overwhelming assault. A protective barrier shimmered into existence around Qin Feng's body, remaining utterly unshaken as the sword energies rained down upon it. Judging by this defense alone, Qin Feng was far more powerful than that green-haired elder from before. Why must you insist? Qin Feng sighed faintly and waved his hand, releasing a streak of crimson sword light that tore through the air. The old woman brandished her sword fingers repeatedly, slashing out 5 consecutive sword beams before barely managing to shatter the attack. Her expression grew even graver. Mid-stage martial saint. From their first exchange, she had already sensed Qin Feng's approximate strength. Yet she was merely at the early-stage martial saint level. Although just a step away from mid-stage, the seemingly small gap represented a vast difference in power. I only broke through quite recently. Qin Feng threw back his head and laughed toward the heavens, his body surging with crimson sword energy that struck awe into all who beheld it. Wrong. The old woman quickly furrowed her brows again and said solemnly, when the old sect master of the dominant sword sect and my heavenly sword pavilion's former pavilion master cultivated together and discussed swordsmanship, I once witnessed the old sect master's sword energy. It was black, imbued with sheer dominance. Your sword energy earlier was also black, though far less dominant than his. Yet now it has turned crimson, reeking of thick bloodlust. What sinister art have you cultivated? With a wicked smile, Qin Feng offered no explanation on the matter. Instead, he raised his hand and unleashed streaks of crimson sword energy that tore through the air, sealing off the old woman's escape on all sides. While the elderly woman was busy fending off those bloody sword beams, Qin Feng's figure flickered as he suddenly materialized before the airship. With a single point of his sword finger, a crimson sword light pulsed forth, shattering the vessel's protective barrier with ease. Governor Long, please come with me. Rest assured, I won't kill you. You'll be set free in a month's time. Qin Feng gazed down at Long Yufei from his elevated position, his tone indifferent. Qin Feng, if you dare harm the governor, I'll tear you to pieces. The old woman roared in urgent fury, wanting to rush to aid, but the bloody sword aura Qin Feng seemingly casually released instantly formed an array, endlessly shifting and astonishingly powerful. She would need time to break it. Yet that brief window was enough for Qin Feng to seize Long Yufei. Unfazed by her threats, Qin Feng merely watched Long Yufei with amusement and said indifferently, or I could slaughter them all first before taking you away. Governor Long, what's your choice? Fine, I'll go with you. Long Yufei sighed faintly. If even her master was instantly trapped, how could she resist? Rather than adding to the casualties, it was better to surrender quietly. Auntie, you still need to take us to the prefecture capital to use the teleportation array. You can't go with him. Chu Chen tugged at Long Yufei's sleeve and spoke while tilting his little head upwards. Long Yufei stroked his little head, forcing a faint smile as she said, I'm sorry, I can't take you to the prefecture capital for now. Follow these aunties and find a place to hide first. I'll take you there when I come back. Auntie, don't be afraid. I'll help you beat him up. Chu Xian waved her tiny fists, speaking in a fierce yet childish voice. He should already be at the mid-stage martial saint realm, much stronger than that snake tamer we met before. You're no match for him. Long Yufei shook her head. Though she didn't know the twins' true capabilities, she couldn't imagine how a 3-year-old child could possibly defeat a mid-stage martial saint without assistance from another martial saint expert. Who says I'm not his match? Chu Xian grew indignant. She leapt into the air to face Qin Feng at eye level, planting one hand on her hip while pointing at him with the other. In her childish voice she declared, Hey, you there! Auntie Long is under my protection now. If you want to take her away, you'll have to ask if your little grandma here agrees first. Qin Feng glanced at her, a trace of astonishment crossing his face. A 3-year-old martial emperor? Only martial emperors can stand suspended in air, which means this 3-year-old girl has actually reached martial emperor realm? What monstrous talent is this? Wait, something's off. I'm not sensing any true chi fluctuations. He soon furrowed his brows again, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Suspended in air without using true chi, relying purely on physical body strength? I've never heard of any faction possessing such capabilities either. Hey, are you even listening to me? Seeing that Qin Feng ignored her, Chu Xian frowned with her delicate little brows, placed both hands on her hips, and shouted angrily. Qin Feng chuckled and said, Little one, you have remarkable talent. Would you like to become my disciple? Such a child with extraordinary talent naturally aroused his fondness for nurturing geniuses. With just a little cultivation, their future achievements would certainly surpass his own. Be my master? You're not worthy. Chu Xian glanced at him and curled her lips dismissively. I'm not worthy? Qin Feng froze for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Qin Feng, achieved mid-stage martial saint realm before reaching 100 years old. This level of talent could rank within the top 50 across the entire 9 provinces. And you dare say I'm not worthy? Only top 50? That's nothing to brag about. Chu Xian said with utter disdain, I rank second in our village, but have you seen me boasting about it everywhere? Shu Chen nodded in agreement, adding with equal contempt, I place third in our village, and I'm too embarrassed to even mention it to others. Thunk! Long Yufei and the others burst into laughter. These two little ones were absolutely adorable. Xin Feng nearly spat blood. How could your village's second and third best compare to my top 50 from Jiuzhou? Forget it, forget it. Why should I bother arguing with some snot-nosed kid? He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, then turned back to Long Yufei and said, Governor Long, have you made your decision? I don't think you'd want such outstanding children to perish because of you, would you? Just as Long Yufei was about to speak, she felt an overwhelming sword-intent tremor through the air, making every hair on her body stand on end as cold sweat drenched her back. Turning to look, I saw Chu Xian enveloped in swirling sword energy. Even those beautiful eyes of hers radiated formidable sword intent. I said, Auntie Long is under my protection. Chu Xian spoke again, her childish voice carrying an inexplicable aura of authority. So it was really her. The elderly woman battling the array wore an expression of utter shock. She had sensed this terrifying sword intent before Long Yufei had mentioned it was Chu Xian's doing, but she hadn't quite believed it, especially when they'd later used the god-slaying talismans to annihilate the green serpent. She'd become even more convinced of her original assumption. If Chu Xian truly possessed such dreadful sword intent, their swordsmanship cultivation must be extraordinarily profound. Why would they need to expend so many god-slaying talismans just to kill a single serpent? Little did she know Chu Xian simply didn't want their sword energy touching those utterly revolting snake venoms. What formidable sword intent! Xin Feng was equally stunned. This sword intent made even him tremble, making it hard to believe it emanated from a 3-year-old girl. Chapter 14, Chu Xian, nameless is this sword. Little friend, from which school do you hail? Xin Feng's tone also became much more grave, no longer as arrogant and confident as before. I come from Kairo village. Chu Xian said proudly. Kairo village? What a mess. Xin Feng knew the little one didn't want to tell the truth, but having such formidable sword intent at just 3 years old across the 9 provinces, only a handful of top-tier sword cultivation factions could nurture such talent. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion, protector of the imperial family, was one of them. Given how this little girl was accompanying the provincial governor and his entourage, she was most likely from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Although blocking the prefect from entering the state capital this time already counts as offending the imperial family and the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, at least we didn't push them to the brink. Even if they seek retribution afterward, it shouldn't extend to the Overlord Sword sect. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to make a move against this little girl either. Please step aside, young one. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying the weak with my strength. Xin Feng issued another warning. Chu Xian was growing impatient, planting one hand on her hip while pointing at Xin Feng with the other. In her childish voice, she demanded, Why are you so long-winded? Are we fighting or not? If not, step aside and stop blocking our way. She was in a hurry to reach the prefecture capital to activate the teleportation array. Her mother's rescue in the imperial city couldn't wait. Xin Feng's gaze sharpened. Given her posture, it was clear she wouldn't back down without a fight. Very well, if that's how it had to be, they'd fight. Teaching a peerless genius a lesson was quite satisfying. He said solemnly, Then pardon my offense. With that, he formed a sword seal with his fingers, and countless sword energies condensed into blades, hovering in midair. Unlike the old woman's ethereal sword intent, his sword intent was overwhelmingly domineering, sweeping away all other sword intents in its path. The sword intent nurtured by the state ruler and her female guards couldn't even be released in the face of his tyrannical sword aura. Absolutely terrifying. Is this the legendary tyrant's sword intent? Long Yufei and the others murmured in shock, their hearts trembling. The gap between middle stage and initial stage, could it truly be this vast? The old woman who was breaking through the sword formation beside them also felt her heavenly sword intent being suppressed, and her expression instantly changed. The heavenly sword intent should never be weaker than the tyrant's sword intent, yet Xin Feng's sword cultivation was just one minor realm higher than hers, and that alone allowed him to suppress her heavenly sword intent. This only highlighted just how vast the gap of that seemingly minor realm truly was. Young one, don't clash with him head-on, just hold him off. She shouted the warning, fearing that the reckless little girl might foolishly try to stand toe-to-toe with Xin Feng despite the disparity between them. It would be a pity for her to die, not to mention it would put the state preceptor in danger. She could only hope the little girl could stall Xin Feng long enough for her to break the formation. Then, by joining forces with the little girl, they might have a chance to drive Xin Feng back. Granny, don't be afraid, I'll protect Aunt Long. Chu Xian slapped her little chest as she assured the elderly woman, her milky voice brimming with unshakable confidence. If you insist on remaining stubborn, young one, then draw your sword. Witness this blade, 10,000 swords become one, Qin Feng commanded coldly, his finger tracing a sword seal. As his words faded, countless sword auras tore through the air, coalescing mid-flight into a monstrous black blade. The tyrannical sword intent concentrated upon it made even the void groan under its unbearable weight. Xu Xian formed her tiny hand into a sword finger and thrust it forward through the air. This sword of mine has no name. Imitating Qin Feng's tone and posture, she shouted these words in her childish voice. Then, a terrifying sword beam condensed at her fingertip and shot through the air. The sword radiance appeared minuscule compared to that colossal black sword, yet the sword intent it contained was in no way inferior to the domineering sword intent radiating from the black blade. Boom! When the sword radiance collided with the black greatsword, a deafening explosion erupted. Terrifying energy ripples surged outward, sending nearby airships tumbling dozens of yards through the air. Towering ancient trees in the vicinity instantly snapped like twigs, crashing to the ground with thunderous booms that startled countless demonic beasts into panicked flight. Wow! So much meaty goodness. Xu Chen leaned over the railing of the flying vessel, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he watched the fleeing magical beasts on the ground below, swallowing hard with anticipation. Long Yufei scooped him up and tapped his little head, saying, "Little one, your sister is in the middle of a battle, and all you can think about is barbecue?" Still craning his neck to gaze at the stampeding beasts below, Xu Chen replied casually, "Auntie Long, don't worry, my sister won't lose." Long Yufei was left speechless by his carefree attitude. However, she couldn't remain as composed as he was. Holding Xu Chen tightly, she fixed her anxious eyes on the battlefield in the sky. The sword radiance and the giant black sword had already dissipated. This exchange had actually ended in a stalemate between the two sides. Your sister can actually match the great elder of the domineering sword sect, who has reached the mid-stage of martial saint realm. Long Yufei's mouth hung open, utterly astonished. The last time they met, that little girl who called herself Aichi Ro had cleaved the green wolf in half with her bare hands, blasted the blood wolf apart with sword energy, and then used countless soul annihilation talismans to bombard the green snake to death. Each of these scenes had shocked her, but none as profoundly as this one. After all, the Azure Wolf and Blood Wolf were at most martial ancestors, and the god-slaying talisman was crafted by their father. Their own strength played no part in it. But this time, that little girl who called herself Ai Chi-Ro had relied purely on her own swordsmanship to face a mid-stage martial saint head-on. This meant the little girl's mastery of the sword was in no way inferior to Qin Feng's. "I told you my sister wouldn't lose." Xu Chen showed no surprise at all, still tilting his head and craning his neck to watch the gradually vanishing beast horde on the ground, his eyes brimming with regret. Long Yufei, however, couldn't relax. The little girl was only 3 years old, her true energy reserves were certainly no match for Qin Feng's. Given time, she would likely fall into disadvantage. Alright, even Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at Xu Xian's sword strike. He had never seen sword intent like this before, neither heavenly sword intent nor tyrant sword intent, nor any variant known among the sword cultivators of the 9 provinces. Yet its power was undeniable. Again, Qin Feng shifted his sword technique, then pointed his sword fingers through the air. "This strike of mine is called the Tyrant Blade Domain." As soon as the words fell, countless tyrannical sword energies erupted around Xu Xian, forming a domain of overlord blades. Streaks of tyrannical sword energy crisscrossed within the domain, sealing off all paths of retreat. Within this sword domain, there is simply nowhere to hide, one can only withstand it head-on. But in the sword domain, the tyrannical sword energy is endless and inexhaustible. How long can anyone possibly endure? "Qin Feng, she's just a 3-year-old child. How could you employ such a vicious technique?" The old woman's eyes nearly burst from their sockets at the sight. Beneath this domain of swords, failing to withstand it would mean being torn to shreds by countless tyrannical sword energies, leaving neither corpse nor bone intact. Qin Feng paid no heed to the old woman. Before this, he had considered her his greatest adversary in this mission, but now he realized his true greatest opponent was actually this 3-year-old girl. Faced with the enveloping sword domain, Xu Xian remained completely unfazed. With her tiny hands forming sword fingers, she suddenly executed a cross-shaped slash and declared in her childish voice, "My sword still bears no name." Streaks of sword chi erupted from her body, swirling around her small frame and instantly forming a spherical barrier of sword energy that enveloped her completely. Countless tyrannical sword chi surged toward her incessantly. Chapter 15, If you don't leave now, you'll really die. Yet, the moment these overwhelming sword chi approached the spinning sphere, they were shredded apart by the rotating blades of energy. The tyrannical sword intent could not exert any oppressive force when faced with Xu Xian's sword intent. "I'll see how long you can hold out." Qin Feng let out a cold snort and flicked his sword fingers through the air once more. The tyrannical sword chi within his sword domain multiplied, and the attacks grew ever more relentless. "Qin Feng." At this moment, the old woman finally broke through the sword formation, wielding a holy sword engraved with 7 stars, flashing toward him with murderous intent. The 7-star sacred sword? Qin Feng's pupils constricted. This was the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's second most powerful sacred weapon after its namesake Heavenly Sword, possessing extraordinary might. Not daring to be careless, he stretched out his hand, summoning a broad black sword out of thin air. With a mighty swing, a thunderous crash erupted as two completely different sword intents collided. Countless sword energies exploded outward, annihilating everything within 100 zhang radius. Countless sword energies surged toward the airship suspended nearby. Long Yufei and her female guards solemnly drew their swords, prepared to block the incoming assault, only to see Chu Chen, nestled in Long Yufei's arms, flick out a talisman with a casual wave. Buzz! A protective barrier sprang up. The sword energies slammed into the barrier with thunderous crashes, yet no matter how fiercely they struck, the shield remained unbroken. What powerful talismans! Long Yufei and the others were astonished. These were sword auras generated from a battle between two martial saints. Even a martial venerable might not be able to withstand them. Yet, the protective barrier conjured by these talismans could block them effortlessly. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at the skill of the twin toddler's father in crafting such formidable talismans. The sword chi dragon is coming. Chu Chen gazed at Chu Xian, who was enveloped by the sword domain, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Blade chi dragon? Long Yufei and the others all raised their heads to gaze toward the sword domain. At this moment, the protective sphere guarding Chu Xian continuously expanded and grew as she relentlessly released sword energy, gradually compressing the range of movement for the tyrant sword's energy within the sword domain. By the time the sword energy sphere had expanded to the size of the entire sword domain, it directly burst the domain apart. Fifth uncle, now it's my turn. Chu Xian knew nothing about taking advantage of others' misfortune. She simply believed, if you hit me, I'll hit you back. With a tiny flick of her sword-like fingers, the sword energy sphere instantly transformed, as countless strands of sword energy interwoven midair, coalescing into an immense divine dragon of sheer sword energy. This sword of mine still remains nameless. As the childish voice faded, the sword chi dragon roared skyward, its divine might piercing heaven and scattering clouds across 10,000 miles. The sword chi dragon arrived in an instant, coiling around Qin Feng and the old woman. Terrifying sword intent continuously assailed the pair, forcing them to halt their movements as identical traces of astonishment surfaced on their faces. Qin Feng, you've provoked a monster. The old woman laughed heartily, soaring into the sky and quickly escaped the encirclement of the sword chi dragon, landing in the distance to observe. Qin Feng also tried to flee upward, but the dragon's claw of sword chi suddenly swiped down, radiating terrifying sword light. Greatly alarmed, Qin Feng hastily raised his holy sword in defense. With a loud bang, Qin Feng grunted as his body plummeted swiftly downward, yet he remained unflustered. Instead, he used the momentum of his fall to dive even faster toward the opening below. But just as he was about to clear the gap, certain he would escape imminent peril, a dragon tail-like sword aura suddenly swept upward from beneath. Breakthrough! Qin Feng did not retreat. With a furious roar, he merged with the black holy sword in his hand, becoming one with the blade, and charged forward with an even more domineering stance. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as sword energy swept outward, tearing fissures through the void, though they quickly vanished under the fundamental laws of spatial order. After a momentary stalemate with the sword energy-formed dragon tail, Qin Feng, still fused with the blade, was thrown back by the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the sword energy dragon continued to spiral and constrict, relentlessly shrinking the space within its coils. Countless sword energies continued to detach from the sword dragon, relentlessly assaulting Qin Feng. Ikaru, your sister's move is even more powerful than Qin Feng's tyrant sword domain. Long Yufei exclaimed, her face filled with shock. So terrifying. The female guards also nodded in agreement, finding it hard to believe that such sword techniques could be executed by a 3-year-old girl. She's only 3. Even if she had practiced cultivation since birth, that's merely 3 years of training. How could she be so terrifyingly powerful? Chu Chen, however, grinned mischievously and said, Auntie Lon, this is nothing big. My sis hasn't even shown her real moves yet, like the Divine Rune Sword. Divine Rune Sword? What's that? Long Yufei asked curiously. The Divine Rune Sword is. At this point, Chu Chen suddenly covered his mouth. After a moment, he released his chubby little hand, scratched his bun-haired head, and said with a pained expression, Oh no, Daddy said I'm not allowed to tell anyone about the Divine Rune Sword. Big sister will spank my butt when she finds out. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Long Yufei, seeing his adorable expression, smiled and rubbed his little head, comforting him as she spoke. You definitely can't tell sister, or my butt will be beaten black and blue. Chu Chen instinctively covered his tiny bottom, clearly having been on the receiving end of such discipline more than once. Long Yufei and the female guards couldn't help but laugh aloud, the tense atmosphere dissipating considerably. What a little monster. If only she could join the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The elderly woman, now reduced to a mere spectator, gazed at Chu Xian floating midair, her heart filled with endless awe. Yet she also understood that such a monstrous genius was likely beyond even the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's reach. She couldn't fathom how their father had managed to raise these two freakishly talented little ones. Meanwhile, Chu Xian blinked her large eyes at the soon-to-collapse sword chi dragon. Resting her delicate little chin in her palm, she muttered quietly, I hope that guy doesn't get torn to pieces. If he does, will I have nightmares tonight? Her movement imitated Chu Feng's, looking exceptionally adorable. Boom! At that very moment, an earth-shaking roar erupted from within the Sword Chi dragon. Tyrannical sword energy rampaged violently inside, causing the Sword Chi dragon to tremble intensely. The next instant, a figure burst forth from the 7-inch weak point of the Sword Chi dragon, hovering midair. The Sword Chi dragon similarly disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. You're not dead. That's wonderful. Now I won't have nightmares tonight. Seeing Qin Feng, Chu Xian clapped her little hands in delight. Her joy came from the bottom of her heart, but to Qin Feng's ears, her words rang bitterly sharp. At this moment, his clothes were torn to shreds, his body covered in sword wounds, and his entire form soaked in blood. He looked utterly wretched, with none of that domineering aura that had initially made him seem invincible. You little brat, you've truly enraged me now. Qin Feng's voice was icy, his murderous intent surging violently. This time, he had genuinely resolved to kill. Qin Feng, do you truly regard me as non-existent? Know your limits. The elderly woman's killing intent was also rising within her. Little Chu Xian placed her hands on her hips and declared in a childish voice, Uncle 50, if you don't leave now, you'll really die. Qin Feng glanced at the old woman, then at Chu Xian, his expression shifting uncertainly before he fixed his gaze on Chu Xian and repeated stubbornly, I rank among the top 50 talents in JoJo. I'm the second best in the village, Chu Xian declared with earnest seriousness. She couldn't care less whether it was the 9 provinces or just their village, all that mattered was she ranked second, which meant she was better than Wu Shi. I'm the third best in the village, little Chu Qin chimed in from the cozy shelter of Long Yufei's arms, raising his chubby hand high with a milky-voiced shout. With an irritated snort, Qin Feng turned and vanished into the sky. Chapter 16, Was this girl born a martial saint? Finally gone. The old woman finally heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Feng's pressure had been overwhelming. Though little meat-eater seemed to have the upper hand, the old woman still wasn't confident she could hold Qin Feng captive. After all, Aichiro was too young, barely 3 years old. How could the chi stored in his tiny body compare to Qin Feng's? No, there isn't the slightest trace of true chi within that girl. Though she couldn't fathom how the little girl executed such formidable swordplay without using chi, she was certain it couldn't last. If that Qin Feng were to fight with all his might, it would hardly come out unscathed either. Her worries were completely unnecessary. Although Chu Xian lacked true chi, she possessed divine pattern energy, a far more advanced and mysterious power. Even the blood pearl inheritance Chu Feng had obtained held no clues about such energy. Chu Xinhua stood atop the flying vessel, encircled by a group of female guards. Wow, Aichiro, you're truly amazing. That was a mid-level martial saint you just went up against. You're only 3 years old. A 3-year-old martial saint, it's unheard of. It's unimaginable what level you'll reach by the time you grow up. You'll undoubtedly become a martial emperor. Emperor Wu? You're seriously underestimating the worth of a 3-year-old martial saint. I believe she definitely has potential to become a martial god. A group of female guards chattered incessantly, their voices brimming with awe and excitement. Alright, stop crowding around her, let her get some proper rest. Long Yufei walked over while holding Chu Chen in her arms. Right, going head-to-head with a mid-stage martial saint must be exhausting. Let her rest for now. The female bodyguards quickly dispersed upon hearing the command. Chu Xian scratched her head and giggled. Auntie Long, I'm not tired at all. Long Yufei thought it was just her fragile pride keeping her going. After all, that was a mid-stage martial saint she'd faced. How could anyone battle such an existence without exhaustion? Little did they know, Chu Xian genuinely didn't feel tired. That guy couldn't even compare to father. She could usually last quite a while when sparring with dad. All of this was thanks to the divine patterns that had grown on her bones. These patterns not only granted her immense strength, speed, and sword intent, but also extraordinary endurance and recovery. Not to mention fighting for this short while even if she battled for 3 days and nights without rest, she wouldn't feel fatigued. State Prefect, you take the helm of the flying vessel. My young companion and I shall rest and recover for a while. At this moment, the old woman landed on the airship and spoke to Long Yufei. Understood, Master. Long Yufei nodded solemnly, her expression grave. Even the supreme elder of the domineering sword sect has appeared. The enemies we'll encounter next will surely be stronger, and the road ahead remains fraught with danger. Master and Aichiro will serve as the main forces against these formidable foes, so they must conserve their energy and prepare to face them at their peak condition. At the same time, she secretly felt fortunate in her heart. If not for encountering this pair of siblings, reaching the state capital would likely have been impossible. Before coming, she knew there would be obstacles, but she never expected them to be this overwhelming. If I had known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have come with an avatar. I should have awakened my true self and come in person. But it's too late for regrets now. Being this far away, there's no way for her to awaken her true form unless she dies. Only then would all the memories of this avatar automatically return to her main body. Otherwise, no matter what happens to her in Lan Province, her true self, currently in seclusion, would remain completely unaware. At this thought, she glanced at Chu Xian again. She truly couldn't fathom how this little girl, only 3 years old, possessed such terrifying power. Could it be that this child was born a martial saint? A natural-born martial saint, such a phenomenon had never been heard of in the 9 provinces continent. Elder sister, your sword chi dragon technique has gotten even more powerful than before. Chu Chen slipped out of Long Yufei's embrace and walked over to Chu Xian, saying with a grin, "Of course it has. I grow stronger every single day. After all these days passing by, it's only natural I'd improve a little," Chu Xian declared matter-of-factly. The onlookers exchanged exasperated glances at this remark. Just a few days to make further progress? Many of them hadn't advanced their skills in years. They were considered quite talented within the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, but compared to this little girl, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. It was utterly damaging to their self-esteem. The elderly woman who had been meditating opened her eyes to glance at Chu Xian, then wordlessly rose and moved to a corner of the airship where she sat cross-legged again, resuming her meditation. Why did Granny move so far away from us? Chu Xian asked in bewilderment. Are we being too noisy? Chu Chen whispered. Possibly. Chu Xian nodded, then rubbed her little belly and asked, Little brother, share some of the roasted meat you've hidden away with me. I got a bit hungry after that fight. No, I didn't hide any roasted meat. Chu Chen immediately shook his head and waved his hands, repeatedly stepping back. Still trying to fool me? When have you ever not secretly kept some for yourself during barbecue? Chu Xian rolled her eyes, planted one hand on her hip, glared with wide eyes, and brandished her tiny fist in threat. Hand it over quick, or I'll beat your butt till it blooms. Got it. Chu Chen instinctively covered his little bottom, his face scrunched in misery as he hung his head low. He pulled out 2 pieces of grilled snake meat from his spatial ring, then suddenly brightened up like flipping a switch. With a mischievous grin, he said, Sis, I specifically saved these just for you. Chu Xian patted Chu Chen's little head, mimicking the tone their father used when praising her, and said approvingly, what a good little brother. She then took the roasted meat and happily began eating. Turning away, Chu Chen pouted his little mouth and muttered, Stinky sis, she's always stealing my food. Brother, what did you just say? Chu Xian didn't hear clearly, asking curiously while munching on roasted meat. I said big sister loves me the most. Chu Chen gave a startled shudder, his chubby little face immediately breaking into an ingratiating smile. Seeing Chu Chen's sudden change of expression, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Judging by this reaction, he probably gets beaten by his sister quite often. With these 2 mischievous souls around, laughter and joy naturally filled the entire journey. After one day, the flying boat arrived beside a towering mountain when suddenly a freezing wind swept through, making Long Yufei and her female guard shiver uncontrollably. What's going on? It suddenly got so cold. A female guard looked suspiciously at the dazzling sun in the sky, her face full of confusion. Be on alert. We're under attack. Long Yufei's expression turned grave. Where there's something abnormal, there must be mischief afoot, especially when it lies directly in their path. Upon hearing this, the female guards unanimously drew their swords and formed a defensive formation, their vigilance heightened. Chu Xian and Chu Chen gazed toward the towering mountain peak beside them, whispering to each other, Sister, is that person here to pick a fight? I think so. We've entered a domain of chilling blade intent. That guy should be slightly stronger than that 50 uncle. Perfect. It's my turn this time. The siblings had excellent eyesight and could clearly see a man sitting cross-legged atop the mountain peak. At this moment, the elderly woman who had been meditating stood up, gazed toward the mountaintop, and called out in a clear voice, The blade intent chills to the bone, might you be from the Demon Blade sect? Chapter 17, The Shadowblade Sage Fu Tingfei. I was expelled from the Shadowblade sect long ago. The cross-legged man atop the mountain finally stood up. In the next instant, he materialized before the crowd without warning. His icy gaze settled on the old woman as he remarked with detached indifference, Why sect Master Long's methods are impressive indeed, to have passed Qin Feng's test. His voice carried an eerie softness, neither the virile tone expected of a man nor the gentle lilt of a woman's speech, creating an unsettling dissonance to the ear. The old woman glanced sideways at Chu Xian, who was tiptoeing and leaning against the railing. If it weren't for this little girl's intervention, I wouldn't have been a match for that Qin Feng. However, the man before us had already reached mid-stage martial saint years ago, his strength far surpassing Qin Feng's. Her eyes fixed intently on the man, brows furrowing deeply as she demanded in a low voice, Why have you repeatedly blocked the regional governor from entering the prefecture? You don't need to know. The softly sinister male voice spoke again, his tone still detached. Will the provincial governor come with me willingly, or must I slaughter them all before taking you? Don't fantasize about escape, though you slip through Qin Feng's fingers. Before me, Fu Tingfei, no one escapes. The phantom blade Saint Fu Tingfei? The old woman's face darkened, profound worry etched between her brows. Long Yufei and the others also underwent drastic changes in expression, their eyes betraying traces of terror. Is this lust demon very powerful? Chu Xian tugged at Long Yufei's sleeve, looking up curiously as she asked. It's the Yin Demon Blade Saint, not Lust Demon. Long Yufei corrected her, speaking gravely. His strength is indeed formidable, but what truly inspires fear isn't his power, it's his methods of torture. Those who perish by his hand aren't simply cut down. Rather, they're subjected to his bone-corrosive blade intent, which slowly erodes every bone in their body until all are damaged. When that happens, the practitioner can no longer support their own body weight and is crushed alive beneath themselves, their organs pulverized, dying in excruciating agony. That's so scary. Shu Xian patted her little chest with a frightened expression, then patted Chu Chen's small shoulder and said with an air of maturity, "Little brother, Dad taught us to use others' ways on themselves. Remember?" Long Yufei said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You mean to pay someone back in their own coin, don't you?" Yes. That's the one." Shu Xian nodded repeatedly like a little pecking chick. Got it." Chu Chen nodded heavily, his chubby little face wearing an extremely solemn expression. "Don't you two act recklessly, this guy is stronger than that Qin Feng." Seeing the two little ones eager to fight, Long Yufei hastily intervened. The sibling duo Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded in unison, they never acted recklessly. Seeing this, Long Yufei let out a relieved sigh before raising her head again to look at Fu Tingfei hovering midair, her face filled with worry. "Since you know my reputation, don't bother with futile resistance." Fu Tingfei's gaze settled on Long Yufei as he said in a soft, sinister tone, "Come with me quietly, and I'll release you in a month. Otherwise, they'll all die painfully, including your two children." "My children?" Long Yufei froze momentarily before turning her head to look at the brother-sister pair. At the same time, Fu Tingfei shifted his gaze from Long Yufei to the twin siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen, speaking icily. "Surely the governor doesn't wish to watch her children's bones being gradually eroded until their tiny bodies crush their own internal organs, suffering excruciating deaths?" Long Yufei's lips moved slightly, but in the end, she offered no rebuttal. Though these siblings weren't her biological children, she could never stand by and watch them die such a tortured death. Yet if she followed the Yin Blade Demon Saint, affairs in Lan Province would remain unresolved. Wouldn't that betray her elder sister's trust? "Fu Tingfei, as long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on any of them." A 7-star holy sword materialized in the old woman's hand, with sword aura churning around her. Forming a sword seal with her fingers, she swung the sacred blade, a razor-sharp sword beam cleaving through the air. Simultaneously, she merged her being with the holy sword and shot forward like an arrow, following the trajectory of that sword beam. "You think you can stop me?" Fu Tingfei snorted coldly and swept his palm like a blade, unleashing a sinister black sword aura. With a thunderous clash, it collided with the sword energy. After a brief stalemate, the sword energy shattered, while the black blade aura continued its relentless advance, striking the 7-star sacred sword. The terrifying force directly expelled the old woman from her merged state with the sword. What powerful attacks, and such bizarre true chi. The old woman hovered mid-air wielding the 7-star sacred sword, her expression darkened. A sinister true chi rampaged uncontrollably within her body, continuously eroding her own energy. A corrosive saber intent invaded her body, relentlessly eroding her bones. Though the amount of this energy and saber intent was small, it still took her tremendous effort to disperse it. One could foresee that prolonged combat with him would allow more and more of this energy and saber intent to accumulate within her body. In the end, even with her martial saint cultivation, suppression would become nearly impossible. "I'll hold him off, you all need to leave now." The old woman transmitted her voice secretly, prepared to fight to the death to buy time for Long Yufei and the others to escape. Long Yufei shook her head, she could never abandon her master and flee alone. Fu Tingfei seemed to have guessed what the old woman had done. A sinister blade intent erupted from his body, and in that moment, it was as though something had been awakened. Within hundreds of zhang around him, dark blade energy abruptly erupted, crisscrossing the area. The Nether Demon Blade Formation? The old woman's face turned pale with horror. She never expected this bastard to have secretly set up such a terrifying blade array here long ago. Now escaping had become even more difficult. Fu Tingfei sneered coldly. "Quite right. I serve as the eye of this Nether Demon Blade array. Only by killing me can this formation be broken." He revealed all the secrets of the Nether Demon Blade array without reservation, yet the old woman found no cause for celebration whatsoever. Fu Tingfei's personal martial prowess was already formidable to begin with. Now empowered by the Nether Demon Blade array, his strength had reached truly terrifying levels. Who could possibly slay the Nether Demon Blade Saint when reinforced by such an array? She raised the 7-star holy sword in her hand, her true energy surging wildly into it as a sword aura shot straight toward the heavens. Boom! In the skies thousands of miles above, lightning crackled and thunder roared in an instant, while a terrifying sword intent surged violently. The old woman's face paled slightly, her body swaying unsteadily, yet she gritted her teeth and held firm. Heavenly sword, annihilate evil. With a furious shout, she swung down the 7-star sacred sword. The clouds parted across 10,000 miles of sky as a colossal blade descended amid thunder and lightning. At that moment, the overwhelming sword intent came crushing down like the entire sky was collapsing. The heavenly sword's intent? A pity your cultivation realm falls short. Fu Tingfei gave the old woman a surprised glance, his tone still icy and indifferent. With a sweep of his palm like a blade, the bone-corrosive sword intent triggered the Yin demon sword array. Countless streaks of sword chi soared into the sky, converging into a black demonic saber that slashed toward the heavenly sword. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth as if the entire world trembled. After a momentary deadlock, the demonic saber began to vibrate violently, appearing on the verge of shattering at any second. Fu Tingfei gave a muffled groan, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. But at that very moment, the old woman suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. As her true energy was severed, the heaven sword dissipated. Fu Tingfei turned his gaze to the old woman and said coldly, "The heavenly sword intent is indeed formidable. It's just a pity you couldn't control it. Now that you're suffering from backlash and your strength is greatly diminished for the time being, how can you stop me?" With that, he turned and soared through the air toward Long Yufei. "Stop right there!" The old woman roared in fury, attempting to step forward to stop them, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed unsteadily, nearly plummeting from the sky. "Fiendish demon, curb your arrogance." A small figure leaped into the air. Chapter 18. Dare you insult my father? I'll beat you to death. My name is Demon Blade Sage, not lecherous demon. Fu Tingfei corrected coldly. Sounds about the same to me. Chu Chen waved his chubby little hand dismissively. More or less? A single word difference, but the meaning is worlds apart, okay? Never mind. Why am I arguing with a bratty 3-year-old? Fu Tingfei took a deep breath and said coldly, "Kid, step aside. Caring for the young isn't my concern. If you keep blocking me, you'll suffer a painful death just the same. Aiku Ro, come down quickly." Long Yufei looked anxious. That was the Yin Demon Blade Saint. Even the master's summoned heavenly sword intent couldn't pierce the Yin Demon Blade array. What was that reckless little fellow trying to prove by charging in? "Aunt Long, don't worry, I'll help you beat this lewd demon." Chu Chen waved his chubby little hand and said with utter seriousness, "I will wield his own Dao against him. Eat meat. Make your brother come down at once." She then turned her gaze to Chu Xian, who was watching the spectacle from the side, and urgently urged, "Among all the people present, only this little girl had the potential to block the Blade Saint of Netherfiend. Yet by the looks of it, this young lass showed no intention whatsoever of making a move." Chu Xian waved her little hand dismissively and said, "Auntie Lon, don't worry, my little brother won't lose. He's ranked 3rd in our village." Long Yufei was somewhat speechless. This little girl truly didn't understand the difference between a village and the entire Jojo continent. Does being ranked 3rd in some village necessarily mean he's that strong? She didn't know what to say, nor did she believe Chu Chen could withstand the Shadow Demon Blade array. "With you just a little brat who can't even speak properly, and you still want to hit me?" Fu Tingfei let out a cold laugh, raising his hand like a blade ready to strike down. "Let me dismantle your lewd demon blade formation first." At that moment, a crystal-clear stone appeared in Chu Chen's hand. With a fierce motion, he aimed it at Fu Tingfei and hurled it straight at him. "It's the Phantom Blade Array." Fu Tingfei couldn't resist correcting them anyway. With a slash of his palm, a dark blade aura shot through the air toward the boulder, only to be swallowed inexplicably by the rock instead of shattering it. The stone radiated with brilliance, streaks of patterns rapidly spreading outward, instantly enveloping an area spanning hundreds of feet, forming a terrifying grand formation. Within it surged an inexhaustible, sacred yet domineering sword intent. "Is this an array stone?" Fu Tingfei's expression shifted slightly. Though the scope of this grand formation couldn't rival his Shadow Demon Blade array, it severed his connection with the dark blades he had deployed. Moreover, the sacred yet overpowering sword intent naturally suppressed both his Yin-soft true chi and his bone-corrosive blade intent, stirring unease within him. Even a lecherous demon knows about array stones? Chu Chen's chubby little face showed a hint of surprise before he placed his hands on his hips and said with a prideful air, "Demon, since you recognize array stones, why don't you surrender quietly? Never thought a little brat like you would actually have array stones." Fu Tingfei turned his gaze to Chu Chen, his tone dark and ominous. Even he had seen array stones only a few times, so he failed to recognize it at first glance. To inscribe a grand formation within a single stone requires terrifyingly profound mastery of formation techniques. Few in all of Jojo could accomplish such a feat. To his knowledge, the imperial family possessed no formation masters of this caliber. How could this little boy have an array stone? "So what? Do you really think this measly stone can defeat me?" Fu Tingfei's tone grew increasingly sinister, his emotions boiling into rage. "And I've told you, I'm the Shadowblade Sage, not some perverse demon. Damn brat, how many times must I say it?" With a roar, he swung his palm blade repeatedly, sending 3 dark crescent slashes cutting through the air. The insidious energy, the chilling sword intent, it made one feel as though plunged into an ice cellar. Your perversion makes you far too irritable. Chu Chen frowned slightly with his tiny brows, waving his chubby little hands to unleash 3 pure blade auras, shattering the black blade energy. Then, with utmost seriousness, he lectured, Daddy says being too aggressive is bad for your health. Daddy also says adults should learn to control their emotions, only children unleash their feelings on others without restraint. Daddy also said, Brat, shut your mouth. Fu Tingfei grew nearly frantic. Today, I'll bury you on behalf of that bastard father of yours. Hearing this, Zhu Xian and Chu Chen's faces instantly darkened, fury written all over their expressions. Stinky pervert, don't you dare insult my daddy. Zhu Xian was furious, shouting angrily, little brother, beat him to death. Yeah. Chu Chen also nodded heavily, his chubby little face turning ice cold, his large eyes actually gleaming with killing intent. The drastic change in the siblings shocked both the old woman and Long Yufei's group. This was the first time seeing them so furious. You filthy lecher, how dare you insult my dad? I'll beat you to death. Chu Chen's voice turned icy, all traces of amusement gone from his face as terrifying blade intent surged forth, making the very void tremble. Boom! His blade intent activated the grand formation, drawing infinite amounts of sacred yet tyrannical sword energy that made his aura grow even more terrifying. What terrifying sword intent! Fu Tingfei's face was filled with shock. At this moment, he seemed to realize that he might have done something extremely foolish. Yet, he felt no fear. As the dignified blade saint of nether demons, a mid-stage martial saint, how could he possibly fear some 3-year-old brat? Though he thought so in his heart, he instinctively summoned his life-bound sacred artifact, the demonic blade. From this 3-year-old brat before him, he sensed an aura of death. Though unwilling to admit it verbally, he had no choice but to go all out. Lecherous demon, taste my blade. Chu Chen lifted his chubby little hand, as boundless sword intent gathered above his head to form a golden greatsword dozens of zhang in length. With a sudden downward swipe of his tiny hand, the golden blade descended with overwhelming force, shattering the surrounding void into fragments. Little brother is angry. Chu Xian, watching the battle from the flying vessel, murmured softly, angry? Long Yufei and the others looked at Chu Chen's icy little face, naturally sensing his boundless fury. The chubby-cheeked, plump-handed little boy who had always been full of happy smiles now wore not a trace of amusement on his face. He must deeply admire and revere his father, permitting no one to insult or slander him. Having such a fiercely protective child must bring his father immense happiness. Sealing off space? Fu Tingfei initially tried to evade, but found himself immobilized. There was no dodging this blade, he'd have to take it head-on. I refuse to believe a mere 3-year-old brat can do anything to me. Fu Tingfei roared violently, gathering the Einsof true energy within his body and the bony rotting blade intent frantically, coalescing them into an enormous demonic blade that hacked fiercely onto the golden saber. With a thunderous boom, terrifying energy fluctuations rippled out, transforming into endless golden and black blade chi that surged in all directions. The massive mountain not far away crumbled and fractured under the onslaught of these two blade forces. Zhu Xian waved her hand, tossing out several talismans that shielded the flying vessel, deflecting the incoming golden and black blade chi. The elderly woman and Long Yufei's group were already dumbfounded, staring transfixed. How could the little one's blade cultivation be so terrifyingly formidable? Chapter 19, Chu Chen descends into madness, brutally crushing the blade demon. Crack! At that moment, cracks began appearing on the demonic blade, rapidly spreading across its entire length. The next instant, the enormous black demonic blade exploded into fragments with a thunderous crash. The golden giant blade came crashing down with tremendous force. Damn it! Fu Tingfei's expression changed drastically as he raised his Yin demon saber, surging with true energy to forcefully block the descending golden blade. Bang! With a thunderous boom, Fu Tingfei was sent plummeting like a meteor, smashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. As the golden blade struck, the earth split open with a deafening roar, leaving behind a massive abyssal rift from which a sinister chill emanated. The might of a single blade strike was terrifying to behold. Is he dead? The old woman and others stood with mouths agape, staring in horror at the massive crevasse that now split the earth. Could that really be the Een Blade Sage at mid-stage martial saint realm? Was he actually obliterated by a single slash? At that moment, a figure soared up from the abyssal rift. His clothes were tattered, and his pallid complexion showed clearly that the slash had wounded him severely. I admit I underestimated you, but I am the Shadow Blade Saint after all. It won't be easy for you to defeat me completely. Fu Tingfei's voice was sinister, and the shadow blade in his hand began to vibrate at an eerie frequency. With each rhythmic pulse, the frigid aura from the abyssal rift seemed drawn toward it, rising and merging into the blade. Netherine Chi? The old woman slightly furrowed her brows. Do you know why I chose to set up an ambush here? Fu Tingfei glanced at the old woman and said coldly, there are plenty of routes you could have taken to the provincial capital. I chose this spot precisely because there's a netherworldine spring beneath this ground. A netherworldine spring? The old woman's expression abruptly changed. This Een demon blade sage was rumored to cultivate with terrestrialine energy. If he were to gain the assistance of a terrestrialine spring, his power would likely grow even stronger. Originally, I could only draw out a small amount of terrestrial energy into my demon blade array to enhance its power. I really have to thank you, you little brat, for slashing open the seal on the terrestrial spring with your blade. Fu Tingfei turned his gaze towards Chu Chen, laughing heartily at the sky before his tone turned icy. As thanks, why don't you try out my self-created ultimate technique, Terrestrial Demon Blade, Sky-Shattering Slash? What a terrible name. It sounds just as vile as your perverted reputation. Chu Chen wore a look of disdain, his body faintly shimmering with golden light. If one were to strip off his clothes, they would see mysterious runes surfacing across his skin. These were the divine patterns embedded within his very bones. Originally, Chu Feng had warned him not to casually unleash the power of these divine patterns, but Fu Tingfei's insults against Chu Feng had provoked Chu Chen's fury. Though father always loved spanking his little bum, it didn't stop him from idolizing his dad. In his heart, father was the strongest, kindest person in the world. No one was allowed to slander or insult him, so he unleashed his ultimate move right from the start. But this Demon Blade Saint truly lived up to his reputation, somehow surviving that golden blade strike unscathed. Fu Tingfei's face darkened as he angrily retorted, "You little brat, I'm the Demon Blade Saint, not some lecherous fiend." With a furious roar, the Demon Blade slashed forth, sending a blade light infused with terrestrial sinister energy tearing through the air. The already chilling true chi and bony roding blade intent, now enhanced by this terrestrial sinister energy, caused blood circulation to slow alarmingly, as though intending to freeze the very blood in one's veins. More terrifying still was how profoundly it affected the soul. Reaction time slowed drastically as if one's very spirit was being corroded away. Chu Chen could even sense the surrounding space had been sealed, leaving no room for evasion. It was clear this blade strike could only be met head-on. Nevertheless, he remained utterly composed. Faint golden light shimmered as mysterious runes flowed and gathered within his chubby little hands, instantly coalescing into a massive blade forged entirely of divine patterns. An overwhelmingly domineering sword intent erupted, forcibly dispelling that icy, soul-freezing aura capable of congealing blood. Where the tyrant blade passes, nothing remains. Even more domineering and arrogant than Qin Feng's overlord sword intent. What kind of martial technique is this? The old woman, Long Yufei, and the others stared dumbfounded, having never witnessed such a technique before. The tyrannical saber intent filled them with dread. That lecherous demon, of all things he could say, had to insult my daddy, serves him right. When she saw the divine patterned tyrannical blade, Chu Xian let out a little sigh like a miniature adult, shaking her head in an utterly adorable manner. Lecherous demon, didn't your daddy ever tell you? A blade is meant for tyrants, yet you wield it with effeminate delicacy like some maiden. Watch closely, this is how a blade should be used. Chu Chen's milky childlike voice rang out, yet his tone carried the authority of an elder instructing a junior. Fu Tingfei turned furious and said coldly, "Try blocking this strike first." At this moment, the blade energy infused with earthly sinister chi had already arrived before him. Chu Chen swung the divine rune tyrant blade lightly in his hand, slicing through the blade energy with a soft pft. The attack shattered instantly. How is this possible? Fu Tingfei paled in shock. That was a strike condensed with earthly sinister chi. With it, he had slain countless experts, even managing to overcome a warrior who had just stepped into the late-stage martial saint realm. To my utter astonishment, that brat shattered it with just a casual flick of his hand. What in the world was that saber flowing with ancient runes? A martial technique? Or perhaps a sacred artifact? He couldn't comprehend it, nor could he believe it. Now take my blade. Chu Chen swung his divine rune tyrant blade, sending a blade aura pulsating with divine runes through the air. It arrived in an instant. Fu Tingfei hastily blocked with his shadow demon blade, only to hear a thunderous bang as he was sent flying nearly 300 meters, smashing through an entire mountain before being buried beneath the rubble. Chu Chen withdrew his domineering divine patterns, his figure flickering as he tore through the air, appearing above the shattered mountain in an instant. At the same time, Fu Tingfei soared into the air once more, vomiting blood profusely, his aura utterly withered. "You insulted my daddy, I'll beat you to death." Clearly still seething with rage, Chu Chen swung his pudgy little fist and smashed it squarely into Fu Tingfei's face. As he wailed and flew through the air, I instantly reappeared right in his flight path, throwing another punch. Fu Tingfei let out another piercing scream, his body arching backward as he was sent flying. "Count me in." Chu Xian leapt into the air, cutting through the wind with a whoosh. "Little brother, catch this." With those words, she lifted her tiny foot and kicked him flying. "Sure thing," Chu Chen responded, flashing forward in an instant to kick him right back with equal force. Thus the mighty mid-stage martial saint, the terrifying blade demon whose very name made countless warriors pale, now found himself being kicked back and forth like a human soccer ball between Chu Xian and her younger brother Chu Chen, who treated this brutal game with great delight. The heavens and earth echoed with the Demon Blade Sage's piercing screams. Too brutal. The female guards swallowed hard, their faces filled with horror. These two adorable children were terrifyingly brutal when angered, sending chills down one's spine. Long Yufei nodded in complete agreement. It truly was brutal. But then again, That bastard cursed their father, deserved every bit of it. The old woman's heart trembled, these two adorable children were frighteningly strong. Then she remembered what the little girl had said earlier, when Shin Fon wanted to take her as his disciple. You're not worthy. Chapter 20, if you're kissed, you're no longer an innocent child. The wails of the Yin Blade Demon Saint grew progressively weaker. Having had their fill of amusement, the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen finally concluded their kicking game. With one final kick, Chu Chen sent the defeated foe flying into the airship. Mother-in-law, I leave this lecherous fiend to you. Though he clamored about beating the Yin Blade Demon Saint to death, when it actually came to killing, he found himself reluctant. After all, he's still just a 3-year-old child. The old woman sighed inwardly, then glanced at the Yin Blade Demon Saint lying on the ground, his eyes vacant, his body limp as a pile of flesh, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Just moments ago, I was sighing about how the two adorable toddlers showed mercy to their enemies and couldn't bring themselves to kill. But upon witnessing the miserable state of the Demon Blade Sage, I quickly retracted my thoughts. With her keen eyesight, she could tell at a glance that every bone in the Demon Blade Sage's body had been completely shattered. Even if they spared his life, he probably wouldn't last long before being crushed to death by the weight of his own body pressing on his internal organs. This was far more cruel than simply killing him outright. Yet she felt no sympathy for the Blade Saint of Dark Demon's fate. Considering the fates of those he had slain before, one could only say karma comes full circle, his retribution was well deserved. I'll go handle this first. With a wave of her hand, the old woman sent a surge of true energy lifting the stupefied Blade Saint of Dark Demons away from the airship, vanishing from everyone's sight. Soon after, everyone sensed an ethereal sword intent as elusive as the heavens themselves. Everyone naturally knew what had happened, yet no one dared to voice it outright. After all, there were still 2 3-year-old children present. What a pity, there's no roasted meat to eat. Chu Xian licked her little lips with regret, her gaze drifting toward her younger brother beside her. Before she could speak, Chu Chen quickly waved his hands and shook his head. Sis, there really isn't any roasted meat left this time. The stash I hid away has all been eaten by you. All right. Chu Xian cast an unwilling glance at the spatial ring on Chu Chen's finger and gave a small nod. Long Yufei hugged the siblings in her arms and laughed. When we reach the prefecture, Auntie will give you lots and lots of monster beast meat, so you can roast and eat to your heart's content. Yay, yay. Auntie, you mustn't lie to us. Chu Chen clapped his little hands joyfully. Daddy says if you lie, your nose will grow really, really long. Chu Xian touched Long Yufei's nose, even stretching out her little hands to measure its tip, about this long, so ugly. Long Yufei was amused by the siblings and couldn't resist kissing their little cheeks. The siblings froze momentarily, then moved in perfect unison, both simultaneously wiping their faces with their snow-white, chubby little hands. What are you doing? Long Yufei was a bit baffled. What the heck? Am I actually being rejected by 2 adorable toddlers? Me, the second most beautiful woman in the imperial capital, whom countless people dream of getting close to, I'm being rejected by 2 little kids? Why, I'm not pure anymore. Chu Chen whined, his face woeful with tears welling up in his eyes. Impure? Long Yufei appeared somewhat bewildered. Chu Xian wiped her face as she explained. Daddy says we can't let people kiss us. If we do, we won't be pure little children anymore. Her voice also carried a hint of choked back tears. Long Yufei was speechless. What kind of nonsense had their father been teaching them? Seeing the 2 little cuties on the verge of bursting into tears, Long Yufei flusteredly asked, Can your daddy give kisses? Of course daddy can, the adorable twins replied with shimmering tears in their eyes, nodding so vigorously that their teardrops flew off. Then can your mommy give kisses? Long Yufei asked again. Of course mommy can too, the 2 toddlers nodded emphatically once more. Long Yufei patiently explained, Then you can think of me as your mother's younger sister. I'll be your aunt. Can auntie give you a kiss? Auntie can, Chu Chen nodded. Chu Xian, however, tilted her head and hesitated. But auntie isn't really our aunt. Long Yufei's eyes sparkled with amusement as she suggested, Then after you find your mother, I'll swear sisterhood with her and formally recognize her as my elder sister. Would that work then? The 2 adorable children wiped the tears from their eyes with their hands and nodded repeatedly, their little faces lighting up again with bright, innocent smiles. Long Yufei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Coaxing these 2 little toddlers successfully had exhausted her more than battling the blood wolf. When I meet your father, I'll have a serious talk with him. What kind of nonsense is once you're kissed, you're no longer pure children? The female guards covered their mouths, suppressing their laughter. Governor, let's go. The elderly woman returned to the airship and had Long Yufei pilot it while she prepared to sit cross-legged and meditate. Wait a minute. But then, Chu Chen suddenly spoke up. What's wrong, Iko-ro? Long Yufei asked in confusion. wait for me a moment. Shu Chen soared into the air before diving down, landing above the deep chasm on the ground. He took out a jade bottle and began murmuring incantations with his small mouth. Suddenly, the jade bottle enlarged dramatically and generated a powerful suction force. The next moment, the frigid spring water transformed into a cascading waterfall that flowed backward into the jade vial. He's trying to collect the netherworldian spring? What does he want that thing for? The female guards gasped in astonishment, whispering among themselves. The elderly woman and Long Yufei exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. The netherine spring was indeed a supreme treasure, yet harvesting it was difficult and crafting a vessel capable of containing it was even more daunting. Clearly, the jade vial in the little sprout's hands was also a rare and priceless treasure. After a moment, Shu Chen finished collecting the netherine spring, storing the vial within his spatial ring. The bone-chilling aura of the place swiftly dissipated. Alright, let's go. After returning to the flying boat, Shu Chen said with satisfaction. As Long Yufei steered the flying boat forward, she curiously asked, Iko-ro, why did you collect the Earth Fiendine Spring? The saber technique you cultivate is fierce and domineering. You can't use the Earth Fiendine Spring for cultivation, can you? Cultivate? I would never use this thing for cultivation. Shu Chen shook his head repeatedly. Then what are you using it for? A female guard couldn't help but ask. To keep things cold. Shu Chen took out a transparent bottle from his spatial ring. The bottle had handles on both sides, and its cap was topped with a soft rubber nipple. This was the feeding bottle Chu Feng had specially crafted for his twin children, ordinarily used for their milk feedings, yet its defensive capabilities had unmistakably reached the level of a saint-grade artifact. The bottle was filled with a white liquid, exuding an eerily cold aura from every inch of its surface. Energy from the earthly fiend? Long Yufei was startled. Could this possibly have been drawn directly from the earthly fiend's spring? Shu Chen took out a small chair from his spatial ring, just big enough for his tiny bottom to sit on. His little body leaned back against the chair, legs crossed, one hand holding a milk bottle and the other resting on the armrest. After taking a sip, he said with pure delight, so icy and refreshing, it's delicious. Wow, little brother, you're so clever. Hurry up and chill mine too. Chu Xian also pulled a milk bottle from her own spatial ring while complaining. Daddy is so mean, drinking the icy milk himself and saying how delicious it is, then warning us not to drink any. Humph. Big sister, I'll share some of the netherine spring with you, you can cool yours yourself. Shu Chen retrieved a jade bottle from his spatial ring, containing precisely portioned netherine spring. Chu Xian took the jade bottle and stored it in her spatial ring alongside her own milk bottle. Long Yufei and the female guards twitched at the sight. Only this little one would think to use netherine spring for refrigeration, and only these two would dare drink it. Chapter 21, Drinking Emperor Beast Level Creature Milk? Auntie Long, do you want some? It's really tasty. Shu Chen sat on his little chair, lifting his milk bottle as he asked. I don't drink. Long Yufei shook her head. She couldn't possibly endure something tempered by the sinister earth fiendine energy. Turning her head to glance at the white liquid in Shu Chen's baby bottle, she realized these twins had never seen their mother since birth, guessing it must be some kind of beast milk. Such pitiful little ones. Filled with compassion, she said, when I get the chance, Auntie will fetch you some better beast milk. Yay yay! We love drinking beast milk the most. Chu Xian and Chu Chen clapped their little hands joyfully. Ever since they could remember, they had drunk beast milk every single day without fail. The beast milk was fragrant and sweet, utterly delicious. Ah, poor motherless children. Long Yufei watched the two adorable toddlers rejoicing, her heart swelling with even greater tenderness toward them. Ekaloa, what are you drinking there? A female guard asked curiously at that moment. Shu Chen thought for a moment before replying. Papa told me. I kinda forgot, but I think it's some kind of 9-deer beast milk? Nope, it's 9-colored deer beast milk. Chu Xian corrected him while also retrieving a small chair from her void ring. She sat beside Shu Chen, took out her own bottle of milk, and started drinking. Wow, it's so delicious. Her pair of pitch black, glistening eyes narrowed into adorable crescent moons. Right, it's the 9-colored deer's beast milk. Shu Chen nodded repeatedly. An 8th-rank demonic beast, the 9-colored deer? Everyone exclaimed in shock and disbelief. An 8th-rank demonic beast was comparable to a martial emperor. So these two children had been drinking milk comparable to that of a martial emperor-level beast? That's right. Chu Xian nodded and turned to Long Yufei with curious eyes. Aunt Long, what kind of better beast milk were you talking about? When will you give it to us? All the female guards turned their gazes toward Long Yufei with peculiar expressions. Even the elderly woman mediating cross-legged couldn't help but open her eyes to glance at Long Yufei. Long Yufei's lips twitched, wishing she could slap herself hard across the face. That's an 8th-rank magical beast, the 9-colored deer. Where on earth could I find better beast milk than this? A 9th-rank magical beast? Those beings rival martial gods. A single swipe of their claws would crush me to death. Long Yufei's lips parted slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. We've grown tired of this 9-colored deer beast milk. We've wanted to switch for ages. If it weren't for the earthly fiendine spring keeping it chilled, I wouldn't even drink it anymore. Chu Chen said between sips of milk, but father always said there's no better beast milk than this. Who knew Auntie Long would have something even finer? Auntie Long is amazing. I'll make sure to stock up plenty when the time comes, Chu Xian chimed in, giggling mid-sentence as if visualizing something amusing. I'll bring some back to show father, let him see what truly good beast milk looks like. Long Yufei's eyelids kept twitching. Aside from the milk of a 9th-tier divine beast, there truly couldn't be better beast milk than this. The real question was, who could possibly obtain milk from a 9th-tier divine beast? Had I known you two were drinking 9-colored deer's milk all along, I'd never have boasted like that. Want to stockpile more? Dream on. I really don't have anything to offer at all. Long Yufei was on the verge of tears, staring at the two adorable toddlers with their expectant and yearning little expressions, and fell silent for a moment. What kind of monster is their father, anyway? Actually feeding his children beast milk from an 8th-tier demonic beast, what kind of human does that? Isn't he afraid the kids can't handle the energy and explode from overload? Long Yufei glanced once more at the beast milk in the twins' adorable baby bottles before suddenly asking, little darlings, do you have any unchilled beast milk left? Auntie's feeling a bit thirsty, could you spare a couple sips? Though drinking milk meant for children was rather embarrassing, this was milk from an 8th-tier magical beast, something that might be the only batch in all of 9 provinces. She couldn't help wanting to know what it tasted like. Yes. Chu Chen gave a chubby-handed wave, and a small bowl floated into the air, filled halfway with the precious milk. While the milk seemed ordinary inside the baby's bottles, now that it was poured into the bowl, its rich aroma immediately filled the air, so intoxicating that even the female guards couldn't resist inhaling deeply. It smells so good, I want to taste it. The female guards whispered amongst themselves, utterly astonished. Long Yufei took a sip from the small bowl while simultaneously steering the flying vessel. The rich aroma of milk filled his mouth, and as soon as the beast milk entered, it transformed into an extraordinarily pure energy that rampaged through his body. Long Yufei's expression changed abruptly. She hurriedly handed over control of the flying vessel to a female guard, returned the bowl to Chu Chen, then immediately sat cross-legged nearby to begin cultivating. A massive surge of energy rippled forth from her body. All the female guards were stunned speechless. Just one sip of beast milk, and such a strong reaction? Chu Chen held the bowl of beast milk with a bewildered expression and asked, Sister, what's wrong with Auntie Long? Chu Xian also looked puzzled, tilting her little head to peek into the bowl before saying, could it be that this beast milk has gone bad? Daddy says spoiled food is bad for our health. Spoiled? Chu Chen looked at the bowl of beast milk in his hands, sniffed it, and said, it smells great, and since it's stored in the Sumeru ring, it won't spoil. Fair enough. Chu Xian nodded in agreement, then turned to look at Long Yufei, who was sitting cross-legged nearby with a furrowed brow and increasingly intense energy fluctuations radiating from her body. She shook her head in confusion. Could it be like Daddy said, is she allergic to beast milk? Allergic to beast milk? The female guards couldn't help but laugh at the absurd suggestion. Clearly, drinking the beast milk had triggered a breakthrough. How could it be mistaken for an allergic reaction? Could it be that these two adorable toddlers had never experienced a breakthrough before? By the way, these two little cuties have no true chi in their bodies at all. They might genuinely never have made a breakthrough. Soon, the female guards were reminded of the twins' peculiarities again and couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Monsters truly can't be judged by common logic. Allergic to beast milk? That's just tragic. Chu Chen stared at the beast's milk in his bowl and mumbled quietly, Auntie Dragon already drank from this. Daddy says we mustn't drink from something others have drunk from, you could catch diseases. Diseases? The female guards couldn't help but roll their eyes. What nonsense was this adorable child's father filling his head with? This little prodigy who could effortlessly defeat mid-level martial saints, how could he possibly fall ill? Better pour it out then. Chu Chen stood up, leaned over the railing, and stood on tiptoe, ready to pour the beast's milk from the flying boat. Wait! The elderly woman, who had already stepped forward to Long Yufei's side, hastened to intervene verbally. That was the milk of an 8th-tier demon beast, a terrifying creature comparable to a martial emperor, packed with immense energy. Throwing it away would truly be a waste of celestial treasures. Little friend, might you spare this beast's milk for this old one? The elderly woman hesitated for a moment before swallowing her pride to speak. Sure, I wouldn't drink after someone else anyway. Chu Chen nodded, passing the small bowl to the old woman. Many thanks, young friend. The old woman carefully took the small bowl, afraid of spilling a drop. One small sip each, remember, don't drink too much. The old woman addressed the female guards. Having already reached Martial Saint realm, this beast milk was useless to her. But these guards were merely martial emperors. Just a tiny sip would be enough to help them break through their current cultivation level. Yes, Pavilion Master. The female guards cheered in unison and rushed over excitedly. Chu Xian and Chu Chen watched the exuberant crowd in stunned silence. Their little minds were filled with confusion. It's just some beast milk, what's all the fuss about? Chapter 22. Even the best beast milk is still just milk. Sister, have they never had beast milk before? Chu Chen whispered. Probably not. Chu hesitated for a moment before nodding her little head. Oh, how pitiful. already this old and never tasted beast milk. We grew up drinking beast milk. Chu Chen's chubby little face showed a hint of sympathy. Seeing the female guards only taking small sips, he couldn't help but loudly say, "Aunties, no need to be so frugal. We still have plenty of beast milk. If it's not enough, should I get you some more?" No, we're fine, this is enough." The female guards hastily waved their hands and shook their heads, then one after another went to sit cross-legged and cultivate elsewhere. The old woman returned the small bowl to Chu Chen, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Young friend, might you spare this old woman a drink as well? I may need quite a bit, approximately this entire bowl's worth, but I won't take it for nothing. I can exchange it for a treasure." As she spoke, she retrieved a crystalline lotus flower from her spatial ring, the blossom radiating a chilling aura. This cold energy was exceptionally pure, unlike the sinister chill of the netherine spring. What a pretty flower! Chu Xian and Chu Chen naturally didn't recognize this treasure, but they found it incredibly beautiful and adored it immensely. The old woman explained, "This ice mountain snow lotus was gathered from the northernmost reaches of Snow Province. Although it can't compare to the preciousness of 8th rank monster beast milk, it's still a premium 6th rank treasure. This is currently the finest treasure I can offer. When we return to the imperial capital, I'll find other ways to compensate you both." "No need for compensation. This flower is quite pretty, I like it." Chu Xian waved her little hand dismissively as she took the ice mountain snow lotus, growing fonder of it the longer she looked. With a flick of her tiny wrist, a stream of white beast milk liquid materialized out of thin air, instantly filling the small bowl in Chu Chen's hands. Chu Chen handed the small bowl to the old woman, his face filled with anticipation as he asked, "Grandma, do you have any more pretty flowers? I can give you a big bowl of beast milk in exchange." Although their beast milk came from an 8th tier magical beast and was considered an 8th tier treasure, in their eyes, it still wasn't as precious as a single pretty flower. The old woman's mouth twitched slightly as she forced a dry laugh. "Little one, those flowers aren't easy to pick. I only had that one." "All right." Chu Chen looked disappointed but didn't press further. Turning to Chu Xian, he moved closer with a pleading expression. "Sister, can I play with the pretty flower for a while?" Chu Xian looked at the alpine snow lotus in her hand, then at her younger brother, and said, "Don't you dare ruin this, or I'll make your bottom as flat as this flower." Chu Chen nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Taking the alpine snow lotus, he exclaimed with admiration, "So beautiful. It's ice cold and feels so nice too." "Ice cold?" Hearing this, the old woman's eyelids twitched violently. That was a 6th tier ice-type treasure. Even she had to wrap her hands in true energy to hold it. Only these two monstrous little rascals could ignore the power of frost. "Little brother, is that enough? Hurry, give it to me. I need to put it away, what if it melts?" Just moments later, Chu Xian spoke up. "Fine, here you go." Chu Chen reluctantly handed the snow lotus of the icy mountain back to Chu Xian. After playing with it for a while, Chu Xian stored it away in her spatial ring. At this moment, the old woman steered the flying vessel to a secluded spot. After gulping down the beast milk in a few mouthfuls and returning the bowl to Chu Chen, she instructed, "Young friends, this old one needs to cultivate for a while. Please wait on the flying vessel." "Understood." Chu Chen nodded, took the bowl, and walked to the railing. Standing on tiptoe, he took out a jade vial, poured copious amounts of water to wash the bowl several times before finally storing it in his spatial ring. The corners of the old woman's mouth twitched. This little fellow seemed to have cleanliness obsession. But what was that water anyway? Why does it feel like the energy contained within isn't inferior to that beast milk at all? Exactly how many treasures do these two adorable little kids have in their hands? Leaving them in their possession, it truly feels somewhat wasteful. No one knows how these two adorable little ones grew up either. They can actually ignore the energy impact contained within that 8th order beast milk. It's simply unbelievable. Their father was even more unbelievable, actually managing to obtain 8th tier mystical beast milk. This would require at least the strength of a martial emperor. 9-colored deer are generally early to mid 8th tier, and to obtain fresh milk from them, one must keep them alive. Being able to acquire the milk without killing the 9-colored deer suggests power at least at the late martial emperor stage, if not the peak martial emperor level. Cultivators of this caliber are rare across the 9 provinces, and she knew them all. Yet in recent years, she hadn't heard of anyone giving birth to 2 adorable 3-year-olds. Could they possibly belong to a reclusive clan that has never appeared in the 9 provinces? The old woman pondered many possibilities but could never guess the true identities of the 2 adorable children. The more she interacted with them, the more terrifying they revealed themselves to be. Not only were they exceptionally powerful and possessed numerous treasures, but most crucially, there was that mysterious father standing behind them. No matter what, I must establish a good relationship with these 2 adorable children. They seem to really like my disciple? If the opportunity arises, perhaps I could have my disciple sworn to sisterhood with their mother. Then have His Majesty bestow their mother the title of Jojo Princess or something similar. first pulling their mother into the Jojo imperial family. So doesn't this mean both adorable toddlers and their father are now aligned with the imperial family's side? For the currently beleaguered imperial family, gaining what appears to be a peak martial emperor, possibly backed by an enormous clan, is nothing short of timely assistance during a snowstorm. Within the brief moment she turned around, countless thoughts surfaced in the old woman's mind. She shook her head and formed a hand seal immediately. Layers of luminous screens rose within the airship, isolating everyone immersed in cultivation from each other. This is the cultivation array used on the flying vessel, designed to prevent interference when several people practice simultaneously. Having completed all preparations, the old woman sat down cross-legged, full of anticipation, and began her cultivation. She had been stuck at the early stage of martial saint for many years, just a step away from reaching the mid-stage, yet no matter how hard she trained, she couldn't break through. Today, upon seeing the 8th-ranked demon beast's milk, she had a strong premonition that her breakthrough moment had finally arrived. Before, there was only half a bowl, which wasn't enough for her breakthrough, so she shared it with the female guards. Later, after hearing Chuchen say he still had plenty, she swallowed her pride and shamelessly asked for another bowl. Chuchen glanced at Long Yufei, then at the old woman and the female guards, his face full of confusion as he asked, "Sister, why do they all react like this after drinking the beast milk?" "I don't know either, but from what they're saying, it seems our beast milk is some kind of extraordinary treasure." Chu Xian picked up her milk bottle and inspected it carefully after piecing together some clues from the fragmented conversations overheard. She mumbled, "But I really can't see anything special about it. No matter how amazing this beast milk is, it's still just milk meant for babies to drink after all." Chapter 23, haven't even taken out the better treasure yet. A day later, powerful energy ripples spread outward. Long Yufei awoke from her cultivation session, her face alight with excitement. "I've broken through to late-stage martial ancestor realm." This was merely her avatar body, which had only recently advanced to mid-stage martial ancestor. Never did she expect that a single mouthful of beast milk would propel another breakthrough, elevating her to late-stage martial ancestor. Looking up, I saw my master and the female guards also sitting cross-legged in cultivation, with varying intensities of powerful chi fluctuations emanating from them, which caught me by surprise. Did they also drink beast milk? Long Yufei couldn't help but chuckle softly, though upon reflection, it wasn't surprising at all. The beast milk from a martial emperor-level demon beast was a genuine 8th-tier treasure, something that only appears once in 1,000 years. Just one sip helped me break through my bottleneck. No wonder those two adorable toddlers are so terrifyingly strong, they drink this stuff every day. But the physical strength of those two little ones, along with the resilience of their meridians and dantian, has already far surpassed ordinary imagination. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare drink this stuff daily. "Auntie Long, you're awake. Want some grilled meat?" Chu Xian's sweet, babyish voice rang out. Long Yufei turned her head to see Chu Chen hovering in front of the barbecue grill, flipping a piece of unknown demon beast meat that emitted an irresistible aroma. Chu Xian stood by the grill, munching on roasted meat while holding another piece in her hand, tilting her head curiously as she looked at her. "What two little gluttons." With a gentle smile, Long Yufei rose and sat beside Chu Xian. As she shared the barbecue, she advised softly, "Sweetheart, remember not to casually reveal the treasures you carry to strangers, bad people might try to take them from you." Chu Xian swallowed the roasted meat in her mouth and nodded her little head like a pecking chick, saying in a milky voice, Daddy said that too. And we've been very obedient, we haven't taken out any treasures." "Didn't take out any treasures? What do you mean? Imperial beast-grade beast milk isn't considered a treasure? These two little ones have treasures even more precious than 8th-grade rare treasures?" Long Yufei was stunned. She now understood, the two little ones weren't ignorant of the principle that wealth shouldn't be flaunted. They simply couldn't fully grasp how irresistible these treasures would be to cultivators. In their tiny minds, they naively believed that whatever they disliked couldn't possibly be treasures, and thus others wouldn't covet them either. Little did they know how incomparably precious this beast milk, which they'd grown tired of drinking daily, truly was. Forget it, discussing this topic with these two adorable kids is a bit of a blow to my pride. I should just shut up. Long Yufei silently began eating the grilled meat. Before long, the female guards woke up from their cultivation one after another. Without exception, every one of them had broken through their bottlenecks. They were only at the martial emperor realm, so the amount of beast milk required for their breakthroughs wasn't much, nor did it take them very long. Although it was just a small breakthrough in their cultivation realm, it was enough to excite them for a long time. Everyone looked at the two adorable toddlers with gratitude and awe. So many cultivators dreamed of obtaining rare spiritual treasures, yet these two little ones drank them like milk every day, and even grew tired of them. It's truly maddening how some people are born with such fortune. 2 days later, an even more formidable surge of vital energy rippled through the air. "Ha! I've finally broken through. I've finally broken through." The old woman laughed heartily towards the sky, utterly elated. Though the leap from initial stage martial saint to middle stage was but a small realm, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. If she were to encounter that Qin Feng again, even without that little lass Ai Chinia's help, she'd have 50% confidence in defeating him herself. Even if she encountered the Demon Blade Sage again, she would still have the strength to fight. Countless people in the 9 provinces remain stuck at this step for their entire lives, unable to advance even an inch, ultimately dying with regret. The old woman never expected that her breakthrough opportunity would lie with the 2 little children. Her earlier decision to build a good relationship with them turned out to be extremely wise.
Sis, Grandma looks a bit odd. Do you think she's gone mad?
Chu Chen, who was fully focused on grilling meat, was startled by the sudden burst of laughter and nearly dropped the skewer in his hand.
That can't be right, can it? Chu Xian eyed the old woman's excited demeanor with uncertainty and said, if she really has gone mad, wouldn't I become the culprit? Wouldn't she haunt me every day then?
Long Yufei couldn't help laughing at the misunderstanding and explained, don't worry, Granny hasn't gone insane. She's just overjoyed from her cultivation breakthrough.
Breaking through in cultivation? Why should we be happy about that? Chu Xian and Chu Chen looked utterly bewildered.
The term cultivation breakthrough was completely alien to them, since they had never experienced being stuck at a certain realm for too long, let alone knowing the exhilaration of suddenly advancing to the next level. Long Yufei found herself at a loss for words to explain. Fortunately, the old woman stepped forward at that moment and expressed her gratitude to Chu Xian and Chu Chen, saying, thank you, young friends, for helping this old one achieve a breakthrough.
It's fine, as long as Granny hasn't gone mad. Chu Xian waved her snow-white little hand and said,
The old woman froze for a moment.
I just made a minor breakthrough in cultivation, why would anyone go mad over that? But she didn't dwell on it. In her buoyant mood, everything sounded delightful.
With a wave of her hand, the flying vessel activated and soared through the skies in an instant. The remainder of the journey proceeded without further obstruction. Clearly, the mastermind behind the scenes believed that 3 martial saints plus the Blood Wolf were sufficient to prevent the new prefect from reaching the provincial capital.
In truth, his calculations weren't wrong.
These 3 martial saints could indeed effortlessly handle Long Yufei and her companions. However, he had overlooked one crucial detail, the 2 adorable children who had sneaked out from Dashi village. From the moment they stepped beyond Dashi village, the fate of the entire 9 provinces began undergoing unforeseen transformations in subtle ways. 2 days later, the flying vessel hovered above a massive city. The city walls were constructed from pitch-black massive stones, radiating a solemn and archaic aura. Everyone, be cautious. We're about to enter the prefectural capital. The elderly woman spoke with grave intensity. Along their journey to the prefectural capital, they had been ambushed by 3 martial saints in succession. Clearly, their adversaries wouldn't allow the new prefectural lord to reach his destination and would undoubtedly send even more formidable opponents to impede their progress.
Yes, Pavilion Master.
The female guards responded in unison, each placing a hand on their sword hilts, ready to draw their blades at any moment. Long Yufei also wore a grave expression as she gazed upon the tranquil Lan Prefecture city below her feet, sensing it was merely the calm before the storm. Wow, what a huge village. It's bigger than many big, barbecue villages put together. There must be so much roasted meat to eat in such a big village.
However, this solemn atmosphere was quickly shattered by the excited and awestruck babble of 2 adorable toddlers.
Everyone turned to look and saw the 2 little ones leaning over the airship's railing, standing on tiptoe while craning their necks to comment on the state city below. As if sensing everyone's gaze, the toddlers suddenly turned around simultaneously to stare at Long Yufei. Auntie Long, you promised us lots and lots of monster beast meat when we reached the prefecture city, don't forget now.
Right. Auntie Long mustn't lie to us. Daddy said grown-ups who trick children get struck by lightning from the heavens.
The old woman and Long Yufei rubbed their foreheads helplessly.
We're in the middle of tense battle preparations here, can't you take this seriously? Welcome, Governor of Xinzhou.
I am the governor of Lanzhou and have prepared a welcoming banquet in your honor at the residence.
It would be an honor if you could grace us with your presence.
At that moment, figures began rising into the air one after another. The leading man gazed smilingly at the crowd aboard the airship, his square-jawed face full of reverence, yet his narrow, fox-like eyes carried a chilling coldness. This feast was clearly ill-intentioned. These 4 words simultaneously flashed through the minds of the old woman, Long Yufei, and the others. P.S. Next chapter reveals how the 2 adorable children will turn the tables.
Chapter 24. Daddy said to always test for poison at a stranger's feast. Sis, that uncle looks just like a bad guy.
Chu Chen gazed at the governor and murmured softly. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was no ordinary person and could hear it clearly.
Long Yufei and the others nearly burst out laughing.
The governor's eyelid twitched slightly as he shot a glance at Chu Chen, but he said nothing and simply pretended not to have heard.
Slap!
Chu Xian raised her snow-white little hand and gently patted Chu Chen's small head.
Mimicking Chu Feng's usual tone, she spoke earnestly, "Little brother, how many times has Daddy told us? You can't judge a person just by their looks, you have to see what's in their heart. Why do you always forget?"
Oh. Rubbing his head, Chu Chen pouted but nodded in agreement.
The governor's expression relaxed,
revealing a look that said, "The child is teachable." This little girl was sensible, he might consider sparing her life later. Chu Xian clasped her hands behind her back and studied the governor's chest for a moment before declaring with utmost seriousness, "In my opinion, his heart is even more rotten than his appearance." Thunk! Several female guards couldn't help but burst into laughter, then quickly covered their mouths, realizing it was inappropriate. Even the officials standing behind the governor nearly laughed out loud, their faces turning red from suppressed amusement. The governor's lips twitched slightly, his gaze turning icy. Neither of these troublesome brats can be spared. "Children say the darndest things, Governor. Please don't take offense." A faint smile flickered across Long Yufei's face but was quickly suppressed. "It's fine. The governor's 2 children are quite adorable." The governor smiled slightly and said. Long Yufei didn't explain, merely ruffling the 2 adorable kids' heads before looking at the governor and saying, "We appreciate your trouble, Governor. After you." The governor was the second highest ranking position below the state governor and managed the state's affairs in their absence. The primary suspect behind dispatching assassins to stop her from reaching the governor's residence was this very governor. So even though they knew it was a feast with ulterior motives, they had no choice but to attend. Holding Chu Xian and Chu Chen by her hands, she strode through the air with the siblings in tow. The governor leading the group glanced at Chu Xian and Chu Chen once more. Aside from thinking these brats had mouths sharper than their manners, he paid them no further mind. Currently, Blood Wolf was scouring everywhere for spirit beasts, while Qin Feng was critically injured and in seclusion. No one had sent word back about the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings. Their spies were stationed all around the state capital, so the moment the flying ship entered within a 100-mile radius of the city, they knew the mission had failed, though they couldn't determine how it had gone awry. The elderly woman followed closely behind Long Yufei, providing personal protection, while female guards flanked them on both sides. The governor's narrow, fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent. Instead, when Long Yufei and her entourage weren't looking, he subtly exchanged a glance with his steward before leading the officials forward. Inside the governor's mansion, a long rectangular table was set up. Long Yufei sat at the head, flanked by the twin siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen on her left and right. The elderly woman stood behind her, while the female guards took positions along the sides, hands resting on their sword hilts as they remained vigilant. The governor and officials sat on either side of the rectangular table, with the governor at the lower left seat. Raising his cup respectfully to Long Yufei, he said, 3 years ago, a mysterious powerhouse forced the previous governor to forcibly activate the Secret Realm's formation. After emerging from the Secret Realm, the mysterious powerhouse murdered the previous governor. For these past 3 years, we have been investigating the killer's identity, yet apart from knowing his appearance, we possess no other information. Instead, during these 3 years, commoners and cultivators alike have continuously disappeared without reason, plunging the entire Lan province into panic. We hope that after assuming office, the governor can lead us to find the true culprit and bring him to justice. On behalf of the late governor and the people of Lan province, I offer you this toast. This official has come precisely for this matter. Long Yufei nodded slightly, lifting her cup to examine it carefully but showing no intention to drink. The governor chuckled and said, "Is the governor perhaps worried I might have poisoned the wine? Allow me to drink first as a token of sincerity." With that, the governor downed his cup of wine in one gulp. Only then did Long Yufei relax and prepare to drink. "Aunt Long, wait." But Chu Chen suddenly called out to stop her. "What's wrong?" Long Yufei asked with confusion. Chu Chen's chubby little hand had somehow produced a silver needle, which he dipped into Long Yufei's wine. With utmost seriousness, the boy declared, "Daddy says when strangers host banquets with wine, you must always check for poison first. This is a needle Daddy forged. It changes color if there's poison." "A child's words bear no harm, Governor. Please don't take offense." Long Yufei suppressed a smile as she looked at the governor, whose expression kept shifting between gloom and doubt. "No problem." The governor waved his hand, feigning nonchalance. At this moment, Chu Chen took out the silver needle and examined it, his chubby little face betraying a hint of surprise and disappointment. It's not poisoned after all," he murmured. After speaking, he turned to glance at the governor again and muttered under his breath, "That doesn't make sense. This guy clearly has a villainous face, how could there be no poison?" The female guards stifled their laughter, their faces turning red with the effort. Long Yufei said with a faint smile, "Governor, don't take offense, children's words carry no harm." "Children's words carry no harm again?" The governor's eyelid twitched, but he still feigned magnanimity with a wave of his hand. "No matter." Long Yufei then drained her cup in one gulp and praised, "Lan Province's heart wine truly, only in Lan Province can one taste the authentic brew. A connoisseur like yourself, provincial governor, surely knows fine wine deserves fine cuisine. Only by pairing Lan Province's unique delicacies with its signature heart wine can one experience the authentic Lan Province flavor." The The governor's face brimmed with smiles as he extended his hand in an inviting gesture. Alright, Long Yufei picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of meat. In her view, even if the governor wanted to deal with her, he wouldn't choose to do so in his own residence. Even if he killed her here, he wouldn't escape death himself. Therefore, she wasn't worried that the governor would make an overt move during this banquet. According to her speculation, assassins might attack later after they killed her. The governor would then kill the assassins. Lanzhou borders Tsangzhou. If we could hire barbarians from Tsangzhou to carry out the assassination and pin everything on them, that would be absolutely perfect. Auntie Long, wait. Shu Chen called out to Long Yufei once more, then inserted a silver needle into the piece of meat she had picked up. After a brief moment, he withdrew it. Staring at the unchanged needle, his face filled with disappointment as he muttered, "This doesn't make sense. Why is there still no poison?" Put. Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. This cute little kid was simply hilarious. Just as Long Yufei was about to speak, the governor forced a dry chuckle and said, "Children say the darndest things. I understand completely." Yet inwardly, he was cursing. Where did this brat get so much nerve? If it weren't for fear of jeopardizing the bigger picture, he'd really love to have someone toss the little troublemaker out. The governor is magnanimous. Long Yufei complimented the dish and prepared to taste this specialty of Lan province. Aunt Long, wait. At that moment, Chu Xian called out to stop Long Yufei. Extending her snow-white little hand, she picked up the wine pot and poured a cup for Long Yufei. Then she placed the piece of meat Long Yufei had picked up into the wine before finally saying to Chu Chen, "Little brother, try it now." The governor's expression instantly changed. Chapter 25 Damned Brats, Ruining My Formation Foundation. I respect your excellency the state prefect, yet you condone your children repeatedly humiliating this humble official. Such behavior chills our hearts. The state governor glared at Long Yufei, his frigid tone thick with barely contained rage. Long Yufei immediately grasped the situation, her own voice turning frosty as she replied indifferently, "Governor, are your ears failing you? Did you not hear them call me aunt? They aren't my children, I hold no authority over them. Though you're the state prefect, I too was appointed governor by the late emperor himself. How dare you humiliate me like this?" The governor violently overturned the table, intending to feign rage and disrupt Shu Chen's poison test by toppling it. Unexpectedly, Shu Chen reacted swiftly, his small body darting backward in the blink of an eye, yet not a single drop spilled from his cup. A moment later, he retrieved a silver needle and inspected it before shouting excitedly, "Poison! Poison! It really is poisoned! I knew it, that villain would definitely try to poison us. Ha! I guessed right. The silver needle is black as ink, not just poisonous, but lethally toxic." Shu Xian clapped her little hands in delight. "Wow, I've never seen poison this strong before. It's even more potent than the poisons Daddy prepared for us." The female guards were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. These two adorable toddlers really didn't think like normal adults, getting so excited about someone poisoning them. And could someone please explain what they meant by the poisons Daddy prepared for us? Governor, would you care to give this official an explanation? Long Yufei's face darkened, her eyes flashing with intense killing intent. The wine wasn't poisoned, nor were the dishes, but when combined together, they became a deadly toxin. How vicious. Were it not for those two adorable toddlers, she might have truly met her demise this time. Ha 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 ha, who'd have thought my grand scheme would be foiled by two mischievous brats? The governor, seeing his scheme exposed, shed all pretense and burst into laughter that echoed chillingly across the heavens. "I told you this uncle looked like a bad guy from the start," Shu Chen declared proudly, his chubby little hands clasped behind his back with an air of venerable wisdom utterly adorable in his seriousness. "I told you his heart was even fouler than his appearance." On her delicate little face, Shu Xian wore the expression of a grand strategist who'd already foreseen victory from 1,000 miles away. "Humph, damned brats, I'll deal with you later." The governor snorted coldly, then turned his gaze to the elderly woman behind Long Yufei and said icily, "An early-stage martial saint and two mid-stage martial saints couldn't even stop the prefect's advance. It seems the rumor that the prefect's guardian only possesses early-stage martial saint strength is false." The old woman glanced at him but said nothing. Indeed, had it not been for those two adorable toddlers' help, she truly wouldn't have been able to protect the prefect. But naturally, she would never speak of such things, lest the two adorable little toddlers become targets. Yet, this time, do you really think these are my only tricks? The governor stomped his foot, and intricate patterns suddenly lit up across the ground, instantly converging to form a magical array. In an instant, tremendous surges of energy, amplified by the formation, poured into the governor's body. His aura skyrocketed exponentially. "Governor, be careful." The old woman's expression changed abruptly as she swiftly stepped in front of Long Yufei. "The divine forging array, a legendary formation said to forge gods, yet now it's being used to forge mere martial saints like myself. What extravagant waste of its power." The governor threw his head back with booming laughter as he felt the surging energy within him, though somehow, a trace of sorrow tinged that laughter. The aura radiating from him now had surpassed mid-stage martial saint, reaching late-stage martial saint, and was still continuing to rise. Without hesitation, the old woman summoned the heavenly sword's intent, and a colossal sword enveloped in lightning descended from the sky.
It's useless. This time, you are doomed to die.
With a wave of his hand, the governor shattered the heavenly sword's intent and cast a cold, sinister gaze at the old woman and Long Yufei. His face twisted grotesquely as he spat. "Why did you come to Lan Prefecture?
If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have escalated to this point."
Hearing these words, everyone was baffled. Long Yufei slowly rose to her feet, casting a cold gaze at the officials from other prefectures as she declared, "Kill him, and I'll pretend you weren't here today. Otherwise, if I die, none of you will survive either."
The officials' expressions drastically changed.
Indeed, if the new governor died in the governor's mansion, the governor would undoubtedly be hunted by the imperial family, and they, too, would be doomed.
The governor is completely insane. He actually dared to poison the lord of the province here.
The officials exchanged glances, then launched their attacks on the governor in unison. The governor's steward hesitated briefly before shouting, "Long live the empire!" joining the assault against the governor. "Worthless trash." The governor snorted coldly and waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of jinshi that sent all the officials flying, blood spurting from their mouths as they collapsed unconscious.
"Next, it's your turn."
He turned his gaze toward the old woman and Long Yufei, his murderous intent unconcealed on his face. Raising his hand, he delivered a palm strike, monstrous jinshi condensed into a colossal 30-meter hand that crushed downward. The old woman brandished the seven-star sacred sword and thrust it violently, intercepting the colossal hand. The overwhelming force sent her instantly coughing blood as she half-knelt on the ground.
"Lord of the province, flee quickly." Her face twisted grotesquely from exertion, veins bulging hideously in a terrifying visage. The waters of Lan province ran far deeper than she had ever imagined.
It's a pity the royal family is currently overwhelmed with its own troubles, and those powerful figures all have their own matters to attend to, leaving only her to protect Long Yufei on this journey. When they first arrived at the prefectural capital, she had secretly assessed everyone's strength. The governor was indeed the most powerful among them, yet his cultivation barely reached martial venerable realm, posing no threat whatsoever to her. Thus, even knowing this feast couldn't possibly be well-intentioned, she still escorted Long Yufei to attend. Moreover, she secretly shared the same thought as Long Yufei. Even if the governor intended to kill them, he wouldn't dare make his move right within his own residence. But she never expected the governor to be so insane, nor that he possessed the legendary divine forging formation from ancient times. In the end, "I've been careless.
Run, not a single one of you escapes today."
The governor sneered coldly, though his eyes held a trace of grim determination as his spiritual energy continued to surge violently. Suddenly, the governor's smile froze on his face. The surging true chi within his body abruptly stopped and began rapidly dissipating.
"What's happening? No, this can't be."
The governor's expression drastically changed. Like a madman, he tried to continue his assault but found the true chi draining too quickly. He could no longer suppress the old crone. The old woman felt the immense hand's strength rapidly dissipate, and a trace of astonishment flashed across her face. Then, with a forceful struggle, she actually shattered the giant hand. Upon scrutinizing the governor carefully, she realized his strength had already fallen back to the early-stage martial saint realm. Looking down again, she saw that many of the divine forging array's patterns beneath her feet had already vanished. "Sister, I dug up a treasure."
At that moment, Chu Chen's babyish voice sounded.
"Little brother, I've dug up a treasure too."
This was immediately followed by Chu Xian's equally childish voice.
The crowd turned to look and saw that the siblings had somehow made their way to a corner of the banquet hall. Each held a small hoe in one hand and an ancient-looking artifact covered with intricate patterns in the other. Beneath their feet were pits, evidently freshly dug from those very spots.
"Damn brats, ruining my formation foundations." The governor's desperate roar echoed through the banquet hall. Chapter 26, Formation Foundations Excavated, Governor Crumbles.
"These two little bundles of joy are truly my lucky stars." Seeing the power of the divine forging array weakening, Long Yufei's heart filled with joy, and a smile also appeared on the old woman's face.
"Damn brats, stop this instant." The governor roared in fury. In just that brief moment, the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen had each dug out another array foundation, weakening the divine forging array's power yet again.
The siblings completely ignored his impotent rage as they busily searched for the hidden array foundations beneath the earth. Like diligent little bees, they cheerfully swung their tiny hoes, digging vigorously into the ground. With each flash of mysterious light from their hoes, they effortlessly bypassed the God-forged array's restrictions. In just a few strokes, they dug a pit and swiftly collected an array component into their spatial ring. Muttering treasure, excitedly, they swung their little hoes with even greater enthusiasm. That little hoe is also an extraordinary treasure. Long Yufei and the old woman were secretly astonished in their hearts. Generally speaking, the foundation of an array formation is guarded by restrictions. Even an array master entering another person's formation would find it difficult to quickly break through the restrictions and take away its foundation. But that little hoe could actually ignore the restrictions of the divine forging array, utterly preposterous. The real issue is, what proper father would forge such a treasure for his own children? Damn brats, I'll tear you to pieces. The governor's strength had already plummeted back to Marshal Venerable, and knowing he was no match for the old woman, he turned his attention toward the siblings, Chu Xian and Chu Chen. Even if I die, I'll drag these two brats down with me. He summoned a seal, none other than the official seal of the governor of Lan province. As spiritual energy flooded into it, the seal suddenly enlarged, hovering ominously above before bearing down on the siblings. The seal unleashed a terrifying force, sealing the space around the siblings and leaving them no escape, only the option to face it head-on. Sister, this treasure seems quite good. Chu Chen stared at the seal pressing down from the sky, his face brimming with excitement. Good for cracking walnuts. Chu Xian nodded as well, even envisioning future applications in her mind. Cracking walnuts? The governor nearly choked on his anger. This was the seal of Lanzhao's governor, a supreme-grade sacred artifact, and this little rascal was suggesting using it to crack walnuts? Young friends, this is the seal of Lanzhao's governor. You mustn't take it away. The old woman was also startled. This wasn't just any supreme-grade sacred artifact, it could combine with the governor's seal to stabilize the fortune of an entire province. Losing the governor's seal would cause significant trouble. I see. Forget it then, I'll go dig for array foundations instead. Upon hearing that she couldn't snatch it, Chu Xian immediately lost interest. Paying no heed to the plummeting imperial seal, she hoisted her tiny hoe and moved elsewhere to continue her treasure hunt. Wait for me, sis. Chu Chen likewise dashed off with his little hoe in tow. How is this possible? The governor controlling the imperial seal was dumbfounded. When the imperial seal descends with crushing force, it locks space itself, preventing enemies from moving and forcing them to withstand the blow head-on. Although his strength wasn't sufficient to fully unleash the seal's might, these two little troublemakers remaining completely unaffected was downright ridiculous. Nothing is impossible. The old woman snorted coldly. Those two youngsters could even thrash mid-stage martial saints. Did he really think a mere martial venerate like himself could restrain them just by barely wielding a saint artifact? How naive. She swung the 7-star sacred sword in her hand, sending a sword aura piercing through the air that struck the imperial seal and sent it flying. As it flew backward, the seal rapidly shrank, instantly returning to its original size before being caught neatly by Long Yufei. Meanwhile, the governor suffered a powerful backlash, spewing blood as he knelt halfway to the ground. The old woman swung her sacred sword repeatedly, directly crippling the governor's cultivation before tossing him before Long Yufei like worthless trash. Long Yufei sat back down, staring coldly at the governor lying on the floor with a dazed expression. Speak, she demanded. Why did you block my entry into the prefecture? Did you murder the previous governor? It wasn't me who killed him. The governor regained his composure and glanced at Long Yufei, seeming to have accepted his fate. His voice was icy as he replied, the former governor was at the peak of martial saint realm. How could a minor martial venerate like me possibly kill him? Then why obstruct my entry? Long Yufei pressed, aware the governor couldn't have killed his predecessor. The governor struggled to his feet, dragged over a chair, and sat down calmly. Simple, he said indifferently. I took bribes from several major factions to ensure all their disciples advanced in the Lanzhao Grand Competition and entered the Lanzhao secret realm for training. I never intended to kill the governor, just delay his inauguration by a month. Once the competition ended, even if he punished me by docking my pay or stripping my office, it would have been nothing compared to what those factions paid me. Had they also bribed the previous governor? Long Yufei frowned slightly as numerous possibilities flashed through her mind. Perhaps the former governor had refused their bribes and was ultimately killed by their joint efforts? I wouldn't know about that. The governor shook his head and replied impassively, I've done everything I should and shouldn't have done, but this has nothing to do with my family. Please spare them. Long Yufei stared at the governor for a long time before asking, if it were merely about accepting bribes to manipulate the great competition of Lan province, as you said, the worst consequence would be the dismissal of your official position, not a capital offense. Yet you dared to poison me, knowing full well that attempting this would mean your death regardless of success. Why pursue such a course? The governor tilted his head back with a loud laugh, then countered, has the provincial lord never heard that severing a man's source of wealth is akin to murdering his parents? And can one let go of vengeance for one's parents? Long Yufei fell speechless, clearly unable to comprehend such reasoning. After a moment, she turned her gaze to the unconscious or wounded officials and asked, were there accomplices? Speak truthfully, and your crimes may yet be mitigated. Accomplices, he sneered. You mean these trash? The governor turned his head to glance at the group of officials, his gaze lingering slightly longer on his own steward as he sneered. A bunch of cowards afraid of death, how could such trash accomplish anything great? Long Yufei stared at the governor for a moment before turning to look at Chu Chen, who was still digging for treasure, and called out, "Acre, could you lend Auntie a truth talisman?" "Sure, Aunt Long." Chu Chen nodded, stowing the freshly unearthed formation core into his spatial ring before taking out a talisman and tossing it over. "Truth-telling talisman?" The governor's gaze sharpened, then he declared solemnly, "The victor becomes king, the loser a bandit. Since I've lost, death is all that awaits me, what is there to fear?" With that, he suddenly drew a dagger from his robes and lunged at Long Yufei. "Looking for death." The old woman let out a furious shout, her sacred sword just beginning to swing when a figure rushed forward from behind. "Governor, be careful." The words had scarcely left his lips when a long sword pierced through the governor's back. The governor looked down at the blade protruding from his chest, lips trembling as if to speak, but only a mouthful of blood spilled forth. His dagger clattered to the ground. His body collapsed with a heavy thud, eyes wide and unseeing, his final sight fixed upon the steward who stood clutching the bloodied sword. Chapter 27. Let Daddy marry Auntie Long too. What is your position? Long Yufei turned to inquire of the steward. Reporting to the governor, this humble servant serves as the steward of the governor's mansion. The steward thudded to his knees. "I beg the prefecture lord to see clearly, this old servant had no part in the poisoning plot." Long Yufei glanced at the steward but said nothing more, tucking away the truth talisman in her hand. Turning to the assembled officials, she declared sternly, "This matter ends here. I've no wish to pursue it further. The Lan Province Grand Competition approaches. Should I discover anyone attempting underhanded schemes, don't blame me for showing no mercy. As the prefecture lord commands." The officials responded in unison, their voices brimming with reverence. Long Yufei's gaze swept over the officials one by one, yet she detected no clues. With a composed tone, she said, "You may all withdraw." "Yes, Governor." The officials breathed a sigh of relief, rose to their feet to salute, then turned and left. At that moment, the steward glanced at the governor's corpse and said respectfully, "My lord, no matter what, the governor was still my master. Might I be permitted to bury his body?" "Yeah." Long Yufei nodded, then looked up at the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen and asked, "Ai Chiro, Ai Kaoro, have you finished digging?" "Finished digging." The brother and sister duo came running over. "Auntie Long, this divine forging array has so many treasure formation bases, we're going to be rich. And they're all ancient treasures, so comfortable to have close." Watching the siblings' excitement, Long Yufei gave a soft smile, patted their little heads, and rose to her feet. "Come," she said, "let's head to the provincial capital." Chu Xian and Chu Chen each held one of the array foundation treasures, their faces brimming with contentment. These ancient treasures seemed to contain some unique energy, holding them always brought a deep sense of comfort. Last time, Daddy brought back 2 ancient treasures. They hugged them while sleeping, and when they woke up, their strength had grown even greater, and their speed had become even faster, though those 2 ancient treasures were also ruined. This time, digging up so many ancient treasures had them absolutely delighted. As they were about to leave the banquet hall, Chu Xian and Chu Chen, the brother and sister duo, simultaneously glanced back at the butler before quickly turning away again, following Long Yufei and the others as they left. The butler remained bent at the waist, utterly humble. After everyone had left, he straightened up and glanced in the direction they had departed, his eyes revealing a deeply meaningful expression. Then he lowered his head to look at the governor's corpse and spat out 2 icy words, "Worthless." With a motion of his hand through the air, crimson true energy condensed in his palm as a terrifying devouring force erupted, absorbing the governor's true energy. Once the true energy was completely devoured, it began consuming the governor's flesh and blood. The governor's corpse visibly withered at a rapid pace until it completely disappeared, leaving not even bones behind. Naturally, Long Yufei and the others remained completely unaware of all this. However, she was no fool either. The governor's confession had come too easily, and his sudden attack when she attempted to use the truth talisman, everything pointed to him still hiding something. What exactly was he hiding, willing to die rather than reveal it? And that butler, the timing of the governor's murder was too perfect, eerily so. "Aunt Long, I can't quite figure out that butler." Just then, Chu Chen, who was holding an ancient treasure in his arms, suddenly tugged at Long Yufei's sleeve and said, looking up with his small head, "I can't see through him either, but I don't like him." Chu Xian also furrowed her delicate little brows, a trace of disgust appearing on her exquisite face. Long Yufei was somewhat surprised. This was the first time she'd seen such an expression on the little darling's face. Moreover, the 2 toddlers had instantly sensed the governor's ill intentions upon meeting him, and the facts proved their instincts correct. That butler could actually remain unfathomable to them, truly extraordinary. "Master, keep close watch on the governor's butler from now on," Long Yufei whispered to the elderly woman. She had considered using a truth-compelling talisman, but couldn't be certain whether it would work on this butler. If ineffective, any information gained might instead mislead her judgment. The old woman nodded and asked again, "Lord Governor, why are the major factions so eager to send their disciples into the secret realm? Could it be that some treasure has appeared there?" "Highly likely." Long Yufei slightly furrowed her brows. "Auntie Long, what's a secret realm?" Chu Xian asked curiously. Chu Chen also tilted his little head, his chubby face full of confusion. Long Yufei smiled and explained, in our 9 provinces continent, there are countless secret realms, but the largest among them is controlled by the 9 provinces empire. It is said to be the biggest fragment from the shattered ancient divine realm, containing countless rare treasures and even artifacts from antiquity. An ancient treasure? The 2 little cuties' eyes instantly lit up. Alright, Long Yufei nodded and added, this secret realm has an age restriction. Only cultivators under 20 years old can enter without facing the backlash of the realm's laws. However, if one possesses a secret technique to conceal their age from the realm's detection or a magical artifact capable of withstanding its backlash, those over 20 can still enter. Yet, over the years, no artifact has been discovered that can resist the realm's laws, nor has any secret technique been found capable of shielding one from its scrutiny. However, no matter how abundant treasures may be, they are ultimately limited. Moreover, if one's strength is too weak, they cannot protect their treasures and will instead invite disaster. Since the secret realm appeared, many powerful individuals have stationed themselves outside the realm daily, waiting to kill and plunder young cultivators who emerge after seeking treasures. During that period, the entire 9 provinces was engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. Later, the 9 provinces empire forcibly took control of the largest secret realm, deploying protective formations and appointing the 9 provincial lords to oversee the opening and closing of the formation's entrance. It was also decreed that the secret realm would open once every 5 years. The central province would select the top 200 geniuses, while the other 8 provinces would each choose 100 through grand competitions, totaling 1,000 geniuses who would undergo 100 days of training within the realm. After the 100 days, they must leave via the teleportation array, otherwise, they will be judged by the realm's laws, facing certain death. Sister, how about we also participate in the competition? Chu Chen leaned closer to Chu Xian and whispered his question. Chu Xian's eyes lit up, but she quickly shook her head. No, we still have to rescue Mother. We can't afford to waste time here. Once Auntie Long activates the teleportation array for us, we should leave immediately. Fine. Chu Chen nodded. Compared to searching for ancient treasures, rescuing their mother was far more important. Hearing the adorable children's conversation, Long Yufei chuckled and said, actually, you can certainly participate in the tournament. The teleportation array in Lan Province can't directly reach Central Province. You'll need to teleport to Fire Province first, then activate another array there to reach Desolate Province. The journey involves passing through several provinces before finally arriving in Central Province. While I can activate the teleportation array for you here, other provinces may not be willing to activate theirs just for you. However, the secret realm has 9 major entry points, one of which leads directly to Central Province. I see. Chu Xian and Chu Chen exchanged glances before turning to Long Yufei, speaking in unison, and Long, we want to participate in the competition. Yeah. Long Yufei smiled faintly and ruffled the little ones' heads. The Lan Province Grand Competition starts in just 2 days. The 3 top forces of Lan Province and the provincial governor's mansion each hold 1 direct berth to skip straight to the top 10. You can choose one of you to advance directly to the top 10, while the other must start competing from the beginning. All top 10 entrants will receive a map to a secret realm. The higher your rank, the more complete the secret realm map, making it easier to locate the passage to Central Province. Thank you, and Long. Chu Xian and Chu Chen expressed their gratitude together. Chu Chen scratched her little topknot, rolled her eyes mischievously, leaned close to Chu Xian's ear, and whispered, Sister, I think Auntie Long is quite nice. Should we tell Daddy so he can marry Auntie Long too and bring her home as our stepmother? Chapter 28, a 3-year-old toddler joins the competition? Want your father to marry me? Hearing this, Long Yufei couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was somewhat speechless at this mischievous child's suggestion. Since when was matchmaking a second wife for one's father the normal thought process of a 3-year-old? If your mother heard this, wouldn't she be furious to death? The female guards lowered their heads, stifling their laughter, their delicate faces flushed red with suppressed mirth. Yet the old woman's eyes gleamed with contemplation. If they could recruit that mysterious powerhouse to the royal family, perhaps they could indeed arrange for Long Yufei to be matched with him when the time came. Marrying a man as his concubine in exchange for gaining 3 supreme powerhouses, now that would be quite a profitable bargain. Of course, this was just her own wild imagination. The younger sister of the 9 Provinces Empire's Empress, the Imperial Princess Yufei of the 9 Provinces Empire, could never be someone's concubine. You little rascal. Chu Xian patted Chu Chen's little head, planted one hand on her hip, and pointed at his tiny nose with the other, scolding, We're going to rescue Mother, not find Father a new wife, nor are we out looking for a stepmother. Oh, I understand. Chu Chen rubbed his little head, looking every bit the obedient child admitting his mistake. Truly, a teachable spirit. A satisfied expression appeared on Chu Xian's delicate little face as she patted Chu Chen's forehead, her expression one of contentment. These gestures shouldn't have come from 3-year-old children, they were clearly mimicking their father's usual behavior. Upon arriving at the state capital, Long Yufei arranged accommodations for the siblings and then sent female guards out to hunt several dozen demonic beasts. The spoils were then handed over to Chu Chen. This fulfilled Long Yufei's earlier promise, keeping her word was essential, especially to avoid deceiving 2 3-year-olds. 2 days later, the Lan Province Grand Tournament began. The siblings resolved their competition through rock paper scissors, with the elder sister Chu Shi proving more skilled and securing the direct entry ticket to the top 10 from Long Yufei. Meanwhile, younger brother Chu Chen proceeded to compete in the Lan Province Grand Tournament. The sister who secured a spot looked displeased, while the brother who failed to get one was brimming with excitement, leaving Long Yufei utterly speechless. Apart from Lanzhou City, there were 9 other major cities in Lanzhou Prefecture. Each of these 10 cities had its own competition zone, where 10 prodigies were selected to eventually gather in Lanzhou City to compete for the top 10 spots in the prefecture. The tournament consisted of elimination rounds and challenge rounds. The rules were simple: participants drew lots to determine their opponents, with winners advancing and losers being eliminated. Each competition zone has 10 arenas operating simultaneously, with the final winner of each arena becoming one of the zone's top 10 finalists. After the elimination matches, a challenge tournament begins. Defeated contestants who feel unjustly eliminated may challenge any of the top 10 finalists. Victory in such a challenge immediately replaces the challenged contestant with the challenger in the top 10 ranks. This system exists because the random draw for match groupings might pit strong contenders against each other too early, potentially eliminating powerful competitors while allowing weaker ones to advance through other brackets. The challenge tournament provides these unlucky strong competitors with an opportunity to reclaim their rightful position. After the qualifying matches, the top 10 contestants from each of the 10 major regions gathered in Lanzhou City, all eligible to enter the secret realm. Therefore, they could choose to forego competing for Lanzhou's top 10 rankings, or continue through elimination rounds to determine the final top 10 before advancing to the challenge matches, where the definitive rankings of Lanzhou's elite would be established. The top 10 of Lanzhou would receive maps of the secret realm. The higher the rank, the more complete the map. While the secret realm concealed tremendous opportunities, it was also fraught with peril. Possessing a map granted a natural advantage, so under normal circumstances, contenders fiercely competed for Lanzhou's top 10 spots. At Lanzhou City's martial arena, tens of thousands of cultivators had assembled. Some were competing geniuses, others were gamblers betting on victories, some were young aspirants observing battles early to prepare for the next Lanzhou Grand Tournament, and still others were merely spectators there for the spectacle. The competition hadn't even begun yet, but the venue was already bustling with noise and excitement. Chu Chen was assigned to the first tournament platform. Sitting in the waiting area, he kept looking around with uncontainable excitement. This crowd was far larger than anything he'd seen in Dashu village. He'd never witnessed so many people gathered in one place before. The spectacle was truly magnificent. Moments later, a female guard leaped onto the platform. With a wave of her jade-like hand, hundreds of tokens shot through the air, landing precisely before every competitor in the waiting area. After announcing the rules, she declared, "Your tokens each bear a number. Competitors with matching numbers will face each other. Now, let the 2 fighters holding token number 1 step forward." As soon as the words finished, 2 youths leaped onto the arena and unleashed a fierce battle. The 2 youths, aged around 15 or 16, possessed the strength of martial kings, making them rather talented geniuses in their own right. However, Chu Chen only gave it a fleeting glance before losing interest. Too weak, not even as strong as those 20 or 30 green wolves he had devoured before. Chu Chen glanced at his token. It was number 9. Looked like he still had some time to wait. A chubby little hand supported a plump double chin while another tiny hand held out a sinister energy emanating milk bottle. The child drank lazily, watching the matches on the arena with bored disinterest. So cold. The waiting fighters nearby all shivered at once. They first looked up in confusion at the glaring sun above before following the eerie chill straight to Chu Chen, only to freeze in shock at the sight of him. Wow, look, this baby still drinking milk actually came to compete? Is this a joke? Letting someone so young participate in the tournament? Exactly. Though the Lanzhou Grand Competition forbids intentional killing, blades and arrows have no eyes, accidents happen. He's so young, one sword strike might finish him. The surrounding competitors had originally been searching for the source of that eerie aura, but the sight of Chu Chen's tiny frame completely captured their attention. They couldn't comprehend why a 3-year-old toddler would participate in the Lan Province Grand Competition. Even if they passed the competition, wouldn't entering the Mystic Realm just be courting death? The Mystic Realm is nothing like the Grand Competition. The demonic beasts, ferocious creatures, and elites from other provinces there wouldn't show any mercy. Even fellow elites from our own province might turn on their companions. The dangers are innumerable. Of course, these were all tales told to them by their elders, not experiences they had personally lived through. Chu Chen didn't take offense either. Instead, he stretched out the milk bottle in his hand, his chubby little face breaking into an innocent smile. Want some beast milk? It's really tasty. Ugh, it's so cold. The group shivered in unison. Watching the frigid aura wafting endlessly from the milk bottle, they suddenly realized with horror that the bone-chilling cold was emanating from this toddler's innocent-looking drink. At this moment, match after match unfolded on the arena stage, until finally,
contestant holding token number 9, please ascend to the arena and prepare for your match.
The female guard's voice rang out from the fighting platform. My turn. Chu Chen was overjoyed. He stashed the milk bottle into his void ring, then leaped up and landed on the arena with a booming crash, shaking the ground violently. Such terrifying physical strength. The crowd exchanged shocked glances. Never had they seen a human prodigy with such frightening physical power, let alone a 3-year-old toddler. Could this be some ferocious beast in disguise? Chapter 29, Blood Wolf? So you've come to deliver barbecue meat again? The female guard naturally recognized Chu Chen and gave him a wink before turning to leave. After she left, Chu Chen noticed that the scene inside the arena had undergone a dramatic transformation. From the outside, the arena measured only about 30 feet, but once the competition began, the interior space seemed boundless. But this is normal, since many young prodigies are martial ancestors or even martial venerables. A Tenjiang arena isn't enough for them to fully unleash themselves. This spatial barrier seems quite sturdy, even that granny couldn't break it. But no matter, I have a spatial talisman that can teleport Ro out. Chu Chen sensed the situation within this spatial realm and muttered with pouted lips. It's you, the brat who roasted my spirit beast. At this moment, the voice of the opponent rang out ahead. A surge of negative emotions, chill, anger, hatred, and killing intent, came flooding in. Roast your pet beast? Chu Chen's chubby little face was full of confusion as he stared intently at the person, looking them over and over. His features were delicate, yet his eyes glowered at me with the ferocity of a wolf. Chu Chen tilted his head and thought hard, then suddenly clapped his chubby little hands in realization, shouting, Ah, I remember now, you're that guy called Blood Wolf, right? Did you bring me some roasted meat again? This time, I will make sure you pay the price. The man said coldly, his voice dripping with malice. The arena's interior appeared boundless in space, but from the outside, it was only 30 feet in size. Moreover, sounds from inside the arena could be clearly heard outside, and external noises could also penetrate into the arena space. Upon hearing the man's words, the crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Blood Wolf of the 10,000 Beasts sect? He's second only to the heavenly black tiger among the sect's prodigies. Does he know this little toddler? Listening to their conversation, it seems he suffered a major loss at the hands of this 3-year-old toddler. Blood Wolf enjoyed immense fame in Lan Province, even surpassing that of Black Tiger, the top prodigy of the 10,000 Beast sect, since Black Tiger spent most of his time in secluded cultivation while Blood Wolf frequently undertook missions outside. Yet the vast majority had only heard of Blood Wolf's reputation without ever recognizing the man himself. For often, people saw only the wolf pack, never Blood Wolf. Chu Chen studied the man carefully before turning to the referee's platform and asking, with such an ugly face, he must be over 20, right? How is he still eligible to compete? He is currently 18 years old and meets the competition requirements. A referee from the 10,000 Beasts sect frowned and spoke. The referees for each competition zone of the Lan Province Grand Tournament are all from the 3 top-tier factions and the Governor's Mansion. The referee from the Lan Province City Governor's Mansion is none other than Governor Long Yufei herself. Chu Chen ignored the referee from the 10,000 Beast sect, simply waiting for Long Yufei's response. He trusted only Long Yufei. Seeing this, the referee from the 10,000 Beasts sect darkened his aged face. This brat was openly challenging his authority as a referee. Long Yufei nodded with a smile. It's true he's not yet 20 years old, she said. Although Blood Wolf participated in the ambush against her, it was ultimately just a pack of blood wolves that appeared. She couldn't possibly convict Blood Wolf based solely on this. In fact, the moment she arrived at the State Lord's mansion, the Beast sect had already announced the expulsion of the Green Snake Elder, denying her even the chance to blame the Beast sect by association. Now that she just arrived at the State Lord's mansion without firmly establishing her footing, it wasn't yet appropriate to openly break with these top powers of Lan Province. Doing so would hinder her investigation into the truth. Only then did Chu Chen turn to look at Blood Wolf, muttering, being this ugly, you shouldn't be under 20 years old. His voice was loud enough for nearby people to hear, leaving everyone speechless with exasperated expressions. What does being ugly have to do with whether you're under 20 or not? Go little brother, beat that ugly freak up good. From the spectator area, Chu Xian jumped up and down while waving her tiny hands, shouting loudly, Okay, sister. Chu Chen nodded to his older sister. Blood Wolf's eyelids twitched violently. For fuck's sake, I just look a bit older than my age, since when am I ugly? Damn brat, today I shall avenge all those blood wolves you skinned alive, ripped the tendons from, and roasted for dinner. He let out an angry roar, swiftly forming hand seals as a blood-red hexagram materialized beneath his feet. Roar! A piercing wolf howl echoed across the scene, followed by 6 massive silver wolves, each nearly 20 feet long, emerging from the hexagram and howling at the sky. The aura of these 6 silver wolves was comparable to that of his previously blood-transformed gray wolves, clearly having reached the martial ancestor realm. If they underwent blood transformation, they would likely advance to the martial honor realm, truly worthy of being the second genius of the beast taming sect to command 6 fifth-ranked demon beasts, equivalent to 6 martial ancestors. I heard Blood Wolf possesses a unique skill that allows his tamed beasts to undergo blood transformation, instantly elevating them by 1 rank. An instant rank increase? Doesn't that mean after transformation, he'd possess 6 sixth-ranked demon beasts, equivalent to 6 martial venerables? Hiss, how could we possibly fight him then? We'd better just surrender the moment we encounter him. If the second prodigy of the beast taming sect is already this powerful, how terrifying must their top prodigy, Black Tiger, be? The crowd buzzed with discussions, filled with astonishment and admiration. Hearing these remarks, the beast taming sect disciples present to observe the match visibly swelled with pride. Who would have thought Blood Wolf has already tamed a 5th-tier magical beast as his companion? His future potential is boundless. Congratulations, Elder Leopard. The beast taming sect will surely gain another saint-level beastmaster in the future. The referees from the dominant sword sect and the demonic blade sect all extended their congratulations to the referee of the 10,000 beast sect. The incident where Blood Wolf had all his spirit beasts slaughtered by a mysterious powerhouse during the last ambush on the prefectural governor was no secret among the 3 top factions. Little did I expect that in just 7 short days, Blood Wolf had managed to contract 6 more 5th-tier magical beasts, each far more powerful than those previous dozens of 4th-tier creatures. Just luck. Sheer luck. The referee from the beast taming sect stroked his beard and burst into laughter. Long Yufei glanced at the referees from the 3 top factions, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Wow, meat, brother, I want meat. In the spectator stands, Chu Xian cheered with excitement and drooled at the sight of the 6 giant wolves. Okay, big sis. Chu Chen nodded firmly, waving his hand to send the grill, frying pan, and other tools right in front of Chu Xian. Sis, light the fire, he said. Alright, Chu Xian nodded repeatedly. Though she wasn't as skilled as Chu Chen when it came to roasting meat, preparing the basics was no problem at all. What are these 2 little toddlers up to? The crowd looked utterly bewildered. Damn these brats, times have changed, how dare you still look down on and humiliate me like this? Blood Wolf flew into a rage, his hands swiftly forming seals. Instantly, dark clouds blotted out the scorching sun, plunging the entire scene into darkness. The next moment, a blood-red full moon slowly rose from the dark curtain, casting the entire scene in dim crimson light. Roar! 6 enormous silver wolves howled thunderously at the blood moon, after which wisps of sanguine radiance descended and seeped into their bodies. This is the Blood Wolf's ultimate technique, blood assimilation. I never imagined he'd use it right from the start. The spectators gasped in awe. After the blood transformation, they'll become 6th-order demon beasts, comparable to martial venerables. The best approach is to kill them all before they complete their blood transformation, or locate the Blood Wolf and defeat him. Under the dim crimson glow, the crowd whispered among themselves while watching the 6 massive silver wolves gradually turn blood red. Little brother, wait for their blood transformation. The meat tastes better after they transform. Meanwhile, by the spectator stands, Chu Xian, who was kindling a fire, loudly reminded them. Got it. Amid the dismal crimson glow, Chu Chen gave a heavy nod. Having learned from last time, he naturally knew that blood-transformed meat was even more delicious than before. Thus, when faced with the 6 silver wolves undergoing blood transformation, he made no move to stop it. Chapter 30, A 6th-order demon beast? Crushed with 1 punch. Do these 2 little brats even understand what the Blood Wolf's blood transformation means? Now is the perfect moment to strike. The best choice is to kill it before its blood transformation completes. Or, we could attack the Blood Wolf directly while its pack is undergoing blood transformation. The brats are still just brats, utterly lacking in basic combat experience. The crowd shook their heads and sighed as they saw Chu Chen not taking the opportunity to attack, but instead leisurely drinking from a milk bottle. Then again, what kind of combat experience could one expect from a 3-year-old toddler? Truly, what kind of parents would cruelly send a 3-year-old to compete in the Lan Province Grand Tournament? Absolutely heartless. Little one, hurry up and fight them. Once they complete their blood transformation, you won't stand a chance anymore. Someone kindly reminded them, as after all, no one wanted to see such an adorable little baby get eaten by a pack of predators. Hearing this, Chu Chen turned to glance at the kind-hearted person, a teenage girl around 15 or 16 years old, and immediately grinned, speaking in his childish, dulcet voice. Big sister, you're a good person. Later, I'll treat you to beast milk, it's delicious. But we can't kill them early. We have to wait until they all turn into big red dogs, only then will the meat taste good. Oh, right. I'll treat you to roasted meat later, it's super tasty. The girl was speechless and rolled her eyes. I'm not a little baby, why would I drink beast milk? Roasted meat? Might as well give it a try. Roar! At this moment, the 6 giant wolves completed their blood transformation, their bodies turning completely crimson, even their fierce wolf eyes had shifted to blood red. The savage aura emanating from them sent chills down the spines of everyone near the arena. These 6 6th-level demon beasts, each possessing strength comparable to a martial venerable, albeit at the initial stage, could give even mid-stage martial venerables a difficult fight. Little brats, just surrender. Someone tried to persuade them. The blood transformation was complete. In their eyes, this little toddler still sucking on beast milk stood no chance. Continuing the fight meant certain death. Damn brat! I'll have my blood wolf bite off all your limbs and leave you a cripple for life. Beneath the dim crimson glow, Blood Wolf's face twisted into savage fury, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Because of this damn kid, not only did I lose my 30 green wolves, but I also got scolded by my master. Right now, he still doesn't know his master is already dead. Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but shiver. What kind of deep-seated hatred could drive someone to harbor such vicious thoughts toward a 3-year-old toddler? As the party involved, Shu Qin paid no mind at all. Stowing the milk bottle into his spatial ring, his excited baby voice rang out, finally turned red, time for slaughter. With that, his tiny form leaped into the air, plummeting directly toward the 6 crimson wolves. A thunderous crash shook the earth violently, the immense force sending all 6 blood wolves staggering back. The blood wolves concealed themselves in darkness, swiftly weaving hand seals. Under the dim crimson glow, his silhouette became completely indistinguishable. Roar! Amidst the howls of wolves, 6 massive crimson beasts positioned themselves in a hexagon, encircling Chu Chen at the center. One by one, blood-red energy spheres condensed within their maws, yet instead of launching them at Chu Chen, the wolves lowered their heads and spat them onto the ground. As the 6 scarlet energy spheres sank into the earth, crimson patterns rapidly spread across the surface, instantly forming an arcane array. Blood-red chains emerged from the array's depths, coiling around Chu Chen, who stood trapped at its heart. Little brat, within my blood wolf soul locking array, you can't mobilize your true chi, not even move your body, just obediently accept the blood wolf's kiss. Ha 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 ha. The blood wolf's maniacal laughter echoed through the darkness as Chu Chen was already bound tightly like a rice dumpling by crimson chains. It's over. That little milk baby is finished. Seeing this scene, everyone silently shook their heads. It's truly unbecoming for the strong to bully the weak. Shameful, indeed shameful. The referee of the 10,000 Beasts sect let out a faint sigh, though the smile on his face remained bright. Naturally, their vision wasn't obstructed by the blood curtain, allowing them to clearly observe everything that unfolded upon the arena. The referees from the other 2 top-tier powers simultaneously turned their gazes toward Long Yufei seated at the head position, eager to see her reaction. Everyone knew those 2 troublesome kids were brought by Long Yufei. Yet to their disappointment, Long Yufei's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a faint smile. Aren't you worried about that child, State Overseer? The referee from the dominant sword sect asked in puzzlement. Long Yufei said nonchalantly, I was just wondering if that little fellow would share some roasted meat with me. Share roasted meat? Hearing this puzzling remark, the referees from the Tyrant Sword sect and Demon Blade sect wore identical expressions of confusion. Little girl, aren't you worried that your younger brother has been restrained? In the spectator area, an audience member curiously inquired of Chu Xin. Yet Chu Xin didn't even lift her head, still busily trying to start a fire while muttering under her breath, I need to get this fire going quickly. Afterwards, I still have to remove the tendons and skin from that big crimson dog. So much to do. The surrounding spectators exchanged glances, speechless. Oh whoa! 6 crimson direwolves condensed bloody wind blades within their maws, launching them at Chu Chen, who was trussed up like a dumpling. Just as everyone assumed the battle's outcome was decided, the bloody chains binding Chu Chen suddenly shattered into fragments. With a thunderous boom, Chu Chen's tiny figure leapt into the air, dodging the 6 bloody wind blades before plummeting straight toward one of the crimson direwolves. His chubby little fist clenched tight as he delivered a savage punch toward the crimson direwolf's skull. Hiss! This little baby actually broke free from the chains instantly. What terrifying physical strength. But why is he attacking the giant wolf's head? That's the hardest part of its body. Exactly. Attacking its waist would have been much better. Still lacking experience, after all. Though everyone was stunned by Chu Chen's raw physical power, they couldn't help shaking their heads inwardly when they saw where he chose to strike. Bang! The chubby little fist smashed viciously onto the crimson giant wolf's head. In that instant, a faint glow of divine runes flickered. With a resounding crack, the giant wolf's skull shattered instantly, while the violent force of the blow sent its massive body flying over 100 zhang before it crashed motionless to the ground. Gasp! Everyone gasped in shock. How could this toddling infant kill a 6th-tier demonic beast with just one punch? And it struck the hardest part of the giant wolf's head at that. Looking at the deeply dented head of the giant wolf, it was clear this punch had completely shattered its skull. Such terrifying strength. Everyone exchanged horrified glances. They didn't sense any chi fluctuations. Clearly, the little toddler had slaughtered it purely with physical strength. Slaughtering a 6th-grade demonic beast comparable to a martial master with pure physical power? That little toddler must be a transformed ferocious beast. At this moment, all eyes looking at Shu Chen were filled with shock and fear, with not a trace of underestimation left. In the blink of an eye, Shu Chen arrived, flicking out a spatial talisman. Spatial energies rippled as a dimensional doorway condensed nearby. Then, his chubby little hand grabbed the giant wolf's tail and hurled it inside. "Sis, it's your turn now," his childish voice sounded. At the same time, a spatial gate appeared beside Chu Xian, from which the massive wolf corpse was teleported forth. "Got it!" Chu Xian cheered excitedly, summoning a short knife as she began gutting the giant wolf on the spot. The crowd was speechless. Were these two toddlers really planning to roast meat here? Chapter 31, got any more? 6 heads aren't enough to eat. You brat, you're asking for death. The blood wolf hidden in darkness roared furiously, followed by the remaining 5 giant blood wolves howling at the sky. Terrifying energy waves rippled out, and even the crimson moonlight seemed drawn by this power, visibly drifting toward the 5 blood-colored direwolves. In the next instant, 5 blood-red tornadoes connecting heaven and earth surged upward, trapping Chu Chen at their center. As the storm spun, their terrifying suction forces pulled against each other, relentlessly converging toward the middle. Standing at the heart of these 5 storm fronts, Shu Chen could feel 5 distinct tearing forces pulling his body toward 5 different directions, and as the 5 storms drew nearer, the tearing forces grew increasingly powerful. An ordinary person would have already been torn apart by these 5 forces. Even a mid-stage martial venerable cultivator trapped at the center of these 5 storms would find it nearly impossible to escape alive. The spectators watching from outside the arena collectively marveled, unsurprisingly worthy of being the second genius of the 10,000 Beast sect. His strength was truly formidable. Even if that little toddler had caught them off guard by killing a 6th-ranked demonic beast with a single punch, against these terrifying storms connecting heaven and earth, his brute strength would prove utterly useless. That was just an accident. Now you're seeing Blood Wolf's true strength. The referee from the beast-taming sect stroked his beard approvingly at this move, a rare smile finally breaking through his gloomy expression. This move is indeed formidable. It's hard to find an opponent of equal level who can match it. The referees from the Demon Blade sect and Tyrant Sword sect also nodded in praise. But when the 3 turned to look at Long Yufei, they found she wasn't paying any attention to the battle in the arena at all. Instead, she was watching Chu Xian, who was gutting the giant blood-red wolf in the spectator area. With a smile, she said, "Going 2 days without roast meat really makes me crave it. Would you 3 elders like to try some? That little one makes excellent barbecue." "Humph." The referee from the beast sect flashed a trace of anger in his eyes, his expression turning icy as he snorted coldly without speaking. "The State Lord jests. We have no interest in barbecue." The referees from the Tyrant Sword sect and Demon Blade sect forced out dry laughs as they spoke. Now that the 3 top factions stood united, even if they were interested, they couldn't possibly partake. What a shame. Long Yufei expressed regret, yet a faint smile played on her lips. Even if she couldn't take direct action against the 3 supreme factions right now, watching them suffer setbacks was quite satisfying. From start to finish, she had never once worried about the possibility of Chu Chen losing. Are you kidding? Even an elder from the Demon Blade sect at the mid-stage Saint Realm was beaten to a pulp by him. What can a mere 5 early-stage martial lord-level demon beasts do to that little monster? The referee from the 10,000 Beasts sect turned his gaze toward the arena, a chilling gleam flickering in his eyes. "I hope you can stay this calm when that little brat gets torn to pieces later." Though the arena was shrouded in a crimson curtain of blood, it could not obstruct their vision. Chu Chen stood calmly at the center of the 5 storm currents, curiously observing the approaching tempests. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a stack of talismans materialized in his hand. One after another, he began slapping them onto his own body with crisp papa sounds. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered in talismans. Even his face and head were plastered with them, leaving only 2 pitch-black eyes peering out. From a distance, all one could see was a dense layer of talismans, with no trace of a human figure visible beneath. What on earth is he doing? Everyone was stunned by his actions. Could this little toddler possibly be from some top-tier talisman sect? But even in Lan Province, I've never heard of any talisman faction with the resources to let him squander talismans so recklessly. The crowd wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, plastered head to toe with talismans, Chu Chen raised his chubby little legs, also covered in talismans, and swaggered forward with an arrogant strut, marching disdainfully toward the approaching storm. The storm howled, its terrifying tearing force distorting the surrounding space. Yet as it approached Chu Chen, it inexplicably veered away. The seemingly cataclysmic storm capable of annihilating heaven and earth couldn't affect him in the slightest. In mere moments, he passed through the storm unscathed, the talismans on his body turning to ashes in an instant. Are all those talismans on his body wind-fixing charms? It must be so. Only wind-fixing charms could ignore such a tempest, and they'd have to be exceptionally high-grade ones at that. Covered head to toe like that. There must be over 100 talismans. Isn't that excessively extravagant? Talismans were single-use consumables, not only exorbitantly priced but often impossible to procure regardless of wealth. Countless cultivators would spend fortunes seeking even a single talisman, yet this little toddler treats them like scrap paper, plastering them all over his body. It's enough to make one seethe with envy. The comparison is simply infuriating. Damn brat! Hidden within the darkness, Blood Wolf watched as Chu Chen emerged unscathed from the tempest, grinding his teeth in fury. Just as he formed hand seals to command the 5 crimson direwolves to renew their assault, Chu Chen leapt skyward once more, landing before one of the beasts. With a chubby little fist, he delivered a blow that shattered the wolf's skull. Then he swiftly threw out a spatial talisman, tossing the corpse of the colossal blood-red wolf into the spatial gate. Elder sister, they've come again. The childish, milky voice sounded from within the arena's inner space. Got it. Chu Xian responded with a sound and promptly resumed her efficient work. Only then did the crowd realize she had already finished processing the giant wolf from earlier, its meat now neatly arranged on the grill. The speed was astonishingly fast, clearly the work of a seasoned expert. Blood-wolf fusion. Within the arena space, the chilling voice of the blood wolf resonated once again. Then, the remaining 4 blood-colored giant wolves leaped into the air, charging directly at one another. Beneath their feet, a crimson magic array began to rise. Under the pull of the magic formation, the 4 crimson giant wolves actually began to merge into one another. No! Chu Chen shouted, his chubby little hand transforming into a palm blade as he fiercely chopped downward. A terrifying blade aura shot through the air, its domineering sword intent sweeping outward, making every blade cultivator outside the arena feel their weapons tremble. They hurriedly calmed them with true chi before the blades finally settled down. Such terrifying sword intent. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and awe. Where did this little kid come from? His physical body is absurdly strong, his talismans are ridiculously abundant, and now we discover his blade cultivation is outrageously powerful too. Honestly, from head to toe, inside out, everything about him defies reason. Boom! The blade's radiance arrived in an instant, slashing against the crimson blood array. With an earth-shaking boom, the formation shattered immediately. The 4 giant crimson wolves mid-fusion suffered backlash. Howling in agony, they plummeted from the sky. Chu Chen, fearing that the blood wolf might pull some trick again, darted forward and punched each of the 4 defenseless giant crimson wolves, obliterating them all in an instant. Then, using his spatial talisman, he teleported their remains out of the arena before patting his chubby little chest with relief and muttering, "Good thing I reacted fast, or else 4 meaty treats would have turned into just one." Hearing this, the blood wolf, hidden in the shadows, nearly erupted in rage again. But with his spirit beasts all slaughtered, he dared not face the little monster himself. Chu Chen turned to look at the blood wolf lurking in the darkness. He'd known all along where he was hiding, but instead of confronting him, he eagerly asked, "Do you have any more big dogs? Bring out more." Put. At these words, the blood wolf could no longer hold back. He vomited a mouthful of blood, collapsed backward, and fainted on the spot, his blood curtain dissipating into nothingness. Hey, don't faint yet. Do you still have any big dogs or not? Release the big dogs first before you pass out. Chu Chen rushed over anxiously. Last time this guy had 20 to 30 of them, with just 6 this time. How could they possibly be enough to eat? Chapter 32. Never try to guess what kids are thinking. Everyone outside the arena gasped in surprise, thinking the little toddler was about to take the opportunity to kill something that was explicitly forbidden. Although blades and swords have no eyes on the arena, once a combatant loses the ability to fight, attacks must cease. Continuing to deliver killing blows would result in the perpetrator's cultivation being abolished. The referee from the 10,000 Beast sect narrowed his eyes slightly, his true chi surging, ready to charge into the arena at any moment to abolish the brat's cultivation. The referees from the Tyrant Sword sect and the Demon Blade sect also cast occasional glances at Long Yufei, prepared to intercept should she attempt to rescue the brat. The sudden appearance of a brat capable of effortlessly defeating Blood Wolf by the governor's side was unwelcome news for the 3 top-tier powers. If they could take this opportunity to depose him, it would be something all 3 major factions would be pleased to see. Long Yufei's expression remained unchanged. That little guy wouldn't kill anyone. Of this, she wasn't the least bit worried. She was merely curious, what had that little fellow run off to do? In the entire venue, only her sister Chu Xian wasn't paying attention to this matter. She still had 5 giant wolves to deal with and was far too busy to spare any concern for what happened in the arena space. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Chu Chen appeared beside Blood Wolf, pulling a medicinal pill from his spatial ring and feeding it into Blood Wolf's mouth. Shortly after, Blood Wolf slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. That little brat actually revived Blood Wolf? Still just a child after all, how genuinely kind-hearted. Witnessing this scene, everyone froze in astonishment. Even the Beastmaster sect referee, who had already stood up ready to charge into the arena and cripple Chu Chun, found this somewhat unbelievable. He had witnessed countless Lan province tournaments and endless schemes, yet he had never seen someone rush to save their opponent before the match was officially declared over. If such a thing were done by a teenage boy, everyone would simply curse him as a fool. But when it came from a 3-year-old toddler, everyone was moved by his pure innocence and kindness. When Blood Wolf saw Chu Chen, he was startled and abruptly rolled to his feet, retreating into a defensive stance. Only after realizing his injuries seemed to have healed did it dawn on him that Chu Chen had saved him, leaving his expression conflicted and complicated. Technically speaking, the two were enemies. Being rescued by his own adversary, he didn't even know how to feel inside. Chu Chen, however, harbored no such thoughts. With visible excitement, he urged, "You're finally awake. Come on, quick. Let's keep going." Continue? Blood Wolf was stunned for a moment. Did this little brat waste precious pills to revive him just so they could keep fighting? Is this kid out of his damn mind? Blood Wolf sighed and shook his head. "I'm done fighting," he said. "All my tamed beasts are dead. What's the fucking point? Could he possibly let a frail beast master like himself exchange blows with this brat? That's not acceptable." Chu Chen grew anxious and urged, "Quickly summon your big dogs." "Big dogs? You mean spirit beasts, right?" Blood Wolf froze for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "None left." "Gone?" Chu Chen was stunned, continuously shaking his head with an expression of disbelief as he said, "I don't believe it. Last time you had 20 or 30 heads. How could there only be 6 this time? 6 definitely won't be enough for us to eat." "Not enough to eat?" Blood Wolf stood dumbfounded. He seemed to have realized something, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chu Chen, asking in disbelief, "You revived me, just so I could summon more beasts for you to kill and eat?" "Yeah, hurry up, don't dawdle. Bring as much as you've got, my sister, and I can really pack it away." Chu Chen nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Ugh. Blood Wolf flushed crimson with rage, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing flat on his back again. Hey, you're not gonna pass out again, are you?" Chu Chen arrived in an instant, peering with his little head at the Blood Wolf lying on the ground, its chest heaving violently. Seeing the wolf's resentful glare, he immediately sighed in relief. Good, it's not unconscious, otherwise I would have had to waste another pill." As soon as he finished speaking, a talisman suddenly appeared in his chubby little hand, and with a slap, he stuck it onto the Blood Wolf's forehead. "Do you have any more big dogs?" Chu Chen asked eagerly, his face full of anticipation. "No." The Blood Wolf's eyes were vacant, yet its lips instinctively uttered 2 words. "None." Chu Chen frowned slightly with his little brows before asking again, "By the way, I think they're called spirit beasts? Do you have any more spirit beasts? The more the better." "No." Expressionlessly, the Blood Wolf again spat out 2 words. "It seems there really isn't any." Chu Chen scratched his little topknot, his chubby face filled with disappointment. With a wave of his plump little hand, the talisman detached from the Blood Wolf's forehead and turned to ashes midair. These talismans were single-use consumables that would disappear after being activated. Though Blood Wolf couldn't control his body moments ago, his consciousness remained clear. Fully aware of what had transpired, he flipped upright and roared at Chu Chen while pointing accusingly, "You damn brat! How dare you humiliate me like this? Ugh!" After his furious shout, he coughed up another mouthful of blood before collapsing backward, slipping back into unconsciousness. "If only you'd admitted you had no tamed beast earlier, you wouldn't have made me waste a precious pill and a truth talisman for nothing." How infuriating. Chu Chen shook his chubby little fist at the unconscious Blood Wolf, his plump cheeks puffing with childish indignation. The crowd outside the arena collectively wore expressions of speechless disbelief. They had initially thought this guy was pure-hearted and kind, even saving his own opponent. Who could have imagined that reviving them was merely to make them summon more spirit beasts for him to slaughter and devour? This bore no resemblance to purity or kindness whatsoever. He was simply an utter little rascal, a terrifying pint-sized demon. Indeed, you can never guess what a brat is thinking. "Humph." The referee from the 10,000 Beasts sect snorted coldly, his face dark as he sat back down in his seat. Though the brat's behavior was truly infuriating, it didn't violate the tournament rules. There was nothing he could do about it. The judges from the Dominant Sword sect and the Demon Blade sect exchanged glances, silently praying that none of their disciples would run into that little monster. A female guard turned to look and, seeing Long Yufei give a slight nod, stepped onto the arena. With a wave of her hand, she deactivated the arena's spatial barrier and announced, "The 9th match of the first round at Lanzhou City's first arena concludes with AI Kaira from the Barbecue Village as the winner." Barbecue Village? AI Grill Meat? Hearing this name, everyone knew it was fake, but it suited that little troublemaker perfectly. Chu Chen tilted his head up to look at the female guard and said with a grin, "Auntie, come join us for barbecue later." "Sounds good." The female guard nodded, her face full of smiles. "Little brother, hurry up and grill the meat.
I'm hungry. At this moment, Chu Xan's babyish voice rang out.
Okay, sister, I'm coming. Chu Chen responded and leaped gracefully to the grill, skillfully beginning to barbecue on the spot. As for the unconscious blood wolf, the disciples of the beast-taming sect naturally carried him away. The judges and team leaders of the beast sect all wore grim expressions.
Blood wolf was the sect's second-ranked prodigy, fully capable of breaking into the top 10 under normal circumstances.
Never did they expect to encounter such a troublesome brat, causing him to miss even the top 100 and naturally lose his qualification to enter the secret realm.
Damned little brat.
From the elders down to the ordinary disciples, everyone in the beast sect glared viciously at Chu Chen. But when they saw Chu Chen engrossed in roasting Blood Wolf's spirit beast, their blood pressure skyrocketed, nearly causing them to erupt in rage on the spot.
Chapter 33, the competition venue turns into a barbecue feast.
The match continued, with all participants straining every nerve in combat, unleashing their full potential in hopes of catching the attention of major factions and gaining admission. This was the primary goal for most ordinary youths participating in Lan Province's grand competition. Knowing they lacked qualifications for the secret realm, they pinned their hopes on attracting influential powers. Being recruited by such factions would ensure a promising future.
But now, neither the people from major factions nor ordinary spectators could muster any interest in watching the battle.
Their skills were too far inferior to Ikeo Ro and Blood Wolf's, making the fights utterly boring to watch.
All eyes kept drifting back to the barbecue-making sibling duo.
The elder sister skillfully skinned the giant wolf and gutted it with practiced ease. The younger brother's movements, slicing the meat, flipping it on the grill, and seasoning it, were equally masterful. As the meat sizzled and turned, its rich aroma wafted through the air, making nearby passers-by inhale deeply and drool uncontrollably.
It smells so good. I want some too.
These two little toddlers are surprisingly good at grilling meat. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Despite being only 3 years old, this sister-brother pair's grilling skills seem to have already reached a level cultivated for well over 2 years.
Their parents must be real oddballs, specifically teaching their children how to grill meat.
But this is actually quite good, at least they won't go hungry.
Brother, are you done yet?
I've finished my part. Chu Xian finished dealing with the last piece of roasted meat, washed her hands, and retrieved a tray from her spatial ring before eagerly approaching the grill to ask,
"These are ready now, you can eat."
Chu Chen pointed to the first batch of roasted meat, which he had already transferred to another fireless grill.
Perfect.
Chu Xian picked up several large pieces of meat on a tray and ran briskly toward the judges' area with her short little legs, cheerfully calling out as she went, "Auntie Long, time for grilled meat." By the time her last word fell, her petite figure had already appeared before Long Yufei, her two tiny snow-white hands holding the tray up high.
"Thank you."
Long Yufei gave Chu Xian's little head a gentle rub before taking the tray and placing it on the table in front of her. "Auntie Long, call me if you want more after you finish," she chirped. After speaking, Chu Xian ran back on her short little legs to deliver some grilled meat to the female guards on the scene.
Long Yufei turned to the referees from the 3 top factions with a smile and said, "Gentlemen, would you like to try some? It's delicious." The referee from the 10,000 Beasts sect had a gloomy expression but couldn't lash out.
He just snorted coldly without saying a word. The referees from the Overlord Sword sect and Demon Blade Gate eyed the roasted meat for a moment, secretly swallowing their saliva before forcing a dry laugh and waving their hands.
We're not hungry, they said.
While speaking, his eyes uncontrollably drifted toward the roasted meat. Who knew how that little brat managed to roast it? It smelled absolutely divine. Once the competition is over, I'll have to go back and get someone to roast some meat for me. Though both were salivating at the sight, that was after all a pet beast of the beast-taming sect's disciple.
Eating it right in front of their elder would be rather inappropriate.
After all, the 3 top powers are now united as one. It would be unwise to do anything that might harm their solidarity.
That's a real shame.
Long Yufei shook her head slightly, took out a handkerchief to wrap around her hand, and then picked up a piece of grilled meat, leisurely enjoying it. This little one's grilling skills seem even better than last time.
This meat tastes more delicious than those green wolves from before. While eating, Long Yufei couldn't help but praise. The green wolf from last time?
The referee from the beast-taming sect clenched his fists tightly upon hearing this, a boundless rage burning in his chest.
The judges from the Dominant Sword sect and the Demon Blade sect couldn't help but twitch their eyelids in shock. What a savage little rascal, specifically preying on other people's spirit beasts? But poor Blood Wolf, every single one of his spirit beasts ended up devoured by that little monster.
"Big sister, this is for you. It's really tasty." Chu Chen also filled a large bowl with 2 pieces of roasted meat and handed it to the young girl who had kindly warned him earlier.
"Thank you."
Under the envious gazes of those around her, the girl gracefully accepted the bowl of roasted meat and began to eat. Wow, so delicious. After just one bite, the girl's eyes lit up. She completely abandoned her ladylike demeanor and began devouring the food with gusto.
Is it really that good? The onlookers swallowed hard, half in disbelief despite their watering mouths. Shu Chen glanced around and noticed many older boys and girls staring at him eagerly. Being kind-hearted, he couldn't bear to keep the food all to himself. He returned to the roasting rack and whispered to Chu Xin, "Sister, should we share some with them?" "Sure." Daddy said sharing makes good children, and we definitely want to be good children. Chu Xin readily agreed, then began slicing the roasted meat into thin pieces with a small knife. Her knife skills were excellent and extraordinarily fast. In no time, she had finished slicing the entire giant wolf roast. Shu Chen's tiny hands formed seals as a sky-blanketing surge of sword energy manifest behind him. Everyone present was startled, thinking this little toddler was about to attack them, and were utterly frightened. At that moment, Shu Chen waved his chubby little hand, sending countless slices of meat soaring into the air to land with perfect precision atop those sword energies. Uncles and aunties, big brothers and sisters, were treating you to some grilled meat. As soon as he finished speaking, his chubby little hand waved, and countless blade energies shot through the air, coming to a perfect halt right before everyone present. What terrifying control! Everyone stared blankly at the blade energies floating before them and noticed 2 slices of grilled meat lying atop the edges, completely stunned. Controlling blade energy to attack enemies wasn't anything special, every sword cultivator present could do it. To control so many blade auras with precision, halting them before everyone yet without losing control, this requires absolute mastery over the unleashed blade energies. Such refined control likely surpasses every swordsman present, with only the judges and elders of the Demon Blade sect being exceptions. Could this toddler's strength truly rival that of the Demon Blade sect's elders? But he's only 3 years old. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Though they still didn't fully understand the infant's true strength, one thing was certain: this little infant had concealed their power during the fight with Blood Wolf. Eat up, it's really tasty. Shu Chen saw everyone staring dumbfounded at the roasted meat and couldn't help urging them again. Hearing those childish, milky voices, everyone finally snapped out of their daze and extended their hands. At the very moment they reached out, all the sword chi dissipated, and 2 slices of roasted meat fell perfectly into their hands. Wow, this is really delicious. Someone tasted a bite and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Soon, everyone at the scene began eating voraciously, showering it with endless praise. Except for the members of the beast taming sect. They held the roasted meat, faces full of awkwardness, wanting to eat but not daring to. At this moment, the unconscious Blood Wolf woke up. Seeing everyone feasting wildly with 2 slices of roasted meat placed before him, he seemed to understand everything and let out a grief-stricken roar. "My spirit beast! Damn brat! I'll never let this go!" Hearing this roar, Shu Chen scratched his little bun-haired head and hesitated for a moment, seeming to feel a bit guilty. He personally cut another piece of roasted meat and brought it to Blood Wolf, asking innocently, "Sorry, I forgot it was your spirit beast we roasted. I gave you too little meat, here's some more, don't be mad anymore." Daddy says grown-ups should have bigger hearts, and getting angry isn't good. Chapter 34, Daddy married Aunt Long, so he doesn't dare spank us anymore. I gave you too little? Am I fucking angry because of this? Should adults have bigger breasts? What kind of nonsense is this? Still think it's not enough? Shu Chen glanced at the roasted meat in his hand, then turned to look at the meat on the grill, muttering, "Seems a bit sparse, huh? Don't rush. I'll add some more for you." With that, he dashed back to the barbecue stand, grabbed a few more slabs of meat, and brought them to Blood Wolf. His chubby little face wore an expression brimming with generosity as he declared, "This time, I'm giving you plenty. Even though the meat came from you, I was the one who beat them up. My sister did the skinning and gutting, and I cooked the meat. So giving you this much is already very generous, don't you dare get greedy about it, alright?" His utterance of the word "die" was somewhat unclear, sounding a little comical. "You, me, ugh." Blood Wolf pointed at Shu Chen, his body trembling uncontrollably, too furious to speak. Already wounded and now enraged to the point of chi deviation, he suddenly sprayed a mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious once more. What happened? Fainted again? With such a small chest, it'll be hard to develop great temperament later on. Shu Chen sighed like a little adult. Small chest? Hard to develop great temperament? It took the crowd quite some time to realize that what was being hinted at was that someone's heart was too narrow, making it hard for them to achieve greatness in the future. This little kid isn't just strong, their ability to annoy people surpasses their strength. No matter what, we must never offend this little kid in the future. They might not kill you, but they can infuriate you to death, truly terrifying. The grilled meat is placed here. You can't say I didn't feed you from now on. Shu Chen placed the grilled meat beside the unconscious Blood Wolf, then paused before bending his tiny frame to give a deep ceremonial bow. His intention was to express gratitude for the selfless meat contribution, though the scene inexplicably resembled a graveside offering. Poor kid. Everyone cast another pitying glance at Blood Wolf before diving back into their meal.
pity aside, nothing could dampen their appetite for roasted meat. No one could deny this little toddler's barbecue skills were truly exceptional. His roasting technique was even more impressive than his infuriating antics. Where are your manners? At this moment, the referee from the beast taming sect suddenly shouted angrily and appeared in the spectator area. After glancing at the feasting crowd, his gaze settled on the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chun, and he reprimanded, "This is the Lan Province Grand Competition, not your barbecue feast. You've turned the prestigious event into a complete mess. How can the competition continue like this? For disrupting the order of the Lan Province Grand Competition, I, as the referee of the Lanzhou City Division, hereby expel you and revoke your eligibility for this competition. Guards, throw them out." As soon as the words fell, several beast-taming sect disciples assigned as competition guards instantly appeared and surrounded the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen. One after another, spirit beasts comparable to late-stage martial venerables, even peak martial venerables, were summoned, each far stronger than the blood wolf. Those who disrupt order deserve expulsion. The referees from the dominant sword sect and the demon blade sect also materialized out of thin air, speaking unhurriedly. At the same time, guards belonging to the dominant sword sect and the demon blade sect emerged one after another, encircling the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen completely. The crowd held their roasted meat in silence, wordless. Disturbing the order? This is just an excuse. Everyone knows the real purpose of the referees from the three top factions is to use this opportunity to expel those two little toddlers. If that little toddler stays, he's highly likely to encounter disciples from the three top factions again. Given his strength, among the participating disciples of those factions, probably none except their top prodigies could match him. Yet all the top prodigies from the three major factions are seed contestants who directly advance to the top 10. Before that stage comes, this little toddler's power would probably remain unrivaled. What a pity! No matter how strong the little toddler might be, she couldn't possibly stand against the three great arbiters. The crowd turned their gaze toward Chu Chen, only to see him cheering with gleaming eyes fixed on the spirit beasts summoned by the disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect, exclaiming, "Wow, so much meat! Big cats, big dogs, big snakes, wow, they look so delicious." Chu Xian's gaze resembled that of a starving beast finally spotting palatable prey. The disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect instinctively glanced at the roasting meat on the grill and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This is utterly unreasonable. The judge from the 10,000 Beast sect frowned, snorted coldly, and waved his hand, prompting the guards to step forward. The siblings, Chu Xian and Chu Chen, suddenly paled and turned to dash in front of the roasting grill, spreading their tiny hands like little chicks guarding their food. "Are you all like those toothless people Daddy talked about? I already gave you roasted meat, and now you still want to snatch it?" Chu Chen said angrily, his chubby little face trembling slightly. Chu Xian bared her teeth, trying her best to put on a fierce expression. "Whoever dares touch my barbecue, I'll beat them to death." "Yeah, beat him to death." Chu Chen also nodded heavily, his chubby little face filled with earnestness. The crowd was left speechless upon hearing this. These two tiny toddlers actually thought the others had come to steal their roasted meat. In their little minds, whether they could continue participating in the Lan Province Grand Competition was far less important than whether their barbecue would be snatched away. At that moment, an enormous seal materialized above the crowd, unleashing a terrifying oppressive force that swept over everyone. It's the province ruler's seal. At the sight of that great seal, everyone rose to their feet, their eyes filled with reverence. Each province possesses two sacred guardian artifacts, the seal of the provincial lord and the seal of the governor, but the provincial lord's seal holds supreme authority. It could be said that the common people of each province hold even greater awe for the provincial lord's seal than for the provincial lord themselves. For provincial lords may come and go, but the provincial lord's seal eternally safeguards each province. In the 9 provinces, an ancient saying has long been passed down: state governors flow like water, but the governor's seal stands firm as iron. Do you all take me for a mere phantom? Long Yufei stepped through the void, landing before the twin siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen, her beautiful face icy with anger. "Greetings, Governor." All present bowed in unison. Long Yufei waved her hand to dismiss the formalities, then turned her icy gaze toward the referees from the 3 top-tier factions and said coldly, "Is this how you've been suppressing geniuses all these years? What does the governor mean by that?" The referee from the beast-taming sect frowned and said sternly, "These 2 unruly children disrupted the competition's order. As the referee for this division, I have the authority to expel them." "How can you claim this as suppressing geniuses?" Elder Leopard speaks wisely. The governor's words are unbecoming of his status. The adjudicators from the Tyrant Sword sect and Demon Blade sect also voiced their agreement repeatedly. "Is that so?" Long Yufei maintained her composure, speaking with tranquil indifference. The competitors are still battling within the arena space, and all spectators remain seated in their designated spaces. Where is the disorder? Who decreed that consuming food during matches is forbidden? Who dictated that grilling meat at tournament grounds violates any rules? But, before the 3 adjudicators could respond further, Long Yufei decisively cut them off. That's enough. If you don't return to your positions, you're the ones truly disrupting order. Don't force me to mobilize the fortune power of Ran province, Long Yufei said coldly. Humph. The referee from the Beastmaster sect snorted coldly, his figure vanishing instantaneously only to reappear in the judge's area the next moment. The referees from the Tyrant Sword sect and Demon Blade Gate exchanged glances, cupped their hands toward Long Yufei in deference, then turned to leave. Though their cultivation surpassed Long Yufei's, if she activated Ran province's fortune power through the governor's seal, any attack against her within Ran province's borders would invoke the backlash of the province's fortune energy. Wow, Aunt Long is so cool, Chu Xian said with starry-eyed admiration. Chu Chen leaned close to Chu Xian's ear and whispered, Sister, if Daddy marries Aunt Long, with her protecting us, he definitely won't dare to spank our bottoms anymore. Chapter 35, We're not here to find Daddy a wife. That actually makes sense. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Daddy was perfect in every way except for his annoying habit of spanking her and her little brother. The big brothers in the village said if you get spanked too much, your butt will go flat, and that would be so ugly. But no matter how many times she told Daddy, he just wouldn't believe her. Auntie Long seems so fierce, she'll definitely be able to keep Daddy in line and stop him from spanking us. But soon she shook her head repeatedly, waving her hands as she said, No, we're going to rescue Mother. How could we get Father a new wife? Mother would be furious if she found out. Besides, once we save her, she'll definitely protect us and stop Father from spanking our bottoms. That makes sense. Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Chu Xian suddenly turned to glare at Chu Chen, clenching her little fist as she warned, Listen here, you little rascal, stop thinking up these crooked schemes. Don't forget, we snuck out to rescue Mother, not to find Father a new wife. If you bring this up again, I'll turn your backside into a blooming flower. As she spoke, she even swung her fists a couple of times for emphasis. Understood, sis. Chu Chen instinctively covered his little bottom, nodding repeatedly with an utterly obedient expression. Their voices weren't particularly quiet, and nearby listeners couldn't help but burst into laughter. These two little toddlers actually wanted to introduce the prefecture lord of Lan province to their father as a potential wife. Weren't they afraid of getting spanked by their mother? They were simply too adorable. Long Yufei's pretty face flushed slightly as she shot the two adorable toddlers a fierce glare. Chu Chen tugged at her little bun hairstyle, rolling her eyes playfully before grabbing 2 pieces of roasted meat with her chubby hands. Auntie Long, she asked ingratiatingly, would you like some more barbecue? I've lost my appetite because of you. Long Yufei shot him a withering glare before turning on her heel and returning to her seat. Chu Chen lowered his head to look at himself, then glanced at Long Yufei before leaning close to Chu Xian's ear and asking in confusion, Sister, what kind of aroma do I have? How could Auntie Long get full from it? Chu Xian leaned over and sniffed carefully at Chu Chen's body, her delicate little face also filled with bewilderment. Apart from the smoky scent of grilled meat, there's no other smell. Could sniffing the smoke make someone full? But I've smelled it so much, and my tummy's still not full. As she spoke, she even rubbed her little belly, appearing utterly perplexed. Put, I'm dying of laughter. These two little chubby babies are so amusing. The nearby onlookers could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Sister, what are they laughing at? Chu Chen asked with a puzzled expression. I have no idea. Chu Xian rolled her little white eyes and went back to eating her barbecue. Seeing this, the crowd laughed even more cheerfully. The competition continued, but everyone's attention was no longer on it. Every move made by the Chu siblings, Xian and Chen, drew fascinated gazes from the spectators. Fortunately, the fighters inside the arena couldn't see what was happening outside, otherwise they'd probably lose all motivation to compete. Under the crowd's distracted attention, the first round of the competition finally concluded, with over 400 participants advancing to the second round. The afternoon would see the commencement of the second round. On the way back to the governor's manor, siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen flanked Long Yufei, their little heads turning left and right with endless curiosity at everything they saw. Everything here was unlike anything seen in Dashikan village. Ikaira, you must be very careful in this afternoon's match. Long Yufei warned in a serious tone, in a fair and open battle, you naturally fear no opponent. But they may not continue fighting you honorably. This time they've gone through such elaborate efforts to infiltrate disciples from all 3 major factions into the secret realm, they must have ulterior motives. Since you've ruined their plans, they certainly won't let this matter rest. I understand, Aunt Long. Chu Chen nodded emphatically, waving his chubby little hand as he said in a childish voice, no matter what they try, I'll beat them all down. Aunt Long, don't worry, Chu Xian reassured, waving her delicate little hand. My brother and I may look young, but we've seen every treacherous trick in the book. The toddler spoke with surprising maturity as she made her declaration. Long Yufei glanced at the 2 adorable toddlers skeptically. With their baby cheeks and tiny stature, what else could they possibly be but children? Having lived in this world for only 3 years, what kind of sinister tricks could they have possibly seen? The world is vast, and danger lurks everywhere. Even I wouldn't dare claim to have seen every deceitful scheme, let alone two adorable 3-year-olds. Of course, Long Yufei didn't expose the truth. She only reminded them again, just be careful no matter what, and if things seem hopeless, concede immediately. Don't worry, Auntie Long, nothing will go wrong. Shu Xian patted her little chest and assured confidently. She wasn't joking. Back in Dashikan village, she and her brother had suffered plenty of their father's pranks. At the banquet earlier, the reason she thought of mixing the dishes in wine to test for poison was precisely because Chu Feng had once pulled such a mischievous trick back in Dashu village. Although the poison Chu Feng used was nothing more than a mild laxative, it left an unforgettable impression on Shu Xian. Yeah, Long Yufei nodded without saying more. After all, they were just two irresistibly cute 3-year-olds. How could she expect them to fully grasp her words? Just keep a close eye on them when the time comes. If anything goes wrong, immediately step in and concede defeat for the little ones. Meanwhile, at the beast-taming sex estate in Ranzhou City, the 3 chief referees and several leading elders had all gathered together. Damn those bear cubs! Elder Leopard clutched his teacup, growing angrier by the moment, before smashing it fiercely to the ground, his face darkening with fury. Blood Wolf was the second most gifted disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect, possessing 6 spirit beasts capable of rivaling early-stage martial venerables, with a 90% chance of breaking into the top 10 and securing another fragment of the secret realm map. The more map fragments one collected, the more complete the assembled map would become, making navigation within the secret realm far easier. Yet no one could have anticipated that a brat would appear out of nowhere, not only eliminating Blood Wolf but also roasting and devouring all his spirit beasts. Such an unimaginable humiliation, how could anyone endure it? Now, Blood Wolf had not only lost his chance to obtain the map fragment but was even stripped of his qualification to enter the secret realm altogether. Elder Bao, that brat must be expelled, or even eliminated. Otherwise, not only will we lose out on one, perhaps even several maps, but even if we enter the secret realm, he will likely hinder our disciples from obtaining opportunities. The judges and elders of the Tyrant Sword sect also voiced their agreement. No one could guarantee that their disciples wouldn't encounter that brat in the second or third rounds of the competition. Given the brat's strength, any encounter would surely end in defeat. The arbitrator from the Demon Blade sect frowned slightly and said, while it's important for our disciples to enter the secret realm for training, let's not forget our true purpose. At these words, everyone fell silent. Exerting all means to send disciples into the secret realm was merely a facade, a diversion to capture the attention of the new state prefect. The real objective lay elsewhere. But he's being closely watched by Vice Sect Master Long from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. It won't be easy for him to slip away. Elder Leopard also regained his composure, his brows furrowed tightly. The arbitrator from the Dominant Sword sect nodded as well. Although his strength makes killing Vice Pavilion Master Long effortless, once Vice Pavilion Master Long dies, the new state overseer would surely notice. By then, empowered by the fortune of Lan State, even he wouldn't dare move against the state overseer. After some thought, the arbitrator from the Demon Blade clan said, perhaps eliminating the bear child and diverting Vice Pavilion Master Long can be accomplished simultaneously. Chapter 36, The Conspiracy of the 3 Supreme Powers. Does Elder Flame Demon have a wise plan? All the elders from the Beast Taming sect and the Tyrant Sword sect turned their gaze toward the referee from the Demon Blade sect. The Fire Demon Elder revealed a sinister smile and said with a grin, to eliminate those brats, it must be done in the arena, and we can't use our own disciples. The Flame Demon Elder is right. That brat is only 3 years old yet already possesses the strength to slay an early-stage martial venerable. How could someone with such prodigious talent lack formidable backing? If our disciples were to eliminate him, it would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the forces behind him. The elder of the dominating sword sect nodded in agreement. Other than our own disciples, who else would dare violate the rules to kill opponents? And who has the strength to slay that little brat? Elder Leopard asked in bewilderment. An elder from the Demon Blade sect grinned and said, I recall a blade cultivator from humble origins, Lu Tian, I believe. Though his talent is nothing remarkable, he's always wanted to join our Demon Blade sect. This man could prove useful. I could supply him with pills and treasures to temporarily boost his power drastically and promise him protection from our 3 top factions, as well as immediate induction into our sect as a core disciple if he kills the brat. With such temptation, he'll surely agree. Upon hearing this, realization dawned across everyone's faces. The Demon Blade sect had no shortage of such resources. The character demon in the Demon Blade sect isn't just for show. How can you guarantee he'll definitely encounter that brat? Elder Leopard inquired once more. The others nodded in agreement. The new prefecture lord possesses the official seal. Even if her strength were far inferior to theirs, none would dare scheme under her watchful gaze. The fire demon elder's smile grew increasingly sinister as he said indifferently, imagine if, during the distribution of the tokens, the murderer who killed the previous state ruler suddenly appeared and assassinated the new one. What do you think would happen then? The leopard elder's eyes lit up as he said, then everyone's attention will be drawn to the assassin. The new governor will be wholly focused on defending against the assassination attempt, paying no heed to the token. At that moment, meddling with it would go completely unnoticed. The judge from the dominant sword sect continued, moreover, with the new province governor being assassinated, Vice Sect Master Long from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion will undoubtedly rush to the rescue. This way, he'll have the perfect opportunity to escape. What a clever move to kill two birds with one stone, worthy of the Flame Demon Elder indeed. The crowd suddenly understood, giving Elder Flame Demon thumbs up one after another. Yet secretly, they all grew more wary. They definitely need to keep an eye on this fellow in the future, lest they get sold out without even realizing it. You flatter me too much. Elder Fire Demon smiled faintly, stroking his beard with great self-satisfaction. Then everyone began to carefully discuss the specifics of the plan. The next day, the second round of the competition in the Lanzhou City Division began. The female guard presiding over the match repeated the rules on the arena, yet none among the audience below or even the competing contestants were listening. Their attention was entirely focused on Chu Xian in the spectator area and Chu Chen in the competitor zone. I still can't forget the roasted meat from the little milk baby yesterday, wondering if there'll be more today. At this moment, they even wished the little milk baby would encounter the beast-taming sect disciples again. That way, there'd surely be roasted meat to eat. In the contestant area, the beast-taming sect disciples shivered involuntarily and looked up at the dazzling sunlight in bewilderment. Why did they suddenly feel a chill? Next, the tokens will now be distributed. The female guard waved her hand, and hundreds of tokens floated in midair, automatically beginning to shuffle and interchange chaotically. Long Yufei formed a hand seal, summoning the State Lord's seal from within her body. It shot through the air and hovered above the tokens. Invisible strands of fortune chi descended, forming a barrier between all the tokens. Elder Leopard and Elder Fire Demon, among others, couldn't help but glance at Long Yufei. This new State Lord was truly cautious, using the fortune chi of Lanzhou to reinforce her technique. Even a martial emperor's spiritual sense wouldn't be able to see through it. At that moment, the female guard waved her hand, and all the tokens came to a halt. She swiftly formed hand seals, sending streams of refined true chi to carry all the tokens toward the contestants. At that very moment, a masked figure materialized midair above the fighting platform and launched an assault towards Long Yufei. Another State Lord arrived so soon. His voice was cold and hoarse, yet it echoed throughout the entire Lan province. The murderer who killed the previous provincial lord? A flicker of astonishment flashed through Long Yufei's eyes. When she probed with her spiritual sense, she found that the black robes and scarf of the intruder were no ordinary items, both shielded against spiritual detection, obscuring his face. Lan province needs no lord. Now perish. The black-clad man's sinister and raspy voice rang out once more as he reached out with claw-like hands in a sudden grab. A violent surge of energy manifested behind him, coalescing into a massive black eagle's talon mirroring his movement as it slashed toward Long Yufei. Protect the governor! All the female bodyguards rushed forward simultaneously, forming a protective barrier in front of Long Yufei with swords drawn, their blade intent crisscrossing the air. Get lost! With an enraged roar, the black-clad man brought the eagle's talon crashing down. Its razor-sharp, bone-chilling force sent all the female bodyguards flying backward instantly. Long Yufei's eyes darkened as she let out a cold snort. With swift hand seals, she recalled the province lord's seal and pressed it down toward the black-clad man. The black-clad man struck the seal with a clawed hand, sending it flying. Yet he suddenly let out a wretched scream as his body was hurled backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Impressive power of fate. His voice was icy, his gaze as venomous as a viper's. Chu Xian and Chu Chen, the siblings who had just risen to assist Long Yufei, sat back down upon witnessing the scene. How dare you! A sudden furious roar erupted as a figure materialized out of thin air. Lightning streaked across the sky as a celestial sword descended from the heavens. A mere mid-stage martial saint, you think I fear you? The black-clad figure snorted coldly, his energy surging as if preparing to unleash an ultimate technique. Protect the prefect. At that moment, the three judges surged forward together, unleashing a barrage of furious attacks that forced the black-clad figure to retreat. I'll be back. Though spitting blood from his injuries, the black-clad man used the momentum to swiftly flee, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Long Yufei cast a gloomy glance at the three of them before turning to the elderly woman who had suddenly appeared. With a grave tone, she said, "Master, why have you come?" The old woman dispersed the heavenly sword and replied, "I thought the murderer who killed the previous state governor had arrived. I was worried something might happen to you. Thank you for your concern, Master. I'm fine. You should head back first." Long Yufei shook her head, a trace of worry flickering in her eyes. The old woman also came to her senses and quickly took off through the air. The three chief justices stepped forward and paid their respects to Long Yufei. "We never imagined the murderer would be so audacious as to attack the governor at this very moment. Before we could react, the deed was done. We begged the governor to punish us for our negligence. Long Yufei studied the three men for a long moment before finally speaking in an even tone. You three drove off the assailant, rendering service to this office. What crime could there be to punish? She deliberately emphasized the words drove off, clearly having discerned the connection between the trio and the black-clad assailant. The previous governor had been a peak-level martial saint. That black-clad man's strength was simply incapable of killing the former governor. The man in black must have connections with the three top-tier forces, though it's unclear what they're scheming. A diversion tactic to give that butler a chance to slip away? Or maybe, Long Yufei suddenly thought of something and turned her gaze toward the contestant area, her eyes settling on Chu Chen, who was holding a token in one hand and a milk bottle in the other. Chu Chen was idly waiting for the competition to begin when he sensed someone watching him. He looked up at Long Yufei and flashed her a grin. His innocent, radiant smile immediately lifted her spirits.
Chapter 37. My name is Ikeo Ro, from the barbecue sect.
This minor episode soon passed, and the second round of the competition officially began. Pairs of contestants entered the sparring arena to compete. Long Yufei appeared calm on the surface, but a trace of worry lingered in her heart. Before long, a female guard hurried over and whispered into Long Yufei's ear, "Governor, the pavilion master reports everything is normal there."
Everything's normal? Long Yufei felt a wave of relief and nodded to indicate she understood. Since the steward showed no abnormalities, this entire farce was likely orchestrated for the sake of that little fellow. Her gaze once again fell upon Chu Chen. Chu Chen's sudden appearance clearly disrupted the plans of the three top-tier factions and ignited their murderous intent, using a fake culprit to divert attention while secretly pulling off something behind the scenes. Token? Long Yufei suddenly came to her senses, her gaze falling upon the token in Chu Chen's hand. It's likely those fellows have already swapped out Chu Chen's original opponent. But now that the competition had already begun, she couldn't halt it to redistribute tokens that would be unfair to those participants who had already won their matches. She called a female guard over and whispered a few words in her ear. The guard hurried to Chu Chen's side and said quietly, "Young master, the governor asked me to remind you that your opponent may have been swapped out. She advises you to be extremely cautious. If you find yourself outmatched, you may surrender immediately." Has the opponent changed? Chu Chen took a sip of beast milk, blinking his adorable big eyes with anticipation as he asked, "Did they change it to people from the 10,000 Beast sect? Does that mean we can have barbecue again today?" The female bodyguard was speechless hearing this. Why couldn't this little one grasp the main point? Was that really the crucial matter here? After some thought, she couldn't help but put on a stern face as she warned, "Whether they're from the 10,000 Beast sect or not is unknown, but whoever it is must be tremendously powerful, perhaps strong enough to defeat many versions of you combined. You must be extremely careful. Do you understand me?" "Oh, I see. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Aunt Long." Chu Chen took a sip of beast milk, gave a small nod, murmuring softly just as the female guard turned to leave, "Hope they'll send someone from the beast sect next time. Otherwise, we won't have any barbecue today." The female guard stumbled, nearly falling. Well, that went in one ear and out the other. This little rascal never gets what really matters. Or perhaps, in that little head of his, roasting meat was the main priority. Contestant with token number 35, please come to the stage. At that moment, another female guard's voice rang out from the arena. 35? Chu Chen picked up his token and examined it, his little brows furrowing as he muttered anxiously, "What number was mine again? I forgot to ask the guard aunt earlier." At that moment, a young man with a sinister gaze, carrying a ghost-headed greatsword on his back, stepped onto the fighting platform. Yet the holder of the other token, number 35, still hadn't appeared on the stage. But the sword-bearing youth's sharp eyes had already locked onto Chu Chen. Chu Chen clutched the token, examining it over and over before stowing the milk bottle back into his spatial ring. With a chubby little hand, he poked at a young female contestant beside him and asked, "Big sister, is this number 35? I don't recognize it." The girl was momentarily speechless upon hearing this, but recalling that she herself couldn't read at age 3, she smiled faintly. Taking the token, she glanced at it and nodded, "Yes, it's number 35. It's your turn to go on stage." "Ah, thank you, big sister." Giggling, Chu Chen leaped into the air and landed nimbly on the competition platform. Wow, the little toddler is stepping onto the stage. What a pity, what a shame. Why couldn't his opponent be from the Beastmaster sect? The spectators immediately grew excited upon seeing Chu Chen, but when they noticed his opponent was a youth carrying a saber rather than a disciple from the Beastmaster sect, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Looks like there won't be any grilled meat to eat today. The broadsword-carrying youth clearly already knew who his opponent was. Showing no surprise upon seeing Chu Chen, he cupped his fists and said, "I'm Lu Tian, a peak martial emperor realm blade cultivator from the Ghost Blade sect." Peak martial emperor? With strength like that, you might as well surrender now. Exactly. 6 early-stage martial monarch demonic beasts were easily slaughtered by the little toddler ladies. What business does a mere peak martial emperor have meddling here? Hearing the saber-backed youth's cultivation level,
the crowd was left speechless. Looking at how confident this young man appeared, one would have thought he was incredibly powerful, but turns out he's merely at the martial emperor peak. What kind of joke is this? Chu Chen, however, paid no attention to the other's cultivation. Mimicking the young man's posture, he clasped his chubby little hands together and said in a childish voice, "My name is Chu, I'm named Ai Kaoru. No cultivation level. From the barbecue sect. No cultivation level?" Lu Tian slightly furrowed his brow. He had witnessed this little milk-fed child's battle yesterday, wiping out 6 blood-transformed wolves single-handedly, beasts comparable to early-stage martial reverends. How could anyone claim the child had no cultivation? Were it not for the artifact that person had given him, he would have surrendered outright upon encountering this infant. And now you dare tell me you have no cultivation? Are you looking down on me? Or are you despising our Ghost Blade sect? A surge of unnamed fury rose in Lu Tian's chest, further solidifying his determination to join the Demon Blade sect. Drawing the ghost-headed broadsword from his back, he pointed it at Chu Chen and said solemnly, "Though you treated me to 2 slices of roasted meat yesterday, I must apologize for the sake of my future." You want to eat roasted meat? Easy enough. Go hunt some demonic beasts, and I can cook them for you. Clearly not grasping Lu Tian's implication, Chu Chen replied with an utterly innocent expression. Lu Tian's brows furrowed again as he said coldly, I want to make you my stepping stone." Stepping stone? Chu Chen looked at his own small shoulders, then at Lu Tian's large feet, shaking his head repeatedly while waving his hands. No, your feet are too big, you'd crush me. Put. The crowd outside the arena nearly burst into laughter. You! Lu Tian was seething with anger. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his broadsword tightly and fell silent, waiting for the arena space to open. What can a 3-year-old brat possibly understand? How ridiculous of me to even think of trying to communicate with him. Might as well be playing music to a cow's deaf ears. No matter what, I will complete the mission today. He knew that with his current cultivation level, he couldn't possibly defeat this little milk baby. But he had the item given by that person, there was still a chance. At this thought, he subconsciously touched his chest, feeling the pill still there, and his eyes regained their confidence. The match begins. As the female guard's voice fell, the space within the arena suddenly transformed, and the 2 figures reappeared within that boundless radiant arena dimension. Taste my blade, Lu Tian roared, swinging his saber in a fierce downward strike. Chu Chen had little interest left. Without the promise of roasted meat, even if he won, he couldn't muster any enthusiasm. Clenching his chubby little fist, he threw a punch. With a loud bang, Lu Tian was sent flying, sword and all. Midair, blood gushed from his mouth, but when no one was looking, he swiftly swallowed a black pill. By the time he hit the ground, the pill's effects had just begun to take hold. He slowly rose to his feet, wisps of black chi swirling around his body as a chilling aura unfurled outward. Simultaneously, his energy surged wildly, vaulting past the martial master realm in an instant to reach the martial venerable level. This is demon chi? Pure demon chi? Chapter 38. Where did this little brat get so many talismans? The onlookers outside the arena were stunned at the sight of the black aura. The cultivation techniques of the Demon Blade sect produce true chi imbued with demonic attributes, though it is not pure demonic energy. Pure demonic energy corrodes the mind, driving one to madness, but the demonic true chi of the Demon Blade sect does not. Today, I swear to kill you. Lu Tian's voice turned icy and hoarse, his eyes bloodshot, as the aura around him continued to skyrocket until it stabilized at the peak of martial venerate, a full 2 major realms higher than before. He succumbed to demonic cultivation, and his power has surged to the peak of martial venerate. That little brat is in danger now. Everyone outside the arena was utterly shocked. No wonder this guy, barely at the peak of martial emperor, dared to challenge the little brat he'd prepared to embrace demonic cultivation all along? But once he falls into demonic cultivation, will he still recognize his own kin? Can he ever wake up again? Long Yufei turned to glance at the 3 chief judges. Was this the elaborate scheme they'd concocted? Lure the contestants into summoning their inner demons, let them fall into demonic cultivation, thereby drastically amplifying their power. Peak martial sovereign? A cold smile curled at the corners of her exquisitely delicate lips. Among all the contestants, this was indeed considered peak performance, but for that little one, it was still far too weak. Within the arena space, Chu Chen studied the swirling black energy around Lu Tian with curiosity, muttering in confusion, black mist, chilling aura, red eyes, disgusting laughter. This really matches Daddy's description of demonic possession. Daddy said people stop recognizing their parents after turning demonic. This elder brother is so pitiful. His pitch black, sparkling eyes were filled with tenderness. In his little head, there was nothing more tragic than not knowing his father and mother. After falling into demonic madness, Lu Tian let out a roar and raised the ghost head broadsword in his hand, slashing fiercely towards Chu Chen. A black blade aura tore through the air, faint ghostly wails emanating from within, unsettling the mind and making it difficult to muster full focus for battle. This is the Ghost Blade sect's signature technique, though originally it didn't produce such dramatic effects. But after Lu Tian fell into demonic cultivation, driving it with demonic energy had amplified these negative effects manifold. Great, just great, strike him dead. All three judges, along with the leading elders from the three top-tier factions, were screaming inwardly. Beyond the arena, all eyes looked past the dark blade radiance, focusing squarely on Shu Chen. Shu Chen was seen sitting on the ground, a talisman appearing in his hand, which he then stuck right beside his buttocks. A transparent protective shield rose up, enveloping him entirely. Boom! The black blade radiance arrived in an instant, striking the shield with a deafening crash. A terrifying surge of energy rippled outward, instantly obliterating everything in its surroundings, yet that protective barrier remained completely unscathed. What an extraordinarily powerful defensive talisman! Everyone's mouths dropped open in astonishment. A demonized cultivator would never entertain thoughts of preserving their true chi or demonic energy. Every strike from one who has fallen into demonic cultivation is delivered with their full might. And this little toddler casually tossed out talismans that could effortlessly block even the most powerful strike from a peak martial lord, demonstrating just how terrifyingly powerful its defenses were. This little toddler truly possesses no shortage of treasures. Roar! Lu Tian let out a beast-like roar, his eyes growing increasingly bloodshot as he wildly swung his ghost-headed broadsword in consecutive slashes. Dark blade auras tore through the void, yet each strike against the protective barrier failed to cause even the slightest damage. As for Shu Chen, ever since activating that defensive talisman, he hadn't bothered paying the slightest attention to those ominous blade attacks. Heaven Fire talismans? Chubby little hands suddenly manifested a stack of talismans out of thin air. Turning to glance at the demonic energy swirling around Lu Tian, the child shook his head and muttered, "No good, no good." While celestial flames can burn away demonic chi, they'd also reduce that big brother to ashes. Need to switch. With that, he stored the talismans back into his spatial ring, only to summon forth another stack moments later. Heavenly Thunder talismans? Shu Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head and muttering, "No. While Heavenly Lightning can suppress demonic energy, it'll also char Big Brother into charcoal. That's too violent." After putting away the Heavenly Lightning talisman, another pile of talismans appeared in his plump little hand once more. Clear Heart talisman? Situ Chen turned to look at Lu Tian, whose entire body was engulfed in demonic energy, and shook his head again. The Clear Heart talisman can awaken someone's consciousness, but this Big Brother has too much demonic energy. He'd definitely need a huge number of them. As he spoke, his chubby little face showed a hint of heartache before quickly regaining composure. Outside the arena, the crowd watched stunned as he continuously pulled out stack after stack of different talismans. Did this little toddler just rob every talisman sect across the 9 provinces? How could he possibly have so many? If they knew this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Shu Chen's talisman collection, they might well die from sheer shock. Light rune? After rummaging through his spatial ring for a long time, Shu Chen's small hands suddenly produced another stack of talismans. His large, dark eyes sparkled as he giggled. This one is perfect. Daddy said light can purify all darkness but won't harm people themselves. It can cleanse the demonic aura from Big Brother here without hurting him. Ha, I'm so clever. Roar! Perhaps realizing his martial techniques couldn't breach the protective barrier, the demonized Lu Tian let out a ferocious roar. Gripping his ghost head cleaver, he charged straight at the shield, madly hacking away at it. Shu Chen slowly stood up, his chubby little hands patting his small bottom as he said with a playful grin, "Big Brother, don't worry. I'll help you purify the demonic energy so you won't forget your father and mother." With that, he clutched a stack of purification talismans and stepped out from the protective barrier of the spell formations. Whoosh! A ghost-headed greatsword wreathed in demonic aura came slashing down. Tearing through the void, one could almost feel the howling spatial storms behind the rend in reality. Boom! Shu Chen clenched his tiny fist and smashed it against the spectral head greatsword, his fist wreathed in divine runes that unleashed a terrifying force. Crack! With a single punch, he shattered the spectral head greatsword into countless flying fragments. Even in his demonized, unconscious state, Lu Tian couldn't help but freeze in shock for a moment. Smash! In that brief moment, Shu Chen slapped a radiant talisman onto Lu Tian's forehead. Boundless light erupted from the talisman. Wherever it touched, the demonic energy hissed like a natural enemy had appeared, rapidly shrinking away. Lu Tian, who had already merged with the demonic energy, let out a shrill, agonized scream. He reached up with both hands, trying to tear the talisman from his forehead, but the moment he touched it, the radiant energy scorched him, eliciting even more piercing cries of torment. Slap! 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 Shu Chen's chubby little hands kept waving, quickly plastering Lu Tian's entire body with sheets of radiant talismans. Moreover, to prevent the talismans from being destroyed, Shu Chen even used immobilizing talismans to fix Lu Tian firmly in place. Wisps of demonic energy rapidly dissipated under the purification of holy radiance, while piercing screams of agony echoed throughout the arena and beyond. The sharp agony made Lu Tian long to roll on the ground, even to violently thrash his body in hopes of alleviating the pain. Yet, his body remained immobile, he couldn't move a single muscle, not even his hands. How tragic. Everyone watching beyond the arena couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 39. Beat you into a pig's head till even your parents won't recognize you. Big brother, be good now. Just endure it a little longer. The pain will be over soon. Meanwhile, suspended midair, Chu Chen patted Lu Tian's head with his chubby little hands, comforting him in a childish, milky voice. As the demonic energy was purified, Lu Tian's screams gradually subsided. That should be about enough. Chu Chen rubbed his chubby little hands against his double chin, pondering for a moment before pulling out a calming talisman and placing it on Lu Tian's forehead. Strands of gentle energy flowed into his mind, cleansing his soul and awakening his spiritual awareness. What's happening to me? After what felt like an eternity, the crimson hue faded from Lu Tian's eyes, clarity returning to them as he stared in confusion at his own body now covered in mystical talismans. Big brother, you were demonically possessed. I'm helping purify the fiendish energy from you. Chu Chen's face lit up with an innocent smile as he saw Lu Tian wake up. Demonic possession? Lu Tian was somewhat disoriented, taking a good while before regaining clarity. Right, didn't I take the demon luring pill to draw out my inner demons and break through to the peak of martial venerable realm? Holy shit, where did my demonic energy go? Damn brat, give me back my demonic energy. Lu Tian was furious. He struggled to tear off the talisman stuck to his body, but found himself utterly immobilized. Helpless, he could only roar in rage again and again. Without this demonic energy, he couldn't kill the brats, and if he couldn't kill the brats, he'd never gain entry to the Demon Blade sect. If he couldn't enter the Demonic Blade sect, his cultivation would reach its limit right here. He had just turned 20 this year. Relying on elixirs, he barely reached the peak martial emperor realm. Without a fortunate opportunity, he would likely never even break through to the martial venerable stage in this lifetime. As the foremost blade cultivation force in Lan province, joining the Demonic Blade sect might allow his cultivation to advance further. Thus, he'd been desperately seeking to join the Demonic Blade sect. A 20-year-old martial emperor was considered a decent genius within the Ghost Blade sect, but among his peers in the Demon Blade sect, he was rather ordinary. Moreover, the elders of the Demon Blade sect could tell at a glance that he had reached the peak of the martial emperor realm by relying on pills. Naturally, they wouldn't accept him. Having given up hope of ever joining the Demon Blade sect in this lifetime, he never expected that last night, one of their elders would suddenly seek him out and offer him a demonic temptation pill. Triggering inner demons brings forth demonic energy, temporarily boosting one's power. The stronger the inner demons, the greater the power after succumbing to demonic influence. Before losing consciousness, he had already sensed his strength reaching the peak of martial venerable realm, believing the mission was practically guaranteed. Once the demonic energy is exhausted, he would regain clarity. Although the competition forbids killing opponents, since it was an involuntary kill during his demonic state, the crime shouldn't warrant death. Moreover, with the Demon Blade sect backing him, he would undoubtedly be acquitted in the end. Yet he never expected to wake up and find that brat completely unharmed, nor was his demonic energy exhausted and dispersed naturally. Instead, that brat had purified it all with talismans. At that moment, all the talismans on his body turned to ashes. Along with them vanished his demonic energy and the power surge it had granted him. A sudden wave of weakness made his legs give way, forcing him to kneel halfway to the ground. Chu Chen carefully examined him twice before clapping his chubby little hands in delight. Big brother, he chirped joyfully, all your demonic energy has been purified. Now you won't forget your father and mother anymore. But Lu Tian showed no gratitude whatsoever. He raised his head, glaring at Chu Chen with bloodshot eyes, and roared furiously, damn it, you wretched brat. Why did you have to destroy my demonic energy? Chu Chen blinked his large eyes and spoke in a childish, milky voice. Daddy said falling into demonic corruption makes you forget everyone, even your own papa and mama. That's so sad. Let me help you purify the demonic energy, big brother, so you won't forget your father and mother. Bastard! Lu Tian roared furiously. What business is it of yours whether I remember my parents or not? If it can advance my cultivation, so what if I forget them? The path of cultivation is inherently lonely, only one's own strength remains constant for a lifetime. That guy really is heartless. Exactly. Abandoning your parents just for cultivation? What kind of nonsense is this? But then again, what he said does make some sense. On the path of cultivation, it's true that only your own cultivation can accompany you for a lifetime. Lu Tian's words were heard by everyone outside the arena. Some agreed, while others opposed his views. Little Chu Chen frowned and muttered, Daddy said only beasts forget their fathers and mothers. Is this big brother the kind of beast Daddy was talking about? Beast? Lu Tian froze momentarily, then flew into another rage. Damn brat, let me go. I'll kill you. Chu Chen ignored him, muttering to himself, Daddy says when you meet a beast, you should beat it till its own parents can't recognize it.
As he spoke, the chubby-cheeked boy clenched his little fists with a mischievous grin, advancing playfully toward Lu Tian.
What are you doing?
Lu Tian was startled, his eyes flickering with a trace of fear.
Only now did he realize that without the demonic energy, he was merely at the peak of martial emperor realm, while this brat was a terrifying existence capable of effortlessly slaying 6 early-stage martial ancestor demon beasts. He quickly turned his head to look at the high altitude of the arena space and shouted loudly, "This battle, Before the words of surrender could leave his lips, a chubby little fist struck him square on the right cheek, sending him flying hundreds of meters away with a piercing scream.
"I surrender." Lu Tian didn't dare hesitate.
Ignoring the excruciating pain, he scrambled to his feet to surrender, but before he could finish speaking, Chu Chen had already reappeared before him, another pudgy fist crashing into his left cheek. Accompanied by another blood-curdling scream, he went soaring several hundred meters away once more. Chu Chen leaped forward, his small body catching up in an instant as his tiny fist swung relentlessly, landing blow after blow on Lu Tian's face.
He controlled his strength perfectly, just enough not to kill Lu Tian outright.
Yet, the sheer agony drove Lu Tian to scream ceaselessly. The elders of the 3 major factions made no move to intervene. With their plan now in ruins, they secretly wished for Chu Chen to beat Lu Tian to death, not only to silence him forever but also to gain justification for expelling Chu Chen. After what seemed like an eternity, Chu Chen finally stopped. He looked at Lu Tian, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath, unable to even scream anymore. Circling him twice, Chu Chen muttered, like this, his face looks about the same as big head piggies from our village.
His dad and mom probably won't recognize him now, right?
Oh, wait, no. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Lu Tian's nose, and he shook his head.
The nose is too small, doesn't look like Piggy's nose at all.
With that, he crouched beside Lu Tian, clenched his chubby little fist, and bam, punched Lu Tian right in the nose.
Blood spurted out instantly. Lu Tian let out another blood-curdling shriek as his nose swelled up rapidly, turning red and puffy before their eyes.
There's no way they'll recognize me this time. Only then did Chu Chen nod in satisfaction with his little head, then looked at his small hand stained with a bit of nosebleed and wiped it disdainfully on Lu Tian's clothes with an expression of utter disgust.
Put. The crowd outside the arena, seeing Lu Tian's face swollen beyond recognition, hearing Chu Chen's muttering, and witnessing his adorable look of disgust, couldn't help but burst into laughter. This little baby is absolutely hilarious. Chapter 40, Truth-Speaking Talisman? I have plenty of those.
By the way, Auntie mentioned someone specifically arranged for this guy to deal with me. I should ask who sent him.
After wiping the blood from his small hands, Chu Chen took out a talisman from his spatial ring and pasted it onto Lu Tian's forehead, asking, "Did you want to kill me?"
Yes. Lu Tian knew in his heart he shouldn't admit it, yet his mouth spoke the words uncontrollably, sending waves of horror through him.
"Why do you want to kill me?" Chu Chen pressed.
"If I kill you, I can enter the Demon Blade sect as a core disciple,"
Lu Tian truthfully answered, though his heart was already terrified. Revealing such a secret undoubtedly meant certain death for him.
He screamed internally, raging not to speak, yet his mouth moved entirely beyond his control.
So even the Demon Blade sect is involved in this matter?
The spectators outside the arena showed astonishment, their gazes turning toward Fire Demon Elder in the referee's area, followed by the Demon Blade sect's leading elder and disciples in the observation stands.
Truth-revealing talisman?
The elders from the 3 supreme factions all paled dramatically, clearly never expecting that mischievous brat to possess such an item.
With Lu Tian utterly defenseless now, he would undoubtedly reveal all his secrets under the talisman's compulsion. The Flame Demon Elder turned to gaze at Long Yufei and said solemnly, "Governor, since contestant Lu Tian has already lost, shouldn't this match be concluded?"
"That's right. The winner has been decided. It's time to end it now." The Leopard Elder and the referee from the Dominant Sword sect also voiced their agreement.
"Not so fast." Long Yufei smiled faintly and said, "The contestant himself hasn't conceded yet. Perhaps he's still thinking of ways to counter and win.
If I rashly declare the match over, it wouldn't be fair to him." The 3 referees were furious but found themselves at a loss for words. There have been many such cases before, so Long Yufei's words left them with no rebuttal.
Oh well.
Those from the sect who went to see Lu Tian must have altered their appearance and voices, making him unable to recognize them. They could easily come up with an excuse to brush it off later. As Elder Huoma thought this, he turned his gaze toward Chu Chen in the arena space, his murderous intent growing sharper.
Who would have thought not even a demonized martial sovereign at his peak could kill him?
Even Black Tiger probably wouldn't stand much chance against him. This little rascal has way too many treasures on him. Meanwhile, within the arena's dimensional space, Chu Chen took out a small folding chair from his void ring and sat down. After taking a refreshing sip of chilled beast milk from his bottle, he leisurely continued asking, "Was it the Demon Blade sect who sent you to kill me?"
"Yes." Lu Tian answered every question asked. Chu Chen pondered for a moment before asking doubtfully, "Why are they looking for you? I remember you mentioning you're only at the Martial Emperor level. Do they know you can enter demonic state?" Lu Tian replied, "I don't know why they're seeking me out. They gave me a demon tempting pill, claiming it could lure out my inner demons and make me enter demonic state. Once demonized, I'd possess peak martial venerable strength. After killing you and exhausting all demonic energy, I'd automatically regain consciousness. Then the Demon Blade sect would help me escape and let me join as a core disciple. A demon tempting pill? What's that? Father never mentioned such a thing to me. Chu Chen's face was full of confusion, yet the crowd outside the arena burst into an uproar. It's actually demon lore pills, those are banned items in Lan province. They're not permitted for use. The Demonic Blade sect actually has forbidden items like this? They truly have no regard for Lan province's laws. What a treacherous Demon Blade sect, resorting to such despicable means against mere toddlers. Truly, thankfully those little ones have endless tricks up their sleeves. Any ordinary cultivator would have been done for. The Demon Blade sect probably never imagined toddlers would carry light talismans specifically designed to suppress demonic energy. Not only did their scheme fail spectacularly, but they also violated Lanzhao's laws. This matter won't be resolved easily now. Moreover, the Demon Blade sect clearly lied to Lu Tian. As far as I know, those who take demon lore pills and transform can never regain consciousness, they ultimately become true demons. That's precisely why demon lore pills are banned throughout Lanzhao. The crowd buzzed with discussion, casting frequent glances of contempt toward the Demonic Blade sect. Long Yufei's face darkened as she turned to Fire Demon Elder, saying sternly, "The Demonic Blade sect truly has audacity to dare use even forbidden items from Lan province. Do you take the laws of Lan province as mere decoration?" Fire Demon Elder rose and bowed respectfully. "Governor, please calm your anger. I knew nothing of this matter. It must have been disciples hiding these items privately. The Demonic Blade sect will certainly give both Your Excellency and Lan province a proper explanation." "No need. This official will investigate personally." Long Yufei snorted coldly and ordered her female guard to deactivate the arena space. The next moment, the figures of Chu Chen and Lu Tian reappeared on the fighting platform. The truth-calling talisman on Lu Tian's body expired, turning to ashes. No, it wasn't like this. Lu Tian couldn't even register the excruciating pain in his body as he abruptly flipped over and swung his blade at Chu Chen with all his might. "Damned brat! What kind of cursed trick did you use on me? I'll kill you!" The pitch-black demon-headed greatsword descended toward Chu Chen's small skull, accompanied by ghastly wails. "Again with this?" Chu Chen's tiny brows furrowed slightly as he clenched his chubby little fist and threw a punch. With a crisp crack, the demon-head great saber shattered, yet his small fist continued unabated, landing squarely on Lu Tian's chest and sending him flying off the arena right to land at Long Yufei's feet. The sternum shattered the moment the tiny fist struck, though not fatally. Yet the excruciating pain tore a piercing scream from Lu Tian's throat. Long Yufei cast a cold glance at Lu Tian and said, "Openly using a banned substance from Lan province violates its laws, punishable by execution according to the statutes." To behead? Upon hearing this, Lu Tian instantly panicked. Despite the excruciating pain from his fractured ribs, he begged for mercy. "Your Excellency, spare me. I beg for your forgiveness." Long Yufei spoke indifferently. "This official can grant you a chance to live. Identify the person who gave you the demon lore pill, and leniency may be shown." This. Lu Tian froze, muttering in a daze, but he concealed his appearance, even his voice was disguised. Besides, his cultivation was far above mine. I couldn't see through his disguise. "I don't know who he is." Long Yufei studied him for a moment before waving her hand dismissively. "Guards, take him away and lock him in the dungeon. He shall be dealt with after the great competition of Lan province concludes." "Yes, Governor." The two female guards stepped forward and dragged Lu Tian away, each holding one of his arms. "Governor, spare my life." Lu Tian's pleas for mercy echoed in the distance. Long Yufei looked up at the Fire Demon Elder again and said calmly, "Elder Fire Demon, are all the disciples and elders from your Demon Blade sect currently in Lanzhao gathered here?" "Indeed. What does the state prefect intend to do?" Elder Fire Demon nodded and asked solemnly. "To identify those who have secretly hoarded forbidden items, of course," Long Yufei said coldly. The Fire Elder frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Surely the governor doesn't intend to use soul-searching arts? If so, I must respectfully decline. Destroying the foundation of our Demon Blade sect for the sake of one who hoards forbidden items, our sect master would never agree." "Certainly not," Long Yufei replied with a calm smile. "Besides, I don't even know how to perform soul-searching arts." Elder Huomo's gaze sharpened as he turned to look at Chu Chen, who was leisurely drinking beast milk on the stage. "Governor, are you perhaps planning to rely on that brat's truth talismans?" "While the truth talismans are indeed useful, each can only be used on one person. Our Demon Blade sect has at least 100 disciples here with cultivation levels above Martial Emperor. Do you really think he possesses that many truth talismans?" As he spoke, his tone brimmed with pride. There were already over 100 disciples at the Martial Ancestor and Martial Venerable realms merely present to spectate the competition, a testament to the profound foundations of the Demon Blade sect. "You mean this? I have plenty." Upon hearing the Flame Demon Elder's words, Chu Chen, who was leisurely drinking beast milk,
casually waved his chubby little hand. In an instant, stacks of truth talismans materialized out of thin air and piled up on the arena platform, forming a mound taller than himself in mere moments. The fire demon elder instantly froze. Chapter 41, Shu Chen, you don't look like a proper fellow at all. Will these do? If not, I've got more. Shu Chen said with a playful grin while sipping beast's milk. Enough or not? Is this a fucking question of enough or not? That damn brat is trying to bombard my demon blade sect to death with talismans? The fire demon elder's lips twitched slightly, inwardly cursing up a storm. That little milk baby is truly loaded. I'd bet my life he's robbed some major talisman faction. Wait, our Lan province doesn't have talisman factions this wealthy, does it? Could he not be from Lan province after all? You idiot, haven't you heard these two little babies came with the provincial lord? They must be from central province people. From Zhengzhou, no wonder they're so formidable. Among the 9 provinces of the realm, Zhengzhou produces the most prodigies and houses the greatest number of powerful factions. Of course, among the 10 great sacred lands of the world, 3 are located in Zhengzhou. My Lanzhou doesn't have a single one. The crowd buzzed with discussion, utterly stunned by Chu Chan's extravagant gesture while simultaneously speculating with curiosity about his origins. A faint smile played at Long Yufei's charming lips as she summoned the Lan province seal. True energy surged into it, causing transparent light screens to descend and envelop the entire competition area. This was a barrier she had erected by channeling the fortune energy of Lan province through the seal, one that even a martial saint would find difficult to breach in a short time. Moreover, attacks against such a barrier would trigger backlash from Lan province's fortune energy, exacting a heavy price. She then turned her gaze to Elder Fire Demon and inquired coolly, "Does Elder Fire Demon have anything further to say?" The Fire Demon Elder's mouth twitched. At this point, he had no excuse to refuse and could only steel himself to say, "All disciples at Martial Emperor level and above, step onto the arena." He had already made up his mind to shift all blame onto that disciple when the time came, determined not to let Long Yufei seize this opportunity to suppress the Demon Blade sect. Long Yufei looked at Chu Chen, who was drinking beast milk, and smiled, "Little one, since you're the victim in this matter, you should be the one to question them." Great, great. I love hearing people tell the truth the most. Chu Chen cheered with uncontainable excitement, then glanced at his eager sister in the spectator area and asked Long Yufei, "And Long, can my sister join us too? She also really loves hearing people tell the truth." "Of course you can." Long Yufei nodded slightly. "Thank you, Auntie Long." "Thank you," Chu Chen said, then turned and waved his plump little hands energetically at Chu Xin. "Sister, come play the Find the Real Culprit game with me." A game to find the real culprit? Everyone was speechless. Judging by their familiarity, the two little toddlers had clearly played this game many times before. Who knows what their parents were thinking with such amazing talent? They don't teach them proper cultivation, but all this nonsense instead. Coming. Chu Xian leaped onto the arena platform, landing with a force that made the ground tremble. The crowd couldn't help but show astonishment. This sister's physical strength was likely no less formidable than her brother's. These siblings are both absolute freaks. Now, everyone listen to my command. Divide automatically into 2 lines, one stands before me, the other before my younger brother. Chu Xian stood with her small snow-white hands clasped behind her back, her delicate little face stern as she watched the lazy disciples of the Demon Blade sect. In her childish voice, she admonished, "Hurry up. Has no one taught you that time is life? Daddy says wasting someone else's time is the same as harming their life itself. You're dragging your feet, wasting my time and my brother's, and that means you're trying to kill us. You deserve a beating." No sooner had she spoken than her tiny figure vanished, reappearing instantly behind one of the loafing Demon Blade sect disciples. Slap! With a small hand raised high, it came down heavily on the disciple's bottom, producing a crisp smacking sound. "You're asking for death." Being spanked by a 3-year-old brat in front of a whole crowd was utterly humiliating. With an angry shout, he drew his blade and slashed toward Chu Xian. "Oh, you dare fight back?" Chu Xian barehandedly caught the man's broadsword, divine patterns emerging in her palm as she scolded, "All of you are suspects now. Behave and don't resist, or I'll spank your butt red." "You!" The disciple was stunned. The furious slash he'd delivered had actually been caught barehanded by this little girl? "I'm at least a late-stage martial sovereign, after all." The other onlookers were all astonished. It seemed the sister's strength was truly no less than her brother's. Who in the world could have nurtured such an extraordinary pair of siblings? "What you? Get in line right now." Little Chu Xian's eyes widened as she raised her fair, delicate hand, startling the man into hastily retreating and swiftly appearing in the middle of the queue. At the sight of this, the remaining bystanders no longer dared to be lazy or dawdle. One by one, they obediently lined up, awaiting interrogation. "Exactly." Chu Xian nodded her little head in satisfaction, returning to her position. With a wave of her small hand, she retrieved a stack of truth talismans and began attaching them to the disciples of the Demon Blade sect to commence her questioning. On the other side, Shu Chen was doing the same. After a busy session of interrogation, the siblings had questioned over 100 martial emperor-level disciples of the Demon Blade sect, yet failed to identify the true culprit. Elder Huama turned to Long Yufei with a smile and said, "Governor, the interrogation is complete. None of them were the ones who gave Lu Tian the demon tempting pill. In my opinion, this must be someone attempting to frame our Demon Blade sect. We implore you to investigate the truth and clear our sect's name." Long Yufei calmly stated, "It seems you've forgotten my earlier words. I specifically mentioned disciples and elders at the martial emperor level or above. The disciples have been checked, now it's your Demon Blade sect's elders' turn. Even the elders must be inspected?" Elder Huamo's expression darkened instantly. "Prefect, this is inappropriate. All our Demon Blade sect's elders are martial saints. Having two brats use truth talismans to interrogate martial saints is nothing short of humiliation. Does being a martial saint mean one can disregard the laws of Riverbend Prefecture?" Long Ufa said coldly, "The state government never interferes in the disputes among major factions, but the appearance of forbidden items must be strictly investigated. If that person still has demon lure pills in their possession, or worse, saint-grade or higher demon lure pills, everyone here could die. This official has no desire to relive the tragedy of 1,000 years ago. A saint-grade demon lure pill? After consuming it, overcoming the inner demons can elevate one to the peak of martial saint. In that case, no one here would be a match for them. I heard that centuries ago in Lan Province, someone ingested an emperor-grade demon lure pill and reached the peak of martial emperor, slaughtering hundreds of millions of lives in Lan Province. Later, all the martial emperors of our province joined forces and finally killed them. But those martial emperors also ruined their cultivation foundations and soon perished. Since then, Lan Province has had no more martial emperors and has fallen to the bottom of the 9 provinces. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly and show no leniency whatsoever. Good. We must investigate thoroughly. The thought that a peak martial saint, or even a peak martial emperor-level demonic creature could appear at any moment terrified everyone, driving them to roar their support for Long Yufei. Elder Huomo's face darkened, yet he knew better than to defy public outrage. With murderous intent flashing in his eyes, he swept a glance over the crowd before growling, "All elders of the Demon Blade sect, ascend the platform." As soon as these words fell, 3 white-haired old men slowly stepped onto the dueling stage. Shuchen held a bottle of beast milk in one hand while pointing at the fire demon elder with the other, speaking in a childish voice, "And you don't look like a good person either. You come up here too." Chapter 42, Your smile is too ugly. "Me?" The fire demon elder pointed at his own nose in disbelief. "I am the judge of this competition's regional finals. How could this be? What's wrong with the referee? Even if you're the referee, you're still from the Demon Blade sect." Shuchen rolled his large eyes dramatically, shooting 2 exaggerated white-eyed glances. "Elder Hoyamo, you should step up too, to avoid giving people room for gossip," Long Yufei said indifferently. "Fine." Elder Hoyamo gritted his teeth, his fury reaching the boiling point, yet for the sake of the sect leader's grand scheme, he had no choice but to endure. With a flicker of movement, he appeared before Chu Chen in an instant. Looking down at this troublemaker, he suppressed the impulse to smash the brat's head with a single punch and coldly stated, "This elder has reached mid-saint realm cultivation. I'd like to see whether your truth-compelling talisman still works on me." Truth-compelling talismans were graded by potency. Those previously used on martial ancestor or martial venerable disciples would undoubtedly prove ineffective against experts at the martial saint level. "As long as you let me stick it on, it'll definitely work. But if you resist, it'll be a bit troublesome. I'll at least have to give you a good beating first," Shuchen said in a childish but utterly earnest voice. "Beat me up?" The fire demon elder laughed in anger. Although this brat can suppress the demonically possessed Lu Tian with talismans, he might not actually defeat a peak martial venerable in direct combat. It's just that Lu Tian's demonic energy happens to be countered by the brat's light talisman. Using it against other peak martial venerables would be completely useless. Even an early-stage martial saint can effortlessly slay a peak martial venerable, let alone me, a mid-stage martial saint, who is far stronger than an early-stage one. This brat really thinks he's invincible, even daring to dream of giving me a beating. "Stop laughing, your smile is hideous." Shu Chen furrowed his little brows, his chubby face brimming with disdain. The flame demon elder's smile froze on his face, his chest heaving violently as the fury in his eyes threatened to erupt into actual flames. "That damned little brat. Does he have to drive people crazy every single day to survive?" Shu Chen couldn't care less about the fire demon elder's feelings. He grabbed a truth talisman and slapped it right on without hesitation. The flame demon elder instinctively prepared to counterattack, his hand already raised as his raging chi made everyone feel their breath catch in their throats. Still thinking of resisting?" Little Chu Chen raised his delicate brows, a flicker of anger surfacing on his chubby cheeks. The corner of the flame demon elder's mouth twitched slightly. This was purely a reflexive reaction on his part. Chu Chen glanced at him but said nothing, preparing to continue pasting the talisman. "Little brother, wait a moment." Zhu Xian suddenly stopped him, retrieving another talisman from her spatial ring and slapping it onto both herself and her younger brother Chu Chen. Everyone present froze in bewilderment. What was this little toddler doing? Why was she pasting talismans on herself? Sister, what are you doing? Chu Chen also looked bewildered. Chu Xian leaned her little head close to Chu Chen's ear and whispered, "Little brother, what if the real culprit resists when we find him? We'd have to knock them down ourselves, and with our skinny arms and legs, that'd be so tiring. Why don't we first use sealing talismans to block their energy, then restraint talismans to immobilize them?" Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes immediately lit up as he nodded repeatedly. Good, that's perfect, let's do just that. Though the siblings weren't afraid of these guys, actually fighting them would still be quite troublesome. Father always said, if there's another way to resolve things, don't resort to fighting. Bloodshed demeans the scholar within. Was it 4 coins or 7? Never mind, that's the general idea anyway. The bystanders could only see the siblings whispering to each other, unable to hear what they were saying. Even when figures like Elder Homa and others tried to probe with their divine senses, they came up completely empty-handed. Clearly, the talisman that little baby stuck on me earlier blocked all sound, even divine sense couldn't penetrate it. These 2 little babies sure have lots of good stuff on them. Even the flame demon elder coveted them, a trace of hidden greed flashing in his eyes. After discussing, the siblings each took out several talismans and said to the 2 demon blade sect elders standing before them, "Don't move now, just behave and let us stick these on you." With that, they swiftly pasted 2 talismans onto them in the blink of an eye. The flame demon elder and the others thought they were truth-telling talismans and didn't resist. It wasn't until the talismans were stuck onto his body that the flame demon elder paled in horror. "Damn brat! What have you done to me?" The fire demon elder roared, his eyes filled with terror. He felt as though the chi within his body had been sealed by some law-like restraint, leaving him completely unable to sense any of it. Chain after chain surged forth from the talismans, wrapping around him tightly and rendering him immobile. "Let me go!" The other 2 elders also roared furiously, but only one managed to counterattack as the talisman seals approached, repelling them to evade the attack. "You brats, you're asking for death." The elder from the demon blade sect bellowed in rage, summoning a massive black saber from within his body. A sinister blade intent swept through the entire area, oppressive enough to leave everyone struggling for breath. Isn't that the mantra talisman? What did those 2 toddlers just do? Such terrifying pressure, is this the true power of a martial saint? The entire crowd was stunned, erupting into murmurs and discussions. "Die now!" The elder roared furiously, his demonic blade descending violently upon the duo. The void itself split asunder in an instant. This strike held nothing back, clearly intending to leave Chu Xian and her brother with no chance of survival. "How dare you!" Long Yufei let out a delicate cry as she formed hand seals. The hovering state master's seal above the arena trembled, unleashing a curtain of light woven from the power of destiny that enveloped the elder from the demon blade sect. The elder let out a blood-curdling scream as he plummeted from midair, tendrils of blue smoke rising from his body. The destiny power of Lan province exerts an extraordinary suppressive effect on all cultivators within its territory. This is one of the fundamental reasons why cultivators dare not oppose the imperial government nor disobey the 9 provinces empire. Of course, manipulating the power of destiny also consumes an immense amount of energy and spiritual force, and one must possess the imperial bloodline of the royal family to do so. The governors of the 9 provinces are all members of the imperial clan. While this strengthens the empire's control over the 9 provinces, it has also led to many governors paying lip service to imperial decrees without true obedience, with some even eagerly eyeing the imperial throne. "Go!" Chu Chen waved his chubby little hand, sending the previously repelled sealing talisman and restraining talisman flying through the air with a whoosh, before slapping firmly onto the elder's body. "Long Yufei, we agreed to use the truth talisman. Why are you resorting to tricks?" The elder roared furiously. "Was this all planned from the very beginning? To seize this opportunity to slaughter all the elders of our demon blade sect? Or even keep every elder from all 3 major factions here permanently?" At these words, the elders from the beast taming sect and the tyrant sword sect all paled dramatically. The fire demon elder also looked at Long Yufei with a gloomy expression, his voice icy. "State master, we demand a reasonable explanation." Long Yufei glanced at Chu Xian and Chu Chen, the siblings. Though she didn't know why the 2 had suddenly changed their stance, she didn't blame them. Calmly, she replied, as the fire demon elder pointed out, "A martial saint's power is formidable, and the truth talisman may not be effective. Therefore, we must first ask the elders to bear with this indignity. If the culprit isn't among you, this official will personally apologize to you all." Chapter 43, We agreed on the truth talisman, yet you sealed my chi. "You!" The fire demon elder was furious, but forced to submit. Under the eaves, one must bow. His internal energy was sealed, and his body was restrained. Even if he wanted to resist, it was impossible. Isn't the governor's action somewhat inappropriate? Elder Bao of the 10,000 Beasts sect said with a dark tone. Long Yufei turned her gaze to him and replied indifferently. Earlier, Elder Homa claimed that the Demon Blade sect was framed. I find that somewhat plausible. Elder Bao, where do you suggest I begin investigating those responsible for this setup? Elder Leopard was instantly rendered speechless, not daring to reply. None of the three major factions, indeed, none of the many powers in Lan province, were truly spotless. Who would dare to let the provincial authorities intervene and investigate completely? The referee from the dominant sword sect gave an awkward chuckle and said, Premier is wise, absolutely wise. Long Yufei cast a cold glance at him before turning her gaze to the arena, her eyes settling on the elder who had previously stepped forward in defiance. She was practically certain that this elder was the one who gave Lu Tian the demon-inducing pill. Before witnessing the talisman's effect, everyone had mistaken it for a truth compulsion talisman. The flame demon elder and the other two elders hadn't resisted, only he had. His resistance before seeing the talisman's effect clearly indicated a guilty conscience. Yet she didn't expose him immediately, as her speculation carried far less weight than the infant twins' truth compulsion talisman would. At this moment, siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen each held a truth talisman, circling around the four elders of the Demon Blade sect. What are they doing? Why aren't they questioning them yet? Someone looked utterly confused. Who knows? Who can guess what's going through those toddlers' minds anyway? Someone shook their head with a smile. Adults can never guess what a little milk baby is thinking. You look unpleasant, must be a bad guy.
Suddenly, Chu Xian stopped in front of one elder, stating with full confidence.
The elder's lips twitched, on the verge of tears yet unable to shed them.
It's not my fault if someone doesn't please my eye. Since when was that a standard for judging good and bad?
I'll still choose him.
He's too ugly, must be evil.
Chu Chen returned to stand before the fire demon elder, his face radiating the same confidence.
The fire demon elder glared at Chu Chen, itching to bite him twice. Damned brat, doesn't he know you shouldn't hit a man's face or expose his shortcomings when scolding him?
No, this brat seems to be deliberately aiming for the face. He's already pounded Lu Tian's head into a swollen mess.
Sis, let's see who guessed right.
Wrong guess means cleaning the barbecue grill 100 times. Chu Chen turned his head to look at Chu Xian and made a suggestion.
All right. Chu Xian nodded in agreement.
Both little toddlers, one who loved to grill meat, the other who loved to eat grilled meat, shared one thing in common: neither particularly enjoyed cleaning the grill rack, pots, or dishes.
It's just that Chu Xian was the elder sister, and the suppression from their bloodline was too overpowering.
Each time, poor Chu Chen could only wash the dishes alone with a pitiful look on his face. Elder Ho Mo's heart was filled with humiliation.
As a dignified elder of the Demon Blade sect and a powerful mid-stage martial saint cultivator, how could he be treated as a mere betting stake in a contest to wash a grill? Smack!
In the moment he froze in shock, Chu Chen had already slapped a truth talisman onto his forehead.
Was it you who sent Lu Tian to kill me?
Chu Chen asked in his childish voice.
Yes.
Although Elder Homa's mind was perfectly clear and he wanted to deny it, his mouth disobeyed his will and answered truthfully.
Was it his doing? He's a referee, how could he do something like this?
Exactly. If any talented genius with strong skills appears in the future, as long as they're not from his Demon Blade sect, will he always resort to such methods? If this continues, how are people from smaller factions like us supposed to keep competing? This is utterly despicable. Upon hearing Elder Homa's admission, everyone erupted in anger. Ha, sis, he's the one who gave the orders. You're going to lose. Chu Chen excitedly clapped his chubby little hands. Chu Xian widened her round, big eyes and muttered, he gave the orders, but the medicine didn't necessarily come from him. With that, she resumed interrogating the elder in front of her.
That makes sense. Chu Chen nodded and asked again, did you give him the demon luring pill?
No. Elder Homa shook his head. Hearing this, Chu Chen's face immediately fell with disappointment as he picked up another truth talisman and walked toward the resisting elder from earlier. The elder's eyes darted erratically, his gaze carrying a trace of panic. But now with his chi sealed and body restrained, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as the little troublemaker approached him step by step.
Young friend, why don't you just ask me directly?
I swear I'll tell you everything I know completely and without reserve.
There's really no need to use those talismans, is there?
The elder forced a dry laugh and suggested, truth-telling talismans powerful enough to make a martial saint speak honestly are all saint-grade artifacts.
Even among the top talisman sects, such high-level talismans are rare. Wouldn't it be a waste to use them on someone like me?
No way, my dad made loads of these for us. With a wave of his chubby little hand, Chu Chen summoned a mountain-like pile of truth talismans that materialized out of thin air beside him. The elder's jaw dropped, utterly speechless in that instant. These truth talismans were completely different from the previous pile. These were genuine saint-grade charms, powerful enough to force even martial saints to speak the truth.
Actually, what the elder said wasn't wrong. Although saint-level talismans aren't uncommon among top-tier talisman factions,
They're certainly not something to be squandered recklessly, but Chu Chen lacked none at all. Does your father have a screw loose in his head? The elders simply couldn't hold back any longer and outright cursed. The truth-speaking talisman held little practical value for cultivators, its only function was compelling others to speak honestly. Yet it required either the target's willing submission or complete incapacitation to take effect, rendering it virtually useless, like chicken ribs, tasty but devoid of meat. After all, cultivators have numerous methods to extract others' memories and obtain the information they desire. Who would spend a fortune to purchase truth talismans, let alone saint-grade truth talismans? Even among talisman practitioners, few would bother crafting too many, at most, one or two, just in case. Why waste time when I could be forging more powerful divine-level talismans instead? But that daddy behind this little rascal actually crafted so many saint-level truth seals for him. What kind of utter lunacy is this? Don't you dare insult my daddy. Chu Chen flew into a rage instantly, even forgetting his original purpose. Clenching his chubby little fists, he pummeled the elder's head mercilessly. The blows sent the elder howling in pain, begging for mercy ceaselessly. Enough! Seeing the elder already beaten to a pulp while Chu Chen still showed no intention of stopping, the fire demon elder roared in fury. Chu Chen glanced at the wailing pig-headed figure lying on the ground before finally stopping with satisfaction. Clenching his fist threateningly, he warned, "If I hear you insult my father again, I'll beat you to death." The elder simply lay on the ground wailing, not daring to utter a single word in response. Snap! Chu Chen slapped a Saint-Tier Truth Talisman onto the elder and demanded, "Did you give them the demon lure pills?" Yes. In his heart, the elder denied it 10,000 times. But the word that spilled from his lips was the unvarnished truth. It's him! He's the one! Chu Chen cheered with joy, hopping up and down excitedly. Sister, I won! Chapter 44, Dad said, "If you can't act, just widen your eyes." The crowd gazed speechlessly at the little toddler bouncing and jumping excitedly on the arena platform. Finding out who's trying to harm you is indeed something to celebrate, but something still feels off, because this little milk bun's reason for joy is quite different from ordinary people's. Normal people would feel more anger in such situations even if happy. It'd be about successfully uncovering the mastermind behind it all. But the little baby seemed delighted simply because she had won against her elder sister, finally earning herself a reprieve from washing the grill rack. Did you have to be so happy about winning? You look like an idiot. Chu Xian glanced at Chu Chen and muttered under her breath. Then she looked up at the last remaining elder from the Demon Blade sect standing before her and glared indignantly. You don't look like a good person, how come you haven't done anything bad? The elder's lips twitched as if wanting to say something, but he couldn't find the words. Never mind. Never mind. A child's words carry no harm. I've lived for over 1,000 years, why should I argue with a 3-year-old brat? He could only keep comforting himself in his heart. Long Yufei flashed and appeared on the arena, saying to Chu Chen, "Little one, ask him who gave him the demon lure pill, whether the Demon Blade sect still has any demon lure pills hidden away, and who else might be carrying them." Alright, Aunt Long. Chu Chen nodded and repeated Long Yufei's questions word for word. I obtained the demon lure pill by accident. The elder answered the first question but responded to the following two with just 3 words. I don't know. Long Yufei turned her gaze toward the fire demon elder and said coolly, Elder Fire Demon, this matter was entrusted to the water demon elder by you. Don't tell me you're unaware of it? Chief, pleaded the fire demon elder, I truly didn't know he possessed the demon lure pill. I only instructed him to find someone to defeat that brat. I never intended for him to be killed. Elder Fire Demon quickly protested his innocence, then turned to roar at the other elder, Old Water. You actually stockpiled demon luring pills in secret? You've utterly ruined our Demon Blade sect. His expression was grief-stricken and blazing with rage, appearing genuinely unaware of the matter. Long Yufei remained silent. She understood perfectly, the Demon Blade sect must still have demon luring pills hidden away. These men were simply too cautious, to the point where even they didn't know about each other's private stashes. They must have prepared truth talismans or soul-searching techniques in advance. Without evidence, even if she could guess the truth, there was no way to formally accuse the Demon Blade sect. Wrong, wrong. At that moment, Chu Chen repeatedly shook his head, strode over to Flame Demon Elder in a few steps, and solemnly corrected him. You're supposed to be acting indignantly, right? Daddy said if you don't know how to act, just open your eyes wider and roar with your mouth open bigger. Also, your expression is too stiff, it looks fake. The Fire Demon Elder stiffened, his eyes widening to the point where he couldn't utter a single word. Is this little rascal doing it on purpose? Absolutely intentional. Don't you know the saying see through but don't speak out? Now you've made everyone feel awkward. Hey, that's right. Just chew the betting juice, like that, once more. Chu Chen noticed the Fire Demon Elder's eyes bulging wide and nodded with satisfaction, his chubby little hand even stroking his double chin. These movements clearly mimic his father's. It's unclear how accurate the imitation is, but seeing such comical gestures from a 3-year-old toddler is utterly adorable. Put! The female guards and nearby spectators burst into laughter. The little tot was simply too amusing. Their father's quite the eccentric too, teaching them all sorts of nonsensical tricks. A faint smile flickered across Long Yufei's lips but quickly vanished as she turned to Elder Water Demon, her eyes gleaming with a cold, sharp light. Though the truth talisman had expired, the effects of the sealing and restraining talismans remained. Elder Water Demon had regained consciousness yet remained completely immobilized. Knowing he was doomed, he roared madly, "Damn brat! After death, I shall haunt you as malicious resentment, filling your heart with countless demons. I will watch with my own eyes as you perish beneath the minor heavenly tribulation." Minor heavenly tribulation? What's that? Daddy mentioned it before, but I forgot. Chu Chen scratched his bun hairdo in confusion and frustration. Silly little brother. The minor heavenly tribulation is the saint tribulation. Only by overcoming it can one become a martial saint. Chu Xian walked over and said with exasperation, "I always tell you to study harder, but you never listen. Now you can't understand a thing, can you? Hee hee." With a silly grin, Chu Chen mumbled, "Why should I remember this? We don't even have cultivation, let alone need to face tribulations." That's true. Chu Xian nodded. The siblings didn't have any Jinchi at all, so presumably they didn't need to undergo any minor tribulation. Hearing the siblings' conversation, the crowd was stunned. No cultivation level? These siblings didn't seem to have any Jinchi fluctuations from start to finish. People had originally thought they possessed some treasure to conceal their cultivation and aura, but now it appeared that wasn't the case at all. Could it be that they truly possess no cultivation at all? But how could they be so powerful without cultivation? The Water Demon Elder was utterly dumbfounded. Without cultivation, minor heavenly tribulation wouldn't occur at all. Had all his curses been cast in vain? At this moment, Long Yufei waved her jade-like hand, summoning the seal of Lan Province's governor into her palm. With a swift motion, she pressed it down toward the Water Demon Elder. Death awaits those who hoard demon-seducing pills. Strands of fortune energy wrapped around the Lord's seal as it came crashing down. This strike was like lifting the entire Lan province and smashing it down. With his cultivation sealed and body immobilized, Elder Water Demon naturally had no power to resist. With a roar of despair, the province lord's seal came crashing down, shattering Elder Water Demon's body into dust. As Long Yufei withdrew the province lord's seal, a black shadow shot through the air, charging straight toward Chu Chen. "Look out!" Long Yufei was utterly shocked. A martial saint whose cultivation had been sealed, even if they possessed a saint body, should have been reduced to ashes under the impact of the State Master's seal. How could he still be alive? No, it's evil intent. It's the curse of Elder Water Demon. Yet this curse struck too swiftly. Before anyone could react, it had already plunged into Chu Chen's body. "Oh no, little brother, something just went inside your body." Chu Xian cried out in alarm, pulling at Chu Chen while frantically patting him down and searching all over. Chu Chen looked utterly bewildered. What thing? It just swooshed right inside. Long Yufei's face was also filled with urgency, but she had no means to counter the curse. She turned to Elder Homa and asked gravely, "How do we lift this curse?" The Flame Demon Elder shook his head with a sigh. Once a curse takes form, it cannot be lifted. His face was filled with sympathy, yet inwardly he was overflowing with joy. Everything that had happened today had enraged him, so finally having one thing that could bring him happiness was a relief. "Ah, what in the world is this?" At that moment, a shrill scream emanated from within Chu Chen's body. The crowd turned to look, noticing faint golden runes flowing between his bones, the divine patterns hidden within his skeletal structure. As the divine patterns circulated, a wisp of their primordial power drifted out and touched the shadowy figure. Piercing shrieks erupted before the darkness dissipated into wisps of black smoke that streamed from Chu Chen's body, scattering with the wind. Chapter 45. This little milk baby holds far too many secrets. What is that? Symbols for crafting talismans? Sort of looks like it, but not quite. That little baby is hiding too many secrets. The nearby crowd gasped in astonishment at this sight, immediately bursting into frenzied speculation. The Flame Demon Elder, who had initially been secretly delighted but was forcing a sorrowful expression, now stood with his mouth agape, face frozen in shock. Even a peak martial saint would struggle to lift a martial saint's curse. How did this little rascal break it instantly? What exactly were those golden glowing runes? Could their father have actually refined this brat's body into a living talisman? Human body inscriptions? Unheard of. The main problem is, with the curses being ineffective, Elder Water Demon died for nothing. At this thought, Elder Fire Demon's heart surged with rage, but even so, he dared not show the slightest hint of it on his face. Carefully, he inquired, "Lord Governor, may you release us now?" Long Yufei gazed at the three elders of the Demon Blade sect. Despite boiling with the desire to crush them immediately, she ultimately restrained herself. Killing Elder Shomo was justified. He had secretly hoarded demon lure pills. His death was warranted, leaving the Demon Blade sect no grounds for complaint even in their fury. But if they were to kill the Fire Demon Elder and the others, the sect master of the Demon Blade sect would never let it go easily. Though she feared no ordinary martial sage thanks to the state sovereign seal, the sect master of the Demon Blade sect was a peak-level martial sage. Even with the sovereign seal in her possession, she might not be his match. As a judge of this competition, you acted out of personal greed, attempting to kill a contestant and disrupting the grand contest's order. According to the laws of Lan Province, you shall be imprisoned in the dungeons for 3 years. Do you submit to this judgment? Though death is not an option, living punishment cannot be spared. The Fire Demon Elder's expression shifted slightly. The underground prison was reinforced with special formations that could seal even a peak martial saint's cultivation upon entry, reducing them to mere mortals. No cultivator would willingly enter the imperial dungeons, yet he had indeed violated the laws of Lan Province. At this moment, no one dared to step forward and plead on his behalf. I accept my punishment. The Fire Demon Elder sighed and spoke. The luck protection array had been activated. Even at his peak, it would be difficult for him to break through in a short time. Moreover, with his true chi sealed and his body immobilized, he had no strength left to resist. For now, he could only agree and plan his next move carefully. Excellent. Long Yufei nodded and turned to Chu Chen, saying, Little one, put another sealing talisman on him. There's still some distance to the dungeon. She's afraid the Fire Demon Elder's sealing talisman might expire before they arrive. Understood, Aunt Long. Chu Chen waved his pudgy little hand, slapping another saint-level sealing talisman onto the Fire Demon Elder. Guards, take him away, lock him in the dungeon. Long Yufei said coldly. Yes, Prefecture Lord. Several female guards stepped forward and escorted away the Flame Demon Elder whose true energy had been sealed. Release their restraints. Long Yufei turned her gaze to the other 2 elders of the Demon Blade sect and spoke indifferently. The siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded their little heads and waved their tiny hands, causing the talismans on the 2 elders to turn to ash. Feeling the surging true chi within their bodies, the 2 elders immediately sighed in relief. With true energy flowing through one's body, one gains the capacity for self-protection, and with it, a sense of security. The grand competition shall resume. Having spoken, Long Yufei instantly reappeared at her designated seat. The 2 elders of the Demon Blade sect cast a final glance at the siblings, Chu Xian and Chu Chen, before returning to their factions camp. Chu Xian and Chu Chen also left the arena, though they didn't stay to watch the remaining matches. Since Chu Chen had no more matches scheduled today, staying to watch those dull fights was far less appealing than going out to hunt demon beasts and roast meat. With the siblings gone, the venue returned to its usual tranquility, yet the spectators found themselves somewhat disinterested. Oddly enough, this year's tournament was more thrilling than previous editions, yet without those 2 little toddlers present, everyone felt something was missing. Even their enthusiasm for watching the matches had waned. The day's competition swiftly came to an end, and the elders of the 3 great factions gathered together once more. Damn those brats, they've cost our Demon Blade sect 2 elders and tarnished our reputation. I won't rest until they're dead. The only 2 remaining elders of the Demon Blade sect in Lanshouse City were seething with rage, their killing intent palpable. The Water Demon Elder was slain, the Fire Demon Elder was imprisoned in the dungeon with his fate unknown, and coupled with the still missing Shadow Demon Blade Saint, the Demon Blade sect lost 3 martial saint-level combatants in one fell swoop, greatly weakening their strength. More importantly, after today, the reputation of the Demon Blade sect has suffered a massive blow, and their prestige in Lan Province has plummeted. How can they possibly recruit geniuses in the future? We still underestimated that little troublemaker too much. Who would have thought he just happened to have radiant talismans that countered demonic energy? Not just radiant talismans, it seems he's got an endless supply of magic scrolls, able to produce piles of them anytime, anywhere. The elders from the Dominant Sword sect and the Leopard Elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect also sighed faintly. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitching uncontrollably, rendered speechless. Those 2 rascals probably carry more talismans on them than all the talisman forces of Lan Province combined in storage. No one knows where they possibly got them from. Could they really have been forged by their father? No matter how many talismans he has, he must die. The elder of the Demon Blade sect still couldn't quell his fury. A mighty martial saint, publicly restrained by 2 3-year-old mischievous children and interrogated with truth-compelling talismans, what an utter humiliation. Whoosh! At that moment, a dark figure emerged out of thin air, floating like a massive shadow. His face was indiscernible, his form invisible. At the sight of this shadow, the elders of the 3 top-tier forces all stood up, their expressions bearing a hint of reverence. The master says not to provoke those 2 children for now. All actions must prioritize the greater plan. If your personal affairs disrupt the grand scheme between the master and your sect leaders, don't blame him for showing no mercy. The shadow's voice rang out, devoid of any emotion, cold and ruthless. We understand. Everyone spoke in unison. The shadow drifted away, vanishing in an instant. He escaped? That's certainly good news. Everyone exchanged glances and finally breathed a sigh of relief. After putting in so much effort and losing 2 martial saint-level combatants, They had at least gained something. Then let those two brats live a few more days. Once our grand scheme is complete, I'll hang Long Yufei and those two brats up, strip their tendons and flay their skin. Then I'll bury their bodies in the mountain of bloody corpses and toss their souls into the abyss of forbidden souls, ensuring they suffer eternally without hope of rebirth. One of the Demon Blade sect's elders gnashed his teeth as he spoke, his boundless killing intent and hatred sending chills down the spines of the other elders. The Demon Blade sect is full of lunatics. The elders of the Overlord Sword sect and the 10,000 Beasts sect secretly lamented in their hearts. They were unaware that the slain water demon elder was the blood brother of this Demon Blade sect elder. At the time, to preserve his own life, he dared not show even a trace of emotion. Had Chu Xian been present, she would have recognized this man as the elder she'd once scolded with. You look like trouble at first glance, how come you haven't done anything bad yet? Chapter 46. You Demon Blade sect members are all villains. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Chu Chen effortlessly secured his spot among the top 10 in the Lanzhou City Division with an overwhelming advantage. Having witnessed Chu Chen's endless array of abilities, most opponents surrendered immediately upon encountering him, as no one wanted to be beaten up by a 3-year-old toddler. After the top 10 were determined, a 2-day challenge tournament was held. 2 of the top 10 were defeated and pushed out of the rankings, losing their qualification to enter the secret realm. The other 9 participants, including Chu Xian, had all been challenged by others, but from beginning to end, not a single person dared to challenge Chu Chen. On this day, the top 10 champions from each of the 10 competition zones gathered in Lanzhou City. These were the 100 geniuses from Lanzhou who would enter the secret realm. They represented nearly the strongest geniuses across Lanzhou, the hope of the younger generation throughout the region. Over the next half-month, they would compete to determine the ultimate top 10 geniuses of all Lanzhou. The final distribution of maps will be based on the top 10 rankings. The higher the ranking, the more complete the map one receives. Naturally, this will grant a greater advantage within the secret realm. The venue for the top 10 competition of Lan Province would not be held on the previous tournament arena, as the spectator area there was relatively too small. This was the most spectacular event for the younger generation across all of Lan Province, captivating the attention of every faction within the region. The spectators consisted entirely of cultivators, with both their numbers and overall strength surpassing those of previous competitions. The venue shifted to the simulated combat arena in Lanzhou. The so-called simulated arena is not merely a simple spatial construct, but rather a fabricated secret realm replicating the environment of actual mystic domains. The environment inside constantly undergoes random transformations: extreme ice, raging flames, thunderous lightning, and more. The environment within the secret realm is even more complex and unpredictable than the simulated space, designed to help the young elites familiarize themselves with unexpected situations and learn to adapt on the spot. At the same time, within this simulated space, killing is not prohibited, because dying in the space would only result in resurrection outside, not true death. This is also to allow the contestants to better experience life and death combat. At the same time, the simulated arena's spectator area is larger, capable of seating 100,000 people. Wow, so many people. Just arriving at the scene, Chu Xian gazed at the spectator stands where crowds of people sat row after row in dense formations and let out an awestruck exclamation. I used to think Damo Village was the whole world, until I stepped outside its borders and discovered how vast the world truly was. Only during the Lanzhou Grand Tournament did I realize just how many people existed beyond its confines. But today, she discovered there were far more people out there than she'd ever imagined. Chu Chen also blinked his big wide eyes, staring dumbfounded at the crowd of 100,000 spectators. His little mouth worked silently as he muttered to himself, with so many people, how much meat would I have to share if I were to barbecue for them all? The female guard escorting the siblings to the preparation area was rendered speechless by this comment. The toddler's train of thought was truly peculiar indeed. Young master, young miss, please wait here for a while. The competition will begin soon, don't run off anywhere. After escorting them to the preparation area, the female guard gave a few reminders before turning to leave. Long Yufei materialized upon the arena platform, her gaze sweeping across the 100 prodigies in the preparation zone as she spoke coolly. The flow of time within the mimic dimension differs from the outside world. Approximately 1 hour outside equates to a full month within. This simulated arena exists to familiarize you with the mystic realm in advance, hence, killings are not prohibited. You may employ any means except forbidden artifacts to eliminate your opponents. Those who perish inside will be revived in the preparation area, which contains restoration arrays to return you to peak condition in minimum time. As the finest talents of Lan Province's younger generation, demonstrate your full capabilities within this mimic arena. Let this official judge whether you truly deserve the title of Lan Province's prodigies. Hearing this, all 98 competitors besides the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings felt their blood surge with fervor. The state overseer is a member of the imperial family, having just arrived from Central Prefecture. They wanted to show him that the prodigies of Lan Prefecture were no less impressive than those from any other region. Long Yufei waved her hand, and 100 tokens materialized in the air. Empowered by the force of destiny, no one, including herself, could discern the numbers inscribed on them. Once the tokens were distributed, Long Yufei returned to her seat, and a female guard stepped onto the arena platform, announcing clearly, "Will the two participants who drew token 1 please come onto the stage?"
Number 1? That's me. That's me. Shu Chen glanced at his token and said cheerfully.
Although he wasn't particularly adept at reading characters, he could still recognize simple numbers like 1, 2, 3, and 4. With a leap, he landed on the martial platform.
Excitedly sizing up his opponent with 2 glances, he asked eagerly, "Are you from the 10,000 Beasts sect?"
His opponent was a youth around 18 or 19 years old, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a true master. But upon hearing Chu Chen's words, the young man wore a look of surprise on his face and shook his head, saying, "No, I'm a disciple of the Demon Blade sect."
"Ah, not from the 10,000 Beasts sect? How boring."
Chu Chen immediately drooped his head upon hearing this, losing all interest. The young man was stunned.
"What do you mean? Looking down on disciples of my Demon Blade sect? Only disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect are worthy to be your opponents?"
Boundless rage surged within Fu Yunxiao's heart. His eyes turned icy as he glared at Chu Chen, gnashing his teeth as he spat out, "I am Fu Yunxiao, disciple of the Shadow Demon Blade Sage under the Demon Blade sect, their number 1 genius, a peak martial venerate.
How dare you look down on me like this?"
So it's Fu Yunxiao, the top prodigy of the Demon Blade sect and a disciple of the Yin Blade Sword Saint. Peak martial venerable realm. Just one minor heavenly tribulation away from becoming a martial saint, and he's only 18. Even in the central continent, such talent would be considered exceptional.
Easier said than done.
A peak martial venerable must comprehend sufficient heavenly Tao principles to trigger the minor heavenly tribulation. Success means ascending to martial sainthood, but failure could mean either losing all cultivation and becoming a cripple, or immediate annihilation. Though his talent is remarkable, he pales in comparison to the little Bun. That child once defeated the demonized Lu Tian, who was also at the peak martial venerable realm.
That doesn't count. Back then, the little milk baby relied on the light talisman to neutralize Lu Tian's demonic energy.
It can't be considered a true defeat of a peak martial venerable.
You're right. This battle should be quite a spectacle.
The audience murmured incessantly, creating an unbearably noisy atmosphere.
Lustful Blade Saint? That name sounds somewhat familiar.
Chu Chen tilted his little head, furrowing his tiny brows as he sank deep into thought.
Little brother, he's the apprentice of that scoundrel who insulted our daddy. Let's beat him up.
In the preparation area, Zhu Xian's childish voice suddenly rang out.
"Ah!"
Upon hearing this, Chu Chen immediately clapped his little hands and shouted, "I remember now too. It's that villainous lecher who insulted my dad."
The Blade Sage of Shadow Demons, a powerful mid-stage martial saint realm blade cultivator, actually insulted the toddler's father? Why does this seem to contain so much information? Does the Blade Sage of Shadow Demons have some enmity with the toddler's family?
It's the Blade Sage of Shadow Demons, not a lecher, Fu Xiaoyao corrected.
Humph.
Chu Chen wrinkled his little nose and snorted, baring his teeth in an adorably fierce manner. "There isn't a single decent person in your Demon Blade sect," he declared, his voice dripping with childish indignation. "One calls my dad names, another hires people to kill me, and yet another hands out demon-tempting pills to others. Your whole Demon Blade sect is full of bad eggs, and you bad egg, today I'm going to spank your butt until it blooms like a flower." At the end, he even waved his chubby little fist as if to emphasize the threat.
Chapter 47. This molten lava will do nicely for roasting 7th-rank demonic beasts. Brat, you're looking for death.
Fu Yunxiao roared in anger as his hands formed seals. A massive black blade materialized out of thin air, its sinister sword intent radiating chilling waves.
So cold, it feels like my blood is about to freeze.
Not just your blood, your very soul feels frozen. Nearby spectators with weaker cultivation bases all shivered uncontrollably, their gazes toward Fu Yunxiao now tinged with a trace of fear.
The match has not yet begun, no combat is permitted. A female guard on the arena platform spoke firmly.
Though Fu Yunxiao's strength far surpassed her own, as the official overseeing the match upon the platform, she was empowered by the Dragon Rain blessings bestowed fortune of Lan Province's vital energy, hence she stood unfazed. Fu Yunxiao snorted coldly but remained silent, refraining from launching any actual attack. The female guard waved her hand, summoning a token infused with destiny energy, activating the simulated dimensional space. Spectators could observe every move of the two contestants within the simulated space through the arena platform.
The crimson-hued space was filled with flowing lava and erupting volcanoes, its scorching aura distorting the very fabric of reality. Even through the dimensional barrier, one could feel the blistering energy radiating from within. This fiery environment had no effect on Chu Chen, yet it suppressed Fu Yunxiao's strength. Damn it!
Fu Yunxiao felt the icy true qi circulating within his body become sluggish, and with a furious curse, his expression darkened.
Wow, that's good stuff.
But Chu Chen let out a cheer and dashed straight to the edge of the lava, tossing out a jade bottle that hovered midair, its mouth pointed directly at the molten flow. Collect! A pair of chubby little hands swiftly formed hand seals, and with a milky voice shouting out, the jade bottle suddenly erupted with tremendous suction force, beginning to voraciously devour the molten lava.
What is that little toddler doing? Collecting magma? The spectators outside the arena were utterly bewildered by this scene. Running into the simulated space to collect magma? This operation has never been seen throughout history. Indeed, the thoughts of a little toddler are something adults can never fathom. Humph! Seeing himself ignored yet again, Fu Yunxiao's eyes flashed with irritation, itching to swing his blade and cut down this damn brat immediately. But in the end, he restrained himself. The scorching fiery aura suppressed his power. Fighting here would put him at a disadvantage. That spoiled brat may be detestable, but with his endless tricks, it's better not to act recklessly. Taking another glance at Chu Chen, who was still cheerfully collecting magma, he turned and soared through the air, intending to find a hiding spot. He would wait until the environment turned favorable before making his move against that unruly child. Fu Xiaoyun actually left? That's completely normal.
The fire world is unfavorable to him, so naturally he'd wait for a more advantageous environment before striking. Such a pity that little one still lacks combat experience. They failed to seize the moment when their opponent's strength was suppressed. If they had to face Fu Yunxiao in a frigid environment later, defeating her would have been far more difficult. Though everyone was somewhat surprised by Fu Yunxiao's timely departure, it wasn't entirely unexpected. They simply watched speechlessly as the little toddler continued concentrating on collecting magma with intense focus. Little brother, gather more. It'll save us effort when we roast 7th-ranked demon beasts later. Among the over 100,000 people present, only Chu Xian understood her younger brother's thoughts, jumping and cheering with uncontrollable excitement.
Roast a 7th-tier demon beast?
The crowd was stunned for a moment before their expressions turned to sudden comprehension.
So the little toddler wanted to use the lava in the mimicry dimension to roast a 7th-tier demon beast?
Only these two little toddlers would dare to entertain such a crazy idea.
I forgot to tell him. Long Yufei shook her head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. That little fellow would probably cry when he came out.
While the simulated space appeared real, it ultimately wasn't part of the actual world.
The collected magma could be used within the simulated space, but would automatically vanish if taken outside.
It wasn't that she deliberately neglected to tell Chu Chen, she simply never imagined the little rascal would take a fancy to the magma inside the simulated space.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Though she desperately wanted to warn Chu Chen, the simulated space differed from the ordinary arena space. Voices couldn't reach each other here. Outside observers could only see everything happening within the simulated space but couldn't hear any sounds. Meanwhile, those inside the simulated space could neither see nor hear anything from the outside world.
Chu Chen remained oblivious to the peculiarities of the mimetic space, cheerfully harvesting magma as before. The magma here is unlike ordinary magma, its temperature is far more intense.
Good, very good.
Not a single one is missing. We can collect so many.
Chu Chen also discovered that no matter how much he collected, the magma here showed no sign of diminishing, which only heightened his excitement.
A day passed, yet the magma showed no decrease, and the jade bottle remained unfilled. Woohoo!
But on the second day, the surroundings underwent a sudden transformation.
The once scorching world of flames instantly turned into an endless expanse of desert. Chu Chen held the jade bottle in his hand, staring blankly at the suddenly transformed surroundings with utter bewilderment.
Where's the fire? Where did my fire go? He looked around, murmuring to himself, clearly still wanting to collect more of the lava.
Does this sand contain special energy too?
Suddenly, Chu Chen's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. This is great too.
It'll make perfect earthen roasted meat. Let's take some.
With that, he took out another jade vial, aimed it at the vast desert, and with his chubby little hands forming seals, began collecting the yellow soil.
Wait, collecting magma made sense for barbecue, but why gather this sand and dirt?
The spectators outside the arena were stunned, utterly bewildered. Chu Xian tilted her head in thought for a moment before clapping her little hands and cheering, "Little brother must want to make earth-wrapped meat. Daddy made it before, it was so delicious." As she spoke, a glistening line of drool escaped from the corner of her mouth, only to be quickly licked back in by a flick of her tiny tongue.
Earth-wrapped meat? What the heck is that?
The crowd stared blankly, completely bewildered.
Though we don't know what this thing is, it sounds edible.
What two little foodies they are. The crowd didn't know whether to laugh or cry, exchanging silent glances. In the mimetic space, another day passed as the vast desert abruptly transformed into a cold, gloomy world. The surroundings were filled with earth-fiending springs, with white mist drifting above the cold, in-charged waters that continuously assaulted Chu Chen's body with their chilling aura. Yet he paid no heed to the icy energy. Instead, he switched to a jade vial, eyes gleaming as he eagerly began collecting the Earth Fiend springs. These springs were far larger than the one he'd harvested before, perfect not only for chilling beast milk but also for pairing with the sandy soil he'd gathered earlier to make earth-roasted meat. Such precious resources could never be too abundant. So many Earth Fiend springs, perfect for Fu Yunxiao. Exactly, the Demon Blade Sage was said to cultivate using the Netherworld spring. Since Fu Yunxiao is his disciple, it's likely the same for him. With such a treasure trove before us, Fu Yunxiao will probably make his move. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their anticipation growing. Look, Fu Yunxiao is making his move. Suddenly, someone gasped in astonishment. When the crowd looked again, they saw a sinister blade light tearing through the simulated space behind the little infant. But the little toddler seemed completely unguarded, still happily collecting the Nether Spring Zine energy. Chapter 48, Don't rush, let me finish collecting the Nether Spring before we fight. What is that baby doing? Why isn't he dodging or counterattacking? The spectators all clenched their fists tightly, secretly worried. Yet Chu Chen remained motionless, continuing to form hand seals as he gathered the Nether Spring of Earth Fiends. Looking for death. Behind him, Fu Yunxiao's lips twisted slightly into a cold sneer. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the sword's gleam howled through the air, sweeping down toward Chu Chen. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, as the blade's energy was still 3 meters away from Chu Chen, it collided with a transparent protective shield, producing an earth-shaking explosion. A terrifying surge of energy rippled outward, tearing through the nearby void and sending monstrous waves over 30 feet high surging through the infernal spring below. Is that a defensive talisman? So the little milk baby was prepared all along. No wonder he didn't move an inch. That's right, those little toddlers are covered in so many talismans, of course they'd put some defensive charms on themselves. Seeing this scene, the crowd gasped in amazement while also letting out a sigh of relief. Their earlier worries had clearly been completely unnecessary. Yet Fu Yunxiao's expression darkened abruptly. More talismans? His eyes burned with fury, but I am no Lu Tian. Last time, Chu Chen had used talismans to dispel Lu Tian's demonic energy, causing his strength to plummet and allowing him to be easily defeated. But he was no Lu Tian, he was a genuine pinnacle martial venerable, and in the environment of the Netherine Spring, his strength surpassed even his former self. How long could a mere defensive talisman hope to hold against him? Break for me! Fu Yunxiao swung his demonic blade once more, unleashing an even more formidable blade aura that tore through the sky and struck the barrier. Another deafening explosion resounded as the freshly healed void was ripped apart again. The surrounding waters of the Netherine Spring, still unsettled from the previous upheaval, surged into towering waves dozens of zhan high. Yet the barrier remained completely unscathed. Don't rush, wait until I fetch some water before I fight you. Chu Chen turned to glance at him, speaking in a childish, milky voice. Clearly, in his view, fighting Fu Yunxiao was far less appealing than collecting the Nether Spring of Earthly Fiends. Damn brat! Once I break through this barrier, your death will come, he growled. As the top prodigy of the Demon Blade sect, Fu Yunxiao had never been so thoroughly dismissed before. An unnamed fury surged through him, rising like flames to the heavens. His figure flickered continuously as he appeared in different directions to launch attacks on the barrier. Yet no matter how he attacked, he simply couldn't shatter it. Watching Chu Chen inside the barrier still happily collecting the Netherine Spring without a care, Fu Yunxiao grew even more furious, his eyes turning crimson with rage. Insha Demon Blades. He raised the demonic blade high, boundless true energy surging as an immense energy giant blade coalesced behind him, its frigid sword intent radiating in all directions. 9 demonic strikes. With a furious roar, he swung the demonic blade midair, appearing to deliver just 1 strike, yet in reality, he had slashed 9 times in an instant. Because the duration was too brief and the speed too fast, it appeared as if there were only a single blade flash, but in reality, there were 9. Moreover, each of these 9 blade flashes was more powerful than the last, and all struck the exact same point, resulting in a terrifyingly destructive force upon impact. The frigid blade intent contained within could even freeze an enemy's blood, restrict their vital energy, and make it impossible for them to defend against. Boom! 9 blade beams struck the protective barrier at the same spot almost simultaneously. A deafening explosion erupted as terrifying energy pulses radiated outward, instantly obliterating everything nearby. When the blade beams dissipated, the protective barrier finally shattered with a thunderous crash. The barrier broke? Fu Yunxiao froze momentarily before ecstasy surged through him. Now we can officially start fighting. Those outside the simulated space secretly thought to themselves. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Chen's petite frame finally turned around. His large, dark eyes glanced at Fu Yunxiao, his tiny brows furrowing slightly as he muttered to himself, "This guy's attack power actually surpasses that of a peak martial venerate? Looks like I'll need to use a more powerful defensive talisman." With that, another talisman materialized in his hand, which he then tossed into the air. The talisman burst forth with golden light, casting an oval curtain of radiance that once again enveloped the Wenjing space around Chu Chen.
Again? The onlookers outside the simulated space couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time.
For most people, such a defensive talisman capable of resisting a peak martial venerable would be saved for critical moments. Yet this little toddler had already used two just to quietly withdraw the netherine spring. What an extravagance!
Damn brats!
Inside the simulated space, Fu Yunxiao's face was extremely dark, his hand gripping the demonic sword so tightly it creaked under the pressure. Disciple of the lust demon, just wait a little longer, don't be so impatient.
Be good now, Chu Chen said in a childish, milky voice.
I am a disciple of the Shadowblade Sage, not the lust demon. Fu Yunxiao roared, his eyes bloodshot. That's right, it's the lecherous Blade Saint.
I didn't say it wrong. Are your ears not working properly? Can't you hear clearly? Chu Chen looked completely puzzled. He had definitely said lecherous Blade Saint. You!
Fu Yunxiao could no longer restrain himself and unleashed the Shadow Demon 9 slashes once more. But this time, the strike failed to shatter the barrier. The barrier's defense has grown stronger.
Witnessing this scene, the crowd exchanged silent looks of astonishment.
Fu Yunxiao is about to lose.
Some people sighed secretly.
Before the official fight had even begun, Fu Yunxiao was already unleashing powerful martial techniques, continuously depleting the true energy within his body. Judging by the current level of attack, even with the environmental boost from the abundant netherine springs, he likely wouldn't last long before exhausting his true energy. Yet that little milk-fed brat had done nothing the entire time but collect netherine springs and toss out a couple of talismans. By then, the little toddler could effortlessly defeat Fu Yunxiao. It's unclear whether the toddler genuinely wanted to collect more netherine springs or was deliberately putting on a show for Fu Yunxiao to rattle him and drain his vital energy. If it's the former, it merely suggests the toddler possesses exceptional treasures and comes from an extraordinary background.
If it's the latter, that's downright terrifying. A 3-year-old with such profound cunning would be truly formidable.
Severing Heaven's strike of the Earth Fiend Demon Blade. When even the Yin Fiend Demon Blade failed to breach the barrier, Fu Yunxiao, now nearly driven beyond reason, unleashed the ultimate technique personally created by the Demon Blade Saint. Boundless earth fiending energy surged toward him, drawn irresistibly to his call. The already frigid true chi and bone-piercing blade intent, amplified by this Yin energy, seemed capable of freezing both blood and soul. Moreover, this place possessed countless earth fiending springs, each surpassing in size the one the Demon Blade Saint had discovered in ancient times, making the Yin energy here incomparably denser. At this moment, the blade intent empowered by the earthly fiend Yin Qi on Fu Yunxiao's body was even more frigid and bone-piercing than that of the former Yin Blade Demon Saint in his prime. Countless streams of earthly fiend Yin Qi converged into a terrifying colossal blade, its autonomously overflowing icy blade intent tearing through the surrounding void. Slay! With a furious shout from Fu Yunxiao, the massive blade wholly condensed from earthly fiend Yin Qi cleaved through the air.
Chapter 49, Targeting the Buttocks? The pride of the Demon Blade sect gets beaten to tears. Boom!
The massive blade struck the defensive barrier with a deafening roar, causing the shield to creak violently.
This guy's strength is clearly inferior to his master, the Lust Demon, yet this strike's power is comparable. It seems the martial technique he's executing in this environment receives a significant enhancement.
Chu Chen, who was preoccupied with collecting the earthly fiending spring, turned his head and muttered under his breath. Forget it, we've already collected plenty of the netherine spring water.
Let's knock him down first and then continue gathering more.
Chu Chen made up his mind and waved his chubby little hand, retrieving the jade bottle. At the same moment, the protective barrier shattered into pieces under the colossal blade's devastating strike. No wonder Master insisted I gather more earth fiending springs regularly. The amplification they bring to his original martial technique is truly immense. Seeing the protective barrier shatter, Fu Yunxiao threw his head back and laughed heartily, overcome with excitement.
Laughing like a complete fool,
Chu Chen's childish voice rang beside Fu Yunxiao's ear, his chubby little face full of disdain.
Naughty brat, your time is up. Fu Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. He flung his demonic blade into the air, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands instantly transformed into tens of thousands of demonic blades.
The sinister energy in this place is dense. My strength rivals that of an ordinary early-stage martial saint, and my martial techniques are even more powerful than those wielded by such warriors.
How do you plan to fight me?
His tone was icy, yet carried a trace of arrogance.
Oh,
Chu Chen responded indifferently with a simple acknowledgement, showing no additional reaction.
Yin Demon Blade Formation.
Fu Yunxiao snorted coldly, flicking his fingers as countless demonic blades tore through the air, instantly forming a blade formation that trapped Chu Chen within.
As his hand seals transformed, countless demonic blades crisscrossed within the blade formation, launching attacks toward Chu Chen.
Chu Chen swung his chubby little fists, faint golden divine patterns flowing atop them. Every punch he threw shattered a demonic blade upon impact. Brat, every blade in this formation delivers a strike equivalent to a peak martial venerable's full power attack, and they're inexhaustible. How long can you possibly hold out? Though Fu Yunxiao was astonished that Chu Chen could shatter demonic blades barehanded, he remained unworried. This demon sword formation, amplified by the sinister earth chi of this place, is far more formidable than if unleashed elsewhere. Forget a mere brat, even an early-stage martial saint would struggle to break free from it in a short time. And this brief moment was more than enough for him to unleash an even mightier martial technique. His hands swiftly formed another series of seals, channeling endlessine energy into the earth as a terrifying sword intent seeped up from the ground below. Standing calmly amidst the demon blade array, Chu Chen murmured to himself with unperturbed expression, "Best to finish this quickly and resume harvesting the spring." Then, he raised his chubby little hand, forming a palm blade, upon which golden divine patterns flowed. A domineering sword intent bloomed, causing the demon blade array that was in motion to momentarily falter. Fu Yunxiao, who was in the midst of executing a killing move, froze in shock, his face filled with horror. Such terrifying sword intent. Has this little devil been hiding his strength all along? Ever since Chu Chen defeated Blood Wolf, Fu Yunxiao had been keeping an eye on him. She had watched all his battles, yet never once had she seen him unleash his blade intent. She had initially thought that what she'd seen before was the full extent of the brat's strength. Only now did she realize that his mastery of the blade was his most formidable skill. Yet even so, breaking the demon blade array wouldn't be that simple. Fu Yunxiao let out a cold snort and continued forming hand seals, ready to unleash her most powerful strike. At that moment, Chu Chen's chubby little hand saber was suddenly raised high, and behind him, a several hundred-foot-long golden saber radiance materialized. Slay! Along with his childish voice, the hand saber swung down fiercely, and the enormous golden saber radiance came crashing down, striking the blade array barrier. Crack! In mere moments, the barrier shattered, and the golden saber radiance continued its descent, pulverizing every demonic blade in its path. In an instant, the devil blade formation was split in half, dissipating into the air as mere energy. Boom! However, the golden blade radiance did not fade, it continued its descent, slashing deep into the earth, leaving behind an abyss with no visible bottom. It even obliterated the earth fiend blade intent that Fu Yunxiao had been gathering beneath the surface. Thud! Before the killing technique could fully take shape, it was forcibly destroyed. As backlash struck, Fu Yunxiao violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning sickly pale. Damn brat, how is this possible? He didn't even bother wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed in horror on the tiny figure floating in midair. Demon disciple, my turn now. As Chu Chen's childish voice faded, his small figure suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Fu Yunxiao. So fast! Fu Yunxiao shuddered in alarm and immediately fled through the air. Yet no matter how he tried to escape, Chu Chen would always appear right behind him, raising his chubby little hand to deliver a fierce slap straight to Fu Yunxiao's backside. With a resounding smack, Fu Yunxiao was sent flying as if struck by lightning, crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom that instantly left the earth cratered beneath him. Bastard, how dare you humiliate me like this? Moments later, Fu Yunxiao soared into the air once more, his eyes bloodshot as murderous intent and fury intertwined within him, a sinister aura radiating violently. The peerless genius of the Demon Blade sect actually getting spanked by a 3-year-old brat. This was utter humiliation beyond measure. Daddy says naughty children get spankings. Be serious, Chu Chen said earnestly. Then his figure blurred as he reappeared behind Fu Yunxiao, raising his chubby little hand to deliver yet another slap on Fu Yunxiao's bottom. Fu Yunxiao let out a humiliated scream, desperately trying to dodge, yet no matter how he evaded, he couldn't escape those plump little hands. Damn brat, purposely aiming for his ass. The intense pain radiating from his backside filled him with deep humiliation. But seeing Chu Chen charging toward him again, he had no choice but to flee once more. This time, however, he discovered his body wouldn't budge, even the chi within him seemed completely sealed away. Binding talisman? Sealing talisman? Fu Yunxiao instantly realized that damned brat had used another talisman. I told you I'd turn your butt into a blooming flower. Chu Chen's childish voice rang out behind him, and before Fu Yunxiao could react, his body was suspended midair. Damn you, little devil, what are you doing? A heavy sense of unease flashed through Fu Yunxiao's heart. A spanking, Chu Chen said with utter seriousness, then pulled down Fu Yunxiao's trousers, summoning a disciplinary ruler into his hand. This is how the uncles and aunts in our village beat disobedient older siblings. Chu Chen uttered these words while fiercely striking Fu Yunxiao's bottom with the ruler. A sharp smack echoed, leaving behind a long crimson welt. Another resounding smack followed, raising yet another scarlet streak. Between strikes, he continued berating, "This is for disobedience. This is for disobedience." Ah! Fu Yunxiao let out agonizing screams, tears of pain and humiliation streaming from his eyes. Damn brat, let me go. He could almost see the peculiar gazes of the 100,000 spectators outside this space, yet the searing pain in his buttocks paled in comparison to his mental torment. Woo woo! Unable to endure such humiliation any longer, he broke down into loud, racking sobs. Chapter 50. Did the little baby cry too? Fu Xiaoxiao cried. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to regain their composure for a long time. The elders and disciples of the Demon Blade sect all felt their cheeks burning with shame, unable to bear the sight, while boundless fury surged within their hearts. That little brat wasn't just spanking Fu Yunxiao's bottom, he was slapping the entire Demon Blade sect's face. The Demon Blade sect's top prodigy, stripped bare and spanked before 100,000 spectators by a 3-year-old brat, what incomparable humiliation. In the beast-taming sect's camp, Blood Wolf, who'd previously held a grudge against Chu Chen, found himself instinctively rubbing his own buttocks in relief. Thank goodness, he muttered, I only lost 6 spirit beasts that can be recontracted. Far better than having my pants pulled down for a public spanking by that little demon. Merciless. At this moment, within the simulated space, Chu Chen kept muttering in confusion while fighting. Didn't this lecherous disciple say he was at the peak of martial master realm? Why is he so fragile? When uncles and aunts in our village spank their kids, they hit much harder without leaving bruises. I barely used any strength. How did this happen? Upon hearing this, Fu Yunxiao felt even more aggrieved. Are all the uncles and aunts in your village as monstrously strong as you? Do you have any idea how terrifying your barely any strength really is? What Chu Chen didn't realize was that while the village uncles and aunts appeared fierce when disciplining their children, they always held back at the last moment. Every strike of his landed squarely on Fu Yunxiao's rear. Coupled with his naturally terrifying strength, this outcome was inevitable. Will you behave from now on? Are we done practicing yet? Chu Chen asked in his tiny, milk-sweet voice after a while. This was the question every uncle and aunt in the village would ask when disciplining disobedient older siblings. Obedient? Fu Xiaoyun felt nothing but overwhelming shame upon hearing those words, tears once again gushing uncontrollably from his eyes. Snap! Chu Chen struck Fu Xiaoyun's bottom with the ruler once more, demanding fiercely yet childishly, I'm asking you, will you obey from now on? Fu Xiaoyun let out a shriek of pain, sobbing uncontrollably as he wailed, I surrender, just let me out. His tearful voice echoed throughout the simulated space. In the next moment, a beam of light descended from above, enveloping Fu Xiaoyun before transporting him away. In the simulated space, besides being killed, one can also surrender voluntarily. He had initially planned to wait for the talisman's effect to wear off and look for a chance to counterattack, but this humiliation was truly unbearable. Hey, you still haven't said whether you'll obey me from now on. Chu Chen stretched his neck and shouted toward the spot where the light had vanished. After waiting for a while without getting a response, he shook his head and muttered, forget it, I'll just go collect the Yin Spring instead. Taking out a jade vial, he poured out the water inside to clean the ruler before storing it in his spatial ring. Then he retrieved another jade vial, preparing to collect the Yin Spring. Just at that moment, a beam of light descended, enveloping his body as a powerful repelling force surged forth, attempting to expel him from the space. Wait a minute, I haven't finished collecting the Yin Spring yet, Chu Chen shouted while swiftly forming hand seals to harness the Nether Spring's dark chi. With a flash of light, both he and the jade vial were teleported back onto the arena. So stingy, Chu Chen muttered to himself as he picked up his jade vial, his chubby little face breaking into a delighted grin. I collected so much magma, enough to roast plenty of 7th-tier demon beasts, and all this sand and dark spring water means I can make loads of earth-wrapped meat. After the female guard announced Chu Chen's victory, he dashed to Chu Exai's side, pulling out jade bottles one by one, and said excitedly, sister, look at the treasures I got. As he spoke, he was about to release a bit of it to show off to his sister. The nearby competitors scattered at the sight. That was lava and the netherine spring from the mimic dimension, their lethality was terrifying. Chu Exaian also looked on expectantly, her large eyes blinking unwaveringly at the jade bottles. Where's my fire? But after waiting for quite a while, not a single spark appeared, and Chu Chen's chubby little face was full of confusion. He tried again, forming the hand seals, but still, nothing happened. Chu Chen picked up the jade bottle, peered inside with one eye, and tried shaking it, still, nothing happened. He tested the other 2 jade bottles as well, but the result remained the same. Where's my fire? Where's my water? Where's my earth? Chu Chen's little mouth quivered as tears welled up in his eyes. With a loud wail, he sobbed, they're all gone. Wah! They're all gone. His cries were incredibly loud, heard by everyone present. The little baby is crying? Everyone looked astonished. Who could possibly make that little baby cry? Chu Exaian patted Chu Chen's little head and comforted him. Be good, little brother, don't cry. Someone must have stolen them. Let's go snatch them back. Stolen? Chu Chen sniffled, his small voice trembling as he turned his little head toward the direction of the demonic blade sect. It must have been that lecherous disciple. Disciple of the lust demon? Good, let's go find him. Chu Exaian, holding Chu Chen's small hand,
flashed towards the Demon Blade sect's camp in an instant. A disciple of the Lust Demon? Those nearby who heard this title couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. He's a disciple of the Shadow Blade Saint, not some disciple of a Lust Demon. What do you think you're doing? The leading elder of the Demon Blade sect glared at the two suddenly appearing brats and asked sternly in a deep voice. Chu Chen pointed at Fu Yunxiao, who lay dazed on a chair while receiving treatment for his buttocks injury, and tearfully demanded in an adorable yet fierce tone with a hint of baby voice, "Was it you who stole my fire, my water, and my earth?" With fair skin and a chubby little face streaked with tear trails, the toddler boy still had 2 teardrops trembling at the corners of his eyes. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation might mistakenly think this little milk-drinking baby had been bullied. But wasn't the bullied one precisely Fu Yunxiao, the top prodigy of the Demon Blade sect? Hurry up and hand it over, or I'll turn your backside into a bouquet. Chu Xian also waved her little fist threateningly. Hearing these words, the previously dazed Fu Yunxiao shuddered and quickly shook his head saying, not me, don't spank me." The surrounding people exchanged speechless glances. This guy had clearly been traumatized by the beatings. Who knew if he'd ever recover from that shadow? If he couldn't overcome this, the former top prodigy of the Demon Blade sect might well be ruined. "It couldn't be anyone else, you were the only one in there with my brother," Chu Xian said with clear disbelief. Xu Chen also held a ruler in his hand. The uncles and aunts in the village had said that children who stole were bad and must be punished severely, leaving them with a lesson they'd never forget. "It wasn't me, really it wasn't." At the sight of the ruler, Fu Yunxiao's eyes revealed a trace of fear. "This truly has nothing to do with him." Long Yufei slowly appeared, explaining with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, "The simulated space isn't a real world, it's just an illusory space modeled after immortal realms by Lan Province's peak martial emperors of old. Nothing you obtain there can be brought out." "What? It's all fake?" Chu Xian and Chu Chen, the sister and brother pair, both froze in astonishment. But once you enter the Jojo secret realm, you can collect real geothermal magma and energy springs, and even many other even more precious treasures, Long Yufei said with a smile. "Oh, all right then." Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded their little heads, then turned to Fu Xiaoyao. Their small bodies bowed slightly as they said in unison, "We're sorry for misunderstanding you. Daddy always says that if you've misunderstood someone, you should apologize promptly, that's how good children behave." Chapter 51, A Black Big Cat? "I haven't eaten one yet." Ag! Fu Yunxiao was stunned. Were these two little rascals actually apologizing to him? He'd already braced himself for another beating, but when the troublemakers suddenly pulled this move, it left him completely at a loss. "How good of you." Long Yufei gently stroked the little heads of the twin siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen, feeling increasingly fond of them. 2 3-year-old toddlers are bound to make mistakes, but being able to admit and correct them is truly rare. At the same time, one couldn't help but marvel, their father had raised them exceptionally well. The onlookers witnessing this scene also nodded inwardly in approval. These 2 little ones were genuinely adorable. Yet Fu Yunxiao felt somewhat aggrieved. What well-behaved children went around routinely spanking others till their bottoms bloomed? The competition continued as the siblings returned to their seats, leisurely drinking beast milk once more. Tracks of faint tears still lingered on Chu Chen's face. The crowd glanced at Chu Chen, then at Fu Xiaoyao, hearts filled with endless reflections. The renowned top prodigy of the Demon Blade sect, originally destined to enter Jiangzhou's top 10 and secure a map fragment, had instead encountered the infant prodigies eliminated ruthlessly before even making the top 50. "May the 2 contestants from Group 8 please come forward." At that moment, the female guard's voice rang out across the arena. "Group 8? That's me." Chu Xian glanced at her token, cheered excitedly, stowed her milk bottle into her spatial ring, and leaped gracefully onto the fighting platform. Her opponent was a youth of about 17 or 18, with a black tiger mark on his forehead and a cold glare that exuded murderous intent. Chu Xian stared wide-eyed at the black tiger mark on his forehead, her dark, sparkling eyes shining with anticipation as she asked, "Are you from the beast sect? That blood wolf guy had a big red dog on his forehead, and you've got a big black cat, you must be from the beast sect, right?" The young man looked down at the tiny girl who barely reached his waist, finding it hard to connect her with a powerful cultivator. He replied coldly, "Beast sect, Black Tiger." "Black Tiger? He's the top genius of the 10,000 Beast sect, said to have attained beast at the peak of martial venerable realm. Around the same age as Fu Yunxiao, both are genuine prodigies of Arlan province, right?" By the time he reached the end of his words, the man's tone had grown noticeably less confident. In the past, whether it was Fu Yunxiao or He Hu, both were undoubtedly true geniuses of Lan province. They were even confident that their talents would rank among the finest even in the illustrious Zhong province. After Fu Yunxiao's crushing defeat at the hands of the little toddler,
they finally understood what true genius meant. Now, the black tiger taking the stage possesses strength comparable to Fu Yunxiao. And the little toddler in the arena is the sister of the previous one. Her abilities surely won't be lower than her brother's, right? Will Black Tiger meet the same fate as Fu Yunxiao in this battle? As expected, it's someone from the 10,000 Beast sect. Perfect. Chu Xian cheered, her delicate little face brimming with excitement. Those familiar with the siblings also lit up with anticipation, their faces full of expectation. Visitors from other regions looked on in bewilderment at the excited crowd, asking puzzledly, that little kid's opponent is the #1 prodigy of the Beast God sect. Why are you all so worked up? Someone nearby smiled mysteriously and replied, you'll find out soon enough. Seeing that no one else spoke up, they couldn't bring themselves to ask further, though their hearts swelled with curiosity as they turned their puzzled gazes toward the little toddler on the arena stage. At that moment, Chu Xian stood with her tiny hands on her hips, tilting her head back to look up at Black Tiger as she declared in her childish voice, hey you, Black Tiger, right? My little brother just cried. What does your brother crying have to do with me? Black Tiger remains silent. My little brother loves barbecuing more than anything. Chu Xian spoke again. What does that have to do with me? Black Tiger remains silent. So give your pet beast to my little brother to roast, he'll definitely be thrilled. As Chu Xian spoke, seemingly imagining some delicious treat, a line of drool escaped the corner of her mouth but was quickly caught and drawn back in by a flick of her small tongue. Brat, you're looking to die. The Black Tiger growled in a low voice, his eyes darkening dangerously. Now he finally understood, this little brat was just coveting his tamed beasts. Recalling the fate of Blood Wolf's tamed beasts, Black Tiger's heart tightened, and he instinctively retreated 2 steps, but he quickly realized how embarrassing his movement was, so he hastily stepped forward again, glaring at Chu Xian angrily. Damn brat hadn't even started fighting yet and was already plotting to take his tamed beasts. As the female guard announced the start of the competition, Chu Xian and Black Tiger were simultaneously teleported into the simulated space. A dim world, filled with sinister energy everywhere. Ha, the heavens are truly favoring me. Black Tiger threw his head back in laughter, swiftly forming hand seals as the black tiger mark on his forehead pulsed, emitting a wave of dark and malevolent aura. In the next moment, a hexagonal magic array rose beneath his feet, and 3 black giant tigers, each as tall as 2 men, emerged from the formation, their dark and sinister aura growing increasingly dense. No one knew the original name of Black Tiger. He was called Black Tiger simply because he had contracted 3 black tiger beast companions. These 3 giant black tigers were known as dark abyssal tigers, innately possessing control over dark and sinister energies. Anyone struck by them would suffer corrosion from the dark and malevolent forces, affecting both body and soul. If one spends a great deal of chi to expel the evil power, they won't be able to concentrate their spirit and chi to continue the battle. If left unchecked, the evil power will infiltrate the marrow and even corrode the soul, with consequences too dire to imagine. These demonic beasts are extremely troublesome. Even cultivators with higher cultivation than them are reluctant to engage in battle with such creatures. Moreover, the current simulated environment is dark and sinister, perfectly matching the attributes of the Dark Shadow Tiger, which can greatly enhance its combat prowess. While everyone marveled at the Dark Shadow Tiger's might and envied Black Tiger's good fortune, Chu Xian furrowed her little brow and said discontentedly, just 3? Are there any more? Bring more. 3 Dark Shadow Tigers are more than enough to kill you. Black Tiger's face darkened as he spoke coldly. Originally, he wasn't entirely confident about defeating this little milk-fed brat, but unexpectedly, luck favored him with this perfect battlefield right from the start. In such an environment, the Dark Demon Tiger could unleash power rivaling a demi-saint. 3 demi-saint level magical beasts, surely they couldn't lose to a 3-year-old toddler. Moreover, having one heaven-defying little freak like that boy from before in the entire Lan province was already enough. This little girl couldn't possibly be just as monstrous. Truly none left? Chu Xian asked persistently. She didn't care at all whether the Dark Demon Tiger was strong or troublesome, her only concern was whether there'd be enough to eat. Humph. Black Tiger snorted coldly, weaving hand seals with both hands as 3 shadow dark demonic tigers arched their backs and howled at the sky, their sinister energy surging wildly. Fine, 3 heads it is. Chu Xian muttered softly, her round eyes darting excitedly between the 3 dark demon tigers. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Black giant kitties, I've never eaten those before. Look at their chubby bodies and those thick paws. They look absolutely delicious. Die already. The black tiger's faces darkened further at her words. With an angry roar, all 3 dark demon tigers simultaneously opened their maws, spewing sinister orbs of dark energy into the air. The projectiles split from 1 to 2, then 4, multiplying until the sky was filled with a dense barrage of energy spheres raining down upon them. Chapter 52, This tiny tots is more ruthless than her brother. Streaks of sword energy soared upward, forming a colossal dome of swirling blades that frenziedly revolved around Chu Xian. Dark, malevolent energy spheres rained down in overwhelming waves, slamming against the sword energy dome with thunderous impacts, yet never managing to breach its defenses. Let's see how long you can last. Black Tiger snorted coldly, forming hand seals again as the three dark demonic tigers nearly spewed orbs of sinister energy. Countless, seemingly endless. A frigid, malevolent aura saturated the entire simulated dimension. Chu Xian's tiny brows wrinkled slightly as she muttered under her breath, the more energy these demon beasts expend, the worse their flesh quality becomes. We must finish this battle quickly. At this thought, she raised her snow-white little hand and swiftly formed a sword seal. Instantly, the sword energy protective shield transformed into a colossal sword energy dragon. The dragon was entirely composed of sword energy, with each strand flowing along a specific, mysterious trajectory. The dark, sinister energy spheres that struck the sword energy dragon were instantly torn to shreds by its circulating currents. Chu Xian's tiny figure hovered within the dragon's head, still shrouded in swirling sword energy. Go! With a milky-voiced shout, she pinched her tiny hands into a sword seal, sending the sword chi dragon soaring into the sky, swirling toward the black tiger. The massive sword dragon plowed recklessly through the dense barrage of sinister energy orbs, appearing before the black tiger in an instant. Dark triunar slaughter formation. Black Tiger's expression changed abruptly as he growled low. With swift hand seals, three Shadowflame tigers leapt into position, forming a triangular formation around him. Roar! The Shadowflame tigers released deafening roars, spewing forth dark and sinister energy, yet instead of attacking the sword chi dragon, they directed their jets upward toward Black Tiger's head. Boom! Three massive orbs of sinister energy collided with a deafening roar, forming a sinister magical array in the sky. The formation resembled the Triad Grand Array, yet radiated an aura of palpable malevolence. A torrent of formidable evil energy surged from the overhead array, coalescing into a pillar of pure malice that shot forth like a beam, striking toward the Sorchi dragon. At the same time, the energy pillar emitted a terrifying suction force, drawing in the malevolent energies from the mimetic space. As the influx of corrupt energy continued, the energy pillar grew increasingly massive, expanding more than tenfold in size just before colliding with the Sorchi dragon. In this environment, my power will be augmented beyond your wildest imagination. The black tiger swelled with triumph. He was confident this attack could contend against even early-stage martial saints, perhaps even those who had just entered the mid-stage. Chu Xian's delicate little face remained calm as she extended her snow-white hand, forming a sword finger. With a gentle point, the sword chi dragon let out a deafening draconic roar, followed by its massive maw gaping open to release a dazzling dragon's breath. This dragon's breath wasn't the real thing, but rather entirely condensed from sword chi. Boom! The sword chi dragon's breath collided with the evil beam, producing an earth-shaking explosion. The resulting energy shockwaves rippled outward, obliterating the surrounding mountain ranges and leaving behind numerous spatial rifts. How can this little bear cub be so ridiculously powerful? The black tiger was even more shocked to see its deadly move being so effortlessly blocked. Even if these siblings had started cultivating from the womb, it would be impossible for them to reach such levels in just 3 short years. Could they be born martial saints? Legends spoke of one born a martial ancestor 10,000 years ago, who later broke through to martial godhood and ascended to the divine realm. But never in all of history has there been record of one born as a martial saint. Not good. The black tiger snapped back to reality, suddenly showing a dramatic change in expression. The Sorchi dragon spewed dragon's breath of sword energy while swiftly spiraling forward, forcing the evil pillar of light to continuously shrink. Get the hell away from me! The black tiger growled furiously, raising his hand with a swift motion as torrents of sinister true energy surged forth, pouring into the malevolent formation overhead. The magic formation trembled, its aura surged violently, yet the evil energy pillar not only failed to grow but instead shrank 20-fold, becoming densely concentrated. Yet the destructive power it unleashed far surpassed its previous state. With an earth-shaking boom, the sword chi dragon's advancing momentum was abruptly halted. Seeing this, Black Tiger breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking he had successfully blocked the sword chi dragon's assault. Break! Chu Xian pointed her sword with a delicate yet childish shout, and an even more powerful dragon's breath of sword energy erupted from the colossal dragon's maw, instantly suppressing the sinister beam completely. The sword energy dragon coiled through the air with even greater speed, appearing above the black tiger in an instant. The enormous claw of the sword energy dragon lifted and then slammed down violently onto the dark triad killing formation. With a thunderous boom, the formation trembled violently before shattering into pieces moments later. Poof! The black tiger suffered backlash from the magic formation, immediately spewing out a mouthful of blood. The 3 dark demonic tigers also let out simultaneous howls of anguish, their aura weakening significantly. The big black kitties are all mine. Chu Xian swiftly altered her sword technique, pointing with her fingers as the Sorchi dragon raised its enormous claws once more. With a sweeping motion, it manifested 3 giant Sorchi dragon claws midair, each swooping down toward one of the 3 dark demonic tigers. I admit. Seeing this, Black Tiger was horrified and immediately tried to concede. But before he could finish speaking, the sword energy dragon's claw came crashing down. With only a single, pain shriek from the three-headed dark flare tiger, there was silence. Yay! Time for roast meat! Chu Xian cheered and dispersed the sword she-dragon, her petite figure lightly descending as she waved her snow-white little hand, storing all three corpses of the dark shadow tigers into her spatial ring. The spectators outside the mimicry space couldn't help but sigh in awe. Those were three dark shadow tigers with strength comparable to peak martial venerables, yet they had been insta-killed. This little baby is even feistier than her younger brother. Little brat, go die! In the simulated space, Black Tiger watched in rage as his three dark demon tigers, painstakingly raised to the peak of martial venerable level, were instantly killed, their corpses even confiscated. Overwhelmed by fury, he ignored the vast gap in strength and charged through the air, eyes bloodshot, throwing a vicious punch. Chu Xian turned around, her snow-white little hand swatting at Black Tiger as if he were a bothersome fly. With a resounding bang, Black Tiger was sent flying backward, vomiting multiple mouthfuls of blood before even hitting the ground. Without his beast companions, his combat prowess was even weaker than that of an ordinary early-stage martial venerable. Although this palm strike from Chu Xian wasn't fatal, it still rendered Black Tiger incapable of continuing the fight. I admit defeat. Despite the seething rage and murderous intent in his heart, Black Tiger recognized the vast difference in strength between himself and that brat, grinding his teeth as he conceded. A pillar of light descended from the sky, teleporting him away. Hurry up, I want to go out too. Little Chu Xian kept shaking her head around, incessantly urging them on. As she spoke, drool kept streaming down her chin. She could hardly wait to eat the barbecue. The beam of light descended, transporting her onto the arena platform. After the female guard announced the results, she leapt down and landed beside Chu Chen. With a wave of her hand, she retrieved the corpses of three dark shadow tigers, slamming them onto the open ground of the preparation area with a thunderous crash. Urgently, she urged, "Little brother, hurry, time for roasted meat." Chapter 53, Roasted Meat, Time to Feast. Big sister, I've been ready for ages. Chu Chen's milky, childlike voice rang out. Everyone turned to look, only to see that Chu Chen's barbecue grill had somehow already been set up. With the fire lit, various barbecue seasonings were neatly arranged, and he had even prepared a large pot. The water inside was already boiling, though no one knew when he'd gotten it started. The crowd was momentarily speechless. While everyone had been intently watching the battle, this little toddler had actually been busy preparing barbecue? These two siblings truly are voracious little gourmands. Alright, give me a moment. Chu Xian wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and took out a small knife, deftly beginning to skin and debone the dark shadow tiger. Chu Chen took a sip of beast milk and joined his sister in processing the tiger meat, wielding his own small knife. Damn brat! Black Tiger gritted his teeth so hard it seemed his eyes would shoot fire. The other disciples and elders of the beast control sect also glared at the siblings, itching to summon all their spirit beasts and bombard them into oblivion. The crowd's gazes fell upon Black Tiger, brimming with pity. The great top genius of the beast control sect, who should have been a guaranteed contender for the top 10 in Orchid Prefecture and obtained a secret realm map, now stood defeated. Little did he expect to encounter another toddler, who, like the top prodigy of the Demon Blade sect, was eliminated in the top 100. The leopard elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect and the newly assigned referee from the Demon Blade sect both turned their gloomy gazes toward Long Yufei, their expressions darkening. With a sinister tone, the leopard elder remarked, "For the top prodigies of two supreme factions to both face off against two brats, doesn't the governor find this probability a tad too absurd?" The newly arrived referee from the Demon Blade sect nodded in agreement. Out of 100 contestants, for both draws to land on them, it's truly beyond belief. Long Yufei set down her teacup with a faint smile, her gaze resting on the two toddlers busily handling the Shadow Flame Tiger. She murmured softly, "Perhaps the little ones share a special affinity with your esteemed sect." Fate? The leopard elder's eyes turned icy, inwardly cursing, what kind of twisted fate was this? Some blessings were better left unclaimed. They could guess that Long Yufei must have tampered with things behind the scenes, using it as retaliation for their earlier underhanded attempts to eliminate her. But without evidence, they couldn't say anything rash and could only silently seethe with resentment. I wonder if the dark demon tiger's meat tastes good. Long Yufei pretended to muse eagerly, but these two little toddlers are so skilled. The dark demon tiger meat they roast is bound to be delicious. I'm really looking forward to it. She didn't lower her voice, and the three judges heard her clearly. The referee from the dominant sword sect twitched at the corner of his mouth. The newly appointed referee from the Demon Blade sect kept blinking uncontrollably, while the leopard elder from the 10,000 Beast sect nearly lost his temper on the spot. Long Yufei glanced at the three of them and said indifferently, "The three of you should enjoy the meal later. If there's anything not roasted well, please do offer your guidance." The referees from the dominant sword sect and the Demon Blade sect forced awkward smiles but remained silent. The leopard elder of the 10,000 Beast sect snorted coldly, his face darkened ominously as a chilling aura flickered around him. However, after a glance towards the spectator area, he barely restrained himself, and the aura vanished in an instant. Long Yufei's eyes flickered slightly as she glanced toward the spectator area, but finding nothing unusual, she withdrew her gaze. Meanwhile, the competition continued in the distance, with audiences still thoroughly engrossed, yet those nearby seemed somewhat distracted, their eyes drifting repeatedly toward the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen.
Working with practiced ease, the brother and sister soon processed 3 dark shadow tigers in seamless cooperation.
Their small knives flashed, sectioning the 3 demonic beasts into neat segments that scattered across the roasting racks. Chu Chen demonstrated his superb barbecuing skills, and after a series of deft maneuvers, the rich aroma of grilled meat filled the air.
Wow, that smells amazing. Everyone couldn't help but sniff the air, their heads turning toward the siblings.
The spectators and competitors from other divisions who had initially paid little attention were now involuntarily gulping at the irresistible smoky fragrance, their focus wholly stolen from the simulated battles. At this moment, they seemed to finally understand why the little baby girl had shown such intense anticipation when she saw her opponent was a disciple of the beast-taming sect earlier. It appeared that during the previous competition in Lanzhou City, these 2 little babies had already pulled off something like this, and even shared the spoils with the audience. At this thought, they couldn't help but swallow hard twice, their eyes brimming with eager expectation, wondering whether these 2 toddlers would share the dark shadow tiger meat this time. That was a peak 6th-tier magical beast, something they had never tasted before. Chu Chen's barbecuing speed far outpaced the fighters' speed in finishing their battles. In no time at all, he had grilled 2 whole dark demon tiger carcasses. That should be enough to share between these 2. Chu Chen turned to look at Chu Xian and said, "Sister, you go distribute them. I'll roast this last one." "Okay." Chu Xian nodded her little head and flicked her snow-white hand. Sword energy crisscrossed through the air, slicing the roasted dark magic tiger meat into neat pieces again. Then with a flick of her sword hand seal, densely packed sword energies suspended in the air behind her. The spectacular scene made nearby contestants in the preparation area instinctively back away, fearing any accidental loss of control might harm them.
Unfortunately, they still gravely underestimated Chu Xian's mastery over sword energy.
With a flick of her small hand, all the sliced meat landed precisely on the sword chi. Following her pointed finger, all the sword chi shot through the air toward everyone present. Those who had experienced Chu Chen delivering meat slices stood motionless, their faces filled with anticipation. The others, however, were startled and instinctively sprang to their feet, trying to evade. But the sword chi arrived too swiftly, mere moments passed before it reached them, leaving no time for reaction. But just as the sword energy reached them, its force was exhausted, scattering into nothingness, leaving only a slice of grilled meat falling, which they instinctively caught. While everyone else received just one slice, Long Yufei alone was showered with dozens. Wow, so delicious, the little one's cooking skills are still this amazing. While the others stood dumbfounded, those who had experienced this before were already devouring their portions with gusto, offering heartfelt praise between bites. The others finally snapped out of their daze and began eating the grilled meat slices. Holy shit, this is seriously delicious. Who knew this little toddler could grill meat so well? The meat is incredibly tender too. As expected from a 6th-ranked demon beast, the crowd buzzed with conversation, pouring out endless praise. Damn brats, I'll fight you to the death. Meanwhile, Black Tiger, who had already recovered from his injuries in the preparation area and returned to the ranks of the 10,000 Beast sect, looked down at the roasted meat slices beneath his feet, then at those in the hands of his fellow disciples, before letting out a furious, twisted roar. The crowd turned toward the sound wearing expressions of pity. Poor, unfortunate soul. And then they immediately returned to devouring their food with gusto. Senior brother, please calm down. Please calm down. The disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect quickly pulled Black Tiger aside, offering soothing words, while secretly slipping pieces of roasted meat into their mouths when he wasn't looking. Wow, it's really delicious, you know. Chapter 54, Sibling Showdown? Who comes out on top? In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. The first round of 50 matches to determine the top 50 had long concluded, and the 20th match of the second round to determine the top 25 was currently underway. Chu Chen paid no attention to the 2 contestants battling in the simulated space. Instead, he sipped his chilled beast milk while glancing at the token in his hand, his tiny brows furrowing slightly as he clearly didn't recognize the number on it. Scratching his little topknot, he giggled and handed the token to Chu Xian, whispering, "Sister, what number is mine?" "Number 23. Chu Xian, who was also sipping chilled beast milk, rolled her eyes and said with exasperation, "I told you to practice reading more often, but you never listened. Now you're stuck, aren't you?" Chu Chen chuckled sheepishly and muttered, "If I spend time learning characters, I won't have time to master roasting meat. Then, sister wouldn't get to eat delicious barbecue anymore." Chu Xian paused, momentarily convinced by his logic, yet something still felt off about his reasoning. Chu Chen leaned over to look at the token in Chu Xian's hand, his chubby little face lighting up with delight. "Wow, sister, our tokens are the same." Snap! Chu Xian raised her snow-white little hand and gave Chu Chen's head a light pat, her big round eyes glaring as she chided irritably, "You fool, what are you so happy about? Our tokens are the same, which means we'll have to go on stage together soon. How did father end up with a silly son like you? Oh, I guess you're right." Shuchen bit down on his pacifier, the baby bottle dangling from his lips swaying gently as he rubbed his little head. Turning to glance at Long Yufei in the referee area, he murmured indistinctly, "Don't know if I can still switch. There's no way to exchange them. We'll have to use the old method later." Shu Xian took a sip of beast milk and sighed faintly, rubbing her temples like a weary adult. She didn't understand what these gestures signified, she only remembered how her father would make this same motion whenever she and her younger brother misbehaved. The competition raged on fiercely, yet none noticed as slender crimson threads silently glowed beneath the seats of all 100,000 spectators in the viewing area, slipping unnoticed into their bodies. But none of the 100,000 spectators noticed anything unusual, still focusing on the arena as they watched the battle unfolding in the simulated space. After what felt like an eternity, the female guard stepped onto the stage and announced loudly, "Contestants number 23, please come to the stage." Her words echoed, yet no one responded. The female guard called out twice more, but still no one responded. Her gaze inevitably fell upon the preparation area, sweeping across the venue before finally settling on the siblings, Chu Xian and Chu Chen. Long Yufei and the others also followed the female guard's gaze to land on the siblings, and they couldn't help but freeze in stunned silence. The siblings lay with baby bottle nipples in their mouths, their little heads nestled together as they slept soundly with their eyes closed. A glistening bead of drool hung from Chu Xian's lips, while Chu Chen's nostrils bubbled with tiny air bubbles. "They're so adorable, I just want to hug them." The female guards and all the women present felt their hearts melt as they gazed at the sleeping faces of the two little toddlers. "Eat meat, love meat." Long Yufei smiled faintly and asked. The siblings were startled awake, one sniffled while the other wiped the drool from the corner of their mouth, both looking around in bewilderment. That adorable expression made everyone feel fondness. "What numbers are you?" asked Long Yufei. "Aunt Long, we're number 23, said Chu Xian. "You're both number 23? Long Yufei's brow furrowed slightly. In truth, she had already guessed what might happen when no one else came forward and she saw the siblings falling asleep, though she'd still clung to a sliver of hope. Everyone familiar with the siblings was also stunned. Is this really a sibling showdown? Which of these two little toddlers will come out on top? For a moment, everyone was brimming with anticipation. "That's right, both my sister and I are number 23. Shu Chen nodded his little head. It truly was a sibling showdown. Everyone's eyes lit up, brimming with anticipation. These two toddlers had both genuinely defeated peak martial venerables, making them arguably the strongest among all participants in the prefecture grand competition. They'd always been curious about which of these twin siblings was stronger, eagerly awaiting the day the brother and sister would have their duel. No one expected the sibling showdown to arrive so soon. There were even rumors earlier that the state governor was manipulating the matches behind the scenes, intentionally targeting the Demon Blade sect and Beast Taming sect. Absolute nonsense. If the state governor were really rigging the matches, he'd never have arranged for these siblings to face each other so early. You must realize that losing now means missing the top 10 and forfeiting the secret realm map. When siblings compete, one must inevitably fall. However, after the top 10 are determined, there will be a challenge round. Given their strength, the siblings can easily secure a spot among the top 10 during the challenges. At this moment, Long Yufei sighed softly and said, "Go on up. It's your turn now." "Got it." The siblings responded in unison, leaping onto the platform together. All eyes focused on the two toddlers, everyone eager to see which sibling would prove superior. Just as the female guard was about to activate the simulated space, Chu Xian stopped her. "Auntie, we don't need to go inside." "Don't need to go in?" The female guard was momentarily stunned, and everyone who heard the voice also wore expressions of confusion. How can they fight without entering the simulated space? This small arena can't even accommodate the battle between two martial kings. How are they supposed to fight here? Meanwhile, people from the other competition zones began to speculate, could it be these two toddlers weren't even at the martial king level? But if they hadn't even reached martial king realm, how did they become one of the top 10 in the Lan province preliminaries? Under the gaze of countless spectators, siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen stood facing each other. After a long moment of staring, they suddenly placed their right hands behind their backs simultaneously. Rock, paper, scissors. As the last syllable fell, both children swung their small hands forward in unison. "Sister scissors, brother paper. Little brother, I win." Chu Xian triumphantly wiggled her tiny index finger, making scissoring motions twice like actual scissors. Everyone was dumbstruck. Was this the much-anticipated sibling showdown they'd all been waiting for? Rock, paper, scissors? What nonsense is this? Isn't settling this with such a childish game too ridiculous? Little Chu Chen then pouted his lips, his chubby face filled with indignation as he piped up in his childish voice, "Sister, don't get cocky yet. Best of 3, I still have a chance. Rock, paper, scissors. The two children hid their little hands behind their backs again, then swung them out simultaneously. Sister chose paper, younger brother chose scissors. I won, sis, I won. Chu Chen waved his chubby little hands, jumping up and down with uncontainable joy. There's still one more round, don't celebrate too soon. The winner hasn't been decided yet, come on. Chu Xian clasped her small hands behind her back, her big round eyes darting shrewdly as if trying to guess what move her little brother would make. Chapter 55, Rock Paper Scissors. Is this how siblings settle their battles? Wait, I need to warm up. Chu Chen suddenly called for a pause, flexing his fists and waving his arms before performing an unseen set of punches on the stage. Only then did he say, "Alright, come at me." The siblings stood opposite each other once more, locking eyes, neither making a move for a long while. It seemed both were trying to guess the other's thoughts, anticipating what move would come next. Watching the daggers drawn between the siblings, everyone was left stunned. Rock, paper, scissors, it's all about pure luck. What does warming up have to do with anything? This little toddler's thoughts are truly impossible to fathom. Rock, paper, scissors. This time, the siblings spoke very slowly, their eyes unblinkingly fixed on each other, the air thick with palpable tension. This made even those who had been watching the spectacle involuntarily hold their breath, not daring to make a sound. Whoosh! The siblings raised their small hands in unison, freezing mid-air. The elder sister chose cloth, the younger brother chose stone. Yay! Chu Xian cheered with triumph, declaring, "Little brother, I won." Chu Chen hung his little head low, his face scrunched in dismay as he admitted, "I lost." He then turned and toddled off the stage on his short legs, shaking his little head and sighing as he went, "Why did I choose rock? I should have picked scissors. Holy crap, watching this actually got me all tense." After the siblings' duel finally concluded, everyone let out a long sigh of relief, their faces a mix of amusement and exasperation. They hadn't felt nervous watching other contestants fight fiercely in the simulated space earlier, yet somehow got tense watching these siblings play rock paper scissors. Absolutely absurd. "Auntie, I won." Chu Xian turned to stare at the dumbfounded female guard, reminding her in her childish voice, "Oh, right, you won." The female guard snapped out of her daze and announced the match's result. "I protest." At that moment, a voice rang out. The crowd followed the sound and saw, to everyone's surprise, the referee leave, while Elder Leopard of the 10,000 Beasts sect rose to his feet, his face dark with anger. "What are you protesting?" Long Yufei asked indifferently. Elder Leopard declared loudly, "This is the Granlon Province tournament, not some childish game. Their frivolous manner of competition is an insult to the other participants. I do not acknowledge the outcome of this match. The two siblings must fight for real with all their might. Otherwise, they should both be disqualified to prevent tarnishing the prestige of the illustrious Lan Province tournament. Right, we must fight with real swords and spears." The judge from the Tyrant Sword sect nodded in agreement. "Fight, fight." The contestants in the preparation area also chimed in one after another. The way the siblings settled their contest made their own desperate struggles for advancement seem utterly foolish, even humiliating. It was like having a cherished treasure, painstakingly earned yet belittled as worthless trash before everyone's eyes. Chu Chen glanced at Elder Leopard but paid him no mind as he took his seat, still stewing over why he had thrown rock in the first place. Chu Xian tilted her tiny head and asked in confusion, "But no one said we couldn't use rock paper scissors to decide? They could play with others too. It'd be quick to decide the winner, and not tiring at all. Do you take them for 3-year-old brats? No one would use such a childish method to determine their destiny." Elder Leopard snorted coldly and stated solemnly, "This is an insult to the competitors, and to the prestige of the Lan Province Grand Tournament." Long Yufei said calmly, "The rules indeed do not stipulate that victory cannot be determined in this manner. Elder Bao, cease your unreasonable fuss." Elder Bao snorted coldly, his gaze subtly flickering toward a certain corner of the spectator area before he silently sat back down. Despite its covert nature, Elder Bao's glance was still noticed by Long Yufei, who had been watching him closely. She followed his gaze to sweep across the observation area but found nothing unusual. He even secretly activated the prefectural seal, using the fortune power of Lanzhou to investigate, yet still found no trace of anything unusual. Was he just overthinking it? Could Elder Bao truly believe that this method of determining the victor was merely too childish? But as the referee, how could he possibly be unaware that the tournament rules never specified any particular method for deciding the winner? Although the rock-paper-scissors method might seem somewhat overly simplistic, it shouldn't provoke a referee's protest. What exactly are these guys plotting? Long Yufei slightly furrowed her brows, a faint trace of worry flickering through her heart. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had already returned to her seat, leaning against the chair as she sipped her beast milk leisurely. Chu Chen leaned his little head closer and whispered, "Sister, do you feel that guy's presence over there?" "Which guy?" Chu Xian followed the direction pointed by Chu Chen's chubby little hand toward the spectator area, but after watching for a while without noticing anything unusual, she couldn't help asking in confusion. "It's that guy from last time, when the governor invited Aunt Long to eat poison, the one we couldn't see through," Shu Chen murmured in a low voice. "Inviting Aunt Long to eat poison?" Shu Xian took a gulp of beast milk and suddenly realized, "Oh, you mean that annoying guy?" I didn't sense his disgusting aura at all. Shu Chen shook his head and muttered, "Perhaps I misperceived it." Just moments ago, while Elder Leopard was protesting and arguing with Auntie Long and others, he sensed a fleeting yet familiar presence in the spectator area. At that moment, Shu Xian's attention was focused on Elder Bao and failed to notice. "Who cares? If he dares mess with me, I'll whip his ass till it blossoms." Shu Xian swung her little fist while sipping on beast milk. Shu Chen glanced at her and reminded, "Sister, Daddy says girls should be ladylike. Can you stop talking about blooming someone's buttocks all the time? It's not ladylike at all." Shu Xian widened her big eyes, mimicking their father's scolding tone and expression, threatening adorably yet fiercely, "You little brat, grown some wings huh? Daring to lecture your big sister now? Is your backside itching for a spanking?" Shu Chen shrunk his neck and instinctively covered his little bottom, murmuring softly, "I was just reminding you. Don't listen if you don't want to, no need to be mean. Humph, curse you to never get married." "What did you say? Speak up. I didn't hear that." Shu Xian reached out and pinched Shu Chen's little ear, demanding fiercely, "Ah, I was saying my sister will definitely become the most beautiful maiden across the 9 continents." "Ah, ow ow ow." Shu Chen grabbed Shu Xian's hand, quickly begging for mercy. While the siblings were playfully bickering, the final 2 matches of the second round soon concluded. They were all giving it their all, striving to make the top 10 and obtain the secret realm map. No one would determine victory and defeat in such an outrageous manner as siblings Shu Xian and Shu Chen. Yet even so, the crowd's attention couldn't fully concentrate on the battles within the simulated space, frequently turning to sneak glances at the 2 little toddlers. Who wouldn't adore such adorably clueless yet incredibly powerful little toddlers? Chapter 56, The Primordial Sword Sex Top Prodigy. I want to compete sword intent with you. The next day, the 3rd round of the competition began. The female guard stepped onto the stage, waved her hand, and 25 tokens floated in the air as she announced, "In this round, 1 person will receive a bye. The remaining 24 will compete in one-on-one matches to determine the top 13. Whoever draws the token without a number gets the bye." With that, she sent the 25 tokens before the 25 participants. Shu Xian picked up the token in front of her to examine it, and Shu Chen curiously leaned his little head over to look before exclaiming excitedly, "Sister, look, I recognize this number, it's number 1. You'll be the first to take the stage." Hearing his exclamation, a short young man beside them flinched, his face twisting into a troubled expression. "Damn it, my opponent is actually that damn brat." The young man cursed inwardly, his eyes darting around as he pondered his next move. As long as he made it into the top 13, he was absolutely confident of breaking into the top 3. But if he lost this match, forget about the top 3, he wouldn't even qualify to compete for the top 10. This battle was crucial, he absolutely couldn't afford to lose. Comparing overall combat strength? That little baby harbors too many secrets. In terms of overall combat strength, winning is definitely out of the question. How about swordsmanship? That little baby instantly annihilated 3 peak martial sovereign level spirit beasts with swordsmanship and effortlessly manipulated 100,000 sword chi to precisely deliver roasted meat slices. Even in swordsmanship cultivation, there's no comparison. It seems this is the only way left. After much deliberation, the young man realized the only thing he stood a chance with seemed to be this. Next, the 2 contestants who drew token number 1, please come onto the stage. The female guard's voice rang out. Shu Xian leaped and landed on the combat platform, while at the same time, that young man also jumped onto the stage. "Are you from the beast taming sect?" Upon seeing the young man, Shu Xian couldn't help but blurt out the question. Hearing this, everyone found themselves caught between laughter and annoyance. The disciples and elders of the beast-taming sect wore obvious expressions of anger. Damn these irritating brats, were they really still obsessed with our sect's spirit beasts? The young man was also speechless, shaking his head as he said, "Tianqin of the Tyrant Sword Sect." Tianqin? That's the number 1 prodigy of the Tyrant Sword Sect, a peak martial sovereign, just 20 years old this year. A peak martial sovereign at 20? That talent doesn't seem to match up to the Black Tiger of the 10,000 Beast Sect or Fu Xiaoyao of the Demon Blade Sect. No, though they've all reached peak martial sovereign, Black Tiger and Fu Xiaoyao have only just entered that realm, while Tianqin has been at the peak for several years already. Rumor has it his comprehension of the heavenly Tao is progressing well, and some say he may attempt the minor heavenly tribulation within 5 years. Crossing the minor heavenly tribulation within 5 years? That would mean becoming a martial saint by age 25 at most? Such talent could rank within the top 50, maybe even top 30 across the 9 provinces. Indeed, had he not reached the age limit, he probably wouldn't have bothered participating in this year's Lan Province Grand Tournament. The crowd murmured in admiration, their praise unceasing. Qin Tian wasn't just the top genius of the Tyrant Sword sect, he was indisputably Lan Province's #1 prodigy. Ugh! Of course, that was before the 2 little milk babies appeared. Now, the former #1 prodigy of Lan Province might not necessarily be a match for those 2 little milk babies. Not from the 10,000 Beast sect, huh? How boring. Chu Xian's eager little face instantly fell, her enthusiasm completely deflated. The greatest joy of the grand competition was roasting the beast-taming sect's spirit beasts for barbecue. Nothing else held much appeal. As the #1 prodigy of the dominating sword sect, indeed Jiangzhou's foremost genius, Qin Tian had never endured such blatant disdain. A nameless fury surged within him, but recalling the monstrous strength of this brat, he had no choice but to suppress his urge to lash out. Adopting a patient tone, he coaxed, "Little sister, we're both sword cultivators, you understand how crucial sword intent is to our path. For today's match, why don't we just compete in sword intent and leave other skills aside? How does that sound?" Holy shit, only comparing sword intent? This so-called #1 genius of the dominating sword sect is shameless as fuck. Exactly. The little toddler is only 3 years old. At most, he's cultivated sword intent for 3 years. How could he possibly compare sword intent with Qin Tian, who's already begun comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth? Little one, don't agree to this, beat the crap out of him instead. Qin Tian's words left absolutely everyone present thoroughly displeased. Generally speaking, swordsmanship cultivation and sword intent complement each other and advance together. The stronger the sword intent, the greater the swordsmanship cultivation, and vice versa. However, Qin Tian had comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth for many years, and his insight into the great Tao of the sword far surpassed that of ordinary peak martial venerables. Naturally, his sword intent was also much stronger than that of other sword cultivators at the peak of the martial venerable realm. As for that little toddler, barely 3 years old, even if born with such innate strength, nurturing sword intent takes time. Mere 3 years are absolutely insufficient to compare with Qin Tian. If competing purely in cultivation or overall combat prowess, the little one's endless array of tricks might hold no fear. But in a contest of sword intent alone, the outcome was predetermined. But if it's purely a contest of sword intent, then the outcome would be hard to predict. In the judges' area, Long Yufei on the main seat slightly furrowed her brows. She glanced at the referee from the dominant sword sect and remarked indifferently, "Is this the top prodigy of your dominant sword sect?" The dominant sword sect's referee gave an awkward laugh and said, "Well, since the governor is also a sword cultivator, you must know that comparing sword intent is a common method of sparring among sword practitioners, nothing unusual. Besides, if the little toddler refuses, this proposition naturally becomes void." Long Yufei didn't respond and turned back to watch the arena. On the arena, the female guard also furrowed her brows. Although she felt nothing but disdain for Qin Tian in her heart, she still looked at Chu Xian and asked, "Ai Chi-ro, contestant Qin Tian has proposed a contest of sword intent. Do you agree? If you refuse, we'll proceed with the match according to the original rules." Contestant Qin Tian has studied the Tao of the sword for many years, and his sword intent is beyond what an ordinary peak martial master swordsman can compare to. A contest of sword intent. Chu Xian tilted her head as she examined Qin Tian twice, then said with distress, "But Daddy told me not to casually engage in sword intent contests with others. Daddy said I can't fully control my sword intent yet. What if I accidentally turn someone into an idiot? That wouldn't be good." Upon hearing this, everyone fell speechless. How much confidence does your father have in you? This is sword intent, not cultivation or strength. How strong can a 3-year-old toddler's sword intent possibly be? And you want to turn someone who's studied the great Tao of the sword for years into an idiot? Qin Tian laughed and said, "No worries. In the simulation space, you can revive in the preparation zone after death. The preparation zone has healing arrays that can restore any injury. Even if it can't be healed and you really do turn into an idiot, I won't blame you." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian thought for a moment and shook her head. "No, you don't have the final say. I need your father's guarantee." Qin Tian was stunned for a moment before turning to the referee from the Tyrant Sword sect and saying, "I don't have parents. My master is away, so can my martial uncle's guarantee suffice?" "MHM. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. The referee from the Tyrant Sword sect laughed, "Little one, just compete with peace of mind. I guarantee that no matter who ends up an idiot, neither side can seek trouble with the other." "That's not right. That's not what we meant." Chu Xian shook her head and corrected him. "It's not that we can't seek trouble with each other, it's that you can't tell my daddy, or he'll spank my bottom till it blooms." Chapter 57, with just one strike, the top genius of Lanzhou turns into an idiot. Ack! Upon hearing this, everyone's faces twitched with speechlessness. So it turns out this little toddler wasn't afraid of the Overlord Sword sect coming after him, he was afraid of Daddy finding out and spanking his bottom. In this toddler's mind, the consequences of Daddy's spanking were clearly far more terrifying than any trouble the Overlord Sword sect could bring. The referee from the dominant sword sect twitched the corner of his mouth. A mighty mid-stage martial saint like me, less intimidating than your dad? However, he had great confidence in Qin Tian's sword intent. To ensure victory in this match, he had no choice but to promise once more, "Don't worry, what happened today absolutely won't reach your father's ears." Zhu Xian still wasn't fully reassured. After recalling how her father always made promises to her, she added, "Say it, if you lie, you're a puppy." Put. Hearing this, many people in the audience couldn't help but burst into laughter. Though it was perfectly normal for such words to come from a 3-year-old toddler, the one being addressed was a supreme elder of the dominating sword sect. Moreover, being selected as a judge for this grand competition meant he was undoubtedly a powerful existence at the mid-martial saint realm. Having such a mighty figure swear such a childish oath was truly rather absurd. The dominating sword sect's judge rubbed his temples, this was giving him more of a headache than battling another mid-martial saint. Looking at Zhu Xian on the dueling platform stubbornly insisting, "I won't fight unless you swear," he finally compromised, raising his hand and declaring, "I swear, if I'm lying to you, I'm a puppy." After finishing the oath and noticing everyone's peculiar stares around him, he wished he could crawl into a hole in the ground. Here I am, a mighty late-stage martial saint and elder of the dominant sword sect, actually making such a childish vow. This is utterly humiliating. Can we start now? For the sake of the competition's smooth progress, he suppressed his anger and asked with a gentle expression, Fine then." Zhu Xian gave a satisfied little nod and glanced at Qin Tian across from her, urging impatiently, "Hurry up and start already. After this fight, I still need to hunt demon beasts with my little brother to roast meat for dinner." Qin Tian's eyes turned icy. "Still thinking about barbecue at a time like this? I'll make sure you never grill another bite in your life." The female guard saw Zhu Xian agree and couldn't say much more, merely advising, "If you find yourself outmatched, you may surrender immediately." Did you hear that? Surrender immediately if you can't beat me. I don't want to turn you into an idiot. Zhu Xian spoke in her adorable, milky voice. Qin Tian let out a cold snort and remained silent. The female guard formed hand seals to activate the simulated space. Zhu Xian and Qin Tian appeared simultaneously within the simulated space. Their luck was extraordinary. This particular simulated space manifested as a world saturated with sword intent. Within this realm, countless varieties of sword energies crisscrossed the landscape, some even materializing into formidable sword beasts that lurked amidst mountains and oceans. Roar! Beastly roars echoed across the world, each roar carrying immense sword intent within. Some of these sword intents were domineering beyond compare, others eerily sinister, while some radiated noble purity. Under normal circumstances, sword cultivators would first flee, then hunt sword beasts to enhance their sword intent and cultivation before re-emerging to battle their opponent. Yet here both were sword cultivators, and Qin Tian believed this brat's overall strength surpassed his own. If allowed to hunt sword beasts freely, that brat's growth rate would likely outpace his own. As soon as he appeared in the simulated space, Qin Tian began frantically absorbing the sword intent nearby, temporarily amplifying his own sword intent before launching an attack at Zhu Xian. Pure sword intent competition does not activate true chi. It relies entirely on one's comprehension of the sword path and mastery over sword intent for combat. Generally, such contests are settled at first touch, because destroying another's sword intent could likely result in complete loss of sword cultivation, or severely, turn one into an imbecile. But in this simulated space, there's no need to worry about such issues. Even if one were to turn into an idiot, they would return to normal upon leaving the simulated space. However, after entering the simulated space, Zhu Xian became distracted. She paid no attention to Qin Tian's attacks, her entire focus fixed on the massive sword beasts in the distance. So much meaty goodness. Zhu Xian murmured to herself, crystalline drool once again trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Little one, be careful." The spectators outside the arena shouted warnings almost reflexively, but alas, sounds from outside couldn't penetrate the simulated space. The formidable sword intent condensed by Qin Tian transformed into streams of sword energy that poured into Zhu Xian's body. The sword intent did not attack the physical body, but rather the spirit. Just as the crowd sighed in pity for Zhu Xian while Qin Tian secretly rejoiced, Zhu Xian tilted her head curiously and asked, "You're Qin Tian, right? Can we eat those meaty treats?" The onlookers were astonished. They had clearly witnessed Qin Tian's sword intent transform into streams of sword energy that penetrated the little toddler's body. How could she seem completely unaffected? Qin Tian himself was even more dumbfounded. Though it had merely been a probing sword intent, not his most powerful strike, and he hadn't intended to seriously harm the troublesome child, her utter lack of reaction was simply baffling. "Are you okay?" Qin Tian asked in bewilderment. "What? Shu Xian first looked completely bewildered, then suddenly understanding dawned on her face as she giggled and said, "Oh, you mean those sword energies from before? They were way too weak, they disappeared the moment they entered my body." Too weak? Shin Tian froze for a moment before flying into a rage. "Damn brat! How dare you humiliate me in public? Utterly despicable. Then experience my true sword intent." Shin Tian let out a furious roar, unleashing his full sword intent. The domineering sword intent erupted wildly, tearing through the surrounding void until the howls of spatial storms could be heard echoing from the rifts. "You still haven't answered my question, can we eat the meaty stuff here?" Shu Xian shouted. "Beat me first, and I'll tell you." Shin Tian snorted coldly as his endless tyrannical sword intent condensed into a divine blade, slashing down towards Shu Xian's head. At that moment, Shu Xian's soul shuddered under an oppressive force. However, it was only a slight oppressive force, nothing more. Shu Xian muttered under her breath, "This level of sword intent is nowhere near as strong as Qin Fang's." Then, she also released some of her own sword intent, which instantly condensed into a divine sword intent dragon that coiled and surged forward. With a deafening boom, the sword intent dragon collided with Qin Tian's sword intent greatsword, and with a loud explosion, the greatsword shattered instantly. Yet the sword intent dragon's momentum remained unabated, arriving in the blink of an eye and penetrating Qin Tian's body. Put! A moment later, Qin Tian abruptly vomited a mouthful of blood, his expression withered and his gaze vacant. With just one strike, his sword intent and spirit were utterly annihilated. Not only was his swordsmanship cultivation completely destroyed, but he was also reduced to a mindless fool. A beam of light descended, enveloping Qin Tian before teleporting him away moments later to recover beneath the restoration array in the preparation area. Qin Tian gasped for air violently, his face filled with terror. "It's impossible. How can this be? How could a 3-year-old brat possess such formidable sword intent? I've spent years comprehending the great Tao of the sword, yet my sword intent still can't match a mere 3-year-old child?" In his agitated state, he coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 58. Never tasted dragon meat before in my life. Watching Qin Tian vomit blood, the crowd couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The former top prodigy of Lan Province suffered a complete defeat in a sword intent competition against a 3-year-old toddler. The blow was too severe. Who knows if he'll ever recover from this failure? "Ha, that little one hasn't come out yet? Look, what's that toddler doing now?" At this moment, someone gasped in astonishment. Everyone turned their gaze to the simulated space and instantly widened their eyes, their faces filled with stunned disbelief. Inside the simulated space, Shu Xian's head was covered with a stack of talismans, their glow enveloping her completely. The teleportation beam from the simulated space descended from above, only to be blocked by the radiant curtain of talismans, rendering it unable to teleport Shu Xian out. This little milk bun never fails to surprise us with every move she makes. The crowd exchanged silent glances. After so many years of the Lan Province Grand Competition, this was the first time they'd witnessed someone capable of resisting the simulated spatial teleportation beam. Members of the 3 top factions couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. This little brat had a fucking ridiculous number of talismans on him. Long Yufei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, unsure what this little rascal was planning next. Big sister wants to eat meaty meat. Among the 100,000 spectators, Shu Chen was likely the only one who understood his elder sister Shu Xian's true intentions. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Shu Xian, shrouded in a cascade of talismanic scripts, transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant. The next moment, she reappeared hovering above a massive mountain entirely formed from sword intent. Her small head kept turning, as if searching for something. Above her, beams of teleportation light continuously shot downward, attempting to forcibly remove her from the space, yet each time, they were deflected by the luminous barrier formed from her protective talismans. Found it! Shu Xian cheered as she plummeted from the sky, landing with a thunderous crash, sword intent scattering in all directions. When the dust settled, the crowd saw a sword intent divine dragon sprawled before her. Apart from its entire body radiating terrifying sword intent, it was indistinguishable from a true draconic demon beast. Holy shit, is she actually planning to slay the sword intent divine dragon? A sword intent capable of autonomously evolving into a divine dragon must at least be at the early stage martial saint level. Is this little brat insane? Cultivators believe there's a difference between controlled sword intent and autonomously evolving sword intent. Many martial lords, even martial ancestors and martial emperors, can transform their sword intent into divine dragons. But for a sword intent to autonomously evolve into a divine dragon, one must at least reach a level comparable to an early-stage martial saint. In other words, the power of this sword intent dragon is equivalent to an early-stage martial saint. That's an actual martial saint we're talking about, fundamentally different from someone like Qin Tian, a peak martial lord who's only half a step into the martial saint realm. Roar! The sword intent divine dragon awakened from its slumber by Shu Xian, unleashing a deafening dragon's roar as its fury transformed into overwhelming sword energy that surged forth. The void trembled, with spatial storms gushing from dimensional rifts, only to be obliterated by the dragon's sword intent. Such terrifying sword energy left the 100,000 spectators outside the arena utterly horrified. However, Chu Xian showed no fear at all. After deflecting the attack with her own sword intent, she mumbled excitedly, "A divine dragon. I've never eaten one before, it looks absolutely delicious. Wonder if this big guy's meat is edible though." That Qingtian, was it Qingtian or Qingtian again? Her tiny brows furrowed as her slender, snow-white index finger and thumb gently stroked her little chin. A thoughtful expression appeared on her delicate little face. A moment later, she shook her head, her delicate little face hardening into an indignant expression. Brandishing her tiny fists, she muttered, "Whatever, he's just plain awful. I asked him over and over, and he still wouldn't tell me. I should have just spanked him silly earlier." Fine. If he won't explain, I'll figure it out myself." Her snow-white hands formed a sword seal, and in an instant, towering sword intent surged forth, transforming into a golden-winged rock that soared into the skies. Father once said that the golden-winged rock feasts on dragons, born to overpower all dragonkin that are not of pure-blooded lineage. This sword-intent divine dragon probably isn't a pure-blooded true dragon either. Though these thoughts ran through Chu Xian's mind, her hands moved without hesitation as she commanded her golden-winged Garuda formed from sword intent to attack the divine dragon. The golden-winged Garuda shrieked while the divine dragon roared, their opposing sword intents clashing as space itself tore apart and mended repeatedly around them. Whether it was the sword intent divine dragon or Chu Xian's transformed sword intent golden feathered rock, both now unleashed strength that had surpassed Qin Tian's. This made Qin Tian, watching from outside the arena, feel his face burn with humiliation. Who could have guessed that damn kid had been hiding her sword intent? Her mastery of it had already exceeded his expectations. How laughable that he'd wanted to compete with that damn kid in sword intent from start to finish. She hadn't even considered him a worthy opponent. If it were someone else, they might feel grateful for Chu Xian showing mercy, but for a former #1 genius of Langzhou, this was an unbearable humiliation. His fists clenched with audible cracks, and his gaze toward Chu Xian carried traces of icy hatred and murderous intent. Boom! After an intense battle, the sword intent divine dragon let out a pained draconic cry before crashing down in a thunderous collapse. Time for dragon meat feast. Chu Xian let out a cheer and excitedly rushed towards the colossal corpse of the divine dragon. But at that very moment, the massive dragon corpse suddenly vanished, transforming into a pure and powerful sword intent that soared through the air. The talisman's protective barrier, capable of resisting spatial surveillance, was powerless against this sword intent. It pierced through and instantly merged into Chu Xian's body. This sword intent was masterless and pristine, meant to be absorbed and comprehended by its slayer. Any other swordsman would likely be thrilled at this moment and immediately sit down to absorb these insights. But Chu Xian was glumly staring at the spot where the divine dragon's corpse had been, shouting, "Where's my dragon? Where's my dragon? I didn't even get to taste dragon meat, how could it just disappear?" Crack! At that moment, the charm's time limit expired, and the light screen it created shattered into pieces. The teleportation pillar finally shot down unimpeded, enveloping Chu Xian and transporting her onto the arena. She was still murmuring under her breath, "My dragon meat, how could it just vanish? I was so close to tasting dragon meat, so frustrating." Hearing her words, the female guard nearby was utterly speechless. This little one is truly a glutton through and through, wanting to eat dragon meat, of all things. A pure-blooded true dragon is born with the strength of a martial emperor, and during its growth period, it can rival a martial god. Every pure-blooded true dragon will surpass martial god level upon reaching adulthood. Who would dare to hunt such terrifying creatures for meat? The most crucial point is that after the ancient war, the pure-blooded true dragons ascended to the divine realm. There simply aren't any pure-blooded true dragons left in the lower realms. The so-called dragon clans of the lower realms are merely hybrids, lesser dragons with impure bloodlines, nothing more than false drakes. Even so, these sub-dragons and pseudo-dragons remained incredibly powerful creatures in the lower realms. Everything in the simulated space is fake. Seeing Chu Xian persistently murmuring there, seemingly very unwilling to accept it, the female guard couldn't help but remind her aloud, "Even the dragons are fake?" Chu Xian raised her head and thought for a moment before asking, "Auntie, is there dragon meat in the secret realm?" The female guard froze for a second, then shook her head. "I don't know, I've never been there." "Oh," Chu Xian muttered softly, "when we get to the secret realm, I'll have to go search with my little brother. We've never tasted dragon meat before in all our years." Chapter 59, Surrender when you encounter the little milk baby. After this round of competition concluded, 13 participants remained to compete for the final top 10 spots. The top 10 competition wouldn't follow an elimination format but rather a round-robin system. Each contestant would fight 12 matches, facing every other participant once. A victory would earn 1 point, with the final rankings determining the top 10 based on accumulated points. Having witnessed her battle against the sword intent divine dragon, everyone finally understood the little milk baby sister possessed strength comparable to an early-stage martial saint. Naturally, no one dared challenge her anymore. After the top 10 tournament began, anytime anyone faced Chu Xin, they immediately conceded. Thus, Chu Xin didn't participate in a single match, yet directly achieved first place with 12 victories and 12 points. The remaining 12 contestants engaged in fierce battles over several days, finally determining the preliminary top 10. Of course, this wasn't the final top 10 roster. Next up is the challenge competition. According to the rules, any competitor who has entered the top 100 can challenge those in the top 10. However, to prevent any malicious participants, those who step onto the challenge platform must provide collateral in the form of elixirs, weapons, cultivation techniques, or similar valuable items. If the challenger wins, they reclaim their deposit. If they lose, it serves as compensation for the challenged party. Moreover, each person only gets one chance to issue a challenge. This way, those who know they're no match won't dare to recklessly step onto the stage to issue challenges. The top 10 contenders sat atop the arena platform. Aside from Chu Xin, the others were visibly tense. After all, this year's Lanzhou Grand Competition had seen many formidable prodigies fail to make the top 10 due to the unexpected appearance of those two toddlers. Those prodigies would surely come to challenge them. Only Chu Xin remained utterly composed, one hand resting on the armrest while leaning back against the chair, the other holding a bottle as she leisurely sipped chilled beast milk. The challenge begins. After the female guard's announcement, Chu Chen couldn't wait any longer and leaped onto the arena. At the sight of this tiny milk-drinking toddler, everyone's nerves tightened, especially the young prodigy ranked second, whose face turned pale as a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his lips. There was no need to guess, this little toddler would undoubtedly challenge him, the second-place holder. I didn't think of that at the time. Had I known, I would have conceded a couple more matches to rank lower in the standings. Chu Chen sipped his chilled beast milk while surveying the 9 competitors on the platform besides his sister. His chubby little finger finally pointed at the boy in second place as he declared, "Big brother, I challenge you." Though his milky voice carried no hint of intimidation, the young boy's face twisted with bitter resignation. "These as collateral." Chu Chen's voice rang out again as he waved his hand, summoning a pile of talismans into the air. A flash of intense longing flickered through the boy's eyes, but he soon smiled bitterly, shook his head, and stood up saying, "I admit defeat." Chu Chen froze for a moment, blinking his large eyes as he asked, "Aren't we going to fight?" "I won't." The boy shook his head. Though he was also a martial sovereign, he was still far inferior to Fu Xiaoyao of the Demon Blade sect. The tiny toddler could easily defeat Fu Yunxiao, so naturally defeating him would be even simpler. Knowing he was bound to lose, why embarrass himself further? How about I use just one hand? Care to reconsider? Chu Chen waved a chubby little hand while sipping his beast milk, asking nonchalantly, "Just one hand?" The corner of the boy's mouth twitched slightly as he forced a dry laugh. "No need. I admit defeat." This wasn't some ordinary street fight at their cultivation level. What difference did using one hand or two make anyway? Very well then. Chu Chen shook his head and let out a sigh, acting every bit the solemn little grown-up. The first challenge match goes to Aikai Ro. The female guards smiled and announced the result. The youth descended from the arena with a bitter smile, contemplating whether he could challenge a weaker opponent later to reclaim his spot in the top 10. Chu Chen took a gulp of beast milk and plopped onto his chair. Turning to Chu Xian with a grin, he said, "Sis, I'm back again." Chu Xian leaned back in her chair, her large round eyes staring blankly at the sky. "Sis, I'm back." Seeing that his sister wasn't responding, Chu Chen raised his voice and called out again, "I heard you, I heard you." Chu Xian tilted her head to glance at him, rolled her eyes, then turned back to gaze blankly at the sky. Chu Chen looked up at the sky in confusion. There was nothing but white clouds. Leaning forward on the chair, he craned his neck and asked puzzledly, "Sis, what are you looking at?" "At dragons," Chu Xian murmured. "A dragon?" Chu Chen looked up again. No, there wasn't anything. At this moment, Chu Xian turned to look at Chu Chen and asked, "Little brother, do you think dragon meat tastes good?" "I've never tasted it before, but seeing how beautiful it looks, it must be delicious." Chu Chen recalled the sword intent divine dragon from his battle with his elder sister and said with a grin, that dragon's body was about the same size as that green serpent, so the roasting method shouldn't differ much. But it had 4 extra dragon claws, and the dragon's head isn't like a serpent's head either. We'll need to study carefully how to roast those dragon claws and the head properly. I really want to try dragon meat. I wonder what it tastes like, and whether there are any dragons in the secret realm. Ever since she caught sight of the sword intent divine dragon in the simulated realm, she'd been unable to shake her craving for dragon flesh. Secret realm? Chu Chen froze for a moment. Chu Xian spoke again, "Little brother, don't you think we should bring mother a gift when we go see her? If we could grill some dragon meat for mother, she would definitely be very happy." "You're right." Chu Chen bobbed his little head excitedly and said, Then let's go roast dragon meat in the secret realm and bring some for mother to eat. But what if there aren't any dragons in the secret realm? Chu Xian furrowed her tiny brows, looking somewhat distressed. Well, Shu Chen was also stunned, only managing to say after a long pause, should we go ask Aunt Long where to find dragons later? Okay. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. While the siblings were discussing eating dragon meat, the challenge matches had already concluded. The top prodigies from the three great factions all advanced into the top 10, Qin Tian of the Tyrant Blade sect, Fu Yunxiao of the Demon Saber sect, and He Hu of the 10,000 Beast sect, ranked 3rd to 5th respectively. During this time, He Hu went out to tame another dark demon tiger at the peak of Martial Venerable Realm. However, having only one such beast, his strength was slightly inferior to both Qin Tian and Fu Yunxiao. The unfortunate soul who had been challenged by Chu Chen entered another challenge match and won, securing his return to 6th place in the rankings. Long Yufei landed lightly on the tournament stage and calmly announced, "This year's Lan Province Grand Competition has concluded successfully. Congratulations to those who have entered Lan Province's top 10. With that, she waved her hand, and 10 ancient scrolls materialized before each of the 10 individuals. These are your secret realm maps. The higher your ranking, the more complete your map will be. However, even the top-ranking participants' map will only reveal a portion of the secret realm. Only when all 9 maps belonging to the 9 supreme geniuses of JoJo are gathered together will the complete map be revealed." Long Yufei's expression turned grave as her tone grew serious. "Once you enter the secret realm, you will face true life and death struggles. You must remain vigilant at all times. If you are killed within the realm, you will truly die. There will be no chance of revival like in the simulated space. Do you understand?" "We understand." The top 10 on the arena and the 100 elites below all shouted loudly. "Rest for 2 days. The gateway to the secret realm will open in 2 days, and you will be transported inside." Having said this, Long Yufei turned and left. "Auntie Long, are there dragons in the secret realm?" Chu Xian and Shu Chen, the sibling pair, hurriedly chased after them, their childish voices ringing across the arena. "A dragon?" The crowd was speechless. Could these two toddlers still be obsessed with eating dragon meat? Chapter 60. Anti-Dragon must be thinking about a man. The competition has ended. I wonder if his plan succeeded? With his capabilities, it shouldn't be an issue. If not for fearing detection by Long Yufei, who holds the State Lord seal, why would he resort to such troublesome methods? After Lan Province's grand competition concluded, the elders representing the 3 top factions in Lan Province gathered once more. Just as they were discussing, a shadow drifted in. Everyone promptly rose to their feet and bowed respectfully. "The master's plan is complete. Quickly summon your sect leader. When the secret realm's gate opens, you must find a way to delay for half an hour." The shadow's voice floated ethereally. "As you command, we will ensure the mission is flawlessly accomplished." The elders bowed low and spoke. The shadow drifted away. The elders sat back down, exchanged glances, and began discussing their plan to buy more time. Meanwhile, at the prefecture lord's residence, Long Yufei stood with her hands behind her back, gazing blankly at the distant sky. The Lan Province Grand Competition had concluded, yet Lan Province City remained unnervingly calm. Under our master's surveillance, the governor's estate appeared unchanged. The steward still tended his flowers, watered plants, and maintained the now empty residence daily. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. Yet according to the deceased governor's testimony, he had conspired with 3 supreme factions to block my entry precisely so they could send all their disciples into the secret realm. Now that these 2 toddlers had thwarted the supreme faction's plans, logic dictated they should be making excuses to cause trouble. Instead, we faced this inexplicable and unprecedented tranquility. The calmer it was, the more uneasy Long Yufei felt in her heart. 2 silly little heads peeked out from either side of Long Yufei's waist. Shu Chen looked up at the sky curiously and asked, "Aunt Long, what are you looking at?" "Nothing." Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Long Yufei's stunning face. The voices of the 2 little toddlers seemed capable of dispelling even the greatest troubles in an instant. "I get it. Auntie Long must be thinking about a man." Chu Xian's eyes sparkled mischievously as she declared triumphantly, "Whenever Daddy misses Mommy, he stares at the sky motionless just like this. Since Auntie Long is a girl, she must definitely be thinking about a man." "Oh," Shu Chen suddenly understood, gazing at Chu Xian with undisguised admiration. "Sister, you're so smart." "Of course. Otherwise how could I be your big sister?" Chu Xian proudly lifted her little chin. "Thinking about men?" Long Yufei froze momentarily, caught between amusement and exasperation. Turning to face the 2 utterly adorable toddlers, she deftly changed the subject. "Weren't you 2 roasting meat in the courtyard? What brings you out here?" "We finished roasting." Chu Chen blinked his big eyes and said with a playful grin, "Is it already roasted?" Long Yufei was startled. Had she been standing here for so long? "It smells so good." She took a deep breath and exclaimed in amazement. "I was so engrossed in thought earlier that I only just now caught the savory aroma of roasting meat." "Auntie Long, this is for you." Chu Xian brought her little hands out from behind her back, holding a skewer of grilled meat in her snowy white palms, its aroma wafting through the air.
Thank you, AI Chiro. Long Yufei gently patted the little girl's head before accepting the skewer and began eating with elegant grace. The delicious barbecue momentarily made her forget her troubles. Chu Xian and Chu Chun found chairs for themselves and almost simultaneously took out chilled beast milk from their spatial rings, happily drinking it. After finishing the barbecue, Long Yufei watched the siblings drinking beast milk and, after some thought, said, AI Chiro, AI Kaoro, can Auntie ask you a question? Sure. Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Long Yufei asked, during this period, have you been able to sense anything unusual? These siblings could immediately tell that the governor harbored ill intentions upon meeting him, and could sense that the housekeeper wasn't simple. They must have some knowledge of aura observation techniques. If the three major powers had made any covert moves during this time, these siblings would be the most likely to have noticed. What's wrong? Chu Xian and Chu Chen looked utterly confused, clearly not understanding the meaning of these words. Though, Long Yufei also frowned slightly, unsure how to explain. At that moment, Chu Chen spoke up, and Long, I don't know what you mean by something wrong, but I did sense a familiar aura earlier. However, it disappeared quickly. I'm not sure if I imagined it. What aura? Long Yufei perked up and quickly asked. She had a strong premonition that news of this little baby might play a crucial role in breaking her predicament. Chu Chen took a sip of beast milk, his voice still childishly sweet as he said, right after my sister and I finished rock paper scissors, when I returned to my spot and that nasty referee started protesting, I sensed a really unpleasant aura from the uncles and aunties who came to watch the match. That unpleasant scent you mentioned? Long Yufei frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then suddenly focused her gaze and asked urgently, Little Akko, is this unpleasant scent you're talking about coming from the butler at the governor's mansion? That person you said you disliked? Yeah. Chu Chen nodded his tiny head repeatedly, but soon scratched his bun-like hair in confusion and said, but that scent only appeared for a brief moment before disappearing. I'm not sure if I sensed it wrong. Probably not. Long Yufei shook her head, her eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence. So that guy came forward to protest just to divert my attention, allowing that butler to act covertly? But wasn't that butler still at the governor's mansion? When did he leave? Unless... Suddenly, she thought of a possibility and couldn't help glancing at Chu Chen once more. Before the Demon Blade sect arranged for Lu Tian to kill Ikeo Ro, someone had disguised themselves as the ferocious beast that killed the previous governor to attack her, even drawing her master into the affair. If that butler wanted to slip away from surveillance, that would have been the perfect moment. Yes, it must be so. Their staging of that drama wasn't merely about tampering with the token to pit Lu Tian against Ai Cairo, nor just to divert my attention, it was also to lure our master here, creating an opportunity for that butler to escape. She had considered this possibility too, which was why she immediately had our master turn back. But the steward hadn't fled, and later, when Lu Tian fell into demonic corruption, it successfully diverted her attention. Looking back now, the butler in the governor's mansion was probably no longer the real butler. Could it be the art of shadow clones? Long Yufei frowned slightly. The art of creating clones was not some profound technique. It was hardly surprising that the butler had mastered this ability. The cultivation aura of a doppelganger differs from that of the original body. As long as the cultivation level isn't vastly superior to master's, he couldn't possibly fail to notice the discrepancy. In other words, that butler's strength far surpasses master's? Even that butler's clone was at least as strong as master? This speculation made Long Yufei break out in a cold sweat, realizing the severity of the situation might exceed her worst imaginings. But at this point, recalling master would be useless and might even alert the enemy. After a moment of contemplation, Long Yufei turned her gaze back to the siblings and said, Ai Chiro, Ai Kaoro, Auntie wants to ask for your help. Great, we love helping Auntie the most. Chu Xian and Chu Chen, the sister and brother pair, nodded enthusiastically, their big sparkling eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Thank you then. Come here, let me whisper what we'll do. Long Yufei beckoned them closer with a wave. Okay, Auntie Long. Chu Xian and Chu Chen approached Long Yufei, who picked up both toddlers in her arms, settling one on each thigh as she whispered into their ears. Chapter 61, Toddlers skip the secret realm, leaving Lan Prefecture without its geniuses. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. 100 prodigies from Lan Prefecture gathered early outside the prefectural manor. Today is the day when Lan Province opens the 9 provinces' secret realm, and they all hope to enter the realm as soon as possible to seek their fortunes. Long Yufei remained dressed in white, her peerless beauty making her appear like a celestial maiden descended to the mortal world. The elders of the 3 top factions stood before the 100 prodigies, leading them and paying respects to Long Yufei. Greetings, Governor.
All the prodigies echoed their greetings in unison. Long Yufei nodded and said, "Come with me." She led the group to the restricted area behind the prefectural government's mountain. The place was incredibly spacious, capable of accommodating over 1,000 people. "Everyone, let's begin." Long Yufei turned her gaze toward the elders of the three major factions and spoke indifferently. The leopard elder of the 10,000 beasts sect scanned the surroundings and asked doubtfully, "Governor, those two little bear cubs haven't arrived yet. Should we wait a bit longer?" Only then did Long Yufei seem to realize the siblings were missing. She frowned slightly and said, "Those two little rascals must have wandered off to grill meat somewhere again. Someone, go find them immediately." "Yes, Governor." The two female guards quickly departed. After 2 breaths passed and the female guards still hadn't returned, Long Yufei spoke again, "Forget it, let's not wait for them any longer. Open the secret realm first and let the others enter." "Governor." An elder from the Demon Blade sect stepped forward and said, "Those two little toddlers are our Lan province's strongest prodigies. Without them, our province's talents will likely face grave danger during this secret realm expedition." "Yes, Governor, I think we should wait a little longer." The other elders also nodded in agreement. They had originally devised other plans to buy time, but unexpectedly those two bear-like children hadn't shown up, which gave them an even better excuse to delay. Long Yufei hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Then let's wait a little longer." The elders' faces revealed faint smiles, unaware that Long Yufei was inwardly sneering with cold disdain. So there really is something wrong. Normally, these three supreme factions would be gleeful at the prospect of those two infant toddlers dying sooner. Yet today they repeatedly insisted on waiting for the children. This was far too obvious. I just wonder what exactly they're scheming. Hopefully, those two little milk babies can uncover the problem and stop it in time. Meanwhile, atop a city wall near the now deserted simulated arena, two adorable little heads popped into view. A talisman hovered above their heads, dangling strands of luminescence that enveloped their entire bodies, concealing their forms. This was a saint-grade concealment talisman, not only capable of hiding their figures, but also masking their auras and sounds. Anyone below the martial emperor realm would be unable to detect them. "Sister, did you find anything?" At that moment, Chuchen suddenly asked in a low voice. "Not for now." Shu Xian shook her head, her delicate little face showing a trace of confusion. "How can there be nothing? Little brother, since you sensed that guy's presence here, he must have done something. It shouldn't be nothing." Shu Chen was about to respond when he suddenly seemed to sense something. He turned to look outside the fighting ring and gasped softly, "Sister, someone's coming." Shu Xian turned to see a group of cultivators approaching the ring, their heads lowered and their steps slow. She watched them for a moment, then frowned slightly and whispered, "These people, they're strange. They really are strange." Shu Chen also nodded his little head in agreement. These people moved with ordinary human strides, yet the siblings couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. There's a faint but repulsive aura about them. As they drew nearer, Shu Xian finally detected that loathsome energy emanating from them. Concealed by stealth talismans, the pair remained undetected as they smoothly entered the arena platform and quietly took their seats in the spectator section. Eerily, from beginning to end, not a single person spoke, leaving the arena frighteningly quiet. When the spectator area was fully seated, everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked toward the sky. It was only then that Shu Xian and Shu Chen noticed a crimson line on the forehead of every person present. As they lifted their gazes, the crimson marks drifted from their foreheads, converging in the air. In an instant, scarlet runes crisscrossed wildly, forming an intricate yet sinisterly radiating magic array. "What's happening? How did I get here? Didn't I already go home? Why am I still in this place?" The moment the red threads vanished, all 100,000 cultivators instantly regained consciousness, looking around in complete bewilderment. At that precise moment, crimson chains descended from the red magic array in the sky, streaking toward the 100,000 cultivators with terrifying speed. "What is this? Run!" 100,000 cultivators paled in fright, taking to the skies in desperate flight. But at that very moment, a crimson light curtain descended, sealing off the entire space and blocking all escape routes. Red chains spread through the air, binding every single cultivator within moments. Streaks of crimson light rippled along the scarlet chains, unleashing a terrifying suction force. "Damn it! These chains are devouring our vital energy and blood." Someone screamed in terror. "We must sever these chains." Someone wanted to fight back, but soon let out a roar of despair. "Damn it! I can't summon my chi, we're doomed." For a moment, agonized screams resounded across the heavens. Yet unfortunately, concealed by that crimson light barrier, not a single sound could escape. "What an evil magic array, I must shatter it." Shu Chen's face twisted with revulsion as he rose to charge out, only to be held back by Shu Xian. "Big sister, why are you pulling me?" Shu Chen turned his head, his face filled with bewilderment as he asked. Snap! A snow-white little hand gently patted Shu Chen's small head. "Don't rush." Shu Xian's childish voice piped up, "And Long told us to find the mastermind behind this. Since the mastermind hasn't shown up yet, what if we scare them off by going out now?" "That's true too." Chu Chen nodded his little head, looked at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators wailing in pain, and sighed like a little adult. I hope he shows up soon, or otherwise these uncles, aunties, brothers, and sisters might really die. Perhaps in answer to his thoughts, four figures suddenly appeared out of thin air on the arena. So it really is him. The other three people were strangers to Chu Xian and Chu Chen, but they were all too familiar with the governor's mansion's butler. Let's begin. At that moment, the butler spoke a command, and all four immediately began forming hand seals. In the next instant, four crimson beams shot down from the magic formation, plunging into their bodies. The auras of the four began rising wildly. They're using this evil formation to cultivate? Are these the wicked cultivators Dad mentioned? Chu Chen asked curiously. Definitely them. Chu Xian took out a talisman and murmured, "And long, they've appeared right on the arena where we had our final match. Come quickly." With these words, the talisman in his hand transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant. The 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman could deliver messages instantly within a 10,000-mile radius. The distance between the arena and the mountain behind the prefecture's government office was certainly less than 10,000 miles. Little brother, throw all the usable formation stones at them, we can't let them escape. Chu Xian whispered in a low voice. Got it. Chu Chen responded while summoning several translucent stones in his small chubby hands. With a flick of his wrist, the formation stones dissolved into the void, transforming into multiple magic arrays that enveloped the entire arena. Chapter 62. Why are those two little devils here? What's going on? The four individuals who were intently absorbing the chi and blood of 100,000 cultivators were startled by the sound of the formation's completion, all turning their heads to look. Chu Chen, having used the formation stone which caused his concealment charm to fail, lay prone on the city wall with his small body sticking out, peering curiously at the four figures, a rather comical sight. That naughty kid, what's he doing here? The steward furrowed his brows slightly. He was fully aware of everything that had occurred during the great competition of Lan Province and knew that this seemingly innocent and harmless-looking troublemaker possessed terrifying strength. Though ordinarily he would have no fear, right now he needed to absorb these cultivators' chi and blood. He had no time to waste battling this brat. Mischievous brats? The other three also had cold glints flashing in their eyes. It's that little toddler, he's come to save us. The cultivators who were having their chi and blood drained upon seeing Chu Chen were instantly overjoyed. Their hearts, once filled with despair, ignited with hope once more. Shadow, kill him, the butler murmured, and then his shadow cast upon the ground actually detached from his body and floated up. Understood, master. A cold voice sounded from within that shadowy mass before it swiftly floated toward Chu Chen. The shadow came alive? Chu Chen watched with great astonishment as the shadow drifted endlessly toward him. Though father had once spoken of such divine abilities, he'd never actually witnessed them. It looked truly marvelous. He turned to look at his small shadow and muttered, I wonder if I can learn this too. When he turned back, he found that the shadow had already disappeared. After scanning the area without finding any trace, he couldn't help but wonder, strange, where did it go? I can't even sense the slightest trace of its presence anymore. He took out a pile of talismans and stuck them on his own body. Father said when you can't see the enemy, you should layer yourself with as many defenses as possible. While pasting the talismans, he kept muttering under his breath. Bang! After just sticking 2 talismans, a dull thud sounded behind him. Chu Chen turned his head and saw a shadowy figure drifting away, coming to a halt 10 zhang away. Note, zhang is a traditional Chinese unit of length, approximately 3.3 meters. How did he get here? Why didn't I sense anything at all? Chu Chen's chubby little face was full of confusion. Stupid little brother, he can merge into your shadow. Just then, Chu Xian's milky childish voice rang out in his mind, clearly using a sound transmission talisman to communicate secretly with Chu Chen. Shadow? Chu Chen turned around again to look at his long shadow stretched across the ground, suddenly realizing, so it merged with my shadow, no wonder I couldn't sense it. As he turned forward once more, he discovered that the shadowy mass had vanished again. Again with this? Chu Chen muttered under his breath. Flicking a crystalline formation stone behind him, it instantly transformed into a small spell array. With a thunderous boom, the array descended, enveloping his own shadow. He turned slowly, and his shadow followed suit. The silhouette fused within it touched the edge of the spell array, forcibly peeling away. Roar! The shadow roared in fury, wildly charging against the barrier of the magic array. Yet no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't shatter the seal to break free. Damn brats! Seeing the shadow trapped, the butler cursed under his breath. You nasty villain, just watch me break your barrier. Chu Chen hovered midair, his chubby little hands swiftly forming hand seals as streaks of terrifying blade energy coalesced behind him. The 4 stewards tensed at the sight, shouting angrily in unison, Damn brat, get out of the way. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Chu Chen, Chu Xian, who had been lying in ambush, suddenly struck. Overwhelming sword energy surged through the air, severing every single crimson chain in an instant. 100,000 cultivators plummeted all at once, like dumplings dropped into boiling water. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Great, we're saved. After landing, everyone quickly scrambled to their feet. Though their bodies had grown somewhat weak, their faces showed the exhilaration of survivors who had narrowly escaped death. You damn brat, you're asking for death.
The four stewards froze momentarily before erupting with earth-shaking roars.
Together, they pointed with a finger, injecting 4 beams of crimson light into the formation above their heads. Surging forth once more were numerous fiery chains.
Here they come again, run!
The expressions of 100,000 cultivators changed dramatically as they swiftly took to the skies in desperate escape. Yet the sinister formation above them remained unbroken, that crimson curtain of light still held firm, leaving them utterly trapped. As blood-red chains stretched across the void toward them, 100,000 cultivators' faces once more twisted in despair.
Magic array, activate!
Chu Chen shouted in his childish voice, and as his chubby little finger pointed, a translucent barrier abruptly rose in the spectator area, shielding the 100,000 cultivators within.
Bang! Bang!
The crimson chain shot forth, striking the protective barrier with a shrill, grating impact. The baby's magic formation blocked those chains. A deafening cheer rose from the 100,000 cultivators witnessing this spectacle.
Damn brats! Today you'll become our nourishment.
The steward roared in fury, raising his hand with a sweep. Behind him emerged countless blood-red palms, their sinister aura vibrating through the void. The evil presence made everyone's blood tremble as if it might burst from their bodies at any moment and fly toward those crimson hands. Buzz! At the same moment, a chilling crimson sword aura and an overwhelmingly domineering crimson blade intense simultaneously surged forth. Roar! A massive crimson bird spread its wings and soared into the sky, its entire body engulfed in blood-red flames. The crimson flames emitted no scorching heat, instead exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Disgusting aura, but formidable indeed. Chu Xian and Chu Chen simultaneously furrowed their delicate brows. The aura of these bloody palms greatly displeased them. But these auras were the strongest they had ever seen, aside from their father's. Whoosh! Just as the 4 steward cultivators were about to launch their attack, a golden seal shot through the air and hovered above, releasing streams of pure fortune energy that formed a unique force field beneath it. Within this field, the 4 stewards felt their power being drastically suppressed. Even the operation of the crimson formation above their heads seemed to grow sluggish and constrained.
State Governor's seal?
The expressions of the 4 head stewards darkened slightly. A stunning figure stepped through the air, coming to a graceful halt beside the governor's seal.
A bunch of useless trash. Couldn't even delay a mere martial ancestor for half an hour.
The steward muttered a low, angry curse. Under normal circumstances, the 4 of them gathering together would have nothing to fear from Long Yufei. Even though Long Yufei wielded the seal of the provincial lord, she was merely a martial ancestor at the end of the day, no match for all 4 of them combined. But now they had to maintain the formation while guarding against those 2 brats. With their strength suppressed by the provincial lord's seal, the situation had turned extremely unfavorable for them. Long Yufei glanced at the crimson magic array, then looked down at the 4 stewards on the arena, her icy tone brimming with fury. The blood-devouring essence condensation array? You dare set up this forbidden formation of the 9 provinces? Your entire clan deserves extermination. Chapter 63, The Malevolent Force Restricting Fate's Power. Sister, what does exterminating an entire clan mean? Chu Chen had already approached Chu Xian's side, leaning his little head over as he asked curiously.
Chu Xian put on a thoughtful expression for a moment, but ultimately shook her little head. I don't know. Daddy never told us, I think. Never mind. Chu Chen's eyes darted around before he whispered, Sister, we need to team up. Otherwise we're gonna get beaten up.
Chu Xian nodded her delicate little head, revealing a hint of solemnity on her face for the first time.
Exterminate 9 generations?
The Empress has her hands full with her own troubles now and certainly wouldn't have time to meddle with the affairs of Milan province. At that moment, a housekeeper rose into the air, positioning himself level with Long Yufei, and said calmly, As for Governor Long, you lack the authority to order the extermination of 9 generations. Long Yufei let out a cold snort, her voice icy as she declared, This official may not have the authority to execute all 9 branches of your clans, but executing 3 generations is well within my power. We shall begin by exterminating your 3 generations first, then await the imperial decree to wipe out all 9 branches of your clans.
Governor of Longzhou, with just you and those 2 brats, do you really think you can defeat us 4 peak martial saints?
The other 3 also ascended into the air, splitting into 3 directions, forming 4 cardinal points with the steward, completely encircling Long Yufei, Chu Xian, and Chu Chen in the center. Originally, we intended for them to delay you for half an hour while we drained the true qi and blood of those 100,000 cultivators, pinning the blame on the beast that killed the former state prefect utterly unnoticed.
But why did you have to return?
Now we have no choice but to eliminate you. The 3 exchanged heated words, each remark dripping with murderous intent. As Long Yufei had stated, activating the forbidden formation of the 9 provinces warranted extermination of one's entire clan. By then, not only will they die, but their bloodline and legacy will also be severed. Therefore, no matter what, Long Yufei must not be allowed to leave here alive. Fu Zhantian, leader of the Demon Blade sect, Qin Xinghai, master of the Tyrant Sword sect, and Huofeng, chief of the 10,000 Beast sect, who would have thought the leaders of the 3 top factions in Lan province would stoop so low as to become demonic cultivators. If word gets out, wouldn't the other 8 provinces laugh at you? Long Yufei stared coldly at the trio as she spoke. If it means a breakthrough, what does it matter if we become demonic cultivators? Fu Zhantian was a man with delicate, almost feminine features, exuding a chilling sanguine sword aura. His tone was equally frigid as he spoke. Our Lan province hasn't produced a martial emperor for many years. Had we possessed one 3 years ago, would we have been forced by that mysterious killer to open the secret realm prematurely? If we'd had a martial emperor, would our former provincial lord have fallen to that enigmatic powerhouse? Since the conventional path to becoming an emperor is blocked in Lan province, why shouldn't we forge our own alternative? So this is your justification for turning to demonic cultivation? This is why you chose to devour the essence and blood of 100,000 cultivators for your cultivation? Long Yufei's voice was icy, her beautiful eyes brimming with boundless fury. Years ago, a demonic cultivator had used this blood-devouring origin condensation array to absorb 100,000 ordinary people, leaping from a mere martial ancestor to the pinnacle of martial saint in one fell swoop. And those 100,000 ordinary people all turned into desiccated corpses. Moreover, under the effects of this blood-devouring soul-melting array, these desiccated corpses would transform into blood-sucking fiends, controlled by the sinister cultivators. This was an incomparably evil and terrifying arcane array, classified as forbidden by the late emperor and prohibited from use. Upon discovery, the perpetrators' 9 generations of kin would be executed. Today, these 4 individuals were preparing to devour 100,000 cultivators, where the primordial energy condensed from the acquired vital breath and blood would naturally far surpass that of the past. If it can bring forth another martial emperor for our Lan province, what does sacrificing 100,000 matter? Qin Xinghai, the sect master of the dominant sword sect, said coldly. Exactly. Not to mention 100,000 even if it were 1,000,000, so long as it births a martial emperor for Lan province, their deaths would be justified. The sect master of the beast sect, Fire Phoenix, also remarked coldly. Humph, such noble words, yet I see nothing but your own selfish desires masquerading behind them. A flicker of disgust crossed Long Yufei's delicate, refined features. Enough talk with her, take action. The butler let out a cold snort. With a mere grasp through the air, an enormous blood-red claw descended toward Long Yufei's head. An evil aura billowed forth, causing the very blood within one's body to tremble. Long Yufei swiftly formed hand seals, causing the State Lord's seal to spin rapidly. Wisps of fortune power cascaded down, forming a protective barrier around her. Bang! The blood claw struck the barrier with a thunderous impact, sending violent shockwaves rippling outward that tore through the fabric of space. The powerful force transmitted through the state seal caused Long Yufei's face to pale slightly. At the same time, a fierce backlash surged abruptly within the housekeeper's body. His rapidly circulating jinqi suddenly stagnated, while his previously unimpeded blood qi churned violently. But at that moment, a crimson glow surged from within him, suppressing this backlash force. Long Yufei was greatly surprised to see the butler's calm expression. The state seal was originally forged by the 3 martial gods of the imperial family to strengthen the 9 provinces' empire's control over these regions. Anyone who attacks a person recognized by the state seal would suffer backlash from the aura of providence. Yet this butler seemed largely unaffected by the backlash. The steward ignored Long Yufei, shouting at the other 3, "I'll restrain her fortune power, you all attack together." Fine. The 3 responded in unison, each unleashing their most powerful strikes. Meanwhile, a sea of blood surged from the steward's body, drifting toward the prefecture lord's seal and enveloping it. Its potent corrosive force actually seeped into the curtain of fortune energy. This blood sea exuded an aura even more sinister than his scarlet true qi. If qi luck power is the most righteous force between heaven and earth, then this blood ocean is the most evil force in the world, seemingly inherently opposed to each other, mutually restraining one another. The blood ocean was too small to restrain the qi luck power mobilized by Long Yufei from Lan province, but it could limit its effects. However, while restricting the power of fortune, the sea of blood was also rapidly being depleted by the fortune's power, continuously shrinking. What kind of power is this? Long Yufei was utterly astonished, having never heard of any force capable of restricting the power of fortune. Tyrant Sword, Annihilation. A jet-black greatsword tore through the sky, its domineering sword intent permeating the air. Sword light flickered at its tip, annihilating even the void in its wake only to restore itself under the laws of spatial principles after its passing. Demonic Blade, Soul Cleaver. An icy greatsword slashed through the heavens, its frigid blade intent laced with heart-bewitching demonic energy. Beneath this demonic blade, the souls of 100,000 cultivators trembled in terror. This blade does not sever flesh, but souls. Fire Phoenix, scorch the heavens. A colossal blood flame phoenix spread its wings, its overwhelming crimson blaze dyeing the entire sky in scarlet. The firmament itself was burned into nothingness beneath those flames. The void's laws continuously repaired that space, only for it to be incinerated back into nothingness. The void flickered between destruction and restoration under the burning crimson flames. Boom! 3 formidable strikes descended, and the luck-bound power confined by the blood sea finally shattered under the overwhelming force. Thud! However, the trio lacked the blood sea's means to contain the backlash of severed fortune. Each coughed up blood as the recoil struck them. Yet smiles touched their lips. Their attacks, having shattered the shield of destiny, now surged unimpeded toward Long Yufei. With Long Yufei's strength as a martial master, it was fundamentally impossible for her to withstand the attacks of 3 peak martial saints. She was undoubtedly destined to die. Auntie Long, don't be afraid, we'll protect you. Right at that moment, 2 childish, milky voices rang out. Chapter 64, The Little Toddlers Actually Have Emperor Weapons? 2 small figures appeared, flanking Long Yufei protectively on either side. In their hands, they gripped a sword and a saber, each blades longer than their own tiny bodies. From the sword and saber emanated a terrifying oppressive aura, crushing the very space around them. Everyone at the scene, including the butler and Fu Zhantian, felt their breath hitch with an almost irresistible urge to kneel. Slash! Chu Xian and Shu Chen shouted in unison, their childish voices ringing out as they swung the heaven-sundering sword and heaven-sundering blade together. The terrifying sword energy and blade aura tore through the air, completely obliterating the attacks of the 3 peak martial saints. They actually blocked the attacks of 3 peak martial sages? The crowd was stunned. Those were attacks from 3 peak martial sages even after being partially neutralized by the energy barrier. No ordinary late-stage martial sage could withstand them. Yet these 2 toddlers, with a single sword and blade, actually shattered them. Such terrifying strength. Are those Emperor-grade artifacts in their hands? Someone asked with trembling disbelief. Imperial arms? Everyone stared unblinkingly at the swords in the hands of Chu Xian and Shu Chen, their faces frozen in disbelief. Could these 2 toddlers actually be martial emperors? Impossible. If they were martial emperors, dealing with them wouldn't require so much effort, they'd be annihilated instantly. They may not be martial emperors, yet they possess emperor's weapons. There are only 2 possibilities: either they serve a martial emperor, or they've encountered extraordinary fortune. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, utterly astounded. They actually have emperor's weapons? Long Yufei was equally stunned. Those were weapons only a martial emperor could nurture. Not even her original self had possessed such treasures. These 2 little toddlers actually each wield an emperor's weapon. This is utterly absurd. No, it would be more accurate to say their father is utterly outrageous. He actually forged emperor-tier weapons for 2 toddlers. This means he had at least comprehended the sword Dao and blade Dao principles. The great Dao of heaven and earth is divided into 2 types: the laws of heaven and earth, and the rules of heaven and earth. Comprehending laws leads to sainthood, mastering rules ascends to emperorship. An imperial artifact is nurtured by a martial emperor, and naturally contains the power of laws comprehended by that martial emperor. Basically, every imperial artifact possesses at least one complete heavenly law. Comprehending the law power contained within an imperial artifact is naturally much easier than gaining enlightenment directly from the heavenly laws. Moreover, possessing an imperial artifact can significantly increase the chances of surviving the great heavenly tribulation. Even if one fails the tribulation, the artifact's protection prevents complete annihilation into ashes. Is that actually an imperial artifact? The steward, Fu Zhantian, Qin Xinghai, and Fire Phoenix, greed flickered in all their eyes. The reason Lan province couldn't produce a martial emperor was because that great battle in the past shattered its foundations, making it impossible for Lan province's martial sages to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. If they could possess an imperial artifact, they could use it to comprehend the rules contained within. This is their opportunity to attain emperorhood. Kill them first. The steward maintained the blood sea enveloping the state lord's seal while roaring angrily, "Hurry, my blood sea won't last much longer." Qin Xinghai and the other 2 looked up at the sky, only to realize the blood sea surrounding the state lord's seal was shrinking at a visibly rapid pace. Once the sea of blood is completely exhausted, there will be no means left to restrain the power of fortune that would truly spell trouble. At this thought, the 3 exchanged glances and unleashed their most formidable techniques once more. Tyrant Blood Sacred Sword. Roaring furiously, Qin Xinghai summoned a pitch-black sacred sword from within his body. This is the supreme sacred artifact he refined, its power second only to imperial artifacts. Simultaneously, he pointed his sword fingers vertically before him, channeling divine abilities as his blood boiled within, transforming into the embryo of a divine sword that merged into the sacred blade. Then, endless domineering sword intent and boundless true chi surged forth, instantly turning the originally pitch-black sacred sword into a blood-red hue. Only when the sacred sword fused with tyrannical blood could it truly be called the tyrannical blood sacred sword, its might surpassing ordinary supreme sacred artifacts. The tyrant blood holy sword was enveloped in formidable power, causing all the cultivators present to simultaneously spit up blood, their faces turning deathly pale. The sword intent cultivated by the sword practitioners was utterly suppressed, rendering them unable to muster even the slightest trace of it. Their treasured swords, nurtured within their bodies, even shattered under the terrifying sword intent radiating from the divine blade. The sovereign of the domineering sword sect is truly terrifying to such an extent. Rumors say the sovereign of the domineering sword sect possesses the tyrannical bloodline, allowing him to cultivate the domineering sword with twice the results at half the effort and with even greater might. Now it seems the rumors hold true. The crowd exchanged horrified looks, utterly shaken by what they witnessed. Infernal demonic blade! Fu Zhantian shouted loudly, summoning a pitch-black demonic blade. This too was a supreme-grade sacred artifact. Simultaneously, a stream of pure earth-fiending spring water emerged from within his body, coiling around him before converging into the demonic blade in midair. With soul-shaking sword intent and bone-chilling true chi pouring in, the earth-fiend demonic blade fully manifested in an instant. Strengthened by the earth-fiending spring, its power surpassed that of ordinary supreme-grade sacred artifacts. The moment the demonic blade took form, everyone clutched their heads and wailed in agony, as if countless demonic blades were slicing through their very souls an unbearable, excruciating torment. Blood flame sacred banner. The fire phoenix roared in fury as a blazing pennant unfurled from within him. Boundless blood flame chi surged into its fabric, magnifying its power tenfold. Another peerless divine artifact. As the blood flame sacred banner appeared, it merged directly into the body of that blood flame wreathed fire phoenix. The fire phoenix let out a prolonged cry as the bloody flames erupting from its body surged violently, annihilating the void beneath them. Even the laws of the void couldn't repair the damage in such a short time. Go! The three shouted in unison, their terrifying attacks traversing the void to crush their targets. Everyone's faces turned pale as they steeled themselves to look up at the sky, their expressions filled with tension. Though the two little toddlers possessed imperial artifacts, even such divine weapons could hardly bridge the immense gap in power. After all, only martial emperors could wield the power of rules. Ordinary people couldn't unleash the true might of imperial artifacts even if they possessed them. No one truly knows the full extent of the two little toddlers' real power. If the disparity with Qin Shinghai and the others is too great, even possessing imperial weapons would make it hard to withstand their assault. If those two little toddlers fail to hold their ground, under this terrifying onslaught, everyone here will be reduced to ashes. Blade and Sword God Domain. Chu Xian and Chu Chen moved swiftly, standing 3 zhang apart facing each other. The heaven-stepping sword and the heaven-cleaving saber hovered before them as their small hands swiftly formed hand seals. Hum! A peculiar ripple spread rapidly from the twin divine weapons, instantly engulfing the entire space. Terrifying sword intent and blade intent crisscrossed in midair, forming a bizarre yet formidable spherical domain approximately 30 meters in diameter. Divine domain, suppress. The childish voice rang out once more, as golden divine runes materialized across the barrier of the domain. The flowing runes radiated an even more terrifying aura of sword and blade intent. Boom! The attacks of the 3 supreme martial saints surged into the domain. To the astonishment of Qin Shinghai and the others, their divine abilities, capable of tearing apart the void and scorching the heavens, were actually unable to breach this domain space. Within this domain, their divine abilities seemed to be utterly suppressed, their power drastically weakened. Slash! Chu Xian and Chu Chen shouted in unison as their domain erupted once more with crisscrossing blade energy and sword intent, obliterating the combined attacks of the 3 peak martial saints. Chapter 65. Sword Art Domain defeats 4 peak martial saints. What kind of divine technique is this? The crowd was utterly astonished. If earlier the 2 toddlers could block the attacks of 3 peak martial saints because most of the energy was neutralized by their luck barrier, then this time they completely obliterated the full force assault of those 3 supreme warriors. With the augmentation of imperial artifacts, could these 2 toddlers truly possess strength comparable to peak martial saints? They're only 3 years old. This is utterly unbelievable. Thinking of how they had trained for decades, even centuries, without attaining the realm of a martial saint, while 2 toddlers at 3 years old could rival peak martial saints, over 100,000 cultivators suddenly felt utterly humiliated. Sword Art Online? Long Yufei was equally astonished. Domains are divided into ordinary domains and law domains. Ordinary domains only work against regular people and are ineffective against martial saints. Law domains are the domains of martial saint level. Not even all martial saints possess such domains. Profound comprehension of the laws is required to form a law domain. As the imperial princess, Long Yufei's talent, though not matching her elder sister the empress, was still exceptional. Her original form possessed a law domain, and she had witnessed many law domains before, but never one as formidable as this. No, this might not be simply a law domain, but rather the fusion of 2 law domains. A fused law domain is far rarer than an ordinary one, and naturally, its power is incomparably greater. These 2 little babies hold so many secrets. Long Yufei looked at the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings standing opposite each other up ahead, gradually revealing a smile on her face. These two little babies are truly her lucky stars. Damn mischievous brats. Fu Zhantian, Huo Feng, and Qin Xinghai's faces abruptly darkened. They had even brought out top-grade saint artifacts, yet still couldn't subdue these two brats? Could the enhancement from imperial artifacts really be this immense? They refused to believe two 3-year-old brats could withstand attacks from 3 peak martial saints. It must be the power of those 2 imperial artifacts. This only fueled the greed in their hearts even further. Since the fall of the martial emperor of Lan province and the destruction of the imperial artifact, no such artifact has ever appeared again in Lan province. Now, 2 imperial artifacts have emerged at once. No matter what, we must seize them. With these 2 imperial artifacts, perhaps we won't have to descend into demonic cultivation. Little brother, it's our turn. At that moment, Xu Xian's childish voice rang out. Okay. Xu Chen nodded his little head, the chubby flesh on his face trembling with the motion. The siblings swiftly formed hand seals, and the domain sphere formed by the Sword Art Online abruptly expanded, spreading across the entirety of Lan province at incredible speed. You're not the only ones with a domain. Fu Zhantian snorted coldly. Rise, Demon Blade Domain. As his voice fell, a black spherical domain dozens of zhang in diameter erupted with him at its center. Tyrant Sword Domain, Blood Flame Domain, Blood Fiend Domain. Qin Xinghai, Fire Phoenix, and the Steward unleashed their own domains in response. 3 spherical domains enveloped them, each brimming with distinct laws of power that trembled through the void. Boom! The expanding Sword God realm collided with the barriers of the 4 domains, producing an earth-shaking roar. The surrounding space shattered, and the arena beneath their feet exploded instantly, while deep, bottomless fissures spiderwebbed across the ground beneath the stage. Blade and Sword Divine Runes, awaken! 2 childish voices rang out simultaneously. As Chu Xian and Xu Chen swiftly altered their hand seals, divine patterns shimmered across their bodies before flowing into their expanding domain. The Sword Art Online trembled as the pervasive sword intent and blade will gradually solidified, transforming into streams of sword energy and blade aura shimmering with divine patterns. Break! Take this, the twins shouted in their adorable, high-pitched voices, swinging their palm blades and sword fingers with practiced ease. Endless divine pattern blade energy and sword chi tore through the air, relentlessly assaulting the 4 mighty domains. Under the enhancement of divine runes, the power of the Sword Art Online surged violently, causing cracks to appear one after another in the domain barriers of Fu Zhantian and the other 3. Damn it! The 4 cursed inwardly, completely caught off guard by the overwhelming strength of these 2 troublesome brats. With the steward distracted by controlling the Blood Sea to resist the State Lord's seal and Lan province's fortune, he couldn't fully defend against Chu Xian and Xu Chen's assaults. For a time, the 4 peak martial saints found themselves completely suppressed by the Chu siblings. Crack! Finally, the domains of Qin Xinghai and the other 3 could hold out no longer and shattered completely. Sword Art Online flowed unimpeded, spreading out in an instant and drawing the 4 stewards into its domain. Endless divine runes permeated the air, and a formidable pressure swept through. The 4 felt the true energy within their bodies and the power of the laws they had comprehended being greatly suppressed, unable to unleash their full might. This was the suppressive power of a domain. Those who have not comprehended a domain of laws themselves would suffer tremendous suppression within another's domain, already half defeated from the outset. The worst part was that due to Sword Art Online's suppression, the power of the Blood Sea controlled by the butler was significantly weakened, no longer able to restrain the state governor's seal and the force of destiny. Sensing this, Long Yufei felt a surge of joy and hurriedly formed hand seals, manipulating the state governor's seal to continuously ram through the Blood Sea. Each impact caused the Blood Sea to shrink by a large margin. We can't hold it back anymore. Retreat immediately. The butler's face darkened as he spoke. Fu Zhantian, Qin Xinghai, and Wolfeng also underwent drastic changes in their expressions. If the Blood Sea could no longer suppress the State Master's seal, allowing Long Yufei to continue mobilizing the fortune power of Lan province, their strength would be further diminished. By that time, what likely awaited them would be nothing but annihilation. Although fleeing means we'll likely spend the rest of our lives evading the Empire's pursuit, it's still better than dying on the spot. Retreat! Making a decisive move, the trio immediately deployed their most powerful techniques again to divert Chu Xian and Xu Chen's attention, then tore through the void in an attempt to escape. Bam! Bam! Watching their figures disappear from the Sword Art Online realm, the 4 suddenly reappeared not far away, as if colliding with an indestructible barrier. They were sent flying backward, traces of blood lining their lips. What's going on? Fu Zhantian was both shocked and furious, his eyes flickering with unease. Was the void sealed? There's no escape? Qin Xinghai's voice trembled slightly. Was this truly an inescapable calamity? It must be those 2 little devils doing. Phoenix turned to glare at Chu Xian and Xu Chen, her tone sinister yet her face filled with undisguised terror. The void confinement array? The steward gazed at the sibling pair Chu Xian and Xu Chen, then shifted his eyes to the 3 figures of Fu Zhantian not far away, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze. It seems I'll have to move up the final step. I just hope there's enough energy. He murmured to himself. What last step? Fu Zhantian, Qin Xinghai, and Huofeng all heard the butler's words and were instantly stunned. Clearly, they had no idea the butler still had one final step remaining. Ignoring them, the butler stretched out his bloody hand, seized the trapped shadow nearby, and hurled it into the crimson formation above his head. As the shadow was devoured, an overwhelmingly sinister force surged violently within the blood-red formation. The next moment, 3 crimson chains shot through the air toward Fu Zhantian, Qin Xinghai, and the Fire Phoenix. Chapter 66, Brother, I want grilled chicken wings. What are you doing? Fu Zhantian, Qin Xinghai, and the Fire Phoenix reacted with shock and fury, each simultaneously employing their own methods to block the attack. All 3 were peak-level martial saints, so resisting the chain attacks naturally posed no problem. The steward, however, gave a cold smirk and formed a hand seal. Suddenly, wisps of blood mist began rising from Fu Zhantian and the other 2. The blood mist drifted outward only to abruptly transform into crimson threads that contracted, binding the trio tightly. Moreover, a cloud of blood mist floated ominously toward the Flame Phoenix's tamed beast, the Blood Flame Phoenix. The Blood Flame Phoenix raised its head and let out a piercing cry to the heavens, its body wreathed in towering crimson flames in a desperate attempt to resist. As a bonded beast, its combat prowess is intimately tied to its master's strength. With its master's empowerment, a bonded beast could potentially rival or even surpass a wild demon beast of the same rank. But now with its master trapped, the beast cannot unleash its full power, becoming noticeably weaker than wild demon beasts of equivalent rank. Moreover, these blood mists emanated from Phoenix herself, carrying her distinctive aura. As Bloodflame Phoenix was Phoenix's cherished beast, their auras were deeply intertwined. Unable to resist the blood mists, it was swiftly bound within moments. Has my spiritual energy been sealed? I can't wield the power of cosmic laws either. Fu Zhantian and Qin Xinghai's voices carried apprehension. The Fire Phoenix roared at the steward, Lu Feilong. Just what do you think you're doing? Lu Feilong? Long Yufei slightly furrowed her brows. He's the actual governor of Lanzhou. Although she had never met the governor of Lan Province, she had reviewed the roster of Lan Province officials before coming and knew that the governor's name was Lu Feilong. When she had previously encountered that so-called governor, she hadn't dwelled on it. But now, upon hearing this butler's name, realization dawned on her, and everything clicked into place. This butler was the real governor of Lan Province. The man previously assumed to be the governor was merely a stand-in, a decoy thrown into the open to take the fall when necessary. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it was likely that the sect leaders of the 3 top factions were also part of Lu Feilong's scheme. Lan Province must produce a martial emperor. Devouring the chi and blood of 100,000 cultivators is the first step of the plan, you all are the second. Lu Feilong's expression was ice-cold, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation as he spoke indifferently. The chi and blood of 3 peak-level martial saints, combined with what has been absorbed before, should be enough for my breakthrough. You dare deceive us? The 3 of them were shocked and furious, struggling violently but to no avail. Gentlemen, you can't blame me for this. The only ones to blame are those 2 troublesome kids who ruined our plans. Lu Feilong glanced coldly at Chu Xian and Chu Chen before continuing. If they hadn't saved those 100,000 cultivators, we could have broken through after draining them all. Then I wouldn't have needed to consume you 3. Bastard! The trio cursed in rage as the Bloodflame Phoenix let out an indignant screech. Lu Feilong paid them no further heed. With a pointed finger, he injected a crimson energy into the scarlet formation above him. Blood-red chains tore through the air, instantly piercing the 3 men's bodies to voraciously devour their vital chi and blood. One remaining chain lashed toward the Bloodflame Phoenix. Little brother, I want roasted chicken wings. Don't let that big chicken devour it. Seeing this, Chu Xian formed sword seals with her fingers, unleashing endless sword energy that swept forth. Though the Bloodflame Phoenix was much larger than the village chickens, its head looked exactly like a chicken's. To Chu Xian, it was simply an oversized chicken. Got it. Chu Chen responded in swiftly formed hand seals, endless blade chi following closely behind. Blade energy and sword energy intertwined, unleashing even more terrifying power. Thunk! Blades and swords crisscrossed, slicing through the crimson chains and cleaving the defenseless Bloodflame Phoenix in a single strike. Chu Chen stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion through the air, pulling the corpse of the Bloodflame Phoenix toward him before storing it within his spatial ring. Lu Feilong glanced at Chu Xian and Chu Chen, snorted coldly, and ignored them. Right now, the urgent priority was devouring Fu Zhantian and the other 2 to boost his own strength. Once he became a martial emperor, killing those 2 brats would be as easy as snapping his fingers. Ai Qiro, Ai Cao Ro, can you destroy this blood-sucking soul-seizing array? Long Yufei asked. Chu Xian shook her head and said, And Long, we can't break this formation barrier. They had tried before, they could only shatter the crimson chains, never the red formation itself. Otherwise, it wouldn't have persisted till now. Break the formation? Lu Feilong threw back his head in laughter. This blood-soul-devouring formation is an ancient grand array. Once completed, none below the martial emperor realm can destroy it. No matter how strong those 2 brats are, they couldn't possibly reach martial emperor level power. Long Yufei was well aware of this point, yet she still clung to a sliver of hope in her heart. Shu Chen pinched his fingers into a seal, releasing sweeping blade energy that shattered the crimson chains devouring Fu Zhantian's trio. In his childish voice, he declared, "If we can't break the spell array, we'll just slash apart these red chains." Lu Feilong's expression darkened as he activated another mass of densely packed crimson chains. One swarm lashed towards Long Yufei and the sibling duo Chuexai and Shu Chen, while others continued piercing through Fu Zhantian's trio to resume their devouring. Brother and sister Chuexai and Shu Chen once more formed hand seals, their matched swords and cleavers dancing out to annihilate every last chain. "Damn brats!" Lu Feilong's eyes burned with fury. Slash! Siblings Chuexai and Shu Chen shouted in unison as blade aura and sword chi entwined, slashing toward Lu Feilong. A blood shield surged around Lu Feilong's body, emanating an evil aura that made souls tremble and blood run cold. Yet even so, beneath the assault of blades, the blood shield shattered instantly. Lu Feilong's body was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Under the dual suppression of Destiny's power and the law domain, he could only muster half his strength, making it impossible to resist the combined attacks of Chuexai and Shu Chen. "Humph, did you think killing me would be that easy?" Lu Feilong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then his figure flickered as he directly merged into the crimson magic array. The array trembled, repeatedly contracting and expanding, but soon stabilized. Bang! Bang! Dense slashes of blade energy and sword aura, manipulated by Chuexai and Shu Chen, relentlessly bombarded the crimson magic formation with thunderous impacts. Yet despite Chuexai and Shu Chen's relentless assaults, the formidable barrier remained unbroken, resisting all attempts to shatter it. "None but the martial emperor can breach this formation." Lu Feilong's voice echoed from within the magic formation, sounding utterly triumphant. Then the formation transformed into a crimson mist under his control, directly enveloping Fu Zhantian and the other two. The bloody mist blocked all vision and severed mental probing, obscuring what lay within, yet the agonized screams of Fu Zhantian and his companions continued to echo out. The two tested it and confirmed the mist couldn't be destroyed, swiftly giving up. Shu Chen glanced at the bloody mist before turning to Chuexai, his little voice laced with curiosity. "Sister," he said, "only a martial emperor can break this formation. Is Daddy's avatar a martial emperor?" "I don't know." Chuexai shook her head. They didn't even know their father's cultivation realm, let alone the strength of his spirit avatar. Chapter 67, You used Saint-grade flame talismans to roast meat? Forget it then. Father's spirit avatar can only be used 9 times, it shouldn't be wasted. Shu Chen muttered under his breath. Chuexai also nodded her little head in agreement. Father's spirit avatar can only be summoned a limited number of times. In case you miss me in the future and can't return to find me, you'll still have this spirit avatar to see. We shouldn't waste it. Long you've heard the conversation between the two. When she saw the imperial artifact, she also speculated that the twin toddler's father might be the martial emperor. If their father himself were to arrive, he could naturally destroy this blood-sucking soul-devouring array. But with merely a spiritual avatar, it likely wouldn't possess the martial emperor's full power. There was certainly no way to break the array now. The only thing she could do was desperately channel the State Master's seal, mobilizing the fortune energy of Lan Province to influence the effects of the blood-sucking soul-devouring array, disrupting Lu Feilong's devouring transformation as much as possible. Chuexai manipulated her sword energy to shatter the barrier formed by the crimson magic circle. Turning to face the 100,000 cultivators, she spoke softly, "Uncles, aunties, elder brothers and sisters, you should leave first. Thank you, young benefactors, for your life-saving grace. If you ever need our assistance in the future, we will not hesitate to oblige." 100,000 cultivators simultaneously bowed with reverence to Chuexai and Shu Chen. They then bowed respectfully to Long Yufei before taking off into the sky one after another. Though both were courteous gestures, the first bow came from genuine respect, while the latter was merely a formality. The two could not be compared. Long Yufei glanced at the Chuexai and Shu Chen siblings and sighed inwardly. If these two ever chose to establish their own faction or pursue any endeavor in the future, the vast majority of these 100,000 cultivators would undoubtedly become their steadfast supporters. "Sis, wanna head back? I'll grill you some chicken wings?" Shu Chen glanced at the bloody mist and asked in a low voice. Chuexai tilted her little head thoughtfully before nodding. "Okay, I'm getting a bit hungry after fighting for so long." As she spoke, a glistening line of drool escaped the corner of her mouth again. The mere thought of roasted chicken wings' deliciousness made her instantly impatient, and she urged, "Little brother, hurry up and release the big chicken. I can't wait to eat it already." "Got it." After withdrawing the Sword Art Online domain, Shu Chen released the Blood Flame Phoenix and handed it over to Chuexai to deal with. Shu Chen looked at Long Yufei, who was still channeling the State Master Seal, and said in a childish voice, "Auntie Long, let's call it quits. Take a break." Long Yufei glanced at the blood mist, pondered for a moment, and eventually withdrew the State Master's seal. That blood mist was formed by the blood devour soul snare array, and even with my control over the Zhou Master Seal, I couldn't destroy it, it would only waste my chi and energy in vain.
Are you planning to barbecue here? Watching the siblings intently processing the blood flame phoenix, Long Yufei couldn't help but speak up in warning, we don't know when Lu Filong will complete his metamorphosis, and once he does, he'll likely become a martial emperor. The strength of a martial emperor is incomparable to that of a martial saint. You two should enter the 9 provinces' secret realm before he wakes up. Although the siblings stood a better chance of holding off a martial emperor, she couldn't let 2 3-year-old toddlers, much less 2 peerless geniuses unrivaled throughout history, take such a risk. Even if I die, it's just the loss of 1 clone. But if something happens to these siblings, it would be a loss for the entire 9 provinces empire. No, we must protect Ant Dragon,
Zhu Xian said without looking up, focused on handling the corpse of the blood flame phoenix.
We really like Ant Dragon, and we still want Ant Dragon and Mother to become sworn sisters. Shu Chen also nodded repeatedly.
Their voices were sweet and childish, soft and tender to the ear, yet their tone carried an unwavering determination.
Long Yufei's heart swelled with warmth and emotion. What wonderful children these were. She couldn't help but wonder who could be so fortunate as to be their mother.
A sudden pang of envy flickered in her heart for that woman she had never met. The image of her elder sister abruptly surfaced in her mind once more. I wonder how my sister's 2 children are doing now. Once this matter is settled, I should pay a visit to Dashikan village. This giant chicken is quite formidable, it controls fire, so ordinary flames won't roast it properly. Shu Chen had already set up the barbecue rack, stroking his fleshy double chin while his wide, round eyes glimmered with contemplation. After a moment, he retrieved a stack of talismans from his spatial ring and tossed them into the grill's furnace.
Boom! Flames blazed fiercely, their scorching heat jolting Long Yufei from her reverie.
She turned towards the grill, sensing the law of flames contained within the fire, and exclaimed in astonishment, Iko-ro, you're using sacred-grade flame talismans to grill meat? Sacred-grade flame talismans, containing the power of flame laws, were exceedingly rare even among top-tier talisman mastering sects, but to use such a rare treasure for roasting meat, what a reckless waste.
Little Chu Chen nodded vigorously, his chubby cheeks wobbling as he grinned and said, yes, this big chicken is super strong. Regular fire can't cook it properly. Long Yufei's lips parted, but no words came out. The so-called big chicken in the toddler's mouth was actually a peak 7th-tier demonic beast, the Blood Flame Phoenix, a creature with phoenix bloodline. Even in death, its body overflowed with immense energy. Moreover, this Blood Flame Phoenix inherently possesses fire attributes, granting it formidable immunity to flames. Ordinary fire truly cannot harm it. Yet that was a saint-level flame talisman. Its intrinsic value far exceeds that of the Blood Flame Phoenix's corpse. Using it to roast meat is utterly wasteful. But in the eyes of these 2 little toddlers, as long as they could have roasted meat, nothing else mattered. Under Chu Chen's experienced hands, the aroma of roasted meat soon wafted through the air. So fragrant! Long Yufei's eyes lit up as she unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
Though she had eaten much game roasted by Chu Chen, including that early 7th-tier green serpent, none compared in aroma to this Blood Flame Phoenix.
Auntie Long, 1 grilled giant chicken wing for each of you and sister.
Quick, give it a try. After roasting, Chu Chen handed the 2 wings of the Blood Flame Phoenix to Long Yufei and Zhu Xian. The massive wings, longer than Long Yufei's entire body, emitted an enticing aroma that made her involuntarily sniff.
Delicious, absolutely delicious.
Zhu Xian was already gnawing on the enormous wing, nearly 4 to 5 times her size, while mumbling indistinctly with her mouth full. Her large, limpid eyes had narrowed into tiny crescents, her delicate little face brimming with satisfaction and delight. There's so much, I could never finish all this. Long Yufei picked up the small knife from the grill, sliced off a portion of the roasted wing, and handed the rest back to Chu Chen with a smile.
This is enough for me. The meat of a peak 7th rank magical beast contained immense energy.
As a mere martial grandmaster, she couldn't handle too much of it.
Auntie Long, you're eating so little. Are you really full?
Chu Chen held up his grilled wings with a puzzled look. He and his sister always ate lots and lots of meat, and he couldn't understand why Auntie Long, being so tall, ate so little.
It's enough, it's enough. Long Yufei couldn't help rolling her eyes. Does she think everyone can eat freely like you too?
Facing imminent death, yet still grilling meat here. I don't know whether to admire your courage or mock your foolishness.
At that moment, the bloody mist shifted, revealing Lu Feilong's figure.
His terrifying aura crushed the surrounding void, his blood-red eyes filled with icy killing intent.
Chapter 68, Summoning a Spirit Avatar. Daddy, beat him up. Lu Feilong.
Long Yufei, who had just been about to eat roasted meat, abruptly stood up and summoned her State Lord Seal once more, fully on guard.
Lu Feilong's aura was now vastly stronger than before.
With a wave of his hand, Lu Feilong summoned a bloody palm that tore through the air, effortlessly swatting away the State Lord's seal. The fortune energy mobilized by Long Yufei was instantly scattered. Put! Long Yufei vomited a mouthful of blood as her aura instantly collapsed. The true qi within her body nearly dissipated entirely. Though she barely managed to suppress her injuries, she could no longer control the State Lord's seal.
Auntie Long, are you okay? Chu Xian and Chu Chen rushed over, asking with concern.
I'm fine. Long Yufei waved her hand, forcing herself to stand up as she looked towards the void in amazement and asked, "Did you break through?" Lu Failong threw his head back with two cold laughs and said with an icy tone, "Long Yufei, I am now a martial emperor.
Do you really think a mere martial ancestor like you, wielding this governor's seal, can do anything to me? Impossible. Breaking through to become a martial emperor always triggers the great heavenly tribulation. Without surviving it, how could you ascend to emperor?"
Long Yufei replied solemnly. It's common knowledge across the 9 continent that one undergoes the minor heavenly tribulation to become a martial sage, the great heavenly tribulation to ascend to emperor, and the divine tribulation to achieve godhood. Without surviving the great heavenly tribulation, advancement to the martial emperor realm is simply impossible.
Lu Failong said coldly, "Ignorant fool. Could it be because of the blood soul devouring array?"
Long Yufei suddenly thought of a possibility, her tone carrying a hint of realization but even more so disbelief. Lu Failong said indifferently, "The blood soul devouring array can not only devour true qi, blood, and souls for one's own use, but it can also deceive the heavens and obscure celestial mechanisms. Naturally, the heavenly tribulation cannot descend." Long Yufei narrowed her beautiful eyes and said solemnly, "Heaven's trial is both a tribulation and an opportunity. Without enduring the baptism of heaven's trial, this martial emperor of yours would likely be the weakest on the continent."
"That's still a martial emperor, not something you people can compare to." Lu Failong snorted coldly but didn't refute.
Having not undergone the heavenly tribulation tempering, his strength was indeed much weaker than a normal martial emperor.
But so what?
After all, he was still a martial emperor who could effortlessly annihilate any peak-level martial sage. From this moment on, he would become the foremost figure in Lan province, wielding control over the entire region.
"Auntie Long, these are healing pills, for you."
Chu Chen took out a bottle of healing pills and handed it to Long Yufei, then took another bite of roasted meat before leaning close to Chu Xian's ear and asking in confusion, "Sister, is this guy already a martial emperor?
He doesn't seem as powerful as father."
"It's not just seems, he definitely isn't as strong as father." Chu Xian nodded very confidently, speaking indistinctly with a mouthful of roasted meat. Long Yufei swallowed a healing pill and glanced at the 2 little toddlers, inwardly marveling, their father truly was a martial emperor. It's just a pity their father isn't here, otherwise he could have easily crushed this fake martial emperor.
She raised her head and looked again at Lu Failong hovering in midair, saying solemnly, "Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the imperial family's martial emperors?" "The imperial family?" Lu Failong sneered coldly and said, "In the past, the imperial family had a martial god overseeing the realm, and all 9 provinces bowed in submission.
But now, the old martial god can no longer suppress his cultivation and is on the verge of ascension.
Without the old martial god's presence, how could the 9 provinces willingly submit to a mere woman? The imperial family is already struggling to maintain its own stability. How could they possibly spare an emperor-level martial artist for a backwater like Lan province?"
In fact, if word spreads that Lan province has an emperor-level martial artist, the empress would likely send envoys to win me over just to secure her crumbling dynasty.
"As long as I pledge my support to the throne, would the imperial family still dare send assassins after me?"
There was one more thing he left unsaid. His ambitions reached far beyond that. Once he has devoured all the people of Lan province, his power will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. It would be entirely possible to secretly consume more people in other provinces until reaching the divine realm. Even a false god who hasn't survived the divine tribulation is beyond compare to a martial emperor.
By then, all 9 provinces would prostrate themselves beneath his feet.
Of course, there was no way he would be foolish enough to say those words aloud. If word got out, the imperial family would truly stop at nothing to send martial emperors to hunt him down.
Long Yufei fell silent.
As an imperial princess, she naturally knew what kind of crisis the empire was facing. At this moment, it was impossible to deploy a martial emperor to Lan province, otherwise, they wouldn't have appointed her as Lan province's governor. It was absolutely impossible to provoke another martial emperor-level enemy at this critical juncture. It's quite possible, as Lu Failong suggested, that the royal family would seek to recruit him rather than hold him accountable for using forbidden arrays to devour cultivators and ascend to emperorhood. Even if his sister were to prosecute him, the Empire's guardian pavilion wouldn't consent to it. The news of the Empire's aging martial god's impending ascension was originally a royal secret. But with the Emperor's sudden demise and the ensuing palace chaos, these confidential matters were leaked, stirring unrest across the 9 provinces. Most critically, the old martial god had left to search for a successor to protect the empire and still hadn't returned. Other states kept sending people to probe, and the news of the old martial god's absence could no longer be concealed. Once the news of the old martial god's absence from the palace is confirmed, that would mark the beginning of the 9 provinces calamity.
Auntie Long, the barbecue is getting cold.
Just as Long Yufei and Lu Filong were at a tense standoff, Chu Chen's childish voice piped up.
Still eating?
Long Yufei couldn't help rolling her eyes. Though this Lu Filong couldn't compare to a true martial emperor, he was still far beyond what mere martial saints could handle. These 2 little ones simply didn't realize how serious the situation was.
And Long, you should eat too. It won't taste good when it gets cold. Chu Xian chimed in with her milky childish voice, showing not a trace of fear.
They're just children after all. Long Yufei sighed inwardly, her mind racing as she pondered how to save both children's lives.
Still thinking about food at a time like this? Such naughty children, just die already.
Lu Filong scoffed coldly, sending a bloody claw streaking through the air. Look out! Long Yufei let out a fierce cry, intending to command the state overseer seal for defense, yet discovered her body was immobilized, completely incapable of movement. What's more, a sinister force relentlessly corroded both her physical form and her vital energy. Even a mere thought, once it leaves the body, would be corroded by the evil force, causing unbearable agony. It was the evil power of rules, a force that only a martial emperor could control, nearly impossible to resist.
I hate this. Can't they wait until we finish our barbecue before fighting?
Chu Xian's little brows knitted tightly together, her cheeks puffing out in clear irritation. Eating barbecue was her second greatest joy. Nothing annoyed her more than being interrupted mid-meal.
Daddy, go beat him up for me.
Chu Xian let out a tender, milky-voiced cry before snow-white little fingers swiftly formed a hand seal, causing a command token to materialize out of thin air, suspended midair.
No matter who comes today, you're all dead. Lu Filong sneered coldly.
With no martial emperor present in Lan province, he was invincible, no one could possibly challenge him.
Buzz!
The next instant, a figure materialized out of thin air.
He appeared to be a man in his 20s, strikingly handsome with an extraordinary aura.
With a casual wave of his hand, he shattered the evil power restraining the void and obliterated the terrifying blood hand.
Chapter 69. How dare a mere false emperor interrupt my children's barbecue feast? Is this the martial emperor? Long Yufei and Lu Filong exclaimed in unison.
The man's eyes gleamed with a cold killing intent, devoid of any emotion. He was a spiritual projection of Chu Feng, but Chu Feng had severed most of his emotions and memories, leaving only those pertaining to Chu Xian and Chu Chen intact. The spirit body glanced at Long Yufei without pause, shifting its gaze to Chu Xian and Chu Chen. A trace of doting flashed in its cold eyes as it teased with a chuckle. You 2 little troublemakers, already provoking a martial emperor so soon? Chu Xian munched on her roasted meat and mumbled, he's a bad guy, interrupting my meal.
Daddy, beat him up. MHM, Daddy beat him up.
Chu Chen also chimed in indistinctly while clutching his roasted meat. The spiritual avatar heard this and gently patted Chu Xian and Chu Chen's little heads, saying softly, good children, Daddy will help you beat up the bad guys. Good, good. Beat up the bad guys.
Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded repeatedly and cheered.
The spiritual avatar turned to gaze into the void, his expression suddenly turning icy as he spoke in a chilling tone. How dare a mere false emperor disturb my children while they're enjoying their barbecue? Long Yufei was speechless. These 2 little milk babies were eccentric, and their father was just as peculiar.
Is eating barbecue really the main point here? Auntie Long, hurry up and eat before the barbecue gets cold.
Chu Xian said in her adorable, childish voice, holding a skewer of barbecue in one hand while tugging at Long Yufei's sleeve with the other.
My daddy is amazing, don't worry.
Daddy is the most powerful.
Chu Chen also nodded eagerly.
Long Yufei's lips moved slightly, but in the end she sat back down, having lost her appetite for the roasted meat. After all, this was a battle between martial emperors. One careless move and the entire prefecture could be wiped out.
Is it you? Yet upon seeing the apparition's face, Lu Feilong's expression drastically changed.
His body trembled violently, as if he'd seen something truly terrifying.
You know me? The apparition arched an eyebrow, silently pondering, could this man be the original body's enemy? Long Yufei was also burning with curiosity. How on earth did Lu Feilong come to know the father of these 2 little toddlers? Lu Feilong trembled and said, how could I not recognize you?
3 years ago, it was you who forced the previous governor to forcibly open the gates of the secret realm and intruded inside.
Breaking into the secret realm?
The spirit avatar furrowed his brow slightly. Though he lacked the other memories of his main body, he knew the 2 children had undergone extensive marrow cleansing using countless rare treasures. For the main body to storm secret realms in pursuit of such celestial materials wouldn't be unusual at all.
Long Yufei's body trembled slightly, her face changing colors.
If memory serves, that scapegoat had mentioned 3 years ago a mysterious powerhouse broke into the secret realm and after death, killed the previous prefecture lord.
Could it be that the culprit she was investigating was actually the father of these 2 little toddlers?
She turned her head to glance at the toddlers who were engrossed in eating roasted meat, her heart filled with complex emotions.
Auntie Long, why aren't you eating? What are you looking at us for? Sensing Long Yufei's gaze, Zhu Xian took a bite of meat and looked up to ask in confusion.
Shu Chun urged, Auntie Long, hurry up and eat. It won't taste as good when it gets cold. Roast meat is best eaten hot. Okay. Long Yufei smiled faintly and lowered her head to eat, silently praying in her heart that the truth wasn't what she feared it might be. Wrong. Just then, Lu Failong scrutinized the spirit avatar for a moment before saying doubtfully, your aura isn't as strong as his. You're not him, you're just a clone, aren't you? Though there were some differences between a clone and a spirit avatar, the latter didn't bother to correct him. Seeing Lu Failong's reaction, he became even more convinced of his guess. His body no longer trembled, and his voice no longer quivered as he laughed loudly. 3 years ago, you were the exalted martial emperor, so naturally, you wouldn't remember a small fry like me. But now, I too am a martial emperor, while you're merely an avatar. Don't think you can casually suppress me like you did 3 years ago. This time, I'll be the one suppressing you to repay the humiliation I suffered back then. A mere false emperor dares to boast so arrogantly? The spiritual avatar lacked these memories and couldn't tell truth from lies, but the idea that some so-called false emperor dared to talk of suppressing it was utterly laughable. False emperor or not, I am still a martial emperor, and you're just an avatar. How do you plan to fight me? Lu Failong spoke with an insolent tone. The breakthrough in his cultivation level had filled him with unprecedented confidence, giving him a blind arrogance about his own strength. A mere avatar of a martial emperor, no matter what, could never reach the true martial emperor realm. As long as one hasn't entered the martial emperor realm, even a half-step martial emperor would be no match for him. Oh really? The spirit body let out a cold laugh and waved his hand. The heaven-splitting sword and sky-shattering blade, which had been planted in the ground by Chu Xian and Chu Chen, suddenly shot into the air, floating under his control. A terrifying, peculiar fluctuation rippled out. Is this the blade and sword divine domain? Long Yufei was greatly astonished. Previously, when the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen joined forces to unleash the blade and sword divine domain, they could effortlessly defeat 4 peak martial saints, such was its formidable power. Now being executed by a single martial emperor's doppelganger, can this sword and blade divine domain really trap a pseudo-emperor? Lu Failong sneered coldly. Before my breakthrough, I truly had no way to deal with this formation, but now, I am a martial emperor. With an angry roar, the evil rule power within him surged, condensing into countless blood-red hands that attacked the spiritual avatar. However, the evil rule power that could shatter the void was now greatly suppressed, its might significantly weakened. It looks light and flimsy, utterly devoid of lethal force. The spiritual avatar raised its hand and gave a gentle tap. Those blood-red hands shattered instantly, as fragile as soap bubbles. This is a rule domain? Lu Failong was stunned. When those two brats had used it earlier, it was clearly a law domain, so how had this avatar transformed it into a rule domain? To think this newly advanced martial emperor hadn't even formed his own rule domain yet. A mere fake emperor dares act insolently before me? The spirit avatar snorted coldly, lightly raising its fingertip where a glimmer of chilling radiance flickered, simultaneously containing both blade intent and sword intent, making the entire blade and sword divine domain tremble. You can actually control 2 rule powers of blade and sword simultaneously? Long Yufei stared blankly. Even the peak martial emperors of the imperial family had never demonstrated such an ability. The power of rules is extremely difficult to master. Thus, all currently known martial emperors only comprehend and control a single rule's power. None have ever been seen manipulating 2 types simultaneously. And this was just a mere clone. Just what kind of monstrous existence was the father of these 2 little toddlers? The sword art domain wasn't set up to deal with you, it's just to prevent energy overflow from shattering this space. The spirit figure lightly flicked its finger, preparing to strike. Against a false emperor, 1 finger is enough. No, you can't kill me. I've just become a martial emperor. I don't want to die yet. Lu Failong finally panicked, his face filled with terror. He turned to Long Yufei, who had been watching the scene, and roared, Long Yufei, he's the one who killed the previous lord of the province. Weren't you here to uncover the truth? Why aren't you arresting him immediately? It's true that I set up this forbidden array to cultivate by devouring essence, blood, and souls. I deserve death. But I did it all so Lan province could finally have a martial emperor and no longer be at others' mercy. Let's join forces to eliminate this murderer first, and afterward, you can do whatever you want to me, I won't resist. Chapter 70, The Truth Spell Interrogation, A Greater Conspiracy. Long Yufei's complexion changed slightly, her gaze turning complex. If the former state governor was truly killed by the twins' father, she wouldn't be able to defeat him either. Her mission was to investigate the truth and send the murderer's information back to the imperial capital. Once her true self received the message during closed-door cultivation, she would naturally come personally. With her peak martial saint true self controlling the state seal, even a martial emperor would be suppressed by the force of destiny. Most crucially, there was still a sliver of hope in her heart that the culprit wasn't the twins' own father. Nonsense! My daddy would never kill people randomly. Chu Xian and Chu Chun hugged their roasted meat, puffing their cheeks angrily as they glared at Lu Filong. The spiritual avatar turned to glance at Long Yufei. Though he held no memories of these events, should Long Yufei dare attack him, he wouldn't hesitate to cut her down as well. Anyone who threatens Chu Xian and Chu Chen, no matter who they are, shall be killed without mercy. Long Yufei sensed the killing intent in the spirit body's eyes and shuddered, quickly saying, Lu Filong, how am I supposed to believe you based on your words alone? Lu Filong waved his hand and tossed out a fist-sized stone, which hovered in the air, releasing rays of light that intertwined to form a series of images. In the images, a man identical to the spirit body forcibly endured the backlash of fate's power, then effortlessly suppressed Fu Zhantian, Qin Xinghai, the Fire Phoenix, Lu Filong, and even the former provincial lord wielding the province lord's seal, forcing them to open the door to the secret realm. The scene ends here. Wow, it's Daddy, he beat up all those bad guys. So cool. Chu Xian cheered as she watched the man in the scene, her face full of pride. Daddy is still the strongest. He sent those scoundrels flying with just one slap, unlike us who had to team up. Chu Chen clapped his little hands, his face filled with admiration. Lu Filong said coldly, Governor Long, is this evidence sufficient? Long Yufei's heart sank as she watched the recorded images from the memory stone. The twins' father was indeed the prime suspect. The real culprit who murdered the former State Master is right before us. What are you waiting for, State Master Long? Let us join forces and slay him. Lu Filong roared in a deep voice. Bad guy, don't speak ill of my daddy. My daddy would never kill people for no reason. Chu Xian let out an adorable, milky roar and charged toward Lu Filong with a roasted meat skewer in hand. I'll beat you to death. Chu Chen also roared as he dashed out right after his sister. Come back. The spirit body stretched out its hands, grabbing the siblings by their collars and pulling them back, sternly asking, have you forgotten what I told you? Chu Xian and Chu Chen hung upside down in the air, swaying slightly as their collars were held by the spirit body. The siblings wore identical expressions of blank confusion upon hearing the words. Big sister, Daddy says so many things. Which one is he asking about? Chu Chen turned to look at Chu Xian and asked in a low voice, how should I know which sentence she means? Chu Xian rolled her eyes, then looked at the spirit avatar and asked with a playful grin, Daddy, how about giving us a little hint? Yeah, you've got to give us a hint. Chu Chen nodded repeatedly. The spirit avatar rolled its eyes and said irritably, did you forget so quickly when I told you not to engage the martial emperor yourselves? Ah, that line. Chu Xian and Chu Chen suddenly understood. Did you remember? The spiritual avatar asked with concern. We remember, father. Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded their little heads repeatedly. Bang! Right at that moment, a tremendous boom echoed through the air. Lu Filong had tried to seize the opportunity to escape, but he underestimated the formidable power of the sword domain defenses set up by the spiritual avatar. Not only did he fail to break through the barrier, but the sword domain's defensive formation repelled him violently, sending him crashing back. The spiritual avatar gently set down Chu Xian and Chu Chen, the brother-sister duo, and said softly, you two go ahead and eat the grilled meat, I'll go handle the bad guys. Okay. The siblings nodded in unison. Chu Xian added a reminder, Daddy, don't kill him. I still need to use a truth-telling talisman on him. Yes, make him tell the truth, otherwise Aunt Long will think Daddy is a bad person, Chu Chen chimed in. Alright. The spiritual body glanced at Long Yufei once more, then reached out and grasped. A gigantic hand abruptly materialized before Lu Filong, its 5 fingers trapping him within their midst as they steadily closed in. Within the confines of these 5 fingers, it seemed as though an independent space had formed. No matter how fiercely Lu Filong attacked or charged, he couldn't escape this 5-fingered prison. The space was saturated with an endless, oppressive force of blade and sword rules, slashing and piercing relentlessly. Even the bloodthirsty soul-snaring formation barriers surrounding him shattered instantly under the relentless assault of these blade and sword rules. Without the protection of the array, the force of the laws tore into his body, the excruciating pain wrenching a blood-curdling scream from Lu Filong. As the fingers clenched together, Lu Filong could no longer move an inch. The sinister power of laws he had just mustered was completely suppressed, rendered utterly inaccessible. No, you can't kill me. Lu Filong's eyes were filled with terror. Long Yufei, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you making your move? His only hope was that Long Yufei would use the state seal to mobilize the fortune power of Lan Province to restrain this avatar, giving him a chance to escape. Long Yufei hesitated for a moment, but after glancing at the 2 little toddlers by her side, she ultimately refrained from taking action. She chose to believe these 2 tiny tots. Perhaps the truth of this matter wasn't as it seemed. Everything could wait until after the children's truth talismans were used. Chu Chen's tiny figure suddenly appeared before the colossal hand, floating midair with his round, wide eyes glaring angrily as he huffed, you bad guy. My daddy would never kill people randomly. You must be lying. As he spoke, a truth talisman materialized in his hand, which he promptly slapped onto Lu Filong's forehead with a crisp smack. Still unsatisfied even after pasting them, he pulled out another stack, and with a wave of his chubby little hand, the truth-sealing talismans covered Lu Filong's entire head.
Bad guy, who killed the old governor? Shu Chen asked in his childish, milky voice. I killed him. Lu Feilong's eyes were glazed over as he slowly answered. It's you? Long Yufei's body shuddered. The old governor possessed the governor's seal and was also a peak-level martial saint. How could Lu Feilong possibly have killed him? Wait, that blood sea. Suddenly Long Yufei remembered. Lu Feilong possessed that vile power capable of restricting fortune energy. If he had used it to envelop the governor's seal and launched a surprise attack, then it wasn't entirely impossible after all. Under the truth-speaking talisman, Lu Feilong recounted the entire incident in full detail. The images in the memory stone were authentic. 3 years ago, Zhu Xian and Shu Chen's father had indeed forced the former state governor and others to forcibly open the entrance to the secret realm and entered the 9 provinces' secret realm. The former state governor, Fu Zhantian, Qin Xinghai, and Wolfeng were recuperating from their injuries in the forbidden area. At that time, Lu Feilong was only at the late-stage martial saint realm and wasn't part of the main force besieging Chufeng. Having sustained lighter injuries, he was tasked with guarding the 4. Instead, he seized the opportunity to summon a blood sea that enveloped the old state governor, killing him and devouring his vital energy and blood. This act elevated his own cultivation to the peak martial saint realm, and he took the chance to cast a blood curse upon Fu Zhantian and the other 2. In order to break through to the martial emperor realm, he had spent these 3 years constantly devouring cultivators from Lanzhou. Unfortunately, he had never achieved the breakthrough until today's scheme took shape. Alas, encountering the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen led to the collapse of all his plans. Aikaro, ask him where the blood sea and the soul-draining blood array came from. Long Yufei suddenly spoke up. These things were forbidden artifacts across the 9 states, impossible for ordinary people to possess. Behind this likely lay a much greater conspiracy. Chapter 71, Anti-Dragon, Isn't My Daddy Handsome? Air cow meat? The spirit avatar glanced at Chu Chen, speechless internally. Though I told you to conceal your identities, you didn't have to choose a name that sounded so obviously fake. MHM. Chu Chen nodded his little head, munching on roasted meat as he inquired. Lu Feilong muttered, many years ago, a mysterious figure in a blood-red robe gave it to me. It's impervious to saintly detection, so I don't know who they were. They recruited me, aided my cultivation, and in return demanded I kill the old state lord and secretly take control of Lan province. I was on the verge of success, only for 2 damned brats to ruin everything. Sis, is he talking about us? Shu Chen turned to Chu Xian while chewing his roasted meat and asked. Shu Xian nodded in agreement. Does this mean we did a good deed? Shu Chen asked eagerly, his face full of anticipation. Of course, the people we beat up were all bad guys, Shu Xian said with absolute certainty. Good. He. Chu Chen laughed excitedly, then turned to look at Long Yufei and asked, Aunt Long, do you have any other questions? Long Yufei pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No more questions, she replied. The truth behind the previous governor's death has been uncovered, yet now a mysterious blood-robed figure has emerged. Lu Feilong was merely a pawn, with that blood-robed man behind him being the true mastermind. However, information about the blood-robed man is far too scarce. Moreover, the blood-robed man clearly took precautions against Lu Feilong, never revealing his true appearance, making further inquiries futile. All right. Chu Chen nodded his little head and waved his small hand, causing the truth talisman attached to Lu Feilong's forehead to instantly turn to ashes. Lu Feilong snapped awake instantly, furious. Kill me now, and you'll meet your own demise soon enough. While being interrogated by the truth-seeking talismans, his consciousness had actually remained clear throughout. Had he been able to mobilize the chi within his body or harness the power of rules, shaking off those saint-level truth-seeking talismans would have been effortless. Yet the massive hand gripping his body suppressed both his internal chi and the power of rules completely, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. He knew death was inevitable, so he didn't waste his breath begging for mercy. The spiritual avatar gazed tenderly at Chu Xian and Chu Chen, speaking softly, close your eyes, cover your ears, don't look, don't listen. Okay. Chu Xian and Chu Chen obediently nodded their heads, washed their small hands with water, then covered their ears and closed their eyes. The spiritual body grasped from a distance, and the giant hand instantly contracted. With a loud bang, Lu Feilong's body exploded instantaneously, leaving no trace of his remains. Alright, that's enough. The spiritual body landed beside the siblings, Chu Xian and Chu Chen, and spoke softly. Daddy, have some barbecue. Chu Chen opened his eyes, picked up a large slab of roasted meat, and handed it to the spirit avatar with a grin. The spirit avatar sat by the grill, took the meat, and remarked after a bite, not bad. Your skills are improving. Of course they are. I practice barbecuing every single day. Chu Chen immediately lifted his little head high, his chubby face brimming with pride. Chu Xian pulled Long Yufei to sit beside them, smiling brightly as she said, Daddy, this is Auntie Long. Hello? Chu Feng nodded toward Long Yufei and said, These 2 children are naturally mischievous. They must have caused you trouble, Chief Long. Not at all.
Long Yufei quickly waved her hand and said, Brother Ai Chi Ro and Sister Ai Kao Ro have been a great help to me along the way. Without them, I might not have even made it to the prefecture. I should be the one thanking them. Chu Chen glanced at the spiritual avatar, then at Long Yufei. With a little wiggle of his bottom, he scooted closer to the avatar and whispered, Daddy, is Aunt Long pretty? She's quite alright. Why do you ask? The spiritual avatar gave Long Yufei a glance and answered truthfully with those two words, then asked with a puzzled expression. Chu Chen asked with a mischievous grin, should we ask father to marry Auntie Long and bring her home to be our stepmother? Upon hearing this, Long Yufei's delicate face flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily at a loss. The spirit body shot Chu Chen a stern glare before apologizing to Long Yufei. Children say the darndest things, please don't take offense, Governor Long. Not at all. Long Yufei shook her head. Smack! A delicate little hand gently patted Chu Chen's head as Chu Xin scolded with exasperation, you naughty brat. Has your backside started itching from lack of spankings? How many times must I tell you, we're not out here to find dad a new wife, we're looking for mother. Oh, Chu Chen rubbed his little head, shrinking his neck as he focused on eating the roasted meat, not daring to say another word. Thunk! Long Yufei couldn't help but laugh as she watched the siblings playfully bicker. These two little ones are truly adorable. The spirit body shook its head slightly. He didn't have this part of the memory and couldn't recall the children's mother. Patting Chu Xin and Chu Chen's little heads, he said, my time is up. Remember what I said, if you encounter Emperor Wu, don't confront him yourselves. Summon me immediately. Understood? Got it, Daddy. Chu Xin and Chu Chen reluctantly threw themselves into the arms of the spiritual avatar. The spiritual avatar looked at the two children, its eyes revealing a trace of reluctance. Other memories and emotions were shielded by the main body, but the memories and feelings for these two children remained. From now on, when you go out to cause trouble, when you go out to play, you'd better wear the masks I forged for you. The spiritual avatar pondered for a moment before adding. Those masks were specially crafted by him for the two children, not only to conceal their faces and prevent detection by martial saints or even martial emperors, but also as peerless saint artifacts capable of shielding against soul attacks. I understand, Father. We'll take it with us now. The siblings nodded, and a mask appeared out of nowhere in their hands, which they placed over their faces. Chu Chen's mask was shaped like a coiled golden dragon, while Chu Xian's mask resembled a phoenix spreading its wings. Both masks covered only the upper half of their faces, leaving their mouths and noses exposed, exuding an aura of dominance and nobility. The moment the two donned their masks, Long Yufei felt the presence of the two little toddlers vanish from her senses. If not for her eyes still seeing them, she would have thought they had disappeared entirely. Two more remarkable treasures indeed. Having a good father really makes a difference. Long Yufei secretly sighed in her heart. Moments later, the apparition gradually dissipated. Sister, I'm starting to miss father. Should we go back to find him? Chu Chen chewed on the roasted meat with tears welling in his eyes, eating while asking in a choked voice. Chu Xian wiped away the teardrops at the corners of her eyes and stubbornly replied, No, we haven't rescued mother yet, we can't go back. We can still summon father's spiritual avatar many more times. Whenever we miss him, we can just summon him to see us. All right. Chu Chen also wiped his tears and nodded his little head in agreement. Long Yufei was somewhat speechless. That was an emperor-level doppelganger. One shouldn't waste such a precious summon unless absolutely necessary. Who would summon it just to take a look? After we rescue mom and bring her back together, Dad will definitely be so happy, Chu Xian said eagerly, her face full of anticipation. MHM. Chu Chen nodded vigorously, took a bite of roasted meat, then leaned his little head closer to Long Yufei and whispered, Auntie Long, is my dad handsome? Beautiful. Long Yufei was still trying to figure out how to comfort the two little toddlers. To her surprise, Chu Chen suddenly asked her this question, and she instinctively nodded. Realizing this moments later, she was about to explain when she saw Chu Xian slap Chu Chen's little head aggressively, scolding him like a mini-adult. You little rascal, are you never going to stop? I'll beat your bottom black and blue. Mercy, sis. I won't ask again, Chu Chen whimpered, tucking his neck in and bolting away like a startled hare. Stop right there. Chu Xian chased frantically behind him. Once we rescue mother, I'm telling her you keep trying to find father a new wife. Let's see if she doesn't spank your bottom raw. Put. Long Yufei burst into laughter watching the siblings chase and play fight. Chapter 72, that fake emperor you mentioned? He's already dead. After the siblings had finished their playful scuffle for a while, Long Yufei took them to the governor's mansion. Using the governor's seal to suppress Lu Feilong's avatar, she had the old woman slay it before they all returned to the forbidden area in the back mountain. The governor has arrived. Finally, we've retrieved those two little milk-fed babies. Now we can enter the secret realm. Those two little milk-fed babies actually put on masks. This mask is strange, I can no longer sense any presence from the two little babies. The 98 prodigies from Lansho waiting here immediately perked up. However, upon seeing the little babies wearing the masks, they were all struck with astonishment and shock. Governor, release us at once. Elders from the three top-tier factions spoke up one after another, their tones utterly arrogant. Long Yufei arched an eyebrow, turning calmly to observe the elders from the three major factions with serene composure. How dare you? The elderly woman's expression instantly turned frosty as a terrifying sword intent of celestial blades came sweeping forth. Long Yufei, I advise you to be sensible. Don't think you're invincible just because you control the Ran province governor's seal. The elders sneered repeatedly, seemingly unafraid of Long Yufei's status as provincial governor. They had already sensed two terrifying auras earlier, forces that completely surpassed even the peak martial saints. Without a doubt, two martial emperors had appeared in Ranzhou City. The emergence of martial emperors at this moment clearly indicates that the governor and the sect leaders of the three supreme factions have succeeded in their plan. They just couldn't quite understand why there were only two martial emperors. According to the plan, there should have been four martial emperors. Though they didn't know which two martial emperors had arrived, it didn't matter, they no longer needed to fear Long Yufei either way. You're seeking death. The old woman was consumed by rage, sword energy crisscrossing behind her as she wished she could slash every last one of these bastards into pieces. Long Yufei waved her hand to stop her, then looked calmly at the elders and said lightly, "What gave you the courage to openly defy this official?" An elder from the Demon Blade sect coldly stated, "Long Yufei, you must have sensed the aura of a martial emperor earlier, didn't you? Let me be frank, that's what we've been planning all along. Now that two martial emperors have emerged among our three major factions, do you really think just one martial ancestor like you can suppress martial emperors with nothing but the state seal? Martial emperor." The old woman's expression abruptly changed. She had previously sensed the aura of two martial emperors. The chi signature of one martial emperor was nearly identical to that steward's. So this was their true purpose. She forced herself to remain calm and said in a deep voice, "The governor is of imperial bloodline. Do you rebels dare to defy the empire?" The elder from the Demon Blade sect sneered twice and said, "Rebel? We wouldn't dare. But killing someone of imperial blood and framing the murderer of the former governor, that wouldn't be difficult. You." The old woman pointed at the elder, trembling with speechless rage. A faint sneer curled at the corner of Long Yufei's lips as she said indifferently, "With my current cultivation, it's true that even with the State Lord's seal, I wouldn't be able to suppress a martial emperor. But among all of you from the three great factions, you seem particularly eager. Do you perhaps harbor some deep resentment toward me?" The elder from the Demon Blade sect immediately darkened his face and snapped, "Resentment? You joined forces with those two little bastards to kill my younger brother. This enmity is worse than death itself." "Killed your younger brother?" Long Yufei was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized, "So you're the Water Demon Elder's brother. Now that our three great factions have produced a martial sovereign, you and those two little mongrels will perish." The Water Demon Elder's brother roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot as terrifying blade intent battered against the formation barrier. Yet the barrier remained incredibly sturdy, impervious to all his furious assaults. A martial sovereign? Heh, so Lu Failong has indeed ascended to sovereign realm. A trace of mockery flickered across Long Yufei's face. But it wasn't consuming 100,000 cultivators, it was devouring the sect leaders of your three great powers, barely making him a pseudo-emperor. Devour 100,000 cultivators? Swallowship our sect master? What on earth is going on? 100 prodigies gazed in stunned bewilderment, utterly unaware of Lu Feilong's sinister conspiracy. What? The elders of the three supreme powers turned pale with shock. No, this absolutely cannot be. The Water Demon Elder's brother refused to accept this fact, and many of the other elders similarly found it impossible to believe. Don't believe me? Long Yufei waved her hand and tossed out an image-retaining stone. Golden light wove together to form scenes, precisely the footage of Lu Failong devouring Fu Zhantian and the other two. Gate Master, no. Witnessing this, the vast majority of elders let out roars of utter despair. The reason they could become one of the three top-tier forces in Lan province was not only due to their profound foundations but, more importantly, the presence of these three peak martial sages among them. Now that the three peak martial sages have fallen, it's highly likely that the status of these three top-tier forces will be difficult to maintain. How could this happen? Damn Lu Failong, he actually devoured our sect master? The prodigies from the three top-tier forces stood frozen, their faces blank with shock and disbelief, as if the sky had collapsed upon them. The Water Demon Elder's brother's face flickered between dark and stormy expressions, his eyes gradually turning frenzied as he roared, "Even so, if Lu Failong becomes emperor, he'll never spare you." Long Yufei said casually, "Didn't you say you sensed the aura of two martial emperors? Aren't you curious about where the other martial emperor came from?" At these words, all present cast curious glances their way. Long Yufei enunciated each word clearly, "That was my empire's martial emperor. Lu Failong never survived the great heavenly tribulation, he became a false emperor. Against a true martial emperor, he couldn't last a single move. He is already dead. The imperial martial emperor?" The old woman gave Dragon Yufei a strange look. She clearly knew the empire couldn't possibly have sent a martial emperor at this time. That mysterious martial emperor definitely wasn't from the empire. As for the true origins of that mysterious martial emperor, since Dragon Yufei didn't want to reveal it, she naturally wouldn't expose the secret. Dead? Just as Martial Emperor was born in Lan Province, he already died? Good riddance to death, consider it vengeance for our sect leader.
Upon hearing of Lu Feilong's death, some were shocked, some melancholy, some overjoyed.
Long Yufei's gaze swept over the assembled elders as she calmly stated, Lu Feilong and his cohorts deployed forbidden arrays with the intent to devour the cultivation of 100,000 practitioners, a crime most heinous, deserving extermination to the third generation. You, as co-conspirators, ought to share their fate. With those words, she summoned the provincial governor's seal, suspending it above the magic formation as strands of fortune energy cascaded downward. Upon hearing this declaration, all the elders' expressions changed dramatically. Now they were trapped within this bizarre magic formation with no means of escape, and further suppressed by the fortune energy mobilized through the governor's seal, leaving them unable to wield even half their strength. If that elderly woman by her side decided to make a move, they wouldn't stand a chance at resistance. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with despair. However, this official can give you an opportunity to atone for your crimes. Long Yufei's tone shifted as she pointed at the water demon elder's brother and declared, kill him, and I will let bygones be bygones. All eyes turned toward him in unison.
No, you can't do this. The water demon elder's brother paled and stepped back. Forgive us. One of them spoke apologetically before ruthlessly launching their attack. To survive, they resolutely chose to strike. Eat meat, contemplate meat, don't look, it'll ruin your appetite. Long Yufei covered the twins' eyes. No, Soon came the blood-curdling screams of the water devil elder's elder brother. Although everyone's strength was restricted, they couldn't withstand sheer numbers. Chapter 73, Ero? I'm her younger sister Afei. Long Yufei remotely retrieved the array stones and the state overseer's seal, speaking indifferently, let this matter end here. I hope you will all assist me properly in the future to develop and strengthen Lan State. Whether these people lived or died made no difference to her, after all. She wouldn't remain here permanently as state overseer. Her true purpose was merely to investigate the death of the previous state overseer. Yes, Governor. The crowd responded respectfully. Let's go. It's time to open the secret realm's gate and send them inside. Long Yufei grasped each twin's hand in hers and turned to leave. The elders all followed, not daring to harbor any rebellious thoughts now. Long Yufei and the three elders positioned themselves in four directions, summoning the prefecture lord seal which hovered in the air above, with complex hand seals forming and incantations murmured under their breath. Once the chants concluded, Long Yufei pointed a finger toward the prefecture lord seal from a distance, pouring vast energy into it as she shouted, 9 provinces secret realm, open. As soon as her voice fell, the seal's power of providence trembled violently, sending a towering pillar of providence downward that plunged into the earth. Strands of destiny energy crisscrossed, instantly illuminating a mysterious magic circle upon the ground. The power of the array surged, coalescing into a secret realm gate towering 30 meters high and 10 meters wide. Long Yufei turned to face the 100 prodigies and declared in a clear voice, the portal to the secret realm is open. Within lie both opportunities and dangers. Those who enter risk uncertain survival. I hope you'll unite and all return alive. Yes, they answered in unison. The assembled prodigies responded in unison. Go forth, Long Yufei said indifferently. With cheers, the prodigies employed their various means to pierce through the skies and vanish into the gateway of the secret realm. In an instant, only the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen remained among the 100 prodigies. They stood at the entrance to the secret realm, waving their little hands at Long Yufei. Auntie Long, we're leaving now. Auntie Long, when we rescue Mother, we'll bring her back to see you together. The two little ones were reluctant to part. Though they hadn't spent much time with Long Yufei, their hearts had already developed a faint dependence and deep affection for this beautiful aunt. From Long Yufei, they felt a motherly love they had never experienced before. If not for their father saying their mother was imprisoned in the imperial capital, they would surely have regarded Long Yufei as their mother. Alright, you must be very careful in the secret realm. Long Yufei gently ruffled the little ones' heads, her heart also filled with reluctance. Every time she saw these two toddlers, she couldn't help but feel inexplicably fond of them. She didn't know when they would meet again after this parting. We understand. Chu Xian and Chu Chen, the brother-sister pair, waved their hands before turning to step through the portal to the secret realm. The gate to the secret realm slowly closed as well. The old woman nearby noticed Long Yufei staring blankly at the vanished gate and said with a smile, if the governor is reluctant to part, you can visit Central Prefecture again once they leave the secret realm. Long Yufei shook her head inside. As the governor of Lan Prefecture, how can I leave my post without permission? The old woman pondered for a moment before replying, then the governor should find a suitable husband soon and have 2 children of her own. Long Yufei's delicate face flushed slightly as she stamped her foot. Master, don't talk nonsense. I don't want to get married at all, she said. I don't want to end up like my sister, unable to even acknowledge her own husband and children. At this, she let out a faint sigh. The old woman also fell silent. With the imperial family currently in such turbulent times,
This was indeed far from an ideal period for marriage and childbearing. Our purpose in coming to Lan Prefecture is now accomplished. For the time being, there won't be any major disturbances here. It's time to complete sister's mission. Long Yufei pondered silently for a moment before turning to the elderly woman and saying, Master, I'll leave the follow-up matters of Lan Province to you. There's something I need to attend to elsewhere. Alright, the old woman nodded. She wasn't worried about Long Yufei's safety. With the Lan Province seal in her possession, no one below Martial Emperor level could harm her within Lan Province. Long Yufei swept a glance across the elders of the three major factions, then withdrew the provincial governor's seal. Producing a leaf-like speedboat, she leaped gracefully aboard. After brief consideration, she took out a veil to conceal her features before piloting the speedboat into the skies. The matter of her elder sister having children was of utmost importance. She couldn't let anyone know, not even her revered master. She understood perfectly well that if this news were to leak out, not only would her sister's husband and child be in danger, but her sister would also face irreparable ruin. Great Stone Village, this should be the place. 2 days later, Long Yufei's flying vessel appeared in the sky above a village. She only knew that Great Stone Village was located in the northern border of Lan Province, but the northern border was vast, and finding a small village was no easy task. Fortunately, hard work pays off. After asking around, he finally managed to find it. Strange, I clearly see people talking in the village, but why can't I hear any sound? Long Yufei gazed at the village below and the villagers conversing within, her eyes revealing a trace of bewilderment. With her martial sec-level strength, hearing voices from a mere few hundred meters should be effortless. She could normally detect sounds even from several kilometers away. Forget it, I'll go down and investigate. Long Yufei put away the flying boat and soared through the air with her physical body. Bang! But just as she approached within several dozen meters of the village, a transparent barrier suddenly flashed into existence. Caught completely off guard, Long Yufei had no time to stop. She crashed straight into it and was sent flying backward hundreds of meters before finally regaining her balance. Pooh! Blood surged violently within, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. There's actually a protective array? Long Yufei wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, a trace of shock flashing across her exquisite face. And this array, it's far too powerful. A small village having a protective array formation was already bizarre in itself. What's even more outrageous was that, through her earlier encounter, she realized this Great Stone Village's protective array seemed more terrifying than even the prefectural capital's defensive formation of Lan Province. Long Yufei descended again from the sky, landing dozens of meters away without recklessly advancing forward. Meanwhile, alerted by the commotion, the villagers had already assembled at the village entrance under their chief's leadership, standing ready for battle. Armed with either blades or swords, it was evident every one of them was a cultivator. This Great Stone Village is a bit too unbelievable. Long Yufei murmured to herself. Who dares trespass into Great Stone Village? A middle-aged man strode out from the magical barrier and shouted sternly. Long Yufei smiled and asked, Hello, is Chu Feng here? Looking for Chu Feng? This girl is so beautiful. Could she be Chu Feng's missing wife? Could be. Though the sounds within the magical formation couldn't escape, voices from outside could still reach the village. At Long Yufei's words, the villagers immediately began murmuring among themselves. The white-haired village elder slowly stepped out of the formation, studying Long Yufei warily before asking, Who are you? Why do you seek Chu Feng? To ease the villagers' wariness, Long Yufei removed her veil and smiled, saying, I'm his friend, just passing through and thought I'd pay him a visit. You are. When old village chief saw Long Yufei's face, his body trembled visibly. Unable to contain himself, he took 2 steps forward, leaning in for a closer look before saying with shaky reverence, Are you, a Ro? Long Yufei froze momentarily, then quickly realized this must have been her elder sister's alias here. Shaking her head with a faint smile, she clarified, I'm her younger sister Afei. Chapter 74, Are those 2 little babies my nephews? A Ro's younger sister? The old village chief examined her carefully. Though this woman's facial features closely resembled A Ro's, her temperament carried subtle differences. Miss Afei, I'm the chief of Dashitan village. You can just call me Old Sure. After introducing himself, the old village chief welcomed Long Yufei into the village and seated her in a small pavilion in the clearing at the village entrance. Long Yufei took a sip of tea, her gaze settling on the group of children training in the clearing, a trace of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. There were about 20 children in the group, the oldest around 17 or 18, the youngest 3 or 4, practicing an unfamiliar set of fist techniques. Among those older children, every single one was actually a martial artist, with the strongest teenager around 17 or 18 years old having even reached the late-stage martial artist realm. Though still far behind the prodigies of the 9 provinces, such appearances in a small village like this were truly extraordinary. These were all taught by Chu Feng. According to him, they are just basic fist techniques for tempering the body. The old village chief explained with a smile. Basic fist technique? Long Yufei's eyelids twitched slightly. Though she didn't recognize this particular fist technique, she could discern the profound mysteries contained within it, far surpassing what any basic fist technique could achieve. Yet she chose not to expose this observation, carefully studying the village chief before her. A flicker of astonishment once again surfaced in her eyes. He's actually a peak martial king. In a tiny village filled with cultivators, it was shocking enough. But to think there was even a peak martial king among them. After all, even some small cities lacked the presence of a martial king at the pinnacle of strength. If memory serves, there were only about a dozen martial kings across the entire northern border of Lan province. This great stone village seemed steeped in peculiarity at every turn. She lifted her gaze to the sky, set down her teacup, and asked curiously, "Village chief Sure, if I may ask so boldly, who was it that arranged this village's defensive formation?" The old village chief smiled. "That was also Chu Feng's doing, erected to ward off beast tides. Rumor claims it's formidable, though precisely how formidable, none of us can say." Long Yufei nodded. She had also heard that the northern border was adjacent to the Beast Mountain range, where beast tides frequently surged. She didn't dwell too much on the issue of Dashi village and instead asked, "Village chief Sure, is my brother-in-law here?" Although her sister had told her not to disturb her brother-in-law's family life, she still wanted to see him and her two little nephews. Had it not been for encountering those two little toddlers earlier, she might not have had this thought. Perhaps those two little ones had awakened the maternal love in her heart. The old village chief shook his head and said, "Miss Fei, you've come at an unfortunate time. Chu Feng has been away for many days, and no one knows when he'll return." Gone away? Long Yufei was taken aback before asking again, "Then what about my two little nephews? Could you take me to see them?" The old village chief shook his head once more. "What rotten timing. Those two rascals snuck out while their father was away, and they still haven't been found. Oh, they left me a note saying they went to rescue their mother." Snuck out? Long Yufei's expression changed sharply, her voice rising several octaves. "They're just 3 years old. How could they have sneaked out? What if they ran into bad people?" The old village chief smiled bitterly. "Miss Fei, you don't understand. Though those two little ones are only 3, their abilities are extraordinary. All of us villagers combined couldn't defeat them. For them to slip past us unnoticed would be child's play. How powerful could 2 3-year-old brats possibly be?" Long Yufei was furious. Just imagining 2 3-year-old toddlers sneaking out. What if they encountered bad people and got kidnapped and sold? What if they ran into demonic beasts or ferocious creatures and got eaten? Wait up! Long Yufei suddenly stiffened, falling into a daze. 2 3-year-old toddlers? Very powerful? Sneaking out to save mom? How come they resemble siblings Ai Chi Ro and Ai Kao Ro so much? Could it really be such a coincidence? Long Yufei had a guess in her heart, but didn't dare confirm it yet. With a wave of her jade-like hand, she condensed 2 ethereal little figures in the air using spiritual energy and asked, "Village chief Sure, are these them?" The old village chief looked and exclaimed in surprise, "Shu Xin, Shu Chen? So these are the 2 little mischief makers. Have you met them before, Miss Fei? So it really is them." Long Yufei smiled and said, "I have seen them before, though I didn't realize they were my 2 little nephews until now." The old village chief asked again, "How are they doing now? Has anyone bullied them?" Bullied them? Thinking of the terrifying strength of those 2 little toddlers, Long Yufei's mouth twitched slightly as she sighed. It'd be a blessing if they weren't bullying others. Who could possibly bully them? That's true. The old village chief nodded sympathetically. "Village chief Sure, since brother-in-law isn't here, I'll take my leave first." Long Yufei stood up, preparing to depart. The old village chief hesitated for a moment before asking, "Miss Fei, how is Aru doing? Where is she?" These past 3 years, Chu Feng has been searching for her desperately. Long Yufei hesitated for a moment before saying, "My sister is doing well, but due to special circumstances, she can't reveal her whereabouts yet. Please, village chief Sure, help me pass a message to my brother-in-law, tell him not to look for my sister anymore. When the time is right, she will return to him." "All right, I'll pass this on to Chu Feng." The old village chief sighed softly. Having no children of his own, he had always regarded Chu Feng and Aru as his own son and daughter-in-law. Seeing 2 people so deeply in love yet unable to be together, and watching Chu Feng lost in thought as he stared at the sky, always weighed heavily on his heart. "Village chief Sure, please stay here. I'll be going now." Long Yufei bid farewell to the old village chief and walked toward the village outskirts. Her mind wandered back to when she first met the 2 little infants, mentioning how she wanted to become sworn sisters with their mother, that way, she could be their aunt. At this thought, Long Yufei couldn't help but laugh bitterly. We're already biological sisters, what need is there for sworn sisterhood? I was originally their auntie after all. If I'd known those were the children I was searching for, I should have made them call me auntie a few more times. Long Yuf murmured to herself, "So brother-in-law is actually a martial emperor. Should I tell sister about this?" With another martial emperor, the imperial family would gain more security. It might also reunite sister with her husband sooner. Those 2 little nephews mentioned wanting to split open the imperial capital to rescue their mother. Should I tell sister? Long Yuf frowned deeply, appearing visibly torn. Forget it, I don't even know where brother-in-law is right now. And adding one more martial emperor won't solve the problem anyway. If this leaks out, those bastards might send martial emperors to surround him and my two little nephews, which would only distract sister. If brother-in-law or the twins fall into their hands and become leverage to threaten sister, that would be disastrous. Let's just relay the message to the main body and have him keep an eye on those two little ones. Long Yufei still decided to temporarily keep this news from her sister. But brother-in-law really is so handsome. No wonder he drove sister crazy for him. Was that little Chu-chin always trying to set me up with his old man? Oh dear, Long Yufei, what were you thinking? That's your brother-in-law. Long Yufei vigorously rubbed her slightly flushed cheeks, banishing all those unrealistic thoughts, then summoned her flying vessel and soared into the skies. Chapter 75. Can a pig's head grow back after being chopped off? An endless supply of food? Behind a massive boulder in the secret realm of Jojo, two adorably silly little heads slowly peeked out, each with a baby bottle in their mouths. Big sister, this giant pig is definitely going to taste delicious. In front of the giant rock, a blood-red demonic beast with two pig heads, tusks over 3 feet long, was contentedly rooting in the soil. And look, 2 heads, perfect for us to roast one each. Wow, I can't take it anymore. It's been so long since we had grilled meat. My stomach's completely empty. Little brother, get the tools ready. I'm going in. As soon as the words fell, a small figure shot up from behind the massive boulder and landed with a booming crash beside the two-headed demon beast. Startled, the demon beast let out a furious roar and was just about to unleash an attack when Chu Xian grabbed one of its hind legs and swung it overhead, slamming it to the ground with a thunderous impact, forcing out a pain howl. At the same moment, a sharp aura-laden arrow tore through the air. Originally aimed at the demon beast, the beast was swung aside by Chu Xian just then, placing her in its previous position. The arrow now found its path rushing straight toward Chu Xian. The long arrow was enveloped in vast true chi, its razor-sharp aura tearing through the void. Chu Xian turned her head, her large eyes beneath the mask gleaming with a cold light as her small fist lashed out, sending the arrow flying, though it remained intact, clearly no ordinary weapon. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures streaked through the air, halting at a distance. 3 youths around 17 or 18 years old stood there, one of them holding a large bow, clearly the one who had fired that arrow moments ago. There are 3-year-olds in this mystic realm? The trio eyed Chu Xian's height with obvious bewilderment. Chu Xian, meanwhile, scrutinized them warily before asking in her childish lisp, "Are you here to steal my meaty meat? Want some meat?" The 3 exchanged glances, speechless. The bow-wielding youth snapped coldly, "Brat, we spotted this 2-headed fire boar first." Chu Xian's large eyes flared as she retorted indignantly, "That's not true. I caught it first." "Oh really?" The bow-wielding youth eyed the 2 raised pig heads of the twin-headed fire boar and sneered, "That depends on whether you can survive first." As soon as the words were spoken, the 2-headed fire boar let out a furious roar, both pig heads gaping wide as they spat out 2 blazing fireballs. Chu Xian sensed the scorching heat approaching from behind. With a nimble leap, she landed on the beast's back and delivered a fierce punch to its head with her small fist. With a resounding crack, the skull of one of the beast's heads shattered completely. At that moment, the fireball spat out by the demonic beast struck a distant mountain with a deafening explosion. As the fireball erupted, the entire mountain collapsed with a thunderous roar. Such immense power. That twin-headed flaming boar, though only a 5th-stage late-phase demon beast and not particularly formidable, has an exceptionally tough skull. How could she smash it apart with just a single punch? The pupils of the 3 youths contracted simultaneously, their voices laced with shock and horror. When Chu Xian struck, they hadn't detected any fluctuation of true energy clearly, she had relied purely on physical strength. This was utterly terrifying. Roar! Right then, the 2-headed flame boar let out an enraged howl, its shattered head, pulverized by Chu Xian, had actually regenerated. Ha! Chu Xian was somewhat surprised, then clenched her fist and smashed the other boar head of the twin-headed fire boar, but it quickly regenerated as before. Moreover, after recovering twice, the twin-headed fire boar seemed to have grown significantly stronger than before. The twin-headed fire boar possesses regeneration abilities. It will only die if both heads are destroyed simultaneously. Otherwise, it will just keep growing stronger. Another square-faced youth whispered in a low voice, "That brat clearly doesn't know about the twin-headed fire boar's nature. All the better, after she dies, we'll kill the boar and retrieve its crystal core," the bow-wielding youth said coldly. The youth in the middle remained silent, simply watching everything unfold with quiet intensity. Hee, looks like we're in for a feast. Chu Xian was unaware of the traits of the 2-headed fire boar, but she thought of another benefit. She retrieved a stack of talismans from her dimensional ring and slapped them onto the creature as if they were free. Chains slithered out from the talismans, tightly binding the 2-headed fire boar. Then, grabbing one of its hind legs, she dragged the snarling boar straight toward Chu Chen. As she ran, she shouted excitedly, "Little brother, this big pig's heads just won't stop coming. We can roast so many pork heads. That's just perfect." Chu Chen had already set up the barbecue grill, with all preparations complete. Another 3-year-old brat? The three youths fixed their gazes on Chu Chen, who wore a dragon-shaped mask, their eyes flashing with bewilderment once more. Only the top 100 prodigies of the 9 provinces could enter the secret realm, so where did these 2 3-year-old toddlers come from? Boom! Chu Xian tossed the double-headed fire boar onto the ground, pulled out a large cleaver from her spatial ring, and with a squelch, lopped off one of its heads. She then stared fixedly at the fire boar until a brand new head regenerated, at which point she clapped her hands excitedly and exclaimed, "It grew back already, fantastic." The double-headed fire boar let out a mournful, furious roar. It wanted to fight back, to flee, but shackles forged from talisman seals bound its entire body, rendering it immobile. All it could do was roar helplessly in protest. Ignoring the fire boar's plight, Chu Xian devoted herself wholeheartedly to preparing the severed head. "Done. Little brother, hurry up and roast it. I'll get another one." After finishing up, she handed the boar's head to Chu Chen, then returned to the twin-headed fire boar and hacked off another head with a single strike. Chu Chen skewered the prepared boar's head with a special tool and hung it on the roasting rack to cook. Roasting boar heads was different from grilling regular meat, whereas before they'd placed meat directly on the rack. This time they removed the rack entirely, suspending the heads directly over the flames. The speed of roasting pig heads was clearly much slower than Chu Xian's processing pace. By the time Chu Xian had finished preparing her second pig head, the first one still hadn't finished roasting. She handed the head to Chu Chen before going to slaughter another. She had already processed 4 pig heads in one go before the first one was finally ready to eat. "Elder sister, come eat first," Chu Chen called out. "Got it." Chu Xian cheered and pulled out a knife to split the roasted pig's head in two. After setting aside half for Chu Chen, she hugged the remaining portion, larger than her own body, and began devouring it with gusto. So delicious. Having gone days without roasted meat, Chu Xian now squinted her large eyes in pure bliss, her face radiating contentment. The twin-headed fire boar let out continuous mournful howls, all 4 of its pig eyes showing traces of grief. As a 5th-stage peak-level demon beast with regeneration abilities, even early 6th-stage demons would think twice before fighting it. Who could have imagined it would encounter these 2 little demons who treated its regeneration ability merely as a sustainable food source? The cruelest part was that these little fiends made it watch helplessly while they feasted on its regenerating heads. This is utterly disgraceful for the twin-headed fire boar clan. The 3 youths nearby were stunned speechless. While killing a twin-headed fire boar wasn't particularly difficult, they'd never seen anyone do it the way these 2 toddlers just had. Chapter 76. Are you here to steal my barbecue? It truly smells incredible. Watching the 2 little brats wolfing down their food and catching whiffs of the roasted meat in the air, the 3 teenagers nearby couldn't help but gulp, their eyes drawn irresistibly to those grilled pig heads. Given their status, they had tasted every delicacy from land and sea, yet this roasted meat was something they had never experienced before. The aroma was simply more enticing than any delicacy they had ever tasted. But despite their watering mouths, their pride wouldn't allow them to beg for even a morsel of the roasted meat. As for Chu Xian and Chu Chen, because the bow-wielding youth had previously attempted to snatch their meat, the 2 little ones had directly blacklisted them and didn't offer them any either. "Master, shall we seize the 2-headed fire boar while they're eating?" The bow-wielding youth whispered his question. "Though these brats have some skill, there's surely no match for us. Master, let's make our move." Another youth chimed in quietly, but his gaze wasn't fixed on the trapped 2-headed fire boar, rather, it lingered on the roasted pig head sizzling on the grill, his words punctuated by audible swallows. The young man in the middle pondered for a moment before shaking his head. If they can enter the 9 provinces' secret realm, their strength can't be weak. Those masks they wore even block my soul perception, definitely no ordinary artifacts. They must have unusual backgrounds and other life-saving measures. Carelessly attacking them might cost us more than we gain. Besides, 2 powerful yet extremely young talents should be much easier to control than those their age. Don't act rashly without my orders. With that said, the young man strode confidently toward Chu Xian and Chu Chen. Seeing this, Chu Xian leaped 3 zhan high and landed in front of the roasting rack, spreading her tiny hands like a protective hen guarding food. She eyed him warily and asked, "Are you trying to steal my roast pork?" No, little sister, you've misunderstood." The young boy hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head, revealing a kind smile. "My name is Long Xiaoyu. I was originally heading to the Fire Boar Valley. After crossing mountains and ridges for several days without eating anything, I finally came across this 2-headed fire boar and wanted to kill it for roasting. I didn't realize it was food you had your eye on, so I apologize for the offense. Please forgive me, little sister." Chu Xian tilted her head to examine the boy and saw that he had delicate, handsome features, quite pleasing to look at. Plus, for some inexplicable reason, she felt an inexplicable closeness to him. Maybe it was because, like Aunt Long, they both shared the surname Long. Big brother, you haven't eaten for days either, how pitiful. Shu Xian temporarily lowered her guard, waving her small hand as she said, come eat with us. This giant boar's head will just grow back after we cut it off anyway. Long Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at the roaring two-headed fire boar beside them, his eyes revealing a trace of pity for the poor creature. He turned and beckoned to the other two youths, who came running over with hopeful expressions on their faces. Shu Xian distributed a roasted pig's head each to Long Xiaoyu and another young man with a square-shaped face, but didn't give one to the archer boy. After waiting a while and noticing he was left out, the archer boy couldn't help but speak up. Ahem, little sister, I think you forgot someone. Where's mine? Shu Xian glanced back at him with an indignant huff. You tried to steal my meat earlier. You don't get any. The bow-wielding boy stiffened, protesting, little sister, I attacked before you showed up. How was I to know you'd claim this twin-headed fire boar? By the time you appeared, my arrow was already loosed. It's not like I could recall it. Shu Xian took a bite of roasted boar meat, then glared back at the archer with a pout. And when the boar breathed fire at me, you didn't even warn me. You totally wanted to wait until I got burned to death so you could steal my meat. Besides, she scrunched her nose. You're not even good looking, so you must be a bad person with no good intentions. Humph, our meat isn't for villains to eat. Right, we can't give our roast meat to villains, chimed in Shu Chen, nodding in agreement between turning the spit and stuffing his face. Me? The bow-wielding boy clenched his fists, itching to knock an arrow and turn this brat into a pincushion. How could I not be good-looking with such dashing charm? Even if, hypothetically, I wasn't good-looking, what does that have to do with whether I'm a good person? See, you're staring at me. Humph. I won't give you any even if you stare. Shu Xian fixed him with a fierce glare from her big, round eyes and spoke in a childish lisp. You! The bow-wielding youth was so angry he couldn't speak, and could only cast a pleading look at Long Xiaoyu. Long Xiaoyu cleared his throat and said with mock seriousness, You're such a grown man, yet you're snatching food from such a young little sister and brother. Aren't you ashamed? Go stand over there and reflect on your behavior. Young master. The bow-wielding youth was dumbfounded. Wasn't it you who gave the attack order in the first place? What? You dare disobey me now? Long Xiaoyu said with a smile, though a cold glint flashed through his eyes. The bow-wielding boy shrank back in fear, obediently sitting to the side without daring to utter another word. The square-faced youth secretly rejoiced, thankful he hadn't spoken up earlier to offend these vindictive little brats, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten to eat this delicious roasted meat. This is truly delicious. The square-jawed teenager took a few more bites, his face filled with pure delight. This wasn't said to flatter the two little toddlers, but came straight from the heart. The bow-wielding teenager glared fiercely at the square-jawed one, knowing full well he didn't have any roast meat to eat, yet making such loud noises. That bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. Long Xiaoyu took a bite and couldn't help but exclaim, I've never tasted roast meat this delicious before. Little brother, who taught you this incredible roasting technique? I learned it from my dad, Shu Chen said without looking up. He placed the roasted pig's head on the edge of the grill, his small body floating in midair as he leaned forward to take a bite. While chewing, both hands kept rotating the remaining unroasted pig's head. Your dad must be even better at roasting meat, Long Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, my father is the most powerful in the world, Shu Chen nodded repeatedly, his face brimming with pride. So what's your father's name? Long Xiaoyu asked casually. My father is called. Shu Chen replied instinctively, but before she could finish, Shu Xian interjected first. Daddy's name is AI Eating Barbecue. AI Eating Barbecue? The three young masters froze in unison. Even if they wanted to conceal their identities, at least they could have come up with a more plausible name. This one was so ridiculous even a fool would know it was fake. So what are your names then? Long Xiaoyu asked persistently, hoping to guess the toddlers' true identities through their names. Shu Xian took a bite of the roasted pig's head and said with a grin, Big brother, my name is AI Chiro, loves meat, and my little brother is called AI Cow Ro, loves roast meat. We're from the roast meat village. AI Chiro? AI Cow Ro? Kairo village? Long Xiaoyu and the other two exchanged speechless glances. Chapter 77, Big brothers, do you guys drink beast milk? Long Xiaoyu rephrased his question and asked, then, which state are you from? Shu Xian's eyes swiveled mischievously as she giggled and replied, of course, we're from the roast meat state. Roast meat state? Long Xiaoyu's lips twitched slightly as he decisively abandoned further questioning. Though these two toddlers were young, their wariness ran deep, no amount of questioning would yield answers. Best to focus on the barbecue. As the revered young master of Tsingzhou, he'd sampled every delicacy imaginable, yet this deceptively simple roasted meat surpassed them all. What are you two drinking, little AI Chiro? Long Xiaoyu watched as the two toddlers magically took out two baby bottles, steam rising from the bottles while emitting a chilling aura. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, Monster milk. Shu Xian replied with a giggle after taking a sip. Big brother, want some? It's really tasty. Shu Chen also shook his milk bottle and asked, Pfft, we're not little kids anymore, drinking beast milk like this. The bow-wielding youth looked thoroughly disdainful. You guys are already this old and still not weaned off milk? Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you? Chu Xian widened her round, sparkling eyes and said in a childish voice, what do you know? Daddy says we're still little kids, and drinking more beast milk helps us grow taller. The bow-wielding youth wanted to speak further, but a glare from Long Xiaoyu silenced him instantly. Long Xiaoyu asked curiously, I know about beast milk, but why is it steaming? Chu Chen chuckled, oh, that's because we chilled the beast milk in ice water. What kind of ice water is this bitterly cold? The square-faced youth also asked curiously. This wasn't ordinary coldness, but a sinister chill, definitely not regular ice water. Chu Chen scratched his top knot and thought for a moment before saying, I think it was called something like, Earth something Dark Spring? I forgot. Earth Fiend Dark Spring. How can you be so dumb, little brother? You can't even remember 4 characters, Chu Xian said with the exasperation of a frustrated mentor. Right, that's the name Earth Fiend Cold Spring. Chu Chen forced a dry laugh, nodding repeatedly. You guys use the Earth Fiend Cold Spring to chill beast milk? Long Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Both the square-faced youth and the bow-carrying teen stood gaping, utterly dumbfounded. The Earth Fiendine Spring is an object of utmost een and frigidity, so potent it can even corrode souls. Even those cultivators who harness it for their practice wouldn't dare attempt such a thing. These 2 little toddlers are actually using the een spring of earthly fiends to chill their beast milk. Utterly inconceivable. Of course, what's the problem? Really? Chu Chen asked with an air of innocence. No problem, not a problem at all. Long Xiaoyu's lips twitched as he smiled and replied. Chu Xian blinked her large eyes and asked, Big brother, would you like some to drink? No, we don't drink beast milk. Long Xiaoyu hastily waved his hands in refusal. Just kidding, this is beast milk chilled in the netherine spring, infused with its unique frigid aura. They wouldn't dare drink it. Fine. Chu Xian shook her head regretfully, took another sip of the beast milk, and then focused on eating the roasted meat. 2 adults and 2 children were absorbed in their meal, while only the bow-wielding boy sat aside, watching the 4 of them with grudging eyes, swallowing hard. Long Xiaoyu and the square-faced youth could only eat half of the roasted pig's head before burping in satisfaction, unable to finish. But when they raised their heads to look at the 2 toddlers, they were utterly dumbstruck. They saw that each toddler already had 2 completely clean pig's skulls beside them and were now working on their 3rd. Each pig's head was larger than their entire bodies, making it impossible to fathom how such tiny stomachs could hold so much meat. Young master, could they be shapeshifted Taodai spirits? This appetite is unbelievable. The square-faced youth whispered the question. Long Xiaoyu shook his head silently. The archer had swallowed his dry saliva till his throat ached and finally couldn't restrain himself. Young master, he reminded, shouldn't we be heading to the Crimson Hog Valley now? After the reminder, he muttered under his breath, if they don't leave soon, I might become the first young martial paragon to die from swallowing all my saliva. Long Xiaoyu looked at the 2 little toddlers still stuffing their faces without any sign of stopping, and gently spoke up, Little meat eater, little barbecue brother, could you possibly spare this twin-headed fireboar for me? No way. Chu Xian immediately shook her little head like a rattledrum. This big pig can grow its heads back after we chop them off. We're keeping it with us so we'll never have to worry about running out of roast meat. So no, you can't have it. The bow-wielding youth grew furious at these words. Little brat, do you have any idea who our young master is? Chu Xian tilted her head, gave the bow-wielding youth a sidelong glance, and asked indifferently, does that concern me? You. The bow-wielding youth pointed at Chu Xian, too enraged to speak. Long Xiaoyu glared at him, then turned to Chu Xian with a gentle smile and said, Little sister Ai Chi-ro, can I exchange spirit coins with you? 100,000 spirit coins for your twin-headed fireboar. How about it? Spirit coins? Hearing this, Chu Chen leaned over and whispered in Chu Xian's ear, Sister, what are spirit coins? Are they tasty? Long Xiaoyu's eyelids twitched. Could it be that these 2 little toddlers didn't even know what spirit coins were? How would I know? I've never seen it, and Dad never mentioned it. Chu Xian rolled her eyes dramatically. Just as I thought. These 2 toddlers didn't know about spirit coins at all. Spirit coins are the universally accepted currency across the 9 provinces, Long Xiaoyu explained. They can buy many, many things. Here to buy something. Isn't this something to eat? Chu Xian and Chu Chen exchanged glances, their faces instantly filling with disappointment. We can buy food. Long Xiaoyu explained further. That won't work. Chu Xian shook her head firmly. With this big pig here, we have an endless supply of roast pork heads. Why should we use whatever spirit coins you mentioned to buy more? What if people refuse to sell to us? Ugh. This makes sense, leaving Long Xiaoyu momentarily at a loss for words. His eyes darted around before he said, Sister Ai Chi-ro, why don't you come with us to the Flame Boar Valley? There are tons of 2-headed flame boars there, even a fearsome 2-headed flame boar king. Their meat tastes way better than these ordinary 2-headed boars. Really? Chu Xian and Chu Chen immediately became intrigued at the mention. Of course, Long Xiaoyu responded with a smile. The 2-headed fire boar king is the ruler of its kind, boasting peak 6th tier strength.
If regular two-headed fire boars are this delicious, the mightier king must taste even better.
That makes sense. Chu Xian and Chu Chen listened and nodded repeatedly. This was something they deeply understood. Where is the Fire Boar Valley? Let's go quickly. Chu Xian urged impatiently. Long Xiaoyu pointed at the two-headed fire boar and said, could you kill this two-headed fire boar first? I only need a crystal core from its body and won't compete with you for the meat. No way. What if there aren't any big boars in that valley? Wait until we reach that so-called valley and see if there are other big boars before killing it. Chu Xian shook her little head and said, brat, don't push your luck. If the young master says there are, then there are. Why are you making such a fuss? The bow-wielding youth grew furious, and his great bow reappeared in his hands. Chapter 78, You're using purifying water to clean the grill? Long Xiaoyu stopped the bow-wielding youth and said with a gentle smile, alright, no problem. We'll wait until we reach Fire Boar Valley to kill any other fire boars we see.
Seeing this, the bow-wielding youth could only glare fiercely at Chu Xian before sulking in frustration by himself.
While chewing on roasted meat, Chu Chen tugged at his sister's sleeve with his greasy little hand and whispered, Sister, Daddy said there are lots of bad people outside who kidnap children. Do you think they look like child traffickers? Chu Xian's big, round eyes roamed over Long Xiaoyu and the other two before she replied in a hushed voice, I don't know what child trafficking villains look like either.
True, we've never met.
Chu Chen tilted his little head, thought for a moment, and then whispered, why don't we use a truth talisman to ask? Good idea. Chu Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he pompously cleared his throat, ready to speak, when the arrow-wielding youth suddenly exploded in anger. Will you two brats ever stop pestering us? Our young master is MMMPH. Before he could finish speaking, Long Xiaoyu covered his mouth with his hand. Then, turning to Chu Xian and Chu Chen, he wore a sorrowful expression and said, I treat you both like my little siblings, yet you don't trust me. That really hurts my feelings. Chu Chen blinked his large eyes and gazed into Long Xiaoyu's eyes, asking curiously, are you very sad?
I don't see you crying.
Ugh. Long Xiaoyu's expression froze, instantly struck speechless. Holy crap, I can't take this anymore with my explosive temper. I'm gonna shoot this damn brat dead. The bow-wielding youth who had just quieted down moments ago was now hopping mad again, raising his massive bow once more. As the young master of Cangzhou, Long Xiaoyu held prestigious status. Wherever they went, his accompanying attendants commanded respect by virtue of his position. Yet now they were being repeatedly provoked by two snot-nosed 3-year-olds. How could he possibly tolerate this? A companion child refers to a youth who accompanies Long Xiaoyu in studying and cultivation, enjoying resources second only to Long Xiaoyu himself, but their lives are also bound to his. Should Long Xiaoyu die, they would perish alongside him. Long Xiaoyu turned his head and glared at the bow-wielding boy, saying coldly, You, keep quiet. The boy shrank his neck and fell silent again, though the look he cast at the Chu Xian and Chu Chen siblings grew increasingly resentful. While turning to admonish the bow-wielding youth, Long Xiaoyu seized the moment to scrunch his face dramatically, squeezing out two genuine-looking tears. Turning back with a sorrowful expression, he lamented, Little sister, everything I said is true. Fire Boar Valley really does have many fire boars. I bear you no ill will. I'm absolutely not some child trafficking villain, I swear. Chu Xian studied the two teardrops lingering at the corners of his eyes, then gave a small nod. Well, since we've already shared roasted meat together, using a truth talisman now would feel a bit rude. MHM. Long Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, secretly exhaling in relief as a faint, relieved smile finally surfaced on his face. He couldn't bear to give up when he finally encountered a solitary two-headed fire boar. He thought it would be easy to trick two 3-year-old brats, but never expected them to be so cautious. Fortunately, he managed to pull it off in the end. Big brother, you'd better make a vow then. Chu Xian giggled, if you lie to us, you'll be struck dead by lightning. Long Xiaoyu's smile froze stiffly, so all my emotional manipulation was for nothing. My temper just can't take this. The bow-wielding youth's anger flared up again. Even the square-faced youth began showing signs of irritation. Long Xiaoyu took a deep breath, shooting the pair a glare. He rubbed his cheeks to relax his expression before smiling and saying, Alright, no problem, I swear. Then he swore to the heavens, saying, I, Long Xiaoyu, solemnly swear to the skies that if I deceive Ai Chi Ro and Ai Kao Ro, may the heavenly thunder strike me dead, reduce me to ashes, and leave no trace of my bones. After making the vow, he lowered his head to look at the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen, asking, surely this must suffice now? Ready now. Chu Xian nodded her little head, her small hands hidden behind her back crushing a talisman into pieces, sending an invisible surge of energy into Long Xiaoyu's body. Long Xiaoyu's brow furrowed slightly, as if he had sensed something, yet when he probed with his qi, he found nothing amiss. In the end, he could only shake his head in puzzlement. An oath talisman? Chu Chen noticed Chu Xian's little maneuver and silently admired. Sister is still the clever one. With this oath talisman, breaking a vow will truly bring consequences. Little brother, wash the grill and put it away. Chu Xian's voice rang out once more. Got it. Chu Chen nodded and took out a white jade bottle, tossing it into the air. With a hand seal, the jade bottle inverted, pouring out a stream of pristine liquid. A rich wave of spiritual energy rippled outward, giving Long Xiaoyu and the other two the sensation of their souls being cleansed, as if their very bodies were undergoing purification. What kind of water is this? Young Master Long Xiaoyu's face showed astonishment. As the young lord of Cangzhou, he had seen countless treasures, yet he had never encountered such magical water. This is water for washing dishes and cleaning the grill, Shu Chen said in his childish voice, then took out a brush from his spatial ring and began scrubbing the grill. You actually used this water to clean the grill? The corner of Long Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly. Though he didn't know what kind of water this was, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. Yet this mischievous child actually used it to clean a barbecue grill, such a shocking waste of heavenly gifts. Of course, Daddy said this water can cleanse all impurities in the world. Isn't it meant for washing dishes and cleaning grills? Shu Chen replied without even looking up. Cleanse all filth from this world? Long Xiaoyu muttered these words, then suddenly trembled as a trace of terror flashed in his eyes. Could this be the legendary water of purification? Water of purification? Shu Chen lifted his head to glance at him before leaning close to Chu Xian's ear and whispering, Sister, is it called the water of purification? Chu Xian furrowed her little brows and thought for a moment before shaking her head and saying, Daddy didn't seem to tell us what it's called. Who cares anyway, I just call it dishwashing water. Shu Chen shrugged, no longer pondering the matter. Meanwhile, Chu Xian stared at Long Xiaoyu's horrified expression and murmured with pouted lips, dishwashing water still sounds much cozier. That's so-called water of purification or whatever sounds terribly tacky. Vulgar? Long Xiaoyu's lips moved slightly, but in the end, he said nothing. Young master, what is the purifying world waters? The square-faced youth couldn't help but ask in bewilderment. It was his first time seeing the young master lose his composure like this. The ball-wielding youth also looked up, his face full of curiosity. Long Xiaoyu took a deep breath but offered no explanation. Instead, he gave Chu Xian and Shu Chen a meaningful glance and transmitted his voice through telepathy. Pristine water can cleanse all impurities from this world. It is the bane of all malevolent forces. With enough pristine water, it's even possible to refine a cultivator's body and soul into a stainless vessel and stainless spirit. Not only would this exponentially accelerate cultivation, but it would also prevent the birth of inner demons. Holy shit! Both the square-jawed youth and the bow-wielding youth cursed in unison, their gazes lifting toward the inverted white jade vial suspended in midair, greed flashing in their eyes. Chapter 79. Are you trying to steal our dishwater? Chu Xian noticed the change in the expressions of the square-faced youth and the archer. Her tiny body leaped into the air, shielding the jade bottle as she demanded in a childish voice, Are you trying to steal our dishwater? Shu Chen, who was cleaning the grill at the time, also growled adorably, If you dare steal our dishwater, I'll beat your butts until they bloom. Dishwater? The trio of Long Xiaoyu twitched their eyelids uncontrollably, their mouths spasming at the corners. A legendary treasure capable of transforming a cultivator into a flawless body and pure soul was reduced to mere dishwashing water in the hands of these two unruly brats. Oh heaven, I beg you to strike these two mischievous troublemakers down with your lightning. The three of them screamed inwardly in frenzy. No, I can't look anymore, my heart can't take it. Long Xiaoyu and the other two turned away, taking deep breaths to calm themselves. Sister, are they the country bumpkins Daddy mentioned? Even wanting to steal our dishwater? Shu Chen continued washing the grill while asking curiously, Country bumpkin? You're the country bumpkin. Your whole family are country bumpkins. That's the purifying water, the purifying water. The three of them were cursing inwardly. Phew, don't get angry, calm down. The three raised their hands in a gesture, pressing downward from the top of their heads to their chests, as though attempting to suppress the violent flames threatening to erupt from their scalps. Probably, little brother, hurry up and wash them, then save the dishwater. If it gets stolen, we won't have any water left to clean the grill later. Perhaps, Chu Xian said somewhat uncertainly. She had never seen a country bumpkin before, but perhaps they looked something like this. Shu Chen instantly became alert after hearing this, casting a wary glance at Long Xiaoyu and the other two while quickening his movements. His little mouth kept mumbling non-stop. I need to secretly wash the dishes and grill rack from now on, can't let anyone see. If they get stolen, we won't have water to wash them anymore. Daddy said unwashed grill racks and dirty dishes grow germs that make us sick. Daddy also said other water can't clean them properly, only this dishwashing water gets rid of all the bacteria. Aha, little brother, hurry up and wash. I'll keep watch for you. Chu Xian nodded repeatedly, her round, wide eyes beneath the phoenix-shaped mask fixed unblinkingly on Long Xiaoyu and his two companions. Young master, I can't take it anymore. Shall we just take it by force? The bow-wielding youth transmitted his voice. Young master, let's act now, that's a peerless treasure. The square-faced youth also transmitted his voice, his tone dripping with greed. Long Xiaoyu took a deep breath, shook his head, and transmitted his voice, no rush. These two mischievous brats are too strange, don't act recklessly. Besides, the purging world waters are ultimately just our speculation. This Dishwater of theirs might not actually be it. Let's secure the twin-headed fireboar core first and head to the fireboar valley to harvest the fireboar grass before making any moves.
Yes, young master. The bow-carrying youth and the square-faced youth both nodded in acknowledgement.
Big sis, do you think they're still plotting to steal our dishwater? After cleaning the grill and stowing away the dishwater, Chu-Chen looked at the three figures with their backs turned to them and still felt uneasy.
He whispered, "Sister, maybe we should leave.
They even tried to steal our dishwater, they're too wicked." Chu Xian shook her head and murmured, "Don't be afraid, little brother. If they dare take our dishwater, I'll whip their backsides till they bloom. Besides, we still need to follow them to find that so-called fireboar king to eat. But we have a map, we can search for it ourselves," Chu-Chen said.
"Do you even know how to read a map?"
Chu Xian glanced at Chu-Chen, her eyes filled with contempt.
"All right." Chu-Chen obediently nodded his head.
Neither he nor his sister knew how to read that damned map. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wandered around aimlessly for 2 whole days without even getting a single bite of roast meat. "Big brother, let's go." Chu Xian held up the half-eaten roasted pig's head in one hand and gripped the hind leg of the two-headed fireboar with the other, speaking in a childish yet assertive voice. Okay." Long Xiaoyu turned his head to glance at the spot where the jade vial had once hung upside down, then shot off through the skies. The square-jawed youth and the archer youth also soared through the air. "Little brother, keep up." Chu Xian took a bite of roasted pig head meat, grabbed the hind legs of the two-headed fireboar, and flew after them.
"Wait for me." Chu-Chen also soared into the air, swiftly following behind. Naturally, flying with the heaven-slashing sword and sky-piercing saber would be much faster, but father had said they shouldn't summon them unless absolutely necessary.
Thus, only when they were alone would they ride the heaven-slashing sword and sky-piercing saber. Under the guidance of Long Xiaoyu and his 2 companions, the group flew through the skies for an hour before landing atop a towering mountain. Down below is the Fireboar Valley.
"Do you see those fireboars?"
Long Xiaoyu pointed to a valley beneath his feet and said with a laugh. Chu Xian and Chu-Chen crouched at the edge of the mountain and peered down, indeed spotting an enormous valley below.
The valley was fiery red in hue, dotted with bubbling lakes of molten lava.
Groups of enormous pigs lounged lazily, some sleeping peacefully on the ground, others basking in the scorching embrace of the lava lakes. Most of the giant pigs were smaller than the one Chu Xian was holding, but there were still some larger ones. Big brother really wasn't lying to us. With so many giant pigs, just imagine how long they'll last for eating. Chu Xian's face beamed with excitement as drool unconsciously dripped from her mouth. With so many giant pigs, how long will it take to roast them all? Chu-Chen's eyes also sparkled, his chubby little hands already twitching with excitement. Long Xiaoyu and the other 2 exchanged glances, all somewhat speechless.
In the eyes of a food lover, is there nothing but eating? Did these 2 mischievous brats also think about eating the moment they laid eyes on them?
"Big brother, let's go down quickly. I can't wait anymore."
Chu Xian wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and urged impatiently. "Wait a minute."
Long Xiaoyu quickly stopped them, saying, "There are hundreds of two-headed fiery boars in this fiery boar valley, with the strongest boar king reaching peak 6th rank, and over a dozen other 6th rank boars. Moreover, the fiery energy here is too intense, boosting their strength even further. That peak 6th rank boar king could unleash power comparable to an early 7th rank demon beast. It's not easy to deal with."
"Afraid of what?"
"I'll smash it to death with one punch."
Chu-Chen waved his chubby little fist.
"No."
Chu Xian quickly spoke up. "Little brother, we can't beat the Fireboar King to death.
We need to tie it up and take it with us so we can have roast pig's head every day from now on."
"Oh right, I almost forgot." Chu-Chen finally reacted and nodded repeatedly.
Long Xiaoyu was speechless. There was simply no proper way to communicate with these 2 foodies. They'd steer any conversation toward eating in just a few sentences. His eyes rolled thoughtfully as he said, "The Fireboar King is extremely powerful, and there are too many fireboars around. If we alert the rest of the herd, wiping them all out would take time. What if the Fireboar King flees in the meantime? Where would we even find it? I have a way to sneak close to the Fireboar King without alerting the others."
"What way?"
Chu Xian and Chu-Chen hastily asked in unison. Long Xiaoyu looked at the two-headed fire pig being held upside down by Chu Xian and said with a laugh, "We'll have to kill it first. Here you go." This time, Chu Xian handed the two-headed fire pig to Long Xiaoyu without hesitation. With so many giant pigs in the valley, there was naturally no need to cling to this single one. With a swift motion of his blade, Long Xiaoyu decapitated the 2 heads of the twin-headed fireboar. To his bewilderment, he caught a glimpse of relief in all 4 of the beast's pig-like eyes. Chapter 80, The Shape-Shifting Twin-Headed Fireboar, Long Xiaoyu's Scheme. "Big brother, what's this?" Chu Xian tilted her little head while munching on boar meat, her curious gaze fixed on the red crystal in Long Xiaoyu's hand. Chu-Chen, who was drinking beast milk on the side, also cast a curious glance. Long Xiaoyu smiled and said, "This is the crystal core of the two-headed fireboar, the key to getting closer to the two-headed fireboar king." "Oh, then hurry up. Chu Xian glanced at the crystal core twice before losing interest, just constantly urging him on. She's only interested in food or ancient treasures. It'll be ready soon. Long Xiaoyu smiled faintly, tossing the dual-headed firehog's crystal core into the air. With a pinch of his hand seal, he channeled true energy into it. All of you, stand behind me. Long Xiaoyu spoke up. The square-faced youth and the bow-wielding teenager quickly returned to their positions, while siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen each held a pig's head, their large eyes beneath the masks revealing a hint of bewilderment. Only after taking a bite of the pig's head meat and a sip of beast's milk did they leisurely walk over to join them. Waves of scorching, peculiar fluctuations surged forth from the crystal core. A crimson energy enveloped the crowd, forming the phantom image of a two-headed fire boar. As Dragon Xiaoyu's energy continuously poured in, the phantom image grew increasingly solid, ultimately materializing into a tangible two-headed fire boar. Roar! The two-headed fire boar roared skyward, its intimidating beast cry so convincing it could fool anyone. Chu Xian sucked the grease off her little finger before curiously poking at the blazing red energy. Her finger passed straight through without resistance. Aichiro, little sister, don't stick your hand out, the two-headed fire boar might spot something amiss. Long Xiaoyu, controlling everything, naturally sensed Chu Xian's movement and hastily warned her. Oh! Chu Xian withdrew her little hand and went back to eating the roasted meat. Meanwhile, Chu Chen, who had also wanted to reach out and poke it, could only sheepishly retract his chubby little hand, pretending nothing had happened as he quietly drank his beast milk. Sword, condense, rise, growled Long Xiaoyu, as a colossal sword materialized beneath their feet. Go! With a flick of his hand seal, the colossal sword soared into the sky before plunging down from the mountaintop. From afar, a massive two-headed fireboar soared through the sky, leaping down from the mountain peaks before landing with an earth-shaking crash in the heart of Fireboar Valley. The tremendous commotion naturally alerted the two-headed fire hogs resting in the valley or basking in the magma lake. They quickly rose and began surrounding Chu Xian and the others. One by one, enormous pig heads leaned in, sniffing repeatedly at the scorching energy surrounding the group, seemingly verifying the identity of this suddenly appearing two-headed fire hog. So many pig heads. Chu Xian's mouth watered again, a trickle of drool escaping the corner of her lips as her craving returned. How much longer does this need to roast? Chu Chen's chubby little hands began itching for action again. In his tiny little mind, he had already envisioned the scene of roasting hundreds of pig heads simultaneously. That scene must have been spectacular. The square-faced youth and the archer boy were somewhat nervous. Within the Fireboar Valley, there were hundreds of two-headed flame boars, many of which had reached the 6th tier. If their disguise was exposed and they were besieged by these hundreds of two-headed boars, even with their formidable strength, they might not fare well. Moreover, within the Fireboar Valley, the two-headed flame boars held home-ground advantage, making their true combat power surpass their nominal cultivation tier. Among their party of 5, only Long Xiaoyu possessed fire-based abilities. If a real fight broke out, the outcome would be hard to predict. Fortunately, Long Xiaoyu's secret technique was indeed effective, and the crystal core still carried the aura of that two-headed boar, successfully deceiving the creature's keen sense of smell. As if confirming the identities of the crowd, the two-headed fireboars gradually returned to their previous spots, either curling up again or submerging themselves back into the molten lava lake. The square-jawed youth and the bow-wielding boy let out slight sighs of relief. However, siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen felt somewhat regretful. With so many pig heads right before their eyes yet unable to roast or eat them, they couldn't help feeling a bit unwilling. Long Xiaoyu swiftly formed hand seals and led the group forward, safely arriving at the deepest part of the Fireboar Valley before stopping in front of a massive cave entrance. The twin-headed Fireboar King is inside this cave. Dragon Xiaoyu whispered, "Little sister Eichiru, little brother Ikeru, soon you two will go capture the twin-headed Fireboar King. We'll guard the cave entrance to prevent the other twin-headed Fireboars from getting in." Good. Chu Xian nodded. She didn't want Long Xiaoyu and the other two to interfere either. What if they accidentally killed the Boar King? Daddy had said that renewable food sources like this were extremely precious. They had to be utilized sustainably and couldn't be killed off in one go. After maneuvering the two-headed fireboar into the cave, Long Xiaoyu dispelled the disguise and whispered, "The two-headed Fireboar King lies deep inside the cavern. Proceed according to plan." Understood. Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded their little heads, then vanished in a flash. Long Xiaoyu turned to gaze at the square-jawed youth and the archer, calmly stating, "Guard the cave entrance. I'll seize the opportunity to harvest the fireboar grass." "Yes, young master." The two responded reverently before taking up positions on either side of the cave mouth. Long Xiaoyu's figure flickered as he instantly vanished from his original position, stealthily advancing into the depths of the cave. The scorching energy inside the cave far surpassed the outside, and the temperature rose steadily the further one ventured in. Flame boar grass was one of Long Xiaoyu's key objectives for this Mystic Realm expedition. However, it grew deep within the cave inhabited by the twin-headed Flame Boar King. To obtain it, one either had to slay the beast or lure it away. Fighting in this environment placed non-fire-aligned cultivators at a severe disadvantage. The strength of the twin-headed flame boar king would be significantly enhanced, while non-fire-type cultivators would suffer severe suppression. This disparity would grow increasingly vast. Although Long Xiaoyu was a fire-type swordsman, his own power was roughly on par with that of the twin-headed flame boar. If they fought, it would be difficult to determine a victor in a short time. Once the battle began, the pack of twin-headed flame boars outside would storm in. Even if they barely managed to slay the twin-headed flame boar king, escaping would still be extremely difficult. This was also why, over the years, despite countless prodigies from the 9 provinces entering the secret realm, very few ever ventured into the Flame Boar Valley. This was also the very reason why Long Xiaoyu had always sought to ingratiate himself with the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chen. He intended to use the siblings to keep the dual-headed Fire Boar King occupied, giving himself enough time to pluck the Fire Boar grass. As for whether the siblings could actually defeat the dual-headed Fire Boar King, that wasn't his concern. Roar! Before reaching the depths of the cave, Long Xiaoyu heard the furious roar of the two-headed Fire Boar King, shaking the entire cavern. "I hope you can hold out a little longer." Long Xiaoyu muttered under his breath that harvesting the Fire Boar grass would take some time. He had to gather it before the battle ended, then fight his way out through the cave entrance. Otherwise, once the twin-headed Fire Boar King finished killing those 2 brats and came after them, they'd be trapped between 2 enemies. As for the 2 little troublemakers' spatial rings, they'd have to wait until after leaving. He'd need to hunt another twin-headed fire boar and use its crystal core to transform before coming back to retrieve them. With this thought, his figure blurred as he teleported to the deepest part of the cave. Long Xiaoyu focused his gaze and instantly widened his eyes, his face filled with shock. Chapter 81, Big Bad Guy, Give Me Back My Pig Head. Deep within the Fire Boar Cave, a 3-year-old child wearing a phoenix mask rode on the snout of a massive 2-headed Fire Boar King. With one tiny hand gripping a long tusk and the other clenched into a fist, the child wildly pounded the enormous pig head of the 2-headed Fire Boar King. "Big sister, don't beat it to death." Chu Chen stood to the side, loudly speaking while drinking beast milk. "Got it. This guy's bones are tough, couldn't smash them with one punch." Chu Xian nodded her tiny head. Before this, that big pig, she only needed one punch to shatter its head. Yet after 5 or 6 punches, she still couldn't crack this boar king's skull. Roar! The twin-headed Fire Boar King roared incessantly, leaping and thrashing about within the cave, repeatedly crashing into the walls in an attempt to throw off the little brat clinging to its head. Yet, Chu Xian clung tight, one small hand gripping the Fire Boar King's tusks, her legs clamping down hard on its snout. No matter how violently the beast thrashed, she remained immovable. In fact, the immense force from her tightly clenched legs only worsened the pain in the Fire Boar King's snout, making the struggle even more unbearable for the beast. Boom! The 2-headed Fire Boar King spewed scorching fireballs relentlessly from both of its massive mouths, yet none could strike Chu Xian or Chu Chen. The flaming projectiles merely crashed against the cave walls, blasting enormous craters into the stone. Fortunately, this Fire Boar Cave had endured such fiery baptisms for years, developing immense resistance to fire energy. Otherwise, the cavern would have collapsed long ago under the king's relentless assault. Hidden in the shadows, Long Xiaoyu gaped in astonishment at the sight of Chu Xian riding atop the 2-headed Fire Boar King's head. Towering several times larger than ordinary 2-headed fire boars, this king's body radiated flame energy dozens of times more potent than its lesser kin. Even Long Xiaoyu, a fire-attributed swordsman, wouldn't dare ride atop the twin-headed Fire Boar King. Yet this little troublemaker who doesn't even cultivate fire techniques has the audacity to sit right on the beast's head. The raging flames covering the twin-headed Fire Boar King's body couldn't harm the brat in the slightest, utterly inconceivable. How is this possible? Long Xiaoyu's face was full of shock. Could this brat's strength have already reached late stage, or even peak martial saint? Although the twin-headed Flame Boar King was merely a 6th-tier peak demonic beast comparable to a peak martial venerate, within these Flame Boar Caves, its strength rivaled that of an early 7th-tier demonic beast. Non-fire affinity cultivators would suffer severe suppression of their power within these caverns. To effortlessly suppress the twin-headed Flame Boar King here, one would need at least late-stage martial saint strength or even a peak martial saint. A 3-year-old martial saint is already outrageous enough. A 3-year-old late-stage or even peak martial saint? That's simply impossible. It seems the plan needs to change. A fierce glint flashed in Long Xiaoyu's eyes. His original plan had been to wait for the Fire Boar King to kill the siblings before sneaking back to retrieve their spatial rings and obtain the purifying world water. Clearly, that plan wouldn't work now. Boom! Behind them, earth-shaking roars erupted from the cave entrance. Evidently the twin-headed Fireboar herd had sensed the disturbance inside Fireboar Cave and come charging in. Long Xiaoyu glanced at the Fireboar grass nearby, then at the bear child relentlessly hammering the twin-headed Fireboar King's head with tiny fists. With a sword seal gesture, a flaming longsword shot through the air toward the Boar King. "Little sister Ai Chi Ro, let me help you." Roar! Long Xiaoyu bellowed, thrusting his flaming sword with pinpoint accuracy straight into the twin-headed Fireboar King's rear end with a sickening squelch. Roar! The two-headed Fireboar King let out a piercing shriek, its newly regrown head swinging around as all four eyes glared viciously at Long Xiaoyu. This damned bastard, daring to attack my stronghold, utterly unforgivable. The twin-headed Fireboar King ignored the brat clinging to its snout. With one mighty stomp of its hooves, it lowered its head and charged toward Long Xiaoyu with a furious roar. The mighty flames surged upward, resembling a gigantic fireball streaking through the sky when viewed from afar. Long Xiaoyu's strength was nothing to scoff at either. With a single hand seal, his sword split into countless fiery sword auras that soared to meet the attack, colliding against the twin-headed Fireboar King's flame barrier with a sizzling hiss, both forces locked in stalemate. Crack! At that moment, Chu Xian swung another punch onto the dual-headed Flame Boar King's skull, finally shattering its hardened cranium. The remaining head of the Flame Boar King let out a piercing shriek as the flames surrounding its body flickered violently. The previously deadlocked battle instantly turned. Boundless sword energy pierced through the fiery barrier and impaled the dual-headed beast's body. With a final piercing shriek from the dual-headed Fireboar King, its body was torn to shreds by blazing sword energy. Boom! Chu Xian's tiny frame landed steadily, her eyes staring blankly at the Boar King's remains, now just a severed pig's head amid the carnage. Suddenly, she burst into loud sobs. Wah! My roasted pig's head is gone now. You big meanie, give me back my piggy head. Chu Xian suddenly appeared before Long Xiaoyu, her tiny fist striking out with faint divine patterns shimmering. Long Xiaoyu was startled and hastily raised his treasured sword to block in front of himself. With a crisp snap, the sword that had accompanied him for over a decade shattered into pieces. An even more terrifying force surged forth, sending his body flying backward before crashing with a boom into the cave wall, embedding him deeply within it. Put! Dragon Xiaoyu barely managed to crawl out from the crater in the cave wall, spitting blood as flames seemed to shoot from his eyes, his murderous aura soaring to the heavens. As the young master of Cangzhou, this was the first time he'd ever been injured. How could he possibly endure such humiliation? Yet when he raised his head to look at Chu Xian, he was instantly rendered speechless. There stood Chu Xian with tearful eyes, still sniffling incessantly. Anyone who didn't know better would think he'd just bullied this little troublemaker. But in reality, he had been ambushed by this little troublemaker who shattered his treasured sword with a single punch and left him coughing up blood. That damn little brat had surpassed his expectations in strength. Long Xiaoyu suppressed his injuries, took a deep breath, and ultimately refrained from striking back. A bitter smile crept onto his face as he said, "Little sister Ai Chi Ro, what was that for? Why did you hit me for no reason?" Chu Xian puffed out her cheeks angrily and said, "You killed my pig king, now I'll never get to eat his roasted pig's head again." Long Xiaoyu was utterly speechless. After all that fuss, it turned out to be because of this. He sighed weakly and explained, "The twin-headed Flame Boar King possesses regeneration abilities. As long as you don't destroy both its heads simultaneously, it can recover. And with each regeneration, its powers grow even stronger. The stronger it becomes, the better the quality of its meat." "Oh, is that so?" Chu Xian turned her head and indeed saw the giant boar that had been torn to pieces rapidly regenerating. Overjoyed, she clapped her tiny hands and exclaimed, "Wonderful! The big pig is still alive." After the excitement faded, she turned her head to look at Long Xiaoyu, her large teary eyes blinking twice, then said in a sweet, childish voice, "Big brother, I'm sorry." "It's fine." Long Xiaoyu rubbed his chest. Though fury raged in his heart, he had no choice but to feign magnanimity. Chu Chen, who had also been ready to rush over and punch Long Xiaoyu, stopped as well. "Ha! The little grass that grew into a big pig?" At the spot where Chu Chen stopped, there grew a small blade of grass aflame with fire, its shape resembling a miniature version of the two-headed Fireboar King shrunk countless times. This grass would probably make a good stew. He muttered softly to himself as he crouched down and plucked the tiny plant. Instantly, even more terrifying flames erupted from the grass, accompanied by roaring sounds eerily similar to those of the Fireboar King. Chu Chen took out a bead and placed it atop the tender grass. The burning flames instantly extinguished, effortlessly stored away into his spatial ring.